Amidst the torrential rain and dancing lightning, Han Shaoxing encounters a serendipitous opportunity for transcendence, filled with unexpected delights. Yet, peril lurks closely, with danger at every turn. Conspiracies weave through his journey, each step fraught with tension. In the face of such threats, Han Shaoxing presses onward with unwavering resolve. Chapter 1. The Vanished Myth. Situated in the central region of Huaxia, Longjiang lies at the confluence of the provinces of Hunan, Hubei, and Jiangxi, characterized predominantly by its mountainous and hilly terrain. During the National Day holiday, the Longjiang Mountains bask in the crisp autumn air beneath a brilliant sun. On a winding mountain path, a man in his 30s strolls leisurely. He is of modest height, dressed in a shirt and trousers with a square face and a dignified appearance. Gold-rimmed glasses perch on his nose, and his closely cropped hair is thinning noticeably at the crown, suggesting the onset of baldness. A mobile phone resides in his breast pocket, and wired earphones dangle from his ears, indicating he is likely engrossed in a podcast. His gaze flits about, occasionally lingering on the scenic vistas, and he nods in greeting to passing villagers. As he rounds a bend, he encounters a villager in his 50s, laboring under a heavy burden. He promptly calls out, "Uncle Chi, have you just returned from the mountains?" Uncle Chi, with a thin frame and a square jaw, exudes a sprightly demeanor. "Shaoxing, what brings you up into the hills?" "It's the National Day holiday, so I came to pay my respects at Grandma's grave," he replies. "Yet you come empty-handed, without incense or candles. Had you called ahead, I could have had your aunt prepare some for you." "It's all right, I believe my intentions are what matter," he reassures. "Very well, but do tread carefully. The mountains have seen little human presence lately, and the undergrowth is rampant. Watch out for snakes." "I will be cautious, thank you. Stay at my home tonight. Your cousin is often away for work, and it would be nice to have some company." "He'll stay a couple of days. It has been over 20 years since I last visited Zhangshushan. The last time I climbed it was in elementary school, and I wish to ascend it once more tomorrow." "Then come back early," Uncle Chi advises. After exchanging pleasantries, Han Shaoxing continues his slow trek. Han Shaoxing, having graduated from university, has worked in a coastal metropolis. However, his forthright nature and lack of subtlety have hindered his progress in both career and family life. Now, seeking a fresh start, he plans to pursue employment in the deep city, where wages are more lucrative. Seizing the opportunity of the National Day holiday, he returns to his hometown to visit his parents and the grave of his late grandmother. His grandmother had cherished him dearly during her lifetime, as he was her eldest grandson, enjoying a unique affection. In his childhood, she would often sit in the sun at the entrance of their home, and at night, she would recline in a bamboo chair, cooling off in the courtyard. It was during these moments that Han Shaoxing and other children would gather beside her, entranced by her stories. In an era when entertainment was scarce in Huaxia, listening to elders' tales was one of the few amusements available to children. Though his grandmother's repertoire was limited, the stories were retold with such fervor that they never lost their charm. One tale that resonated deeply with him was titled "For Wealth. Men perish for food, birds fall," a simple narrative that his grandmother masterfully rendered into a riveting saga, captivating the children with sparkling eyes. In hushed conversations, the children would ponder why the character Aoxing, who discovered gold, did not know when to stop, or why the raven insisted on carrying a massive piece of meat, ultimately exhausting itself and plunging into the flames. One particular verse from a folk song his grandmother frequently recited remains etched in his memory. "Mufa Mountain, towering high. Zhangshushan, home to monks nigh. Wujiao Peak, sharp and steep. Phoenix Pool, where spirits leap. Mufa Mountain, the tallest in the vicinity, looms ahead." According to his grandmother, this folk song had been passed down through generations of local villagers, shared orally, with her grandmother insisting on its preservation to prevent it from fading into obscurity. The origins of this folk song are shrouded in mystery, yet it is believed to have existed for several millennia. His grandmother recounted how their ancestors settled here long ago, designating it as their ancestral land. After numerous conflicts, this land had fallen into desolation. Following the wars of centuries past, Longjiang became a desolate stretch. The Ming dynasty, striving to repopulate its territories, initiated large-scale migrations to reclaim these war-torn lands. The Han family responded to the imperial call, relocating from Lujian County back to the ancestral land mentioned in their forebears' texts. Through frugality and hard work, generations of the Han family cultivated the land, amassing considerable wealth in hopes that the region's auspicious geography would bless future generations. After settling, Han Xiaoxing's forebears traversed the nearby woodlands to find a site of favorable feng shui for the resting place of their departed kin. Once a location was chosen, They planted peach trees on the mountainside. As the trees flourished, the area became a local attraction, especially during the bloom of spring when the mountains were adorned with a breathtaking sea of pink blossoms, a sight that defies description. This enchanting landscape became known as Tashiping, or Peach Tree Slope, due to the proliferation of peach trees. According to his late grandmother, the auspiciousness of this site indeed proved effective. Since the burial of their first ancestor there, subsequent generations similarly found their eternal rest nearby. The Han lineage endured through the tumultuous eras of the Ming, Qing, and Republic, escaping significant calamity and maintaining their lineage. Though the peach trees have since vanished, they were replaced by extensive tea plantations, transforming the area into a verdant tea mountain. Following a period of reforestation, pines and firs now thrive in abundance. Years of neglect have allowed the flora to burgeon unchecked, concealing the once familiar paths beneath a dense blanket of greenery. Han Shaoxing struggles to navigate the overgrown terrain, relying on his memories to part the underbrush until he finally arrives at his grandmother's grave. Kneeling before the tombstone, he bows several times and surveys his surroundings. Memories of playing on the hillside flood back, as if they were yesterday. He reflects on the swift passage of time he has grown up, and the grandmother who once regaled him with mythical tales has long since departed. The ancient legends that have been handed down through generations are at risk of being submerged by the flourishing mundanity of modern life, fading into obscurity. Due to the ample rainfall in Longjiang, the vegetation surrounding the grave has grown wild, obscuring parts of the gravestone. Unable to bear the sight, Han Shaoxing begins to clear the weeds. However, years of mental labor have left him physically unfit, and after merely 10 minutes, he finds himself exhausted, collapsing onto the ground before the tombstone to rest. As he listens to the novel playing through his earphones, he unknowingly drifts into slumber. Chapter 2. An unexpected turn of events, a sudden loud bang jolted Han Shaoxing from his slumber. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld a sky cloaked in ominous clouds, casting a dim pallor over the graveyard, as if dusk had descended prematurely. What has happened? Have I slept until nightfall? Checking his phone, Han Shaoxing sensed something was amiss. It was only 3 p.m., and it should not be this dark. Looking up again, he noticed the clouds looming overhead, flashes of lightning streaking across the sky, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder. It dawned on him. Disaster was imminent. Rain was on its way, and without an umbrella, he needed to scurry home. This wretched weather had transformed far too swiftly. Pushing through the thicket, Han Shaoxing retraced his steps along the mountain ridge. However, just a mere few meters in, the rain began to pour, with large droplets crashing down like marbles. Given the circumstances, he sought refuge. Otherwise, he would be drenched to the bone. Swiftly scanning his surroundings, he spotted a towering tree by the roadside, its dense canopy promising some shelter from the rain. He hurriedly took cover beneath it. Standing at the base of the great tree, he watched as thunder roared, lightning danced like serpents, and the rain battered the earth. Han Shaoxing found himself in a daze. It seemed he was stuck here until the storm subsided. Fortunately, the thick foliage above spared him from becoming a soggy mess, leaving only a few drops to dampen his clothes. After a while, he noticed that rainwater began to trickle through the gaps in the leaves above. Suddenly, realization struck him. This was perilous. He recalled reading that sheltering beneath a tree during a storm could attract lightning. He needed to leave promptly. Glancing at the muddy ground outside the tree's protection, he hesitated momentarily, steeling himself before making a decision. He placed his phone from his shirt pocket into his trousers, removed his shirt and draped it over his head, then lowered his head and dashed out. Just as he burst forth from the tree's cover, the sky erupted in a blinding flash of white, and a bolt of lightning struck the very tree he had just vacated. Startled, Han Shaoxing froze for a moment, then, before he could comprehend the situation, another bolt struck him directly. A searing pain coursed through his body, followed by convulsions, and he lost consciousness. Ouch, that hurts. Oh no. Han Shaoxing awoke, lying on his back in the mud, every inch of him aching. Born and raised in the countryside, he had always possessed robust health, yet he had one weakness, an acute aversion to pain. He muttered to himself, I must not lie here in the rain. If I catch a chill, I could fall gravely ill. Groaning, he attempted to rise. Suddenly, he noticed the tree he had sheltered under was now leaning precariously towards him. Desperate to evade it, he found himself lacking the strength to move, merely managing to roll aside. A branch struck his nose, causing a sharp sting, and tears streamed down his face. Fortunately, his glasses had shielded his eyes. but the frame was slightly bent, distorting his vision. Struck by lightning, then injured by a falling tree. How unfortunate. Han Shaoxing couldn't help but curse his luck inwardly. After lying there for a moment, regaining some strength, he attempted to push the branch off him, but it wouldn't budge. Upon closer inspection, he realized the branches were thick and that he was ensnared beneath several major limbs, their lush leaves effectively shielding him from the rain, granting him a temporary reprieve from getting soaked. Thoughts of his expensive phone crossed his mind. He wondered if it had been damaged by the lightning. He fished it out from his pocket. To his surprise, the indicator light was blinking, and while the plastic shell bore some scorch marks, it seemed to be intact. Relieved, Han Shaoxing unlocked the phone and was about to dial for help when he froze in disbelief. What was happening? A countdown timer appeared on the screen. Countdown 30 seconds. Please prepare. Countdown 29 seconds. Please prepare. Countdown 28 seconds. Please prepare. Han Shaoxing was momentarily dumbfounded. What was he supposed to prepare for? As he fumbled with the phone, the screen locked, rendering all attempts futile, including shutting it down or restarting it. After a prolonged moment of confusion, he noticed the timer ticking down. Countdown 3 seconds. Please prepare. Realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. His phone's battery must have been damaged by the lightning strike. Was it going to explode? Just as he was about to toss the device away, he paused, muttering to himself. No, it was still functioning. Perhaps it was a game virus that had taken over the screen? His hesitation was cut short when the phone displayed. Countdown complete. Crossing over soon. The screen began to flicker. At that moment, he noticed a swirling purple circle forming around him, its glow intensifying, enveloping him entirely. Blinded by the purple light, he felt a crushing pressure that elicited a scream of agony before he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. As lightning illuminated the fallen tree, the area beneath its branches was devoid of Han Shaoxing. Ouch! Han Shaoxing stirred awake, parched and in pain. Opening his eyes, the sun blazed down, and his vision remained somewhat hazy. His glasses were nowhere to be found. Shielding his eyes with his left hand, he peered through his fingers and saw 10 suns. Closing his eyes and reopening them yielded the same result, 10 suns. He concluded he must be dreaming. Otherwise, how could there possibly be 10 suns? Feeling something soft beneath him, he sat up to discover he was resting on a lush carpet of green grass. His unfortunate glasses lay nearby, albeit slightly askew. He hastily retrieved them, adjusted the frame, and placed them back on his nose, instantly clarifying his surroundings. After searching for his phone, he found it nestled in the grass behind him, the indicator light still blinking. Deactivating the screen lock revealed normal functionality, no longer displaying the countdown. As he assessed his body, he noted that the spots where the lightning had struck still throbbed painfully. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings and realized he was situated at the bottom of a valley, surrounded by steep hills that seemed insurmountable to an average person. The valley appeared to be in the throes of spring, with flourishing vegetation. The grass reached up to his calves as if fertilized, not particularly large. The valley was easily viewable from end to end, measuring roughly 10 acres. At its center lay a pond, approximately 2 acres in size. The shore was lined with grass and shrubs, interspersed with scattered stones, while towering trees adorned the hillside, bearing fruits of various hues, some black, some white, some purple, and others resembling fuzzy peaches. Han Shaoxing briefly regarded the fruits, but quickly lost interest. What significance did dream fruits hold? His attention shifted to the pond. Its water so clear that one could see the bottom, a rarity in today's industrial society. It seemed the pond might have a spring, with fresh water flowing through it. Observing his own muddy attire, he decided that despite being in a dream, he could not resist the urge to cleanse himself. It had been years since he last swam in a pond, and this was an opportunity to recapture the sensations of his childhood. Stripping off his clothes and removing his glasses, Han Shaoxing waded into the pond. The water was shallow, only reaching his abdomen. He instinctively adopted a dog paddling motion, splashing water in every direction. Transitioning to a backstroke, he floated on the surface, momentarily transported back to the innocence of his youth. Gazing at the azure sky, he felt the aches in his body slowly dissipate. Suddenly, he felt something brush against him beneath the water. Standing up, he saw a small white fish, about the size of his palm, swimming around his legs. Intrigued, he reached out to catch them, but they scattered in a flurry. As he pursued them, a sharp pain shot through his foot. Looking down, he noticed a red mark on the sole of his foot, and beneath the water, a yellow stone lay hidden. Bending down to the water, he picked up a yellow stone, glancing at it in his hand. It gleamed with a golden hue. He tossed the stone onto the bank, where it landed amidst the grass. Lowering his gaze into the pond, he noticed a multitude of pebbles at the bottom, white, gray, and black, varying in color. They felt somewhat rough underfoot, and while he considered collecting them to throw onto the shore, he decided against the effort. After swimming for a while, he felt invigorated, the pain in his body dissipating, and so he resolved to return to land. Climbing ashore, he lay on the grass, basking in the sun, feeling languorous. Han Xiaosheng, sprawled on the lawn, succumbed to idle thoughts. Why did this dream feel so vivid? The pain was truly excruciating, yet the languid sensation was equally delightful. As he felt the water drying on his skin, he stood, donning his shorts and tank top, slipping on his glasses. Strolling along the pond's edge, he spotted the yellow stone he had tossed earlier. The water on its surface had yet to evaporate, leaving traces of its immersion. The stone, a palm-sized yellow piece with a slight golden tint, felt surprisingly heavy. Just as he contemplated discarding it, a thought struck him. Could this not be the color of gold? If this stone were indeed gold, how much would it be worth? Regrettably, this was merely a dream. If only he could bring it back to the waking world, he would be wealthy. While pondering this, he noticed his phone in his right hand flickering, and to his bewilderment, a circle of purple light enveloped him, swirling into a vortex. Suddenly, he felt a crushing sensation, accompanied by intense pain. Goodness, how could a dream be so agonizing and so real? This time, he did not faint but gritted his teeth, watching as the vortex spun faster. Suddenly, with a flash of light, the vortex, along with Han Xiaosheng, vanished into thin air. Chapter 3. The frantic stone. Han Xiaosheng found himself enveloped in darkness, streaks of black and white light racing past him, accompanied by sharp pain coursing through his body. He yearned to scream in agony, but found himself utterly immobile. Time seemed to crawl as he wished to faint from the suffering. Finally, a glimmer of brightness pierced the darkness. The crushing sensation subsided. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, leaves came rushing toward him. Bang! Han Xiaosheng attempted to brace himself with his hands, but ended up crashing into a heap of branches. Pain shot through his nose as his glasses became distorted. The sharp ache in his nose nearly sapped all his strength, forcing him to lie on the branches for some time, regaining his composure. After catching his breath, Han Xiaosheng let out a stream of curses. What luck! Even in a dream, he had to take a fall. How terribly unfortunate. As he reflected on his misfortune, he realized he was sprawled on a pile of branches. Glancing around, he noted that the rain had ceased, the sky brightening, and the sun once again illuminating the earth. This was the place where he had been knocked unconscious by the tree. Rising to his feet, he removed his glasses to adjust them, but something felt amiss. He felt a chill. Looking down, he was bewildered to find himself clad in shorts and a tank top. Yet wearing a shirt and long pants seemed out of the question. Han Xiaosheng felt perplexed. Could it be that the shirt and pants remained in that dream world? Was it possible that what he had just experienced was not a mere dream? Having read many time travel novels, he wondered if he had stumbled upon extraordinary fortune, triggering a crossing into another realm. Checking his right hand, he found it empty but noticed his phone nestled among the leaves at his feet. Hurriedly donning his glasses, he brushed aside the foliage to retrieve his phone, pressing the buttons in vain. No power remained. Glancing again at the leaves, a glimmer of golden yellow caught his eye, eliciting a surge of joy. Could it be that he had brought back gold from another world? His heart raced as he bent to clear the leaves, revealing more and more of the golden hue until the full form emerged. A yellow stone lay quietly in the mud, coated in a bit of mud and partially submerged. Picking up the stone with care, he scrutinized it closely, his heart racing. Could this truly be gold? After pondering for a while, he realized he could not be certain, having never seen real gold before. It seemed he would need to consult a reputable institution for confirmation. While contemplating this, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and hurriedly tucked the stone into his pocket, only to realize it felt off. He was wearing shorts, which, despite being boxer shorts, lacked pockets. Scanning his surroundings, he searched in vain for his shirt and pants, deducing that they likely remained on the grassy bank by the pond. This indirectly confirmed that the yellow stone was brought back from that valley. Next, he needed to verify that this stone was indeed gold, which could translate into wealth, transforming his life for the better. Han Xiaosheng clutched the stone, laughing heartily. He was on the brink of fortune. After a moment of mirth, a loud roar echoed from the distant hillside, startling him and causing him to drop the stone, nearly crushing his foot. Reflecting on the roar, he realized it resembled that of a wild beast. It seemed that years of forest preservation had allowed nature to flourish, bringing back large wild animals. Reports of wild boars appearing frequently and tigers and leopards occasionally revealing themselves made caution imperative. He needed to return home quickly. If he were to acquire gold and yet be devoured by a beast before turning it into wealth, he would surely become the laughingstock of the region. He quickly calmed his racing heart and returned to his grandmother's gravestone, disregarding the mud on the ground. Kneeling, he bowed 9 times, murmuring fervently, "Grandmother, if you are watching over me from above, bless me with this fortune. If it truly is gold, I shall no longer wander far and can remain here, allowing me the time to visit you often." Rising, Han Shaosheng prepared to return to Uncle Chi's home, but he hesitated as he considered his attire. Imagining himself, a middle-aged man in broad daylight, clad only in shorts and a tank top, clutching a stone while walking down the road, he envisioned how out of place he must appear. If anyone were to see him, they would surely think him mad. It was clear he needed to return to that valley to retrieve his shirt and pants to avoid future embarrassment. He grasped his phone and pressed the power button. It displayed the startup screen. Han Shaosheng silently prayed for it to perform well, hoping for another chance to traverse back. Miraculously, the phone powered on, but alas, the battery was low and on the verge of shutting down. Sighing, he watched as the battery drained, realizing that without power, another journey back was impossible. Glancing at his shorts and tank top, he couldn't help but lament. This crossing was far from perfect. Though he had secured a stone that might be gold, he was left in such an embarrassing state. After pondering for a while, he contemplated calling someone for clothes, but with his phone dead, that was futile. Resolved, he steeled himself and cautiously made his way down the mountain. As he trudged along, enduring the curious glances of passers-by, he avoided the main road, opting for narrow paths through the fields to dodge crowded areas. While walking along a narrow path, he encountered a snake slithering ahead, disappearing into the rice paddies. Startled, he slipped and fell into a field, crushing a swath of rice plants into the mud. Fearful of the snake, he scrambled to his feet, extracting his shoes from the muck, and climbed onto the ridge, scanning the area anxiously for any sign of the snake. After a tense moment, seeing no movement, he finally relaxed. Just as he did, a wave of panic washed over him. Where was his phone? Where was the gold? His hands were empty, only mud remained. Could his dreams of wealth be shattered? No, this was unacceptable. Han Shaosheng could not bear the thought of returning to a life of poverty, having to interact with others while feeling trapped. He paced the ridge, desperate to find a stone to use as a weapon. However, he soon realized his naivety. The rice paddies were unlikely to yield stones, save for those near the mountains. With his fantasies dashed, he contemplated the lost gold and phone. While he could replace the phone with a few days' wages, if he could not recover the gold, his dreams of wealth would vanish. Resolutely, he decided to wade into the rice field. What was a snake bite compared to the possibility of losing the gold? Water snakes wouldn't kill, and if one dared to bite him, he would retaliate. He boldly traversed the field, parting the rice plants, searching intently. The mobile phone was quickly located. Having been submerged in water, its usability remained uncertain, so it was placed on the embankment to dry. After a thorough search for gold yielded no results. He reflected on his fall, considering the position of his right hand at the time and the trajectory in which the stone he held might have flown. After much deliberation, he pinpointed several possible directions and commenced another round of searching. While rummaging through the fields, he heard voices in the distance. Upon raising his head, he realized the gravity of the situation. A young girl and a small child were approaching. Han Shaosheng hastened his pace. At last, beside a fallen rice stalk, he spotted something unusual, a hint of yellow protruding from the muddy water. He lunged forward, plunging his hands into the mire, and felt the contours of an object, his heart soaring with joy. Finally, the treasure he had lost was recovered, making his risk of snakebite worthwhile. He straightened up and briskly walked to the embankment, placing the mud-laden gold atop it. At that moment, the little girl, holding a muddy phone, curiously inquired, "Uncle, is this your phone? Were you catching loaches in the field?" Han Shaosheng wished to take the phone, but his hands were caked in mud, prompting him to candidly explain to the girl, "Little one, I was not catching loaches. I fell while walking, and the object in my hand ended up in the field. I was searching for my lost item, and you see, the phone was also found in the mud. My hands are all dirty now. Do you happen to have any paper?" When the girl shook her head, Han Xiaosheng reluctantly plucked some grass from the embankment to wipe off the mud on his hands. He dared not clean the gold, as the mud conveniently concealed its original hue. Taking the phone from the girl, he cautioned, "There are snakes around here. I was startled by one earlier, which caused my fall. You should hurry back." Upon hearing about the snakes, the children's faces paled, and they turned to flee. Once Han Xiaosheng saw them run off into the distance, he bent down to retrieve the gold and made his way to Uncle Chi's house. Uncle Chi was waiting at the door, and upon seeing Han Xiaosheng's muddy appearance, his eyes nearly bulged out, and he rushed over to assist him. "Xiaosheng, what happened? Did you fall into the field?" Han Xiaosheng sighed. "I've had a bit of bad luck. I took a tumble." Aunt Chi emerged from the house, looking somewhat bewildered, and urged Han Xiaosheng to quickly change clothes. Once inside, he wiped the mud off the stone he held and stowed it in his backpack before retrieving a change of clothes and taking a shower. When he encountered Uncle Chi and Aunt Chi again, Han Xiaosheng pondered how to explain his predicament. After a moment of contemplation, he finally said, "Uncle Chi, Aunt Chi, I was careless while visiting a grave. I got caught in the rain, and my shirt and trousers became soaked. I slipped in the mountains, and my clothes were covered in mud, so I decided to carry them. Unexpectedly, on my way back, I encountered a slippery spot, nearly falling again. I grabbed a tree branch, but my clothes slipped from my grasp and fell into a ditch. It was raining heavily at the time, and the water in the ditch was quite high, washing my clothes away. I was concerned about snakes in the ditch, so I didn't dare pursue them. On my way back along the embankment, I was startled by a snake that suddenly appeared, which led to my muddy escapade." After hearing Han Xiaosheng's tale, Aunt Chi comforted him, saying, "It's fine. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Have a good meal and rest. You need to go to Zhangshushan tomorrow." "Thank you, but I think I'll wait until next time to go. Today has been a bit unfortunate, and I prefer not to climb the mountain right now." After dinner, Han Xiaosheng borrowed Uncle Chi's phone to inform his mother. "Mom, it's raining today, so I'll be staying at Uncle Chi's and returning tomorrow." "All right. It's not safe to travel in the rain. Come back tomorrow, no rush." After hanging up, he recalled the stone in his bag and took out his computer to browse the internet. He accessed Baidu, entered gold, and sought information regarding it. The internet revealed that gold is a soft, yellowish, corrosion-resistant precious metal, not only utilized for reserves and investments, but also as a vital material in jewelry, electronics, modern communications, and aerospace industries. He then searched for methods to discern genuine gold from counterfeit. The first method involved burning. Authentic gold would not change color when burned, while fake gold would turn black. The second method was auditory. Genuine gold produces a dull sound when struck, whereas fake gold emits a sharper tone. The third method involved biting. True gold is malleable enough to be dented with teeth, while counterfeit gold remains hard. After absorbing this information, Han Xiaosheng took out the yellow stone and tested it with his knuckles, wincing in pain as the stone's uneven surface made contact. He washed the surface with some tea and tentatively bit into it, finding it surprisingly pliable, leading him to believe it was genuine. The thought of using fire for verification gave him pause. While Uncle Chi's house had a stove, lighting a fire in their kitchen at night might be perceived as sleepwalking. Concluding this method was impractical, he resolved to wait until he returned home to confirm the gold using his family's gas stove. With a sense of potential fortune, Han Xiaosheng slept soundly that night, laughing in his dreams, inadvertently waking Uncle Chi and Aunt Chi, who grew somewhat concerned. Chapter 4. The path to wealth. The following morning, after a hurried breakfast, Han Xiaosheng took a bus back to the county. Upon arriving home, he found the living room empty. His mother was likely out shopping for groceries, and as for his father, he was indulging in a leisurely sleep, as was customary. Seizing the opportunity, Han Xiaosheng quickly locked the door behind him and entered the kitchen. He ignited the gas stove, cautiously placing the stone at the edge of a ceramic tray, then held the tray above the flame to roast the exposed part of the stone. After approximately a minute, he observed that it had not changed color, causing Han Xiaosheng to nearly leap with excitement. However, as the stone slipped from his grasp, it fell, striking the kitchen counter with a resounding thud, leaving a white mark. Fortunately, the counter was made of marble, preventing any significant damage that would necessitate an explanation to his mother. Quickly turning off the gas stove, he stowed the stone away, contemplating where to conduct the final verification and where to sell the gold. After much deliberation, he felt uncertain and decided to browse the internet once more. He found Baidu and searched for places to sell gold. A plethora of links appeared, and Han Xiaosheng opened each one, reading intently. After 10 minutes, he finally unearthed the information he sought. To sell gold, there are generally 5 avenues available. The first is gold recycling shops, which offer a quick means of cashing in, providing relatively high prices and prompt payment, making it an excellent choice in urgent financial situations. The second option involves pawn shops in large and medium-sized cities, which may offer slightly lower prices compared to recycling shops. These establishments primarily provide loan services against collateral and cash conversion. If one opts for a loan, they can reclaim their item after repaying the debt. Choosing to convert the item into cash is akin to selling it to the pawn shop outright. The third method involves consignment shops, where individuals can entrust their items for sale. However, the consignment fees are often high, and there is no guarantee of a sale. The fourth is jewelry shops, which primarily sell gold and silver jewelry and offer buyback services, although usually limited to specific styles within their brand, often resulting in lower prices for other gold items. The fifth option consists of online recycling platforms, which have proliferated in recent years, providing reasonable buyback prices and real-time payments. Though they carry risks of potential fraud, Han Xiaoxing pondered for a considerable time, ultimately dismissing the online platforms. Both gold recycling shops and jewelry stores seemed legitimate, yet he feared governmental scrutiny. Consignment shops posed a risk of lengthy sales processes without guarantees. Only the pawn shop remained. Although the price was low, it generally allowed for immediate cash redemption, so he chose it. Han Xiaoxing made up his mind and opened Baidu again, searching for pawn shops in the provincial capital. After browsing for a while, he finally selected a pawn shop located in the city center called Xingqing Jindian Pawn Shop in the Tianqin district. Once his itinerary was set, he called his mother to inform her of his trip to the provincial capital, only to be scolded for being unproductive. After a long conversation, he finally hung up and set off. The journey from Longjiang County to the provincial capital was not far. As it was a weekday, he booked a rideshare and boarded the car half an hour later. The vehicle was filled with 4 passengers, all bustling to catch their trains for work, leaving Han Xiaoxing as the sole idler among them. An hour and a half later, they arrived at Tianqin district in Xingqing. The driver dropped him off, speeding away towards the train station. Worried about being recognized while selling gold, Han Xiaoxing walked a short distance and found a spot without surveillance. He donned a hat and mask before starting to navigate toward Jindian Pawn Shop. The journey was brief. With a cautious demeanor, he turned the corner, traversed 2 streets, and arrived at the entrance of the pawn shop. Standing outside, he surveyed the surroundings. At that moment, a young woman emerged from the main door and greeted him. "Sir, would you like to come in and take a look?" Han Xiaoxing sized her up, noting her as a striking professional beauty. Standing over 170 centimeters tall, adorned in high heels, she was noticeably a head taller than him. She wore a white blouse paired with a blue pencil skirt that accentuated her curves, revealing long, straight, and proportionate legs. The blouse was slightly snug, outlining a full and rounded chest. Above it was a delicate and charming face, her clear eyes sparkling. With black hair tied back in a ponytail, a blend of innocence and wildness, exuding an irresistible allure. Han Xiaoxing's gaze lingered, not out of lewdness, but from a shared appreciation of beauty, until the woman blushed, prompting him to shift his attention to the pawn shop sign. The woman, sensing his hesitation, extended another invitation. "Sir, you can come in and learn about our company. We are a reputable pawn shop in Xingqing, committed to honest business practices, ensuring fairness for all." Han Xiaoxing pondered briefly before responding quietly, "Sister, I merely wish to understand the situation." The woman gestured for him to enter the pawn shop. Upon entering, he found a reception area of approximately 100 square meters, with a marble counter directly ahead staffed by several young women. Outside the counter were a row of chairs, with few customers present. To the right was a reception area, featuring a circle of sofas around a glass coffee table, exuding simplicity. To the left, 2 doors bore the sign for the meeting room. The woman led Han Xiaoxing to the reception area, where she served him tea and introduced herself. "Hello, sir. I am Jiang Xiuyan, the manager of Jindian Pawn Shop. You may call me Xiao Jiang or Manager Jiang. How may I assist you today?" After taking a sip of tea, Han Xiaoxing inquired, "Manager Jiang, can you assure confidentiality regarding the client's information?" Jiang Xiuyan smiled and nodded. "Sir, if you wish, we can keep both the pawned item and the pawner's identity confidential, provided that this process does not endanger the state or government." Han Xiaoxing contemplated for a moment before stating, "Manager Jiang, I have an item I would like to pawn, but I cannot disclose its origin. Of course, it poses no threat to the state or government. I require cash settlement. Can you accommodate that?" Jiang Xiuyan nodded, then stood and guided Han Xiaoxing to a meeting room, closing the door behind them. "Sir, you can rest assured, this room is devoid of any surveillance, ensuring your confidentiality." Han Shaoxing set down his bag and retrieved a yellow stone, placing it on the table, signaling Jiang Xiuyan to examine it. She donned a pair of white gloves, picked up the stone, and scrutinized it from various angles. After a moment of contemplation, she pressed a button on the table. Shortly after, an elderly man in his 60s entered, nodding in acknowledgement to Han Shaoxing. Jiang Xiuyan introduced him as Master Lu, a seasoned appraiser in the industry. Master Lu took the yellow stone and approached a table in the corner of the meeting room, where several tools and instruments were laid out. Commencing his assessment and weighing the stone, after approximately 15 minutes, Master Lu stood up and declared, "This is indeed real gold, though the purity is not exceptionally high, weighing in at 1.4 kilograms. Based on this purity, it is valued at 400 yuan per gram, totaling 560,000 yuan." Upon hearing Master Lu's definitive conclusion, Han Shaoxing finally breathed a sigh of relief, a wave of exhilaration washing over him as he silently cheered. "I am about to strike it rich. I am finally going to be wealthy." Jiang Xiuyan then took over the conversation. "Thank you, Master Lu, for your efforts. I will handle the next steps." After Master Lu left, Jiang Xiuyan produced a pawn contract and began negotiating the price. "Sir, how does the price of 560,000 yuan sound? Acceptable. Let us proceed at that price. I want cash." "Very well." Once the contract was signed, Jiang Xiuyan retrieved a stack of cash. Han Shaoxing used the cash counting machine on the meeting table to verify the amount before placing it into his backpack. Jiang Xiuyan summoned someone to collect the gold. As Han Shaoxing prepared to leave with his bag, Jiang Xiuyan handed him a business card with a smile. "Sir, here is my contact information. Should you have any items to sell in the future, please reach out to me. My WeChat and QQ numbers are on the card for easy communication." "Understood," Han Shaoxing replied, cautiously observing the surroundings outside the pawn shop before exiting without any sign of suspicion. Chapter 5. The motivation to earn money after crossing 2 streets and turning a corner. Han Shaoxing casually assessed his surroundings, ensuring he was not being followed before relaxing. He hailed a taxi and headed to the computer market. Upon arrival at a mobile repair shop, he presented his somewhat dirty phone for repairs. The technician disassembled the phone entirely, nearly turning it into parts. Fortunately, the technician's skills were commendable, and after thorough cleaning and drying, the repairs were completed. A new screen and outer casing were installed, making it appear as good as new. After a quick test, everything functioned properly. Han Shaoxing felt a surge of joy. Having revived his device, he felt hopeful for further success. In high spirits, he tipped the technician an extra 100 yuan, who expressed gratitude and handed him a business card. Feeling buoyant, Han Shaoxing embarked on a shopping spree. After an hour of shopping, he acquired a hiking backpack, a collection of outdoor gear, a high-performance laptop, and a new high-end smartphone, spending a total of 50,000 yuan. Money seemed to vanish quickly. In the blink of an eye, 50,000 yuan was gone, replaced by an array of new possessions. After exiting the computer market, he wandered around, confirming that he was not being followed before entering a nearby shopping mall. He took the elevator to the clothing floor and selected a suit. After changing into the new attire in the fitting room and stowing his old clothes in his backpack, he admired his reflection in the mirror, feeling quite dapper, although a slight belly was a minor concern. He sighed, attributing it to the sedentary office life. After completing his purchase, he activated his phone's navigation, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the car market. The car market was vast, adjacent to a large commercial plaza bustling with foot traffic, which housed numerous prominent automotive brands in their 4S dealerships. After much deliberation, Han Shaoxing finally settled on the BMW brand, primarily drawn to its striking appearance. In his view, aesthetics were paramount when it came to cars. Much like choosing a partner, a lack of attractiveness could overshadow even the best personality. BMW excelled in design, consistently setting trends that even Mercedes struggled to match. Performance-wise, both BMW and Mercedes had their strengths and weaknesses, but Han Shaoxing focused first on appearance. Upon spotting a BMW 7 Series, he removed his backpack, eager to test drive the vehicle. Carrying a backpack, he suddenly realized that with only over 500,000, purchasing a BMW 7 Series would only allow him to afford a third of it. He couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. The money simply wasn't sufficient. He decided to settle for a domestic car instead, affordable and practical, leaving him enough funds for meals and to assist his parents, thereby avoiding their incessant nagging. As for the appealing luxury vehicle, he would wait for another opportunity to traverse time. If a second chance arose, a BMW would be trivial. If not, practicality would prevail, and a domestic car would suffice. After reaching this resolution, he felt his spirits lift and left to seek out a domestic car dealer. The domestic car market was thriving, and he soon found himself captivated by the Geely Automobile's Xingrui model, boasting a 2.0-liter engine and a price of over 100,000, quite reasonable. After a test drive that left him satisfied, he decided to make the purchase. The efficiency of the dealership was commendable. By the time he finished lunch, all paperwork was completed. Driving through the city, he noticed no signs of being followed and let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps he had been overly sensitive, succumbing to paranoia. After all, acquiring a domestic car was hardly a matter of concern amidst everyone's busy lives. With his mind at ease, he drove to a nearby bank, specifically the construction bank, and deposited 300,000, leaving only 50,000 in his possession. This act alleviated his previous anxiety, allowing him to finally relax. Reflecting on his earlier state of mind, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Having been poor and suddenly acquiring a significant sum, he had become overly cautious, fearing scrutiny. If one were already wealthy, a sudden windfall would hardly provoke such anxiety. With the first opportunity to traverse time behind him, he believed a second chance was possible, and treasures surely awaited him in that valley. As long as he could retrieve them, financial worries would dissipate. He was confident that future opportunities to earn would arise, but he needed to adjust his mindset. Wealth that seemingly falls from the sky is best approached with a calm demeanor. Tension only invites suspicion. After reassuring himself, he regained his composure, excitement bubbling within him. He had just gained over 500,000, granting him newfound financial freedom, allowing him to take his time with work. Feeling relaxed, he initially considered visiting his sister, who taught at the university, but realizing it was getting late, he returned to Longjiang County. Upon arriving in the county, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He parked the car in front of his home and entered the living room, where his father, Han Zijuan, was watching television, and his mother, Chun Lihua, emerged from the kitchen, concerned. Xiaosheng, you've been out all day. Did you find anything worthwhile? Dad, Mom, I bought a Geely car. His father's eyes lit up, while his mother cast a disapproving glance. You've wasted money again. Where did you get the funds to buy a car? Han Xiaosheng quickly defended himself. Mom, I'm an honest person. I wouldn't do anything wrong. This money is mine, earned honestly. You can trust me. Afterward, he led his parents outside to see the car. His father was delighted, examining the vehicle and asking, how much did it cost? It's a domestic car, not too expensive, only 150,000. Come sit inside and see for yourself. Owning a car feels different, he urged. Han Zijuan climbed in, exploring the interior and happily exclaiming, we've always taken public transport. Now we have our own car. Though Chun Lihua initially disapproved of the expenditure, she couldn't help but feel pleased upon seeing the vehicle. Now that you have a car, focus on your work and avoid idleness. Han Xiaosheng presented his mother with a card from the construction bank. Mom, there is still 300,000 in this card. Use it as needed. Chun Lihua stared at him in disbelief. Xiaosheng, you haven't done anything illegal, have you? Our family values integrity. Feeling slightly offended, he whispered, Mom, what are you thinking? You know who I am. I found a piece of gold in the wild and exchanged it for cash, but I haven't told anyone else. You must keep it a secret. Chun Lihua appeared enlightened, pulling him inside and quietly inquiring, did you find it in the mountains yesterday? Upon receiving his nod, she was overjoyed, advising him to keep the news to themselves, even from his father, to prevent any leaks. Han Xiaosheng nodded in agreement. Relieved, Chun Lihua then asked where he found it, likely hoping for a stroke of luck herself. When he hesitated to divulge the location, she relented, reminding him to check back when he had the chance. Dinner that evening was filled with cheer, laughter, and warm conversation. Later, around 10 o'clock, once his parents had retired for the night, Han Xiaosheng lay in bed, fiddling with his phone. He opened various applications, whimsically experimenting to see if he could trigger the conditions for time travel once more. However, no matter how he tried, the countdown screen failed to appear. After 2 hours of fruitless efforts, he sighed and set his phone beside his pillow, drifting off to sleep. The next day, he spent the morning reflecting on the previous events, jotting down notes and pondering the criteria for time travel. In the afternoon, he played basketball at the community court, and later that evening, he continued to test the conditions for traversal. Yet, despite his relentless attempts, he experienced overwhelming disappointment. No further instances of time travel occurred. After the National Day holiday concluded on the 8th, Han Xiaosheng received a phone call from his university classmate, Zhu Peng, who informed him that another classmate had been diagnosed with terminal cancer. Years of treatment had depleted the family's finances, leaving them to seek assistance from fellow students. Zhu Peng was rallying support to help this classmate, and although Han Xiaoxing had only a nodding acquaintance with him, he felt compelled to contribute. Thinking of his recent financial windfall, he impulsively declared, "I'll donate 10,000. However, he immediately regretted his hasty promise, realizing he barely knew the individual and had always been frugal, often relying on his sister and brother-in-law for clothing. For him, 10,000 was no trivial sum. Zhu Peng praised Han Xiaoxing for his generosity, noting that most donations from their peers ranged from 500 to 1,000, while he himself had only contributed 10,000 due to their past connection. Feeling a twinge of regret for overcommitting, Han Xiaoxing nonetheless proceeded to transfer the money via WeChat to Zhu Peng. Zhu Peng, hailing from Jiangsu Zhejiang province, was well off and often took the lead in helping classmates with financial matters, further instilling Han Xiaoxing's trust in him. After the transfer, Han Xiaoxing calculated his remaining funds. With 290,000 in his bank account and 50,000 in cash, he had a total of 340,000 at his disposal. While that was a considerable amount, it was not excessive. If a family member fell gravely ill and required urgent funds, it might not suffice. He needed to devise a plan to earn more. Yet, he pondered whether the opportunity for time travel would ever return. Anxiety crept in as he continued to mull over the conditions for traversal, even contemplating a visit to his grandmother's grave, hoping for another chance to trigger the phenomenon. Simultaneously, he purchased several sealing bags online. Once they arrived, he spent considerable time testing them, ultimately selecting one that allowed for unhindered phone use while ensuring excellent airtightness. Satisfied with his choice, he ordered 10 identical bags from the seller, preparing them for potential future journeys through time. Concerned that prolonged stays in that world might deplete his phone's battery, rendering him unable to return, Han Xiaoxing purchased 10 power banks with the highest capacity available, along with 10 sets of USB charging cables. As time slipped away quietly during his daily ponderings, 3 days had passed without any tangible results. Fortunately, his parents, now aware of his newfound wealth, ceased to urge him to seek employment. Han Xiaoxing felt a twinge of anxiety. The impulse to strike it rich was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. He contemplated visiting his grandmother's grave in search of luck, pondering what excuse he could use to avoid appearing eccentric to the locals. Chapter 6, 2 more golds. On October 12th, the weather was splendid. After lunch, Han Xiaoxing sat at home watching television, but his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of traversing dimensions. As his frustration with the television grew, he decided to head downstairs to play basketball, resolving to revisit Tashiping the following day to see if he could trigger the conditions for his journey. After an hour of vigorous play, drenched in sweat and exhilarated, he rested on a stone bench, observing others shooting hoops. Just as he settled, the sunlight retreated behind clouds, the sky darkening, and a breeze began to stir the trees and grass. Sensing an impending rainstorm, Han Xiaoxing hurried home. Seated by his bedroom window, he watched branches thrash wildly, pedestrians hurriedly scurrying by, as the daylight faded into a deep gray. He planned to browse the internet for a while, waiting for his sweat to dry before taking a shower. In a matter of moments, the rain began to pour heavily outside, punctuated by flashes of lightning. Han Xiaoxing glanced at his phone, and a spark of inspiration struck him. The last time had been a stormy day, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Today was no different. Though one incident occurred at Tashiping outdoors and the other in the city of Longjiang indoors, could the same phenomenon occur again? Better to believe than to dismiss. As the rain intensified, the sky crackled with electric flashes and booming thunder. Han Xiaoxing was filled with anticipation. He quickly locked his bedroom door, donned a shirt and trousers, and pulled the curtains shut, leaving only a narrow gap. Gripping his phone, he stood before the curtains slit, fixated on the screen. A minute passed. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Disappointment washed over him, and he consoled himself. It was now 3:10 p.m. Perhaps waiting another hour would yield better results. The rain transformed from a light drizzle to a torrential downpour. Suddenly, a flurry of bright flashes erupted outside, likely a surge of lightning, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. Han Xiaoxing felt a dizzying rush, a deafening roar filling his ears, and his vision blurred. When clarity returned, he glanced down and felt a surge of joy. Countdown. 26 seconds, please prepare. Countdown. 25 seconds, please prepare. Han Xiaoxing hastily grabbed his prepared backpack, checked the tools inside, stuffed the 2 sets of power banks and USB cables from his table into the bag, slung it over his shoulder, and picked up his phone. Fully closing the curtains, he sat on the edge of his bed, eyes glued to the phone. The screen read, Countdown. 3 seconds, please prepare. Countdown. 2 seconds, please prepare. Countdown. 1 second, please prepare. The countdown concluded, and he was on the brink of crossing dimensions. The phone screen began to flicker. A swirling purple ring appeared around him, the light intensifying and the circle expanding, enveloping Han Xiaosheng. He squinted as the screen displayed 3:30 p.m. Suddenly, darkness engulfed him, and streams of black and white light whirled past as he felt intense pain. His body immobilized, yet he remained conscious. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet it also felt fleeting. At last, a glimmer of light pierced through, and the sensation of compression dissipated. Han Xiaosheng found himself seated on the grass, exactly where his phone had been before his last return. Could it be that each crossing positioned him based on his phone's coordinates? It appeared he would need to safeguard his phone diligently in the future. Observing the ground, he noticed his previously left shirt and trousers still lying there. Rising to survey his surroundings, he found the environment unchanged from last time. The valley remained as it was. The sky bore 10 suns, and the pond at the valley's center remained crystal clear, surrounded by lush grass, shrubs, and towering trees. Overcome with excitement, he rummaged through the grass along the shore and unearthed a stone that bore a striking resemblance to gold, which he eagerly stowed in his bag. As he finished, he contemplated returning but realized the vast expanse of the valley had barely been explored. He had only searched the grass and had yet to investigate the central pond. Thinking of how a single piece of gold could fetch hundreds of thousands, Han Xiaosheng surged with enthusiasm, clutching his bag and embarking on a thorough search. After some digging, he discovered another similar stone amidst the trees, but feeling somewhat unsatisfied, he decided to strip down and wade into the pond. The pond was filled with stones, and after an hour of searching, the water became murky, and he had collected all the visible stones, leaving a scattering of wet stones in the grass along the shore. Emerging from the water, Han Xiaosheng felt his back strain from the exertion, a consequence of his long absence from physical activity. He recalled his past, when he was a robust worker on the family farm, capable of enduring any labor. Sighing, he dressed and chose a patch of grass devoid of stones to recline and rest. After 3 minutes, having regained some strength, he stood and resumed searching through the grass by the pond's edge. Fortune seemed elusive. Most of the stones were pebbles, with some exhibiting odd shapes and colors he could not identify. Han Xiaosheng felt a pang of disappointment, yet he reminded himself that having found 2 stones resembling gold was a significant achievement. One must not be too greedy. If the 2 stones in his bag were indeed gold, their combined weight would exceed 6 pounds, an impending fortune that filled him with delight. With his left hand clutching the trousers he had left behind and his right hand holding his phone, he was about to turn back when his gaze was drawn to a distant fruit tree. Observing the tree laden with what appeared to be fuzzy peaches sparked an idea. With such an abundance of fruit, if he could transport some back, selling them to fruit shops and supermarkets would undoubtedly yield a profit. After all, it would be a venture with no initial investment. Pushing aside the weeds and shrubs, he approached a towering peach tree. The trunk was nearly as thick as an adult's embrace, its branches stretching freely toward the sky, heavily adorned with dense clusters of peaches. Han Xiaosheng marveled at the sight. He had never seen peaches grow so abundantly before. The peaches were clearly ripe, some a delicate blush of white and red, others more vividly red with hints of white, their sizes eclipsing the peaches he had encountered in the real world. As he assessed the height of the tree, Han Xiaosheng abandoned his desire to climb it. 10 years ago, he would have easily ascended to pluck the peaches, but years of office work had diminished his physical prowess, leaving him with a slight belly and delicate skin. Climbing the tree now seemed an impossible feat, resigning to the reality of his situation. Han Xiaosheng picked up a stone from the ground, gauging its weight and size before aiming it at a heavy peach branch and hurling it with force. Ouch! Han Xiaosheng cradled his right arm, bending forward in discomfort. He dared not move or exert himself. His earlier throw had strained his shoulder, leaving him with a painful sensation and overall weakness. After standing under the tree for some time, his shoulder gradually recovered. He gently moved his arm, reflecting on his past. Once, during summer vacations spent harvesting, he had been a robust laborer, seemingly impervious to fatigue. Now, after only a decade in the workforce, he found himself weakened to this extent. If he did not resume exercising, he might soon resemble an elderly person, walking with the utmost caution. Glancing up at the branch he had struck, he noticed a small area had been bruised, and one peach appeared to have fallen. Bending down to search through the grass, Han Xiaosheng finally discovered a large, fuzzy peach, miraculously unscathed save for a minor bruise on its skin. He casually tucked it into his pocket. Glancing up at the peaches hanging from the trees, he felt a twinge of worry. He had hoped to knock down a few more, but the painful experience from earlier lingered in his mind, rendering him hesitant to hurl any more stones for fear of exacerbating his shoulder. If no alternative presented itself, he would have to wait until his next journey to bring a tool for harvesting peaches. Lost in thought, a sudden thunderous noise from the sky startled Han Xiaosheng. He looked up to find 10 suns still hanging in the sky, while windswept sands danced across the mountain peaks surrounding the valley. It was evident that other unknown factors lurked here, perhaps even dangers. He resolved to leave quickly, especially since he already possessed 2 stones that could possibly be gold. With determination, he slung his backpack over his shoulder, grasped his shirt and pants in one hand, and his phone in the other, silently repeating, "I wish to return to the real world." The phone flickered, and a purple light enveloped him, swirling into a vortex. The vortex spun faster and faster until a flash of light occurred, and both it and Han Xiaosheng vanished into thin air. Chapter 7. Detoxification and Beauty. Once again, Han Xiaosheng found himself engulfed in darkness, with black and white streams of light racing past him. Intense pain coursed through his body, rendering him immobile. In moments of suffering, time drags interminably. Finally, a glimmer of light broke through, the suffocating sensation dissipated, and he sighed in relief, feeling the solid ground beneath him. He realized he was seated at the edge of his bed. Checking his phone, he noted the indicator light still flickering, thankfully not having drained like it had last time. Opening the zipper of his backpack, he discovered the stones remained intact. Another sigh of relief, having successfully brought back 2 pieces of gold. The phone displayed 4:45, indicating he had spent 75 minutes in the other world. Looking at the wall clock, he saw it was 3:55 p.m. on October 12th, meaning that while 75 minutes had passed in the valley, only 25 minutes had elapsed in the real world. The ratio of time was 1:3, suggesting the flow of time in the valley was swifter. However, he realized he needed to account for the time spent traversing between worlds. It would be prudent to bring a mechanical or digital watch next time to measure time accurately. He stowed away his backpack, holding the shirt, pants, and a change of clothes, intending to take a shower. Upon emerging, his mother remarked, "You should rest a bit. Dinner is still a while off." Han Xiaosheng replied, "I've rested enough. I feel a bit dirty and would like to wash up." Inside the bathroom, he closed the door and opened the washing machine lid. As he removed his pants, belt, and keys, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the large peach. Staring at it, he momentarily halted, having been preoccupied with thoughts of gold and nearly forgetting about the peach. After exerting himself in the valley, he felt a pang of hunger. It wasn't mealtime yet, so he decided to munch on the peach. He rinsed it under the faucet and began to eat. After finishing the fruit, he removed his glasses and tossed his clothes into the washing machine before stepping into the shower. While rinsing his back, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, forcing him to crouch and rush to the toilet. The release was exhilarating, but a foul stench nearly made him retch, prompting him to flush the toilet. The odor persisted, so he flushed again and returned to showering. Just as he was about to get dressed, he was hit by another wave of unpleasant smell. How could shampoo and body wash fail to mask the odor from earlier? Looking down, he noticed a thin layer of gray-black mud seeping from his skin. Disgusted, he quickly washed again, relieved he hadn't put on a shirt yet. Otherwise, he would have soiled it. After this second wash, he sniffed himself repeatedly, satisfied that only the fragrance of body wash remained, though the bathroom still retained a strong odor. After lingering in the bathroom for 10 minutes without any further signs of mud, Han Xiaosheng finally dressed. Exiting the bathroom, he found his mother entering, turning on the washing machine and filling it with water. Shortly after, the machine began to rumble, and his mother emerged with a peculiar expression. "Xiaosheng, are you feeling unwell? The smell after you used the toilet was quite strong." Feeling embarrassed, Han Xiaosheng quickly explained, "Mom, I'm not sure why it was so bad. I think I've been a bit overheated lately. I'll get you some medicine to cool you down," she offered. "No need. I have some in my bag," he replied, grabbing his phone and heading into his bedroom. Standing before the wardrobe mirror, he was astonished to find himself resembling his youthful self from over 20 years ago. Upon closer inspection, he realized the wrinkles that had recently appeared on his forehead were mysteriously gone. What could be the cause of this? Could it be a side effect of his journey to that other world? No, it must be the peach. The stomach ache and subsequent trip to the toilet indicated an internal detox, while the gray mud seeping from his skin during the shower suggested an external cleansing. This resembled the detoxifying and beautifying elixirs described in fantasy novels. Might that peach possess similar properties? Perhaps akin to the legendary celestial peaches known for granting longevity? That seemed unlikely. According to novels, celestial peaches are meant for extending life. While this peach might be a rare variety capable of detoxification and beautification, likely difficult to find in today's environment. It was possible such peaches existed in the pristine forests of places like Shenangjia. After contemplating for a while, Han Shaoxing felt a surge of excitement. This discovery outweighed even the gold he had acquired last time. After all, detoxification equates to better health, and beauty is merely an added bonus. These peaches could enhance the health of his family, leading to longevity. In comparison, no amount of gold could surpass the value of his family's well-being. However, explaining the origin of such peaches posed a challenge. How could he justify their acquisition? After much deliberation, he felt a headache coming on. If word got out carelessly, it could lead to unforeseen troubles. Putting it aside for now, he decided to transport them back gradually, leaving the explanation for later. Recalling the thunderous noise heard before his return, he realized there were likely other unknown factors in the valley that could pose danger. Thus, he must prepare adequately next time, bringing along protective items, safety first. Opening his backpack, he confirmed that the 2 yellow stones remained inside, easing his worries. He pondered. Tomorrow he would take these stones to the provincial city and seek a pawn shop to convert them into cash. He had to be cautious not to let his parents discover them. After all, he hadn't ventured into the wilderness. Having devised a plan, Han Shaoxing felt more at ease and began searching for information on peach trees and other fruit-bearing plants online. That night, as rain continued to fall outside, he drifted into a deep sleep. Chapter 8. Huaxin Pawn Shop. In the morning, Han Shaoxing awoke to a clear sky after the rain. After breakfast, he announced his intention to take a drive, heading straight to Xingqing. The journey went smoothly, and by 10 a.m., he arrived in the city. After a brief tour, he made his way to the Yuhua district, locating a pawn shop named Huaxin Pawn Shop. From a distance, he spotted a large building several streets away, parked his car, and entered the department store. Inside, he purchased 3 sets of distinct new clothing, 2 denim outfits, 4 wigs, sunglasses, and a mask. Returning to his car, he changed into a denim outfit in the back seat, donning a wig, sunglasses, and mask, along with a hat, completely altering his appearance. Stepping out, Han Shaoxing strolled leisurely, crossing 5 streets until he arrived at the entrance of Huaxin Pawn Shop. He glanced up at the sign before entering. The layout of Huaxin Pawn Shop was similar to that of Jindian Pawn Shop, yet it boasted more than double the space, adorned in splendid, antique decor. A charming woman in her 30s approached, possessing a petite stature and an alluring figure. Upon encountering Han Shaoxing, she greeted him with a warm smile and said, "Sir, I am Lu Yin, the business manager of Huaxin. How may I assist you today?" Han Shaoxing surveyed the surroundings and replied softly, "Manager Lu, I have 2 items I wish to liquidate." "Very well, please follow me," Lu Yin responded enthusiastically. Han Shaoxing accompanied Lu Yin into a reception room where they both took their seats. Lu Yin summoned someone to serve tea, but Han Shaoxing waved his hand, stating, "Manager Lu, there is no need for formalities. Let us attend to business first." Lu Yin instructed the staff to leave and closed the door, seating herself across from him. Han Shaoxing retrieved 2 gold bars from his bag, placing them on the table. "Manager Lu, these are 2 gold bars. I wish to convert them into cash. Please take a look." Upon seeing the clearly natural gold bars on the table, Lu Yin was taken aback and called for an appraiser. The appraiser, surnamed Wu, appeared to be in his 60s and seemed quite experienced. After a thorough examination, including a visit to a small appraisal room in the corner, he excitedly remarked, "These are natural gold bars. Though they contain some impurities, the purity is remarkably high, estimated to fetch between 440 to 460 yuan per gram. Sir, did you find these in the wild?" Han Shaoxing smiled enigmatically, neither confirming nor denying. Seeing this, old Wu quickly apologized. "I beg your pardon. I should not have asked. Should you encounter similar treasures in the future, I hope you will consider our company first." Han Shaoxing nodded in agreement, and old Wu handed over his business card before exiting. Lu Yin informed Han Shaoxing, "Old Wu is an expert in metal appraisal and a well-known figure in the antique industry. He even holds shares in this pawn shop." Han Shaoxing understood now. No wonder old Wu was so cordial. He was eager to cultivate potential clients. After some discussion, the pawn shop appraised the gold bars, which weighed a total of 3.2 kilograms, and agreed on a price of 450 yuan per gram, totaling 1.44 million yuan. Han Xiaoxing's heart raced at the sight of the neatly stacked 100 yuan bills on the table. This was over 1 million. Lu Yin was busily counting the money with a bill counter while Han Xiaoxing watched closely. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of a tantalizing curve, and ordinarily, he would have taken the opportunity to admire it, but with the cash in front of him, he merely glanced before redirecting his gaze. It seemed the allure of wealth was significant enough to divert his attention from beauty. Once the cash was secured and packed, Lu Yin handed him her business card. Shaking his hand as she said, "Sir, thank you for your visit. I hope to see you again next time. Please feel free to call me in advance." "All right. I will remember," he replied. After leaving the pawn shop, Han Xiaoxing cautiously returned to his car, ensuring no one was following him. He drove around Star City twice before heading to a Wanda Plaza, where he deposited 400,000 yuan at CITIC Bank, followed by another 400,000 at Industrial and Commercial Bank, and finally 500,000 at Zhujiang Commercial Bank, keeping 140,000 yuan in cash for emergencies. With 140,000 from this transaction and 50,000 from the last, he now had 190,000 yuan in hand. After circling Wanda Plaza a few times to ensure he wasn't being watched, Han Xiaoxing drove straight to the computer market. With money in his possession, a desire to spend surged within him, compelling him to upgrade his adventure gear. After browsing for an extended period and comparing prices, he purchased a new Oppo smartphone, opting for the model with the largest storage and memory capacity. He also acquired a new phone number with a monthly plan costing 288 yuan for convenience in future communications. Now armed with 3 phones, he felt well equipped. He found a store selling mobile accessories and acquired a robust waterproof case for his new phone, an essential tool for capturing images during his adventures. Should anything happen, he would lose the newly taken photos in the phone. Ascending to the second floor of the computer market, he spent another hour comparing prices, ultimately purchasing a new laptop while planning to retain his old one for confidential documents. Feeling invigorated, he ventured to the 3rd and 4th floors. The 4th floor housed a cinema, while the 3rd floor featured various equipment vendors. Spotting a store specializing in outdoor gear, he was drawn to a selection of stylish binoculars and tried several until his eyes began to blur from the strain. He finally selected the highest magnification model and purchased 5 units, much to the delight of the shopkeeper, who beamed with happiness at the flattering remarks he received. Elated by the exchange, Han Xiaoxing chose an array of outdoor supplies, acquiring 2 of each item he deemed useful. The shopkeeper, knowing how to please, offered him a 20% discount and even helped load the items into his vehicle, providing a membership card for future discounts. Feeling satisfied, Han Xiaoxing accepted the membership card and returned home to Longjiang with ease. After installing the new laptop system and transferring software and various documents, he realized it was already 10:30 p.m. Han Xiaoxing hurriedly washed his feet and retired for the night. Chapter 9. Vision Restoration. Upon waking the next morning and finishing breakfast, Han Xiaoxing accompanied his parents to watch television. His mother, Han Zijuan, noticed his improved complexion and inquired, "Xiaoxing, you seem to be in better spirits these past few days. Is there something good happening?" Han Xiaoxing hesitated, eventually confessing, "Dad, after careful consideration, I've decided I do not wish to return to work and would like to explore a different career path. However, I intend to take some time off to evaluate what might suit me." His mother, Chun Lihua, appeared somewhat displeased. "Xiaoxing, although you have some savings, it is unwise to remain unemployed for an extended period. There is a saying, one cannot live off past earnings. Continuous income is essential to maintain your savings." "I understand," Han Xiaoxing replied, feeling a headache coming on. He recognized that his parents had his best interests at heart and were not being unreasonable. His straightforward nature often led him to speak candidly at work, which sometimes offended others. His ex-wife felt he lacked charm and did not understand romance, leading to frequent arguments and ultimately their divorce. Under his mother's insistence, Han Xiaoxing had met many women, some of whom he briefly dated, but none of those relationships flourished. He was a free-spirited individual who loved money, yet disliked conforming to please others. This trait was why, despite years of employment, he had little savings. When faced with adversity at work, he would not compromise his principles, leading him to change jobs frequently, which hindered his ability to save. As he aged, he grew accustomed to living alone and had no plans to seek a partner or remarry. His financial goals were modest. He prioritized health and comfort above all else, which accounted for his good physical condition. However, he felt unfilial, as his inability to save money caused his parents concern. He desired independence and would not easily yield to his parents' nagging. His financial ambition was to gain their trust and cease their interference in his life. Having sold gold twice now, he found himself financially stable but aware that the source of his wealth would be difficult to explain to his family. After much contemplation, he decided it was time to return to the valley to procure something of tangible value, which would not only benefit his parents' health but could also divert their attention. Perhaps he might even discover a lucrative new venture. In the days that followed, Han Xiaosheng busied himself preparing for another journey into the unknown. Reflecting on the binoculars and outdoor supplies he had purchased from the computer market, he felt his stock was insufficient. After all, adventures often came with unforeseen costs. He opened an online shopping site and bought a range of outdoor climbing and exploration gear, including a survival rescue toolkit and outdoor exploration cloths. Once the items arrived at the logistics point, he discreetly collected them to avoid his parents, hiding them in his bedroom. With these supplies, he could now venture into the uncharted territories beyond the valley. Considering the physical exertion involved in exploration and the need for sustenance, he visited a nearby supermarket and stocked up on an assortment of snacks, including biscuits and candies. Given the necessity to ascend to the peak of the valley, Han Xiaosheng felt his physical condition was inadequate. He sought out a gym in the county town, acquired a membership card, and commenced a daily regimen of fitness training. However, he was cautious not to rush, fearful of injury, and thus progressed gradually. His parents, observing his absence from work and his constant engagement in basketball and fitness, grew somewhat anxious. Han Xiaosheng, citing the need to adjust his mindset, presented his parents with 150,000 yuan in cash to quell their incessant worries. When his parents inquired about the source of the money, he simply chuckled and reassured them of his integrity, declaring, "You know well my character. I am a man of honesty, devoid of vices. Rest assured, this money is clean, and there will be more to come." Understanding their son's nature, they ceased their inquiries but cautioned him against any actions that might betray his conscience. His mother specifically advised him to maintain discretion, suspecting he had stumbled upon something valuable. Han Xiaosheng readily agreed and continued his daily exercises, eventually locating an outdoor training club in the county town to learn rock climbing. Outdoor rock climbing is a physically demanding pursuit. Han Xiaosheng focused intently, beginning with the fundamentals to gradually enhance both his strength and skills. Aware that his long hours seated at an office desk had rendered his muscles stiff, he recognized that impatience could lead to injury, necessitating a prolonged recovery that would hinder his fitness aspirations. Soon, however, he noticed remarkable changes in his body. Not only had his physical stamina improved, but his eyesight was also beginning to recover. Previously reliant on glasses with a prescription exceeding 500 degrees, he could barely achieve one. Zero vision. Now, he found himself able to read letters on the vision chart marked 1.5 with clarity. To accommodate his improving eyesight, he visited an optical store for a new examination. Discovering his unaided vision had reached 0.5. This transformation filled him with immense joy. The heavy glasses that had burdened him for years had long prompted thoughts of laser surgery, yet he had missed the optimal time for the procedure. Now, it seemed his long-held dream was on the verge of realization, rekindling his hopes regarding the fuzzy peaches. He acquired a new pair of glasses with a 300-degree prescription and another pair of over 150 degrees, opting not to wear them regularly, but rather to use them when necessary. In tandem with his intensified training, he monitored the local weather forecasts daily, eagerly anticipating rain or storms. Located at the confluence of Hunan, Hubei, and Jiangxi provinces, Longjiang County is characterized by mountainous and hilly terrain. With a climate that falls under the continental monsoon category, autumns are typically dry and stable, allowing for advance notice of weather changes. On the evening of October 16th, Han Xiaosheng learned from the weather report that rain was expected in Longjiang County in the coming days, though its presence in the county town remained uncertain. Thus, he spent the next few days at home, preparing for the opportunity that might arise. At 6:30 p.m. on October 19th, while watching television with his parents, he noticed rain beginning to fall outside. Recognizing that the moment could arrive at any time, he hurried to his bedroom to make preparations. The rain intensified, accompanied by thunder and lightning. By 10 p.m., his old phone finally responded, displaying, "Countdown, 30 seconds, please prepare. Countdown, 29 seconds, please prepare." Han Xiaosheng's heart raced with excitement as he drew the curtains, locked the door, slung his newly acquired climbing backpack over his shoulder, and sat on the edge of his bed, a foldable alloy pole in his left hand and his old phone in his right, awaiting the countdown. Countdown. 1 second. Please prepare. Countdown complete. Crossing dimensions imminent. The screen flickered, and a swirling purple circle appeared around him, its brightness intensifying, enveloping Han Xiaosheng. He glanced at the wall clock, noting it was 10:25 p.m. Suddenly, darkness engulfed him, and streams of black and white light rushed past him, causing excruciating pain that rendered him immobile. Time felt both slow and fleeting. Finally, as the pressure subsided, he found himself standing on grass, precisely at the location of his previous phone. Chapter 10. The first descent from the valley. Han Xiaosheng quickly surveyed his surroundings. Everything appeared normal. Apart from ants and insects, he saw no small animals. The pond remained crystal clear, the valley lush with green grass and shrubs, and towering fruit trees graced the mountainside. The sky was still adorned with 10 suns, and the temperature was comparable to that of the real world. Listening intently, he noted the tranquility around him, devoid of the previous cacophony, which eased his mind. Setting down his backpack, he emptied its contents onto the grass. Grasping the foldable alloy pole, he approached the fuzzy peach tree from last time. He extended the pole to its full length of approximately 5 meters and carefully struck down dozens of ripe peaches, counting about 57 in total. Looking up, he estimated there were still hundreds left on the tree, and upon surveying the valley, he noticed many other peach trees bearing fruit. He calculated that these were akin to coins that could not walk. He resolved to bring more fiber bags next time. Upon reaching a tree bearing both white and black fruits, he pondered their potential uses. Could these be Tai Chi fruits? One black for vitality, one white for demise? Contemplating the fruit's effects, he did not overlook them, gathering 5 of each, though he refrained from taking more until understanding their purpose, as wastefulness was disgraceful. Stuffing the fruits into several plastic bags, he found them quite heavy. Any more would be difficult to carry. He wisely ceased his foraging and concealed the filled bags in the thicket for easy retrieval later. Observing the grassy area, he noted the various stones he had tossed from the pond still lay undisturbed, indicating the valley had seen no animals or humans. Equipped with climbing gear, he circled the area and, after careful examination, discovered 2 locations particularly suited for climbing. These spots were not sheer cliffs but steep earth slopes, each crowned with sturdy trees that, while not towering, appeared strong enough to provide support. Han Xiaosheng selected the slope with denser underbrush at the base, reasoning that should any danger arise from above, a direct leap down would likely spare him from fatal injury. Estimating the distance, he launched his flying tiger claw, successfully snagging a tree branch after several attempts, which made him sweat with apprehension. During one attempt, the claw missed its target, and he nearly injured himself while retracting it. With his climbing backpack secured and specialized gloves donned, Han Xiaosheng began his arduous ascent. By the time he clutched the tree branch at the slope's summit, he was utterly exhausted. As he caught his breath, he surveyed the surrounding environment. His field of vision revealed a multitude of circular pits, densely populated, stretching to the horizon. The distance between the pits was not great, roughly 200 meters apart, and the ground between was overgrown with weeds, shrubs, and trees. Though their growth appeared less vigorous than that of the valley, the sky was a deep blue, devoid of clouds, with 10 suns radiating warmth and light. The temperature here was several degrees warmer than in the valley, evoking a sense of midsummer heat. Han Xiaosheng retrieved his military-grade binoculars to scan the area, noting dense forests in all 4 directions. In one direction, he even spotted towering mountains in the background, though the details remained elusive through the lenses. He estimated that walking there would take no less than 10 days to reach the foothills. After resting beneath the trees for a while, Han Xiaosheng began to stroll towards the nearest pit, navigating the relatively flat terrain between pits, where he observed some familiar insects, albeit appearing larger than their earth counterparts. In the thicket, numerous shrubs and towering trees stood tall, reaching over 20 meters in height, adorned with unknown fruits. Lacking botanical knowledge, Han Xiaosheng could not identify the flora. He refrained from plucking the fruits from the shrubs, choosing instead to proceed cautiously while remaining alert to the sounds around him. Fortunately, the environment resembled Earth, free from any menacing serpents. After carefully traversing over 200 meters, he arrived at the edge of a large pit and peered down. This pit mirrored the shape of the valley he had traversed to arrive here, with a comparable area that included ponds, grassy fields, shrubs, stones, and lofty trees. The ground carpeted with wildflowers. Some treetops bore clusters of fruits, while the rest appeared similar. Han Xiaosheng exhaled in relief. This place was momentarily safe. He returned to the valley from which he had crossed, placing a red marker by a tree and naming it Valley Number 1, as it served as his landing point for each journey. Using Valley Number 1 as a focal point, he meticulously explored the surrounding pits. After over an hour, he had assessed more than 10 pits, discovering they were largely alike and posed no danger. Sweaty and weary, he considered taking a break. Upon returning to Valley Number 1, he rested while allowing his thoughts to wander. The multitude of circular pits, densely clustered, resembled those formed by meteor showers. However, given their small size, it was likely that the meteors were not substantial. The flourishing vegetation suggested a lack of radiation. Yet, he pondered whether all the pits were similarly benign. If some harbored danger, he would need to exercise increased caution. Regrettably, exploring all the pits would consume considerable time, seemingly requiring at least a month or two. The terrain was difficult to navigate, with overgrown foliage, and he lamented the absence of a bicycle to ease his traversing. After a brief respite, Han Xiaosheng resumed his exploration. 2 hours later, he returned to Valley Number 1 after investigating around 20 more pits. Aside from encountering a few grass snakes along the way, he found no threats or new discoveries. Exhausted with little to show for his efforts, his interest in further exploration waned, and he yearned to return to the real world. He tied 2 coils of rope to the roots of 2 trees, descended to the valley floor, and concealed his climbing gear and outdoor supplies among the shrubs, ensuring he would not need to carry them on his next visit. Grasping several bags of fruit, slinging his backpack over one shoulder, and holding his phone, he silently repeated, "I wish to return to the real world." This time, the phone emitted a flash of light, enveloping him in a violet glow. The light began to swirl before forming a vortex, which spun faster and faster. Suddenly, with a flash, the vortex, along with Han Xiaosheng, vanished into thin air. Chapter 11. The extraordinary rib soup. Han Xiaosheng regained his senses to find himself seated beside his bed, clutching several bags of fruit. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted it was 11:25 p.m., indicating that only 60 minutes had passed in the real world. His time in the alternate realm had lasted approximately 4 hours, establishing a time dilation of 1:4, with the disparity between the 2 worlds intensifying. Hearing the stillness in the living room, he surmised that his parents were likely asleep. He stashed the bags of fruit in the cupboard and prepared for bed. The following morning, Han Xiaosheng resolved to purchase a large-capacity electric pressure cooker to prepare a soup using the fuzzy peaches he had brought back for his parents, aiming for a detoxifying and beautifying effect. Based on the previous benefits he had experienced after consuming the peaches, he believed this soup would sufficiently aid his parents in rejuvenating their gradually aging bodies. He visited a nearby hypermarket, selecting a sizable Midea electric pressure cooker, along with some pork ribs and seasonings, asking the butcher to chop the ribs into smaller pieces. Upon returning home, he found his mother had yet to return from grocery shopping, and his father was still sleeping in. Seizing the opportunity, Han Xiaosheng rinsed the ribs in hot water twice, placed them along with red dates into the pressure cooker, added water, and then retrieved a slightly bruised peach from his room, washed it, chopped it, and added it to the pot. He plugged in the cooker and activated the soup mode. Concerned about the potential effects of the soup being too remarkable to explain, he pondered a solution. He thought of his sister, Han Ying, who had graduated from university years ago and was now teaching archaeology and ancient scripts at a university in the provincial capital. Given her extensive knowledge, she might assist him. He took out his phone and called Han Ying. "Sister, I have a wonderful ingredient that can be used for soup. It detoxifies and beautifies the body. I just made a pot of rib soup and added some. I plan to simmer it all day and serve it to our parents at dinner for their health. I'm concerned about how to explain it, so I wanted to discuss it with you," suggesting it was a health tonic we developed together. "Xiaosheng, you must be cautious. I specialize in archaeology, not herbal medicine," she replied. "Don't worry, just come over during lunch. We can taste it first. If all goes well, we can serve it to them. All right, see you at noon. But please don't let anything slip until we confirm the results." After hanging up, Han Xiaosheng changed into sportswear and went downstairs to play basketball. After more than an hour of playing, he returned home to find Han Ying had already arrived from Xingqing. Their parents, Han Zijuan and Chen Lihua, were in the living room chatting with her. Upon entering, Chen Lihua began to scold him. "Tell me, do you have money to waste? Why buy a pressure cooker when we have 3 smaller ones that work just fine? Besides, you're unemployed now, just consuming resources." Han Xiaosheng quickly defended himself. "Mom, I believe a larger electric pressure cooker is more convenient for making porridge and soups, especially for larger gatherings." Han Zijuan added his complaint. "Not only are you wasting money, but what kind of soup are you making? The aroma is so enticing that I can hardly sleep. I woke up this morning before I was fully rested, and now I feel exhausted." Just as Han Xiaosheng was about to clarify, Chen Lihua interrupted. "You really need to get your schedule in order. Staying up late and sleeping in is not healthy. Let us not digress. I was talking about the soup, he insisted. Realizing her mistake, Chun Lihua looked at Han Xiaosheng with curiosity. He glanced at his sister, Han Ying, and explained, I simply added some seasoning while making the soup, and it turned out to be quite aromatic. It seems the seasoning works well. His father suddenly perked up. Xiaosheng, where did you buy that seasoning? We should use it for our rib soup from now on. Han Xiaosheng shook his head. Let's taste the soup's effects first before deciding. When lunchtime arrived, Han Xiaosheng carefully released the pressure, finding no danger, and lifted the lid of the pressure cooker. He ladled 4 bowls of soup, added cool boiled water to the cooker, replaced the lid, and continued simmering. He took a spoonful, closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then opened them to say, Dad, Mom, the soup isn't fully ready yet. My sister and I will taste it first, so please wait a moment. This soup tastes delightful. Sister, you should try it, he encouraged. Han Ying took a sip, savored the flavor, and nodded in approval. It truly tastes wonderful. The effects seem promising. Dad, Mom, you should try a bit too. Han Zijuan took a mouthful and was immediately enchanted by the flavor. He continued to drink, exclaiming, This soup is exquisite. It's my first time tasting something this delicious. I've been feeling a bit off lately, but after having this soup, I feel my appetite returning. Chun Lihua, somewhat skeptical and believing Han Zijuan was exaggerating, took a spoonful herself. Instantly, her eyes also narrowed in delight. Delicious, truly delicious. Just one sip has made me feel invigorated. Father, Mother, do not solely indulge in the soup. Partake in some solid dishes as well. No matter how delectable the soup may be, it cannot satiate one's hunger. For this meal, Han Ying and Han Xiaosheng both felt only about 70% full. After the elderly couple savored the soup, their appetites surged, and they consumed twice their usual portions. Ultimately, they cleared all the dishes but were still left wanting more. Feeling overly full, they settled on the sofa to watch television, too lethargic to tidy up the dining table for the first time. Once Han Xiaosheng and Han Ying finished clearing the table, the elderly couple felt less bloated and began to perk up. Xiaosheng, this soup is truly remarkable. I feel an invigorating lightness throughout my body, and the discomfort in my chest has diminished, remarked Han Zijuan. Having previously indulged in smoking and drinking, age had brought him bronchitis and heart disease, which had plagued him for years. To his surprise, a simple bowl of soup had alleviated much of his discomfort. Seeing his father's condition improved relieved Han Xiaosheng, who had been worried about his father's health. Glancing at his mother, he noted her radiant appearance and straightened posture. His mother, a diligent worker, could scarcely relax without engaging in chores, which had led to a myriad of health issues over the years. Low blood pressure, heart disease, lumbar strain, bone hyperplasia, and arthritis had plagued her in succession. Witnessing the positive effects of the soup on his parents filled Han Xiaosheng with joy. He exchanged a knowing glance with Han Ying, and they decided to take a stroll outside. Finding a secluded spot, Han Xiaosheng inquired, During your archaeological explorations, did you uncover any ancient dietary therapy recipes or nourishment lists? Han Ying pondered for a moment before her eyes lit up. Now that you mention it, I recall that several ancient tombs have been excavated in recent years, and there seems to be some mention of nutritional or therapeutic remedies. However, I will need to look into it further. All right. Soon you and our parents will experience detoxification and beautification effects. Have you noticed my current appearance? This is the result of detoxification and rejuvenation, Han Xiaosheng replied. Han Ying appraised him and nearly gasped. I hadn't realized until you pointed it out. You seem to have rejuvenated significantly, as if you've returned to your 20s. Is this truly the effect of detoxification? It's astonishing. It is crucial to establish a plausible source. I have contemplated this, but cannot find a reasonable explanation. One might assert the acquisition of divine treasures or miraculous health recipes. There must be an answer. Han Ying, still uncertain, suggested, perhaps we should keep this under wraps for now. We'll let our parents remain unaware until I find a credible source. Very well, let us return. Upon entering the living room, Chun Lihua was outside the bathroom urging Han Zijuan, hurry up, I need to use the restroom. Han Zijuan's response came from within, followed by the sound of flushing. As he opened the bathroom door, Chun Lihua instinctively covered her nose. Why didn't you clean the bathroom properly? The odor is permeating into the living room. Han Zijuan retorted, I did clean it. The smell is simply that strong. Chun Lihua shot him a disdainful look as she entered the bathroom. Han Zijuan felt uncomfortable, touching his face only to find it smudged. How did I get dirty just from using the restroom? Just as he was about to check the mirror, Han Xiaosheng called out to him, Dad, that's merely the detoxification process. Just take a shower later. Han Zijuan, perplexed, whispered, "What is going on? Isn't it just a flavorful pork rib soup?" Han Xiaosheng realized he could no longer keep the truth hidden. Once he began adjusting his family's health, word would eventually leak out. He replied quietly, "Dad, the seasoning we provide not only nourishes the body but also detoxifies and beautifies. It is beneficial for health. However, this ingredient is quite rare, and for now, we can only use it for family. Selling it externally isn't feasible due to insufficient supplies. If it's as effective as you say, we certainly shouldn't rush to sell it. We need to use it ourselves first. If too many people find out, it will lead to complications, as we won't be able to meet the demand." 5 minutes later, the bathroom door opened, and Chen Lihua emerged, bringing an unpleasant odor into the living room. Upon seeing her expression, Han Xiaosheng and Han Ning exclaimed in unison, "Mom, you look several years younger." Chen Lihua appeared to have washed her face, her complexion rosy, and a smile tugged at her lips. Han Zijuan eagerly rushed to wash his face and emerged grinning broadly. Han Xiaosheng cautioned them, "You've both detoxified. After dinner, you'll detoxify again. Take a shower tonight, and when you wake up tomorrow, you won't recognize yourselves." "Truly marvelous," Chen Lihua exclaimed. Han Ning then urged her parents to keep this matter confidential, stressing that no one should speak of it. Having weathered decades of life's trials, the elderly couple, wise with age, understood the importance of discretion. Chapter 12. The recipe. Once the elderly couple had ventured out for a walk, Han Xiaosheng and Han Ning began discussing ancient dietary therapy or nourishment recipes, hoping to find a reasonable explanation for the health soup. Just as he was about to speak, Han Ning clutched her stomach and declared, "I need to use the restroom as well. It seems detoxification is upon me." When she reappeared in the living room, a quarter of an hour had passed. Han Ning must have washed her face. Droplets adorned her forehead, and where her skin had previously appeared dull, it now radiated with vitality. The blemishes that once marred her complexion had vanished, making her look as though she were in her 30s. Standing in front of the bedroom mirror, she twirled around, a delighted expression gracing her face as she said to Han Xiaosheng, "Xiaosheng, do I not look several years younger?" Han Xiaosheng, taken aback by her youthful appearance, exclaimed, "Sister, you truly look remarkably younger. I wager that when you return home tonight, your husband won't even recognize you. I recall you frequently suffered from ailments. How do you feel now?" Han Ning twisted her waist and jumped a few times, joyfully replying, "I feel so much better. If I refrain from strenuous activity, I feel like I'm in my 20s again." Han Xiaosheng retrieved several plastic bags from the bedroom, producing a fuzzy peach. "Sister, this state is not your limit. You will only continue to grow younger. Behold, this is the treasure I added to the pork rib soup. Isn't this a fuzzy peach? I remember we used to grow these in our backyard when I was a child. Indeed, I obtained this from a certain place. In fact, eating it directly would yield better results, but I was concerned about the elderly being unable to handle such nourishment, which is why I prepared a pot of soup." Han Ning scrutinized the peach for a moment before stating, "Based on today's results, this is indeed a miraculous treasure. Compared to the century-old ginseng touted online, this is utterly superior. One could easily believe it to be a celestial peach. However, explaining such extraordinary health benefits from merely a peach is challenging in today's scientific society, which values materialism. According to myth, this would be a celestial peach. Fortunately, if we transform it into a nourishing soup and dilute it significantly, the effects will be greatly reduced, making it less extraordinary. At most, it would be a few times stronger than ginseng, falling within a reasonable range of explanation. By the way, how many of these peaches do you have?" Han Xiaosheng hesitated to disclose his ability to traverse through thunderstorms, as it was too fantastical. Considering that Han Ning was his sister, he carefully chose his words. "Sister, there are only 57 of these peaches. I have stored the rest in the bedroom cabinet. You should take some home to prepare the pork rib soup for your husband and nephew to improve their health. I can obtain more of these peaches in the future, but the quantity will not be significant, nor can I guarantee when I will acquire them. That makes them quite rare and valuable. Xiaosheng, I want to pry into where you obtained them, as the more people who know, the more susceptible we are to leaks, making us vulnerable. That is precisely why I advised our parents to keep this matter confidential. Xiaosheng, if we were to transform this nourishing soup for the benefit of our loved ones, it would indeed be harmless. However, each individual possesses their own circle of friends and family. Upon experiencing the remarkable effects of the nourishing soup, it is inevitable that some will feel compelled to share it with their acquaintances, ultimately leading to widespread awareness. Should one wish to register a brand for this nourishing soup and secure a patent, certain data must be disclosed. Otherwise, it will not pass the scrutiny of the Patent Office. Upon hearing this, Han Shaoxing proposed a suggestion. Sister, let us focus solely on the nourishing soup. As long as you can procure some ancient recipes for dietary therapy or nutritional supplements, we can devise a formula. The mere existence of a formula suffices. If others were to pilfer our recipe and face dire consequences, it would not be our fault. We could simply claim we possess unique secrets. If we resolve this issue, I believe I could forego my job altogether. I could establish a nourishing dietary therapy establishment, offering a soup with minimal effects. At that point, wealth would come rolling in, and we would all prosper. Han Ning nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of this approach. Shaoxing, you are correct. If our nourishing dietary therapy establishment flourishes in the future, it could thrive spectacularly. As long as we safeguard the formula, it could provide a stable income for our family and improve everyone's quality of life. We can devise special business strategies. Unlike ordinary rustic eateries that seek to attract as many customers as possible, our nourishing dietary therapy establishment will cater to all patrons. Each day, in addition to presenting our top 10 signature dishes, we shall also enhance these dishes with specific ingredients to elevate their flavors and reputation. While we will not offer nourishing soup at the rustic eatery, we will incorporate diluted peach juice into the ingredients, bestowing a slight health benefit, one that only reveals its efficacy after prolonged consumption. Conversely, the nourishing aspect of our business should limit customer numbers, as we lack sufficient raw materials. Thus, we should implement a membership policy, providing nourishing soup exclusively to members. Under normal circumstances, the rustic dishes and the nourishing soup should remain distinct entities within the establishment, with separate spaces and staff. The peach juice should be controlled by family members to mitigate potential issues. All right, sister. Let us set aside the discussion of the dietary therapy establishment for now and focus on the recipe for the nourishing soup. Upon your return, please expedite your search for ancient dietary therapy or nutritional supplement recipes so we can assemble a formula. Once the formula is ready, we will reconvene to discuss whether we need to fabricate some experimental data and records. At that point, we can procure various Chinese herbs and combine them with peaches to create a blended traditional herbal nourishing soup. The more useless herbs, the better, as long as they do not detract from the efficacy and possess no side effects. We should aim for complexity to confound those with ill intentions. We can also experiment with several varieties of the nourishing soup to further bewilder those with ulterior motives. Shaoxing, if we are to sell nourishing soup, how shall we determine the pricing and external supply? Sister, in terms of efficacy, a nourishing soup made from a single peach holds a value of at least 1 million, which is quite reasonable. We could temporarily designate this concoction as nourishing essence, valued at 1 million. By diluting the nourishing essence by a factor of 1,000, the cost of each diluted serving would amount to 1,000. We can name this diluted product nourishing soup base. When preparing the soup, we will adjust the price of each pot based on the amount of nourishing soup base added. Do you find this plan feasible? Shaoxing, 1 million is not an exorbitant price. Rather, it is a bargain, as such extraordinary fruit should be unique on this planet and irreplaceable. Each peach consumed diminishes the total supply, rendering it increasingly valuable, unless one day we can supply it in abundance. However, even then, we cannot afford to lower the price. If we were to reduce it out of kindness, those in the herbal medicine industry, who rely on ginseng and other supplements, would likely struggle to survive, which would inadvertently lead to detrimental outcomes. A significant loss of income for such a powerful interest group could have far-reaching social implications, which may overwhelm local governments. Thus, we must refrain from this course of action. Modern individuals, due to their irregular lifestyles and lack of self-care, generally possess poor health. Everyone is in desperate need of recovering from suboptimal health to a state of well-being, particularly among the wealthy, who, despite their financial success, suffer from deteriorating health due to the stresses of business. Their bodies are riddled with ailments. Their pursuit of health is fervent. As long as these peaches prove effective, even at a steep price, the resulting soup will surely garner popularity among those who seek wellness. Therefore, let us base our pricing on the therapeutic effects of the soup. When the nourishing dietary therapy establishment produces the soup, we shall first taste it ourselves. If the health benefits are substantial, we can set a higher price. If the effects are less than optimal, we shall lower the price. Our primary target demographic consists of the affluent and influential. By earning their money and aiding them, most of them will be grateful, and when we encounter difficulties, they will extend their support. This approach also has the advantage of a narrower target market, reducing the potential for issues. As for the general public, the population is too vast, and we lack sufficient raw materials. If we were to open the floodgates, we would soon find ourselves unable to meet the demand. Once we exhaust our supply of nourishing soup, we would be unable to satisfy the influx of customers. Some may understand our predicament, but the majority would not appreciate the wellness we have brought them. Instead, they would blame us for failing to meet their demands, accusing us of hunger marketing and tantalizing them. Many people are more concerned with fairness than scarcity, and in such a scenario, our good intentions could lead to adverse consequences. Thus, we lack both the capital and the qualifications to serve as saviors for the ordinary populace. This is beyond our capacity and not our responsibility. Those medical institutions would certainly prefer we do not encroach upon their domain. Should we ever possess the means, we may contribute to those in need. But the target demographic for our nourishing dietary therapy establishment will be those who hold memberships. Well said, sister, let us proceed with this plan. Currently, our home is rather cramped, making it inconvenient to conduct matters that require confidentiality. Xiaosheng, if you had the financial means, I believe we should consider purchasing a top-floor unit as our workspace. I presently have over 1 million on hand. Sister, you can handle the sourcing of the formula, while I will manage the location and finances. We shall put the preparations for the dietary therapy establishment on hold until we resolve the formula issue. By the way, this peach possesses another miraculous effect. After consuming a peach last time, I noticed my vision began to improve a few days later. I tested my eyesight recently, and it reached 0.5. I estimate it must now exceed 0.7. You see, I am not wearing glasses today, yet I can see everything clearly in my bedroom. Han Ying was equally astonished and remarked, "No wonder I didn't see you wearing glasses today. I thought you simply didn't want to wear them. I never imagined your vision had improved. It seems there may come a day when I too will no longer need glasses, which would be a delightful experience." The two reached a consensus, and Han Ying took some peaches back to the provincial city. Chapter 13. A roar during dinner. Han Xiaosheng and their parents finished the stewed pork rib soup. Afterward, their father and mother underwent another round of the midday regimen, appearing more spirited than before. Upon comparison, some of the white hairs on their heads had transformed into gray, and the age spots on their faces had diminished. They walked with newfound vigor. The elderly couple was filled with excitement, declaring this to be the elixir of youth. Han Xiaosheng joyfully responded, "Dad, Mom, it is not so miraculous. While the return to youth is impossible, achieving health and enjoying a peaceful retirement is certainly attainable." After dinner, the brother-in-law called to share his thoughts on the effects of the pork rib soup, expressing his gratitude. Han Xiaosheng specifically reminded him to maintain confidentiality. Seeing his father admiring himself in the mirror, Han Xiaosheng couldn't resist teasing, "Dad, I can confirm you look considerably younger. No need for another glance. It's time for bed." "You little rascal. Who are you to tell me? You should be the one to sleep." Han Xiaosheng chuckled and went to wash his feet before heading to bed. The next day was Monday, and Han Xiaosheng began preparations for his fourth interdimensional journey. This time, he intended to bring back more peaches and various fruits. As for gold, it had become scarce in Valley Number 1, but other valleys might still hold some promise. He packed 10 sturdy canvas bags and a folding and trenching shovel into his backpack. Some bags were meant for fruits, while others would hold stones, as he planned to collect samples for appraisal to determine if any rare minerals were present. The folding shovel was designated for digging medicinal herbs. He hoped to locate ginseng and mushrooms, having extensively researched the subject online. He also purchased 2 folding ladders at a premium. One was an A-frame for fruit picking, and the other a straight ladder that could extend up to 15 meters. Although somewhat heavy, they would serve as tools for entering and exiting the valley, saving him considerable energy and time. During this period, his life became quite structured. By day, aside from meals, Han Xiaosheng dedicated most of his time to physical training and climbing practice. In the evenings, he avidly followed the weather forecasts and news broadcasts. After watching these programs, he retreated to his bedroom to study online, focusing on knowledge pertaining to stones, animals, plants, and fruits, diligently preparing himself for the otherworldly journey. Having consumed nourishing pork rib soup daily, he noticed significant changes in his family. He himself had become stronger, and his eyesight had improved to a remarkable 1.0, rendering glasses unnecessary under normal circumstances. His parents, Han Zijuan and Chen Lihua, also exhibited noticeable improvements. Their skin appeared healthier, and they brimmed with vitality as if energized by an inexhaustible source. The elderly couple, who once relied on reading glasses, had now tucked them away, claiming they were no longer needed. Han Ying had good news too, revealing that the ancient formula was showing promise and efforts were underway to resolve the matter. Witnessing his parents' gradual return to health and the hope of a solution to the formula, Han Shaoxing felt immensely joyful, his spirits soaring each day. After waiting 2 days, Han Shaoxing finally received the weather forecast indicating heavy rain. Thunderstorms were expected in Longjiang on Thursday. He had already prepared all the items for his interdimensional journey through online purchases, neatly stored in his bedroom, and was ready for the transition at any moment. October 23rd marked the frost descent, one of the 24 solar terms. From morning, Han Shaoxing remained indoors, refraining from venturing outside, obediently staying in his room online. It seemed as if the heavens were toying with him, as the sun remained high in the sky even after lunch, compelling him to pray in silence. After dinner, Han Shaoxing returned to his bedroom, locked the door, closed the curtains, and lay on his bed, continuing to wait. Time passed, and finally, he heard the rumble of thunder outside. He glanced at his phone, which was displaying a countdown. Quickly, he drew the curtains, locked the door, and sat on the edge of his bed, slinging his backpack and mountaineering bag over his shoulders. With his phone in his left hand, the A-frame ladder on his left arm, and the straight ladder in his right hand, he fixated on the countdown on his phone. At last, the display read, "Countdown complete. Interdimensional transition imminent." The screen began to flicker, and a swirling purple ring materialized around him, intensifying in brightness and expanding, enveloping Han Shaoxing. He checked the time. It was 6:35 p.m. Suddenly, he felt pain in his left arm and right hand, startling him. Had he overloaded? The world before him dimmed, with streams of black and white light racing past him. Aside from the pain in his left arm and right hand, he felt no discomfort elsewhere, though he could not move. In an instant, the pressure vanished, and he found himself standing on grass, precisely where he had last returned before, with 10 suns still hanging in the sky. This phenomenon puzzled him. This was his 4th visit, yet he had never witnessed sunset nor a cloudy day here. Could it be that this place experienced perpetual daylight, basking in sunlight for half the year and darkness for the other? Unable to find an answer, he dismissed the thought and set down the 2 ladders. His left arm and right hand still throbbed. Evidently, bringing so much gear for the transition had been a risk. After placing his backpack and mountaineering bag aside, he rested on the grass, feeling his left arm and right hand gradually recover. He retrieved the bags he had purchased online, shouldered the folding A-frame ladder, and approached a peach tree, carefully unfolding and assembling the ladder. With a canvas bag in hand, he climbed the ladder and began picking fuzzy peaches. After harvesting about 50 peaches, he felt the bag grow heavy, so he descended the ladder and switched to a new bag to continue picking. He repeated this process 4 times, gathering approximately 200 peaches, sufficient to sustain his family for a while. Han Shaoxing packed the peaches into 2 canvas bags and, using a metallic telescopic rod he had left from his previous trip, knocked down 5 of each unknown fruit, totaling 11 varieties, which he placed in a single canvas bag. At last, he completed the fruit collection task and checked his newly purchased mechanical watch. An hour and a half had already passed. He rummaged through the valley, searching specifically for small, unusual stones. After a lengthy search, he found 7 distinct types of stones, selecting the smallest piece from each based on color and texture, and stowed them in his backpack. With a sigh of relief, he realized he had finally accomplished the primary objective of this journey. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he decided to strip down and take a dip in the pond. After swimming a few laps, he crawled ashore and basked in the sun on the grass. While he indulged in leisure, a sudden, deep roar jolted him, followed by a sharp bird call, causing him to tumble over in fright, nearly swallowing a mouthful of grass. Chapter 14. The Struggle. Han Shaoxing hastily scrambled to his feet and looked up, finding the sky still clear and blue. However, the leaves in the valley were gently rustling, suggesting a recent breeze had swept through. Gripping his phone, he prepared for a hasty retreat while listening intently. After some time, he discerned that the sounds were distant, reassuring him somewhat. He moved the straight ladder to the hillside, propping it up perfectly to reach the valley's edge. Stripping away all unnecessary items, he hung only his binoculars around his neck and cautiously climbed to the valley's summit. Concealed behind a tree, he raised his binoculars to observe the direction from which the sounds emanated. Through the lens, he spotted a distant mountain, and against this backdrop, he saw an animal and a bird drawing near and then separating repeatedly. A gentle breeze caressed his face. What on earth is that? Even a scuffle between 2 creatures is enough to startle me. I must be overly paranoid. What could possibly make such a ruckus from so far away? Lost in thought, Han Shaoxing suddenly jolted, realizing the implications. Given the distance, the animals and bird were merely a small fraction of the mountain's expanse. If they were indeed at the mountain's base, how colossal must they be? His hand trembled, causing the binoculars to slip and strike his chest, eliciting a wince of pain. Could those creatures be over 100 meters tall? Otherwise, how could they appear so large from such a distance? Surely, even a Tyrannosaurus from the Jurassic era wouldn't reach such proportions. Yet the commotion traveled from afar, suggesting they were not small in size. Han Shaoxing quietly concealed himself behind the tree, continuing to observe the distant confrontation through his military-grade binoculars. After approximately half an hour, the two parties disengaged, the bird flying out of sight against the mountain backdrop, and the animal vanished. After waiting another hour with no further sounds, Han Shaoxing emerged from his hiding spot, gazing into the distance toward the site of the earlier skirmish. What could possibly be battling out there? Could that creature be the legendary earth-shattering bear or the mighty golden ape? Then, the bird must be the mythical phoenix or the golden-winged roc. Given that this otherworldly realm harbors detoxifying peaches and extraordinary beings from ancient tales, it is indeed plausible. Should I venture forth to investigate? Han Shaoxing paced back and forth, grappling with a mix of trepidation and intense curiosity. After a half-hour of hesitation, he resolved to proceed. Descending the valley, he emptied his backpack, filling it with wilderness survival gear, including a flashlight, compass, and power bank, and retrieved a folding and trenching shovel before returning to the summit of the valley. At the top of Valley Number 1, he marked a directional sign on a tree trunk with the shovel, used his binoculars to ascertain the direction, took out the compass, and captured the indicated direction with his phone camera before advancing towards the mountains. Every mile or so, he used the shovel to create a directional marker on the trees by the roadside, intending to use them as guides for his return. Initially, he walked slowly, scanning his surroundings with a firm grip on the shovel, ever wary of potential threats lurking in the underbrush. After approximately 10 minutes, he felt reassured and quickened his pace. Along the way, he encountered ants and grasshoppers, but no small animals, not even larger snakes. Han Shaoxing picked up his pace, grateful for his foresight in purchasing expensive yet high-quality athletic shoes that provided ample protection and minimized fatigue. After running for half an hour, he was exhausted, rested for 5 minutes, and then continued his journey. An hour passed, and he dared not run any longer, opting instead for a brisk walk, as the distant mountains still seemed far away through his binoculars. The air here was remarkably sweet compared to Valley Number 1. Transitioning from an oxygen-deprived environment to one rich in fresh air diminished his fatigue, akin to the invigorating effects of a stimulant, thus enhancing his vitality with each step. As the day wore on, Han Shaoxing halted not only due to his rumbling stomach, but also because the large earth pits were now behind him, revealing a dense thicket ahead. Peering through his binoculars, he could see the mountain clearly above the treetops, though it remained distant. The thick forest was teeming with towering trees and abundant undergrowth, casting a dim light despite the 10 suns shining above, which sent a shiver down his spine. He turned towards a circular hilltop, peering down into the valley below. After a brief observation, he began to scrutinize the valley's activity through his binoculars. 10 minutes later, reassured by the absence of danger, he took a climbing rope from his backpack, secured it to a tree trunk, and carefully descended. At the valley's center lay a large pond surrounded by lush grass and towering trees, reminiscent of Valley Number 1. However, this valley was inhabited by various small creatures. He spotted a rat near the mountainside, while rabbits and wild chickens flitted about the grassy edges of the pond. Yet, these creatures appeared formidable. The rabbits and wild chickens were twice the size of their earthly counterparts, and the rat was as large as a cat, its sharp teeth glinting ominously. Finding the rabbits rather endearing, Han Shaoxing approached one, bending down to stroke its fluffy back. Unexpectedly, the rabbit twisted around and bit him, prompting a startled cry as he quickly withdrew his hand, springing back and brandishing the shovel in a threatening posture. The rabbit, equally frightened, darted into the underbrush, turning to snarl at him. Despite feeling confident in confronting the robust wild chicken, he hesitated, uncertain if it had companions. A sudden assault from multiple foes could spell disaster, especially if it attracted other dangerous creatures lurking in the thicket. Han Shaoxing extracted a folding alloy rod and knocked down 20 peaches, filling his water bottle from the pond. He intended to use these peaches and spring water for sustenance, replenishing his energy reserves. Exiting the valley, he stowed the climbing rope, consumed 2 peaches, drank some spring water, and re-entered the dense forest, pressing onward. The towering trees and thick undergrowth allowed only slivers of sunlight to penetrate, casting a dim hue within the woods. Feeling a sense of foreboding, he gripped the shovel tightly, advancing in a single direction while marking trees every 20 meters to avoid losing his way on the return journey. Fortunately, apart from encountering larger snakes, insects, rats, and wild chickens, he had yet to see any formidable animals like wolves, bears, or tigers. A day passed without the sun setting. Han Shaoxing did not sleep and felt little fatigue. Whenever hunger or weariness struck, he would pause to eat 2 peaches, sip some spring water, rest for a few minutes, and then continue forward. As the second day unfolded, the sun remained steadfast in the sky, and the distant mountain seemed slightly closer, yet still far away. However, the terrain began to shift, the grass grew knee-high, and he emerged from the forest into an expansive plain. Chapter 15. The plain was a verdant carpet of grass, dotted with shrubs and various trees, and the presence of life flourished among the grasses. Rabbits, rats, snakes, and insects became increasingly common. It appeared that between the plain and the forest, only smaller creatures inhabited the former, while larger animals began to surface on the latter. Observing through his binoculars, he spotted a wolf and a pack of jackals confronting a carcass, while nearby, a bear basked in the sun. Han Shaoxing grew vigilant, gripping his shovel and marking his position before cautiously traversing the forest's edge, avoiding the open grassland. On the third day, Han Shaoxing could proceed no further. Along his journey, he encountered numerous large animals, all of which seemed to avoid the forest behind him, as if some terrifying presence lurked within. While he felt fortunate for the forest's protection, he was also troubled, uncertain of what horrors might emerge on his return journey. Surveying the terrain, he noticed a small hill about 20 meters high near the forest's edge. He carefully ascended the knoll and surveyed the surroundings. Upon seeing no immediate threats, he raised his binoculars to observe the direction of the mountain. Adjusting the focus, he soon beheld the great mountain. Below it lay an endless expanse of green, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be an unbounded forest. As he scanned the treetops with his binoculars, he spotted a large creature moving on all fours among the trees. This creature was markedly tall, with the treetops barely reaching its abdomen. Its form was beyond mere robust. It was muscular, with a striking black and white coat. Estimating its size, he surmised it to be the same creature he glimpsed from the summit of Valley No. 1. Focusing on its head, he adjusted the lens and soon saw a colossal head emerge into view. It was a bear. By comparing its height to that of the surrounding trees, he estimated it to be at least 30 meters tall. Even the legendary earth-shattering bear from Tales might not rival its stature. Yet, Han Shaoxing could only speculate, having not observed it up close, relying on his estimates based on distance and tree height. He mentally dubbed this behemoth bear No. 1, the first colossal creature he had encountered in this extraordinary realm. As he scrutinized bear No. 1 through the binoculars, it suddenly lifted its head, scanning its surroundings before locking eyes with Han Shaoxing. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and then the bear let out a thunderous roar that resonated across the land. Han Shaoxing snapped back to reality, startled, and slipped down the hill as if on a slide, tumbling into the underbrush below. Sitting amidst the verdant grass, Han Shaoxing's heart raced with an overwhelming sense of trepidation, leaving him utterly fatigued. He had not anticipated the acute sensitivity of the ferocious bear. Despite the considerable distance between them, it seemed capable of sensing his furtive gaze. Fortunately, the bear's massive stature made him appear insignificant, sparing him from its wrath. Hesitant to make any sudden movements, Han Shaoxing nestled in the grass, using his binoculars to scrutinize the forest's activity. He dared not gaze directly at the bear's location, instead positioning it at the periphery of his binocular view, relying on his peripheral vision for observation. A fierce gust of wind swept from the direction of the bear, causing the flora on the plain to sway, creating a wave of vegetation that gradually approached Han Shaoxing. As the wave dissipated and reached him, it transformed into a gentle breeze, which, after passing, settled the grass back into a tranquil state. Minutes passed without any significant disturbance from the forest, and the bear eventually trudged away towards the mountains, its silhouette fading from sight. Feeling a renewed sense of vigor, Han Shaoxing rose from the grass and surveyed his surroundings. The thicket was adorned with wildflowers, some of which bore wild fruits resembling grapes or strawberries. Nearby bushes and trees were similarly laden with various fruits. Han Shaoxing took out his phone to capture photographs and videos of the wildflowers, fruits, and towering trees, cautious not to pluck any, wary of potential toxins. The earlier encounter with the bear had left him feeling somewhat reckless. The sheer power of the bear's distant roar, which had created a forceful gust that reached him, was astonishing. This was an uncharted realm, fraught with latent dangers, and as an ordinary individual, he needed to tread carefully and strategically. It would be prudent to return home swiftly. Han Shaoxing parted the grass and began to navigate along the hillside towards the dense forest. However, after traversing a mere 10 meters, he encountered a jackal, baring its teeth in a menacing manner. To his astonishment, he realized he had wandered dangerously close to the pack of jackals he had previously observed, with one wolf lingering nearby, while to his right, a bear basked in the sun. With no other option, he retraced his steps up the hillside. Upon returning to the grassy patch, he followed his previous trail to scale the hill once more and locate the markers that would guide him back. As he approached the base of the hill, just as he was about to ascend, he caught a glimpse of a pair of large eyes fixed upon him from the right. Startled, he stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a large rabbit, seemingly the size of a calf, possibly a mutation with formidable strength. Its coat was a pristine white, and it nibbled on tufts of grass, revealing sharp white teeth as it regarded Han Shaoxing with unwavering interest. Observing the wolf in the distance, he noted that it had also spotted the rabbit, but chose to remain with the pack of jackals, likely aware of the rabbit's formidable presence. Relaxing slightly at the sight of the rabbit, Han Shaoxing reassured himself that, being a herbivore, it would not attack unless provoked. Through the gaps near the rabbit, he noticed several smaller rabbits, their sizes comparable to ordinary rabbits, exuding an endearing charm. With a smile breaking across his face, Han Shaoxing slowly retrieved a bag of cream-filled cookies from his pocket, carefully tearing open the packaging and placing them on the ground. He spoke softly, "Little rabbit, this is a delicious treat. Just borrowing a path today. Next time I come, I shall bring you something to eat." His voice was sweet enough to make him feel slightly bashful. He then began to ascend the hill, finally feeling relieved upon reaching the summit. Below, the large rabbit bent down to taste the cookies, its eyes reflecting a human-like satisfaction as it emitted soft sounds. The smaller rabbit scampered over, eager to compete for the cookies and the creamy filling. At the top of the hill, Han Shaoxing found the path he had taken earlier, following the red markers to hastily return. With a sense of urgency fueled by lingering fears of danger lurking nearby, he quickened his pace, almost breaking into a run. As he traversed the dense thicket, he felt as though countless eyes were observing him from hidden places, though he emerged unscathed. The journey to the valley had taken 3 days, yet he returned in just one, navigating through the forest and uneven terrain to arrive at the valley he had named Valley 1. Upon descending, he concealed the tools, ladder, and unused canvas bags he had brought into the underbrush, ensuring his fruit and stones were securely packed. With a bag in one hand, a backpack slung over one shoulder, and a climbing pack over the other, while holding his phone in the other hand, he silently wished, "I wish to return to the real world." In a flash, the screen illuminated, and a purple light enveloped him, swirling into a vortex. The whirlpool spun faster and faster until, in an instant, the light flashed, and both the vortex and Han Shaoxing vanished into thin air. Chapter 16. The stone regaining his senses, Han Shaoxing found himself back in the real world, seated on the edge of his bed, clutching a bundle of items. Setting the assortment down, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had once again surpassed the limitations of carrying weight, returning with an abundance of vital supplies. At this rate, he would soon no longer need to worry about shortages. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted it was 10:30 a.m. on October 24th, indicating that nearly 4 days had elapsed in the alternate realm, while only about 16 hours had passed in reality, establishing a time ratio of 1:6. If this trend continued, he mused, could he not study and engage in activities in the alternate world, thereby extending the time he had in reality? Perhaps a day in the real world could equal a year in the alternate realm, allowing him to master subjects in mere days while accumulating knowledge as if he were a living encyclopedia. Lost in pleasant daydreams, he suddenly reconsidered. If his lifespan remained unchanged, studying for 40 years in the alternate world would mean only 1 year elapsed in reality, effectively shortening his life by 39 years. Even if he became a genius in the eyes of others, he would still be a short-lived one in the real world. This realization prompted him to approach the idea of prolonged life and study in the alternate realm with caution and deep contemplation. After a moment of introspection, he sighed and carefully stowed away the items he had brought back. He glanced out the window. The rain continued to fall gently, having subsided to a light drizzle. Hearing movement in the living room, he caught his mother's voice. "Shaoxing, it's already 10:30 a.m. You should get up. For breakfast, I've steamed your favorite sweet buns." He quickly made his way out, washed up, and enjoyed breakfast. Noticing his pale complexion and frequent yawns, his mother inquired with concern, "What's wrong? Did you not sleep well?" Feeling utterly exhausted and yearning for more rest, he replied, "I had a terrible night's sleep and feel quite drowsy." His mother, concerned, suggested, "Lunch is approaching. Perhaps you should rest after eating." "Okay," Han Xiaoxing replied, watching television for a while before retreating to his bedroom to surf the internet. After lunch, he collapsed into bed, sleeping soundly until dinner time, which left him feeling quite disconcerted. He pondered how to address the sleep deprivation caused by his travels, considering the possibility of resting well in the valley before returning, though he felt it might be unsafe. After dinner, Han Xiaoxing retired early to bed. Upon waking the next morning, he felt rejuvenated. After breakfast, he took 7 stones with him and drove to the provincial city. The bustling city on a Friday was as lively as ever, teeming with people and vehicles, showcasing a scene of prosperity. Han Xiaoxing initially intended to locate a new pawn shop to deal with the stones he had. Upon reflection, one might consider that there may be other types of items requiring attention in the future. There is no wall that does not allow the wind to pass through. Perhaps whispers between pawn shops might also escape. Therefore, it is prudent to make contact openly. With this thought in mind, Han Xiaoxing retrieved the business card of Manager Jiang from Jindian Pawn Shop and dialed the number. When the call connected, a sweet voice greeted him. "Hello, this is Jindian Pawn Shop. I am Jiang Xiuyan. How may I assist you?" After a brief pause, Han Xiaoxing replied, "Hello, I have some stones that I need assistance in identifying. If they hold value, I would like to exchange them for cash." "Mr. Han, certainly. What do you require from me?" "There are 7 pieces of ore. Should they be valuable, I will need a considerable sum in cash, and I prefer not to wait too long." "Rest assured, we have ample cash available today." "Very well. I shall be there shortly." Half an hour later, Han Xiaoxing parked in the lot, where Manager Jiang was already waiting at the entrance. After securing his vehicle, she led him directly to her office and began to prepare tea. Dressed in a professional skirt suit, Jiang Xiuyan exuded elegance with her graceful curves and long legs. As she leaned over to brew the tea, the neckline of her blouse revealed a subtle glimpse of her figure, radiating charm and sophistication. Engrossed in her presence, Han Xiaoxing was momentarily captivated until Jiang Xiuyan lifted her gaze, their eyes meeting. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she handed him a cup of tea. Accepting the tea awkwardly, Han Xiaoxing took a sip and remarked, "This tea is delightful." In truth, he knew little of tea culture. It was merely a courteous gesture. Setting the cup down, Han Xiaoxing produced the 7 stones and placed them on the coffee table. Jiang Xiuyan's expression shifted to excitement as she surveyed the stones, contemplating the potential commission from rare minerals. Pressing a button on her desk, she summoned Master Lu, who had previously assessed the stones. After exchanging greetings, Master Lu began to evaluate the stones. The 7 pieces appeared unremarkable at first, and he initially seemed at ease. However, after wiping away a layer of grime, 2 stones began to stand out, prompting a serious expression on his face. Observing his demeanor, Han Xiaoxing felt a surge of hope, while Jiang Xiuyan straightened in her seat. Fixated on Master Lu's reactions, Master Lu scrutinized the stones for 5 minutes, before moving to the corner to weigh and test them for another 10 minutes. Finally, he exhaled, revealing a look of exhilaration. Noticing the eager anticipation in Jiang Xiuyan and Han Xiaoxing's eyes, he announced, "Congratulations, Mr. Han. These 2 stones are quite valuable, while the others are merely ordinary." Seeing their anxious expressions, Master Lu smiled gently and pointed to one particularly vibrant stone, stating, "This is a piece of jadeite, resembling white-based green jade, but with some distinctions." As Han Xiaoxing regarded the stone with curiosity, Master Lu elaborated, "The hallmark of white-based green jade is its snow-white base, which makes the green appear vivid and distinct. This variety is easily identifiable. Observe how the green is modeled on the white base, lacking transparency. Most white-based green jade is of mid-grade quality. However, a few are strikingly vivid and harmonious, potentially reaching mid-high grade. The piece you brought is mid-grade but regrettably damaged. Otherwise, it would hold considerable value." Regret washed over Han Xiaoxing as he recalled extracting this jade from a pond and inadvertently dropping it onto a pebble, which had unfortunately shattered the jade. He resolved to return to the pond for further exploration. One could always hope for better fortune. Master Lu then gestured to another dark stone, stating, "This one appears to be a meteorite, containing various rare metals and possessing research value." Curious, Han Xiaoxing inquired, "How can one identify a meteorite?" Master Lu replied, "Most appraisers lack the knowledge to discern them, let alone you." My experience stems from previous involvement in national meteorite research, which has equipped me with the necessary skills. Han Shaoxing felt a tinge of helplessness. Should he encounter a meteorite again, he would remain unable to recognize it and would need to seek professional appraisal. Noting that Han Shaoxing ceased his inquiries, Master Lu conducted evaluation of the two stones. Ultimately, their combined worth was set at 8 million, and the transaction was completed. Han Shaoxing stowed away the remaining stones, contemplating the possibility that Master Lu may have overlooked something valuable. Jiang Xiuyan meticulously counted the cash on the table while Han Shaoxing observed. Just as she finished tallying half of the amount, her phone vibrated on the table, announcing an incoming call. Han Shaoxing glanced at the screen, noting it was labeled Mom. Jiang Xiuyan briefly acknowledged it before continuing her counting. The call rang for a moment before disconnecting. Moments later, it rang again. You should answer. Perhaps your mother needs you urgently, Han Shaoxing suggested. Apologizing, Jiang Xiuyan answered the call. Mom, what is it? A woman's voice, laced with tears, emerged from the receiver. As the conversation progressed, Jiang Xiuyan's expression darkened, and her eyes began to redden. Once the call ended, Han Shaoxing inquired with concern. Manager Jiang, is everything all right at home? Yes, my mother called. My father's cancer has worsened, and he requires immediate hospitalization. I need to return home as soon as this matter is resolved. What about your spouse? We are divorced. Oh. Then please finish your counting quickly and return home. Thank you. I appreciate your assistance. This transaction will earn me a commission that can cover the medical expenses. Chapter 17. A life saved after concluding the transaction. Han Shaoxing exited the pawn shop. Just as he was about to enter his vehicle, he spotted Jiang Xiuyan rushing out. Hailing a taxi at the roadside. The area was rather secluded, with few passing cars. Manager Jiang, it seems your matter is urgent. I have no pressing engagements, so allow me to give you a ride, he offered. Jiang Xiuyan hesitated briefly before approaching. Once in the car, guided by her navigation, Han Shaoxing drove swiftly and reached her residential complex in just 15 minutes. As the vehicle came to a halt, Jiang Xiuyan hurriedly exited, expressing her gratitude before heading towards the building. However, just as she was about to enter the hallway, she returned. Sir, could you assist me further? Of course. What do you require? My father has some mobility issues and needs support. I lack the strength to assist him alone. Very well, I tend to be too soft-hearted. Thank you so much. As they ascended to the 15th floor, Jiang Xiuyan introduced Han Shaoxing as her friend. Entering the spacious duplex, they found her father lying in a recliner, frail and pale, while an elderly woman beside him wore a distressed expression. Without much preamble, Jiang Xiuyan and Han Shaoxing each took an arm to support the elderly man, who leaned heavily on them but was light enough to manage. Once downstairs, they took Han Shaoxing's car, with the elderly couple seated in the back while Jiang Xiuyan navigated from the front seat. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the nearest oncology hospital. Han Shaoxing assisted in getting them inside while Jiang Xiuyan went to complete the admission paperwork. He remained with the elderly couple, engaging them in light conversation when he noticed Jiang Xiuyan returning promptly. Jiang Ziya took Han Shaoxing to a corner, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she said, Mr. Han, I sincerely apologize. My commission will take some time to be received. I just asked my friends and colleagues for assistance, but I'm still short on funds for the surgery. Would it be possible for you to lend me some money? I promise to return it within 2 weeks at the latest. Han Shaoxing found the situation both amusing and pitiable, yet he understood her predicament and inquired, How much do you need? I still need 30,000. Han Shaoxing took out his phone, added Jiang Ziya's WeChat, and transferred the funds. By the time Jiang Ziya completed the paperwork and arranged for her hospitalization and surgery, it was nearly noon. She invited Han Shaoxing to dine at a restaurant outside the hospital before he took his leave. Reflecting on Jiang Ziya's heartfelt gratitude, Han Shaoxing couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, thinking to himself, I am truly benevolent. I couldn't resist helping a beautiful woman I have only met twice. It's not merely her looks that moved me. As Buddhism teaches, saving a life is more meritorious than building a pagoda. I am accumulating virtue. He drove to several unfamiliar bank branches, depositing 6 million into various accounts, 2 million in Agricultural Bank, 2 million in Construction Bank, 500,000 in CITIC Bank, 1 million in Industrial and Commercial Bank, and 500,000 in Zhejiang Commercial Bank. After completing his deposits, Han Shaoxing, with 5 stones left in his bag, sought appraisal at 3 pawn shops, including Huaxin Pawn Shop, with which he had previously dealt. To his disappointment, the stones remained just stones, failing to be identified as ore. Ultimately, he tossed the 5 stones into the grass by the roadside, considering it a contribution to the path. After taking a few steps, he turned back and retrieved the stones, thinking it unwise to litter. Better to keep them. Perhaps Earth's technological advancements could one day discern their value. With several million in hand, Han Xiaoxing felt the urge to indulge in shopping, purchasing 3 computers at the electronics market. One was a high-performance laptop, intended for downloading encyclopedias and various materials to bring to another world for real-time research and comparison of local flora, fauna, and minerals. The second was a 30-inch all-in-one desktop, to be placed in his bedroom, left on at all times except while sleeping, allowing for constant internet access. The last was another 30-inch all-in-one desktop for his parents' bedroom, intended for their use. By 4 in the afternoon, Han Xiaoxing returned to Longjiang County. He located a construction bank branch where the manager was an acquaintance who assisted him in depositing the remaining 2 million. Back at home, Han Xiaoxing unwrapped the computers and set them up in the living room and his parents' bedroom. His younger sister, Han Zijuan, was delighted to see 2 new desktops, while his mother, Chen Lihua, chastised him for being extravagant, claiming he squandered money carelessly. Han Xiaoxing chose not to argue, simply focusing on his tasks. That night, he began scouring the internet for various materials to download, staying up late before finally going to bed. After returning from Star City, Han Xiaoxing devised a new plan. Regardless of day or night, whenever he had time and energy, he would go to the gym, gradually increasing his exercise regimen, hoping to boost his stamina and running speed for added safety in the other world. He also kept a close eye on the daily weather forecasts to avoid missing the next opportunity for time travel. Days passed, and Han Xiaoxing sensed a gradual enhancement in his physical condition. On the morning of October 30th, while running at the gym, he received a WeChat call from Jiang Zuya. Her voice echoed through the phone. "Mr. Han, I apologize for disturbing you. Is it a convenient time to talk?" "No problem. Please go ahead. I'm at the gym." "Mr. Han, I managed to pull some strings, and my father's surgery was completed the day before yesterday, but the outcome was not favorable. He now requires medication. The doctor mentioned that the upcoming treatment will necessitate imported drugs, and I might face financial difficulties. Is it possible for me to repay half of the 30,000 you lent me after I receive my commission, with the remaining balance paid 6 months later? That is acceptable. I am not in urgent need of the money. Thank you so much. Our entire family will remember your kindness. It's nothing. I have faced difficulties myself. We all have challenging times, and our meeting is fate. I am more than willing to help. I truly don't know how to repay you. It's all right. Is there any assurance regarding the medication's effectiveness? The doctor said there is only a 30% chance of success, and it will take over 6 months to ascertain if the treatment is effective. Hearing Jiang Ziyu's choked voice on the line, Han Xiaoxing remembered the peaches he had and wondered if they could have any beneficial effects against cancer. It was a chance worth taking. He said, "Manager Jiang, I have a homemade herbal health tonic that can enhance the immune system and support recovery. It is completely harmless. Would you like to try it for your father?" "Really? What is its efficacy?" "You can give it a try first. If it proves effective, you can pay afterward. But I currently have no funds. Would it be possible to settle the payment later?" "That is fine. Then I will come to your house today to collect it. Come by in the afternoon, but please keep this matter confidential." "Sure. Please send me the address." Upon returning home, Han Xiaoxing called for Han Ying and prepared 1 peach, extracting its juice and adding some herbal ingredients to enhance immunity. After stirring, he diluted it tenfold, filling 5 large thermos bottles. At 1 in the afternoon, a BYD electric SUV parked outside the residential complex, from which 2 tall women in casual attire emerged. Upon seeing Han Xiaoxing approaching, Jiang Zuya introduced, "Mr. Han, this is my cousin, Jiang Tingting. Tingting, this is Mr. Han, who has been a tremendous help to me." Jiang Tingting, with an oval face, delicate features, fair skin, and a ponytail, exuded youthful vitality. After greeting Han Xiaoxing, she expressed, "Thank you, Brother Han, for your assistance. If it weren't for you, my cousin would be in despair. No need for formality. I merely offered what assistance I could." Upon entering the house, Han Xiaoxing's parents greeted them warmly, preparing tea and serving fruits and pastries, engaging in lively conversation. Inquiring about Jiang Zuyu's father's condition and treatment status, she explained, "My father has been suffering from this illness for over 3 years, undergoing numerous treatments. Now, he is in the late stages of cancer, and the doctor said the chances of a cure are minimal. The medication is merely a matter of doing our best and leaving the rest to fate. I heard that Mr. Han has a herbal tonic that can enhance immunity, and since he has been so helpful to me, I have complete trust in him, hence my desire to try it." At this point, Han Ying pointed to the 5 thermos bottles on the table, saying to Jiang Zuya, "Xiao Jiang, here are the herbal tonics we prepared. Seeing the disbelief in Jiang Zuya and Jiang Tingting's expressions, Han Xiaosheng clarified, "This herbal tonic was prepared recently, and our family has already tried it without any side effects, confirming its effectiveness in boosting physical health. However, as the elderly with long-term cancer are often weak and may not benefit from nourishment, the decision to use it for your father is ultimately yours, and we take no responsibility for unforeseen consequences." Jiang Zuya nodded in agreement, stating, "My father's late-stage cancer has left him frail, compounded by other ailments, making him vulnerable at any moment. This is truly a desperate attempt. We can sign a waiver." As the manager of the pawn shop, Jiang Zuya was familiar with such matters and quickly drafted and signed a liability waiver. After she finished signing, Han Xiaosheng advised her, "Use these 5 bottles of herbal tonic to prepare soup. You can make pork rib soup or similar dishes using a pressure cooker, simmering for at least 10 hours. Then serve the broth to the patient. 1 bottle can last for 10 days, and the residue inside should also be used for soup. Do not waste it. After each consumption, there may be a detoxification process which necessitates a visit to the restroom. The toxins from the patient's body will also be expelled externally, often accompanied by a rather strong odor. A simple wipe with a damp towel will suffice, and if conditions permit, a shower would be beneficial. If there is concern that the patient may not be able to tolerate the tonic, it is advisable to dilute the first bottle of traditional medicine by a factor of 5 to 10. The first bottle should be used for 10 days, while the subsequent 4 bottles should gradually decrease in dilution, aiming to complete the regimen within 2 months. If effective, one should expect to see significant results within a month." Jiang Xiaoying and her sister noted these precautions on paper and took a photograph before hurrying back to the provincial city. Upon seeing the 2 young women drive out of the community, their mother, Chun Lihua, remarked, "Xiaosheng, now that you are single, you should consider finding a partner. I think these 2 girls are quite suitable, although there is quite an age gap." Han Xiaosheng chuckled, "Mom, I agree they are good, but I am a bit shorter, and the age difference is roughly 10 years. His mother encouraged him, "What is there to fear? You look youthful. The key is whether the girls are interested in you. If the opportunity arises, do not let it pass you by, lest you regret it." After some light-hearted banter, they returned home. Chapter 18. Buying a house. Back in the living room, seeing both parents present, Han Xiaosheng expressed, "I feel our current residence is rather small, and there's little space for additional belongings. We lack a dedicated room for discussions away from guests, and the living room is not conducive to confidentiality. I am considering moving to a larger house." Han Zijuan concurred, "Xiaosheng, I have heard that there are many unsold units in nearby communities, primarily on the top floors. They are selling 2-story units together, with the upper level being partially sold and partially gifted. Living on the top floor should ensure privacy." Han Xiaosheng clapped his hands in delight. "Then let us purchase it. Living on the top floor means no one can see or hear what we do, and I will go house hunting tomorrow." The next day, after breakfast, Han Xiaosheng strolled around the vicinity of the community. After wandering for a while, he stumbled upon a recently built community named Triumphal Arch. Upon entering, he found the landscaping commendable, with adequate spacing between buildings and numerous fitness and recreational facilities, including a basketball court. Satisfied, he exited the community and located the sales office. The lobby of the sales office was exquisitely decorated, with a model of the community's layout on the right and several tables and chairs for discussions on the left. For young and attractive women were chatting there. Upon noticing Han Xiaosheng's entrance, they greeted him with smiles, and one of the older girls spoke first. "Hello, are you here to view the properties?" Han Xiaosheng nodded. "I'm Wang Xiaoye. You may call me Xiaowang. Please follow me." She led him to the model, providing an overview of the community and inquiring about his requirements. Based on his needs, Xiaowang presented several housing options and took him to see a model unit. The properties were nice, but none met his preferences as they were too tall, primarily consisting of 26-story buildings. Thus, he decided to explore other communities. Xiaowang, somewhat reluctant, suggested, "I have a friend selling houses in the Dihao community. She has many excellent options. Shall I call her for you?" "No need, just tell me the address, and I'll walk over," he replied. "It will take about 10 minutes. Let her come to pick you up. It will be quicker," she insisted. Xiaowang made a call and led him outside to wait. After a brief moment, a girl on an electric bike approached, her long hair flowing as she wore a helmet. She gestured for Han Xiaosheng to hop on the back. As they rode towards the Dihao community, the girl slowed down upon entering a narrow alley. Suddenly, a ball shot out from the alley, startling her and causing her to brake abruptly. Han Xiaosheng, caught off guard, lurched forward, leaning against her back. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her to regain balance, his feet hitting the ground just in time to stop the momentum. still reeling from the scare. He shouted towards the child who had darted into the alley. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The child, feeling a bit embarrassed, apologized and picked up the ball. As he regained his composure, the girl spoke up. "Could you please lower your hands a bit?" Han Xiaosheng realized he had inadvertently grasped something soft, instinctively squeezing it before quickly retracting his hands and apologizing, scooting back slightly. "You scoundrel, how does it feel?" The girl's boldness caught him off guard, leaving him feeling a bit embarrassed. Lately, his romantic fortunes had been unusually favorable. Could it be that his fortunes had shifted due to some unforeseen change? Lost in thought, they arrived at the Dihao community. Upon disembarking, he noticed that this community had fewer stories, and its environment was comparable to the previous one. As he surveyed the surroundings, the girl parked the bike and approached him. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was a stunning beauty, youthful and of average height, with a captivating figure and a complexion that radiated health. Her bright, clear eyes and the high ponytail she wore exuded vitality. The girl extended her hand with grace. "Hello? I am Lu Xiaofeng. You may call me either Lu Xiaofeng or just Xiaofeng." "Hello, I am Han Xiaosheng. I didn't mean to." Lu Xiaofeng blushed slightly and shot him a glance. "You didn't mean to? Were you doing it on purpose?" Han Xiaosheng felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Alas, I am the most foolish of all." She led him to the sales office's model layout, where Lu Xiaofeng provided a detailed introduction to the various housing types available. Han Xiaosheng was particularly taken with a spacious top-floor unit and followed Lu Xiaofeng to view it. Arriving at the property, he found Unit 1802 in Building 18, with 2 units per floor. The space was generous, with an area exceeding 200 square meters for both 1802 and 1902, totaling nearly 400 square meters. Between 1802 and 1902 was a spiral staircase, and neither had been renovated yet. Due to its size, it was challenging to sell. With one unit priced at over $1 million, and with renovations and furnishings, the total cost would be at least 1.6 to 1. $8 million. Given that Longjiang was a small county, many could not afford such an amount. After inspecting the unit, Han Xiaosheng felt quite satisfied and planned to negotiate the price. Lu Xiaofeng mentioned, "You might also want to check Unit 1801. It's fully renovated, owned by our boss, and has never been lived in, making it available for sale at a reasonable price." Upon viewing 1801, he noted it was nearly a mirror image of 1802, with an identical layout. The decor was simple yet elegant, fully furnished, and without any peculiar odors, making it ready for immediate occupancy. As he wandered through, he contemplated purchasing both units. Acquiring them together could yield a more substantial discount. One could serve as a residence for his parents, who were aging and had mobility issues, allowing them to live on the lower level while he occupied the upper floor. The second unit could serve as an alternative residence, providing a private space should he enter into a romantic relationship, while also offering a discreet location for preparing traditional herbal concoctions. Thus, he inquired of Lu Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng, what is the price for 1802? Lu Xiaofeng retrieved her phone and used the calculator, stating, "Brother, 1802 has an area of over 200 square meters, with a price per square meter of 4,000. 1902 is also over 200 square meters, priced at 2,000 per square meter. The total comes to 1.35 million, but I can offer you a discounted price of 1.3 million. For 1801, I'll need to check with the owner. Can it be any lower?" Han Xiaosheng inquired. "Brother, the discount is already substantial. What if I pay in full?" "Ah, if you pay in full, let me calculate. If you pay in full, the price can be reduced to 1.25 million. How does that sound? A significant discount indeed. And if I were to buy both units?" "Both? Are you serious?" "That would depend on your sincerity." I made a phone call to my boss, and after hanging up, Lu Xiaofeng said, "Brother, the boss mentioned that if both properties are paid in cash, then 1802 plus 1902 amounts to a total of 1.2 million. For 1801 plus 1901, fully furnished with appliances intact, he offers them for 2 million. The total for both properties comes to 3.2 million. Han Xiaosheng recalled something and inquired, "What about the garage situation?" Lu Xiaofeng had no choice but to call the boss again. After the call, she did not hang up and asked Han Xiaosheng. The boss said that since there are 2 households, he can provide you with 4 underground parking spaces, for ground-level parking spots, and 4 outdoor parking spaces. But they come at a cost. How much? 4 underground garages total 200,000, 4 ground-level garages are 400,000, and the 4 outdoor spaces are 80,000. This is the selling price, not the rental fee. All right, that makes it 3.88 million. A lucky number. Let's seal the deal. Lu Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, then high-fived Han Xiaosheng and jumped with joy. Such large properties are inherently difficult to sell, but now two had been sold at once, and the commission would be substantial. She could finally replace her electric bike with an electric car, escaping the sun on her way out, and her friends would surely envy her. With this delightful thought, she hurriedly took Han Xiaosheng to complete the paperwork. After the transaction, Lu Xiaofeng handed Han Xiaosheng a business card, whispering, "Higu, next time you need to buy a house, make sure to contact me. Of course, even if you don't buy, feel free to chat with me." Winking playfully, she turned and left. Han Xiaosheng felt his heart race, pondering, "Why am I encountering so many beautiful women lately? Could it be an increase in my fortune?" Upon returning home, Han Xiaosheng handed a set of keys and a bank card to his parents, instructing them to contact a renovation company for 1802 and 1902. He requested a simple, bright renovation style with eco-friendly materials, then left them to their own devices. At the sales office of the Arc de Triomphe community, Wang Xiaoye received a call from Lu Xiaofeng and was momentarily stunned upon hearing that Han Xiaosheng had spent $388 million on the properties. After a moment, she erupted with excitement. "Oh my, Xiaofeng, you were so lucky to encounter such a generous young man. You must treat him lavishly. Haha, I'm a big spender now. I can order whatever I want." They agreed to dine together and, in their excitement, left work early. Chapter 19. Fetching water while watching television that evening, Han Xiaosheng suggested to his parents, "Since the house has been purchased, why not move in tomorrow? It's fully renovated and has been empty for nearly a year. So the toxic components of the furniture and materials should have dissipated. The place is well furnished, and living in a spacious environment would be more comfortable." His parents hesitated. Feeling accustomed to their current home and familiar with their neighbors, they preferred to wait until 1802 was renovated before deciding to move. After much persuasion, they still expressed reluctance to leave their current community, leading Han Xiaosheng to decide to move in alone first. The next morning, Han Xiaosheng began the moving process. Given that 1801 and 1901 were fully furnished, he only needed to take along a change of clothes and personal items. He didn't seek help from others. Moving at his own pace, carrying his belongings back and forth while his parents, aware of his secret, wandered around the community. Fortunately, his physical strength had improved significantly compared to before. From morning until dinner time, he finally transported all his belongings to Building 18 of the Dihao community. He placed everything in 1901 and emptied 1801 to serve as a guest reception area. After dinner at his parents' place, Han Xiaosheng returned to his new residence. Settling into the new house, Han Xiaosheng discovered numerous advantages. The residence spanned 2 floors, with him occupying 1901, where he had private access to a floor that included a bedroom, kitchen, dining room, and living room, along with 6 additional vacant rooms. 2 of these he converted into storage rooms, securing his belongings and online purchases behind a locked door, ensuring that no one else had access. The remaining 5 rooms included a spare bedroom, a study, and 2 rooms designated for fitness equipment. He set up the 30-inch computer he had purchased previously in the living room, which became his primary activity space and a backup location for his excursions. When the house was empty, he would traverse from the living room. If someone was present, he would use the bedroom. With the increased number of rooms and his parents away, any incidents of crossing over would remain discreet, alleviating concerns about lengthy disappearances alarming his family. Thus, Han Xiaosheng felt a sense of tranquility as he devoted most of his time to preparations for his crossings. Days passed, and on November 2nd, the weather forecast predicted overcast skies with thunderstorms. In the morning, Han Xiaosheng was startled awake by the thunder outside. Sitting up, he noticed light rain falling and quickly got out of bed. Checking the time, it was 7:20 a.m. He dressed in long sleeves and pants, hastily used the restroom, washed up, and returned to the bedroom. He arranged the items he intended to bring nearby, waiting for a response from his phone. During the waiting period, he pondered a sudden revelation. The grass in the valley was only ankle-high, yet in the area where he had observed the grizzly bear, the grass reached knee-height. What could be the reason? It must be due to the soil's fertility, implying that the world he was about to enter had not only detoxifying peaches but also rich, fertile soil. He should bring some back to test its effects. However, he realized that since plants required not only soil but also water, the water there must also be conducive to plant growth. He needed to collect some of that as well. Seeing that his phone still had not reacted, he hurriedly grabbed 2 large plastic bottles while scanning the kitchen. Returning to the bedroom, he placed the plastic bottles in a canvas bag, focusing intently on his phone screen. After a while, the thunder outside intensified, and a countdown appeared on the phone. Han Xiaosheng quickly donned his backpack, grabbed his prepared items, and held his phone tightly, awaiting the moment. Finally, the phone displayed, "Countdown complete, about to cross dimensions." The screen flickered, and a swirling purple circle enveloped him, growing brighter and larger until he was completely encased within it. Glancing at the time, it was now 7:40 a.m. The world around him darkened, and streams of black and white light rushed past him. Before he could fully absorb the sensations of his body, a flash of brightness restored his vision. Han Shaoxing discovered he was standing on the grass, precisely at the location where he had returned before. This time, the crossing into the alternate realm was quicker than the last, hinting that future transitions would continue to shorten. Observing his surroundings, everything remained unchanged. Han Shaoxing scanned the area, spotting 6 piles of stones in the grass, potentially containing meteorites. He spent an hour searching the valley and even combed through the pond, but unfortunately, he did not find any jade. During this period, he had self-studied mineral knowledge. However, aside from gold and jade, he had yet to grasp the details of other minerals and could only rely on luck. With a sigh, Han Shaoxing sifted through the stones and ultimately selected 5 pieces resembling the previous meteorite's shape and texture, placing them into a canvas bag for later identification. After finishing with the stones, he retrieved a ladder and picked around 1,000 peaches. Uncertain about the properties of other fruits, he decided against picking them for now. He took out a folding spade and cleared some grass, filling a plastic bag with soil. With the 2 large plastic bottles in hand, he dashed to the pond to fill them with water, but reconsidered and discarded the water, deciding to fetch it from another valley instead. Thus, Han Shaoxing ascended the valley with a climbing rope, carefully maneuvering the straight ladder up from the valley's edge, hoisting it to a nearby grand gorge. He found a gentle slope and gradually lowered the ladder into the valley, ensuring its stability. After surveying the surroundings and detecting no unusual occurrences, he cautiously descended the ladder, on guard for any potential dangers lurking within the valley. Fortunately, he encountered no anomalies until his feet touched solid ground. Grasping a metal telescopic rod, he meticulously explored the valley, scrutinizing the grass, shrubs, trees, and ponds, finding no threats, save for some fish swimming in the pond and the occasional ant scuttling through the grass. With a sigh of relief, Han Shaoxing felt his body weaken from the tension. He filled half a bottle with water from the pond, downing it in one breath, instantly revitalizing his energy, feeling as if he could run another 3,000 meters. After consuming the remaining water, he filled 2 large plastic bottles, secured the caps tightly, and prepared to return to the first valley. On a tree by the roadside, he discovered a peculiar, red, spindle-shaped fruit, of which only a few hung from the branches. He knocked down 4 but did not dare to eat them, instead pocketing them in his jacket. Upon reaching the top of the valley, Han Shaoxing retrieved a white acrylic tag from his pants pocket, threading it with red string and hanging it from a tree branch, inscribed with the words Valley 2. Upon returning to the summit of Valley 1, he repeated the process with another white acrylic tag, marking it with Valley 1. These tags were crafted during his visit to Star City, where he had commissioned several hundred from a signage shop, bringing only 2 on this occasion. Descending to the base of Valley 1, he transferred the 2 plastic bottles from his backpack to a canvas bag. After much hesitation, he deemed it too perilous to venture near the violent bears. He preferred not to risk traversing the expansive area teeming with large animals unless absolutely necessary. With the items designated for his return to the real world in hand, he held his phone and silently recited, "I wish to return to the real world." The phone glimmered, the screen flickered, and a violet luminescence enveloped him, swirling into a vortex. As the vortex spun faster, a sudden flash of light occurred, and both the vortex and Han Shaoxing vanished into thin air. Chapter 20. The test. Regaining his senses, Han Shaoxing found himself back in his bedroom. He glanced at the bags beside him and the backpack on his right shoulder, feeling a surge of joy at having brought back some treasures, which could enhance his family's quality of life and status. Raising his gaze, he noted that 30 minutes had elapsed. It was now 8:10 a.m., and he had not lingered long in the other world. He set down the items in his hands to organize and account for them, ultimately categorizing the retrieved goods into 4 classes. The first category comprised 2 large bottles of spring water sourced from a pond in a valley, which should promote the growth of flora and fauna. To ascertain their effects, he planned to conduct an experiment with potted flowers. The second category consisted of black soil, believed to be fertile and suitable for cultivating plants. The third category included nearly 1,000 known-use peach pits, intended for crafting a health tonic. The fourth category encompassed unknown fruits, featuring 4 spindle-shaped red fruits and 13 varieties of normal-shaped fruits, 5 of each. These fruits were likely to possess various properties, necessitating experimentation with small animals or lab mice. He intended to conduct the first 2 experiments at his residence while planning to acquire a litter of small animals for the 4th. He wondered about the progress of his sister's endeavors and decided to inquire. Han Shaoxing dialed Han Ying's number. Upon connection, Han Ying informed him, "The formula is progressing smoothly. I've sent you several ancient recipes along with my own concocted formulas for your finalization." After hanging up, Han Shaoxing received the recipes via WeChat. Upon careful examination, he found the new formulas commendable, amalgamating several ancient recipes with harmless herbal ingredients that posed no risk, suitable for a health tonic. The core ingredient remained the peach, which could be combined with those innocuous herbs to create a tonic for external sale. However, he faced a dilemma. He needed to prepare a batch of the tonic without the peach to taste for any adverse effects before usage. Thus, he sought a traditional herbal medicine shop to procure the necessary materials. Exiting his community, he scoured for herbal medicine stores. Given the substantial quantity he required, he had to persuade the shop owner before purchasing 2 separate packages. After acquiring the herbs, he hurried to the farmer's market, buying 30 lab mice, 30 chickens, and 30 birds, and also procured 30 small cages. Back at his residence, he immediately simmered a pot of pork rib soup, adding a portion of the herbal ingredients. With the electric stove turned on, he began the broth, anticipating dinner time to assess the concoction's effects. He then extracted 14 types of fruit, juicing them with a machine, storing the juice in thermos flasks, and rinsing the machine afterward. The rinsing water was collected in another thermos, with labels affixed to indicate the fruit color and whether it was pure juice or rinsing water. This process was repeated 14 times, resulting in 28 cups of juice and rinsing water. In the living room downstairs, Han Shaoxing arranged 4 potted plants, including spider plants, lucky bamboo, money trees, and clivia. To facilitate comparison, he documented the testing protocols on paper before commencing the experiments. The spider plant received neither spring water nor soil replacement. The lucky bamboo was supplemented only with spring water. The money tree had its soil replaced, and the clivia pot utilized entirely new soil and spring water. After completing the setup, he relocated the 4 pots to a corner of the living room, photographing them with his phone for later review of the test results. Subsequently, he separated the lab mice, placing 28 in individual cages, and distributed the juice and rinsing water according to the labels. Once this task was finished, he paused, placing the cages in a corner of the living room, planning to sleep there and observe the mice's test results throughout the day. He then fed the remaining 2 lab mice, 30 chickens, and 30 birds. As midday approached, he opted to boil a bowl of noodles for lunch. The entire afternoon, Han Shaoxing engaged in fitness routines in the living room, while simultaneously monitoring the plants and mice. By dinner time, he discovered that 10 lab mice had perished after consuming 4 types of fruit, a blend of black and white, purple, golden, and red. He deduced that these fruits were inedible and should be processed instead, with the black and white variety representing chaos, the purple signifying thunder, the golden indicating metal, and the red denoting fire, each of which could be lethal if consumed directly. Additionally, 2 mice appeared to have succumbed to poisoning, as the juice exuded a noxious odor that nearly induced his own vomiting upon a mere whiff. Upon acquiring this knowledge, he promptly photographed the fruits and recorded the information, labeling the few ghastly green fruits and placing them in a secure location to prevent accidental consumption. The remaining 9 fruits were deemed safe for limited consumption, particularly the spindle-shaped fruit, which exhibited remarkable effects. One lab mouse that ingested a few drops of the spindle-shaped juice experienced a significant increase in appetite after enduring some distress. After consuming a substantial amount of food, it doubled in size, and its eyes sparkled with newfound intelligence, gazing at Han Shaoxing with an unmistakable air of flattery. Indeed, it was flattery. Han Shaoxing could sense it. As the mouse followed his movements, its head turned in tandem, its eyes reflecting a blend of adoration and yearning. Han Shaoxing became increasingly intrigued by the spindle-shaped fruit. However, he recognized that the time for action had not yet arrived. He needed to observe for 2 more days. During dinner time, in the interest of experimenting with the efficacy of the herbal concoction, he abstained from eating. He first consumed a bowl of pork rib soup and, after waiting for an hour without any adverse effects, he drank another bowl. After another hour passed without any anomalies, he proceeded to extract peach juice, pouring both the juice and the residual pulp into a pressure cooker. Half an hour later, he resumed drinking the soup, only to find his stomach uncomfortably distended, yet still, no physical abnormalities were noted. Upon concluding his experiments, he immediately initiated a video call with Han Ying. Once connected, he confirmed her availability for conversation and shared the entire process and results of his formula testing. Han Ying, upon hearing his findings, was immensely excited and began discussing the establishment of a health food therapy center. However, due to her commitments as a university lecturer, she lacked the time to participate in such an endeavor. Moreover, Han Xiaosheng would likely disapprove, considering it a venture devoid of technical expertise. Han Ying's professional background and status, nonetheless, held significant potential for Han Xiaosheng's future, as he might eventually accompany her on archaeological digs at ancient tombs. Given the existence of a valley world comparable to a realm of cultivation, it was conceivable that ancient immortals might have left behind legacies at these excavation sites, which, if obtained, would enable him to practice cultivation. Ultimately, they decided that the Health Food Therapy Center would be organized by Han Xiaosheng in collaboration with his parents managing day-to-day operations and Han Xiaosheng and Han Ying stepping in when issues arose. The following morning, Han Xiaosheng awoke feeling invigorated, evidently due to the previous day's successful resolution of the 4 issues surrounding the formula, the fruits, the spring water, and the soil, allowing him to thoroughly relax and rest. After having breakfast outside his community, he visited his parents' residence. Han Zijuan and Chen Lihua had already eaten and were seated in the living room sipping tea. Upon seeing Han Xiaosheng enter, Han Zijuan took out his phone and said, "Xiaosheng, I have scouted several locations in the county over the past few days and found 3 promising sites for the Health Food Therapy Center. I've sent you the photos and videos. Please take a look." Han Xiaosheng opened his computer's WeChat to receive the materials, which included both images and videos. Han Zijuan pointed to the screen and explained, "This is a street-facing restaurant that previously specialized in health porridge. The restaurant is quite spacious with ample parking in front. However, its location is somewhat remote, on the outskirts of the development zone, making transportation less convenient. It is only 2 kilometers from our home, though. I believe this place is quite good. The rent is affordable, and the previous owner capitalized on the large space and parking availability, achieving initial success. However, due to its isolated location and average food quality, the business eventually declined, and now they are looking for a new tenant." Han Xiaosheng nodded in agreement. This location indeed appeared ideal, being close to home, spacious, with parking and affordable rent. Given the efficacy of his health soup, he believed that good wine needs no bush, and if no better options arose, this would be the choice. Flipping to another image, Han Zijuan continued, "This is another location, situated in a bustling area within the development zone. This restaurant used to be a fast food establishment, located within a commercial plaza, surrounded by convenient transportation, shops, supermarkets, and other stores. The county's first high school is nearby, ensuring high foot traffic, and the plaza boasts an underground parking facility. The advantages here are the prime location, heavy customer flow, and easy access, but the drawbacks include its distance from our home, over 5 kilometers, and the small size, with rent being significantly higher, about 5 times that of the previous location. Currently, the restaurant's business is mediocre, generating only modest profits, and the owner is looking to sell, although not with strong intent." Han Xiaosheng shook his head. This option was already dismissed due to its low cost effectiveness. Han Zijuan then presented a third image, stating, "This restaurant is located on North Street in the Old Town. We lived nearby for a while. The size is similar to the fast food restaurant, and the rent is somewhat cheaper, but parking is inconvenient, as there are no large parking facilities in the vicinity." Upon hearing this, Han Xiaosheng immediately dismissed the third option. In truth, Han Zijuan favored the second location due to its high foot traffic, which would likely support better business. However, Han Xiaosheng ultimately opted for the first site. He expressed to Han Zijuan, "Dad, I believe we should choose the first location, as it offers numerous advantages: spaciousness, parking, affordable rent, and its somewhat secluded nature. Given the remarkable effects of our health soup, we need not worry about foot traffic. Rather, we might even face challenges accommodating too many customers, as our supply of health soup could become insufficient." He continued, "We will position this establishment as a health food therapy center, targeting individuals in suboptimal health. These patrons may either lead sedentary lifestyles, have endured serious illnesses, or suffer from chronic fatigue, necessitating restorative measures to rehabilitate their bodily functions and regain health. This demographic represents a fundamental health need. Besides offering our 10 signature dishes, we will also provide ingredients tailored to enhance their flavors and reputations. Although we will not serve health soup directly, we will incorporate diluted versions into the ingredient mix, imparting a slight health benefit to our signature dishes. If our signature dishes prove effective, word will spread, and customers will naturally flock to us. As for the health center, We will cater exclusively to VIP members. We need not worry about attracting customers. Rather, we must devise strategies to manage their numbers. Under normal circumstances, the Health Food Therapy Center will segregate the rustic dishes and health soup into two distinct segments, with separate spaces and personnel, ensuring the health soup is handled exclusively by family members, thereby minimizing potential issues. Han Zijuan expressed some concern, stating, "This approach may make it challenging to establish a foothold." Han Xiaosheng confidently responded, "You have tasted our health rib soup. What did you think?" Han Zijuan eagerly replied, "It was fantastic. Your mother and I have always struggled with our health, but after consuming it, those ailments disappeared, and I feel rejuvenated, as if I have returned to my 40s. Just look at me now." Han Xiaosheng chuckled, "Exactly. Your first-hand experience should instill confidence in our health soup. Although the ingredients in the signature dishes may not provide the same potent effects as our direct consumption of the soup, they will still offer health benefits. Once we open, anyone who tastes our signature dishes will ensure a steady stream of customers." After hearing this, Han Zijuan found the reasoning sound and felt reassured. Han Xiaosheng then broached the topic of pricing. "I will create the original soup formula, which we can refer to as the health essence. We can temporarily assign a value of 1 million to each portion. By diluting the health essence by a factor of 1,000, the cost of each diluted soup will amount to 1,000 yuan. This diluted version will be termed health soup base. While preparing the nourishing soup, the quantity of health-enhancing ingredients added to each serving is calculated, with an additional markup of 10 to 15% on the value of these ingredients, along with other costs, to determine the final selling price of each pot of soup. Do you think this strategy is feasible?" Han Zijuan appeared somewhat taken aback. "Is this price excessively high?" Han Xiaosheng smiled faintly and recounted his conversation with Han Ying from that day. "Dad, 1 million is hardly exorbitant, as our raw materials are exceedingly rare. The ingredient I use is unique on this planet and non-renewable. With each usage, its availability diminishes, making it increasingly valuable. Even if, at some point, it becomes abundantly available, the price cannot drop. Should we lower it out of goodwill, the companies producing ginseng and other herbal supplements might find themselves in dire straits. Such a scenario could lead to a significant societal impact if a large and vested interest group loses its source of income, one that even local governments would struggle to manage. Therefore, this is a path we must avoid. Modern individuals often lead irregular lives, neglecting their health, which results in widespread poor physical condition. Everyone is eager to recover from suboptimal health to a state of well-being, particularly the affluent, who, despite their wealth, find their health compromised due to the burdens of business. Their pursuit of health is fervent. As long as this nourishing soup proves effective, even at a premium price, it will garner popularity among those who seek wellness. We should establish our pricing based on the therapeutic effects of the soup produced. When the Health Food Therapy Center begins serving, we will sample it first. If the health benefits are substantial, we can justify a higher price, while a less favorable outcome would warrant a reduction. Our primary target audience consists of the wealthy and influential. By earning their trust and assisting them, we can count on their gratitude in times of trouble. This approach also has the advantage of a narrower target demographic, reducing the risk of complications. As for the general populace, the vast population base would quickly outstrip our limited supply of raw materials if we opened our offerings widely. Eventually, we would find ourselves unable to meet the demand of those drawn to our product. While some customers might understand, the majority would likely blame us for not fulfilling their expectations, perceiving our actions as a form of scarcity marketing. Many people fear not scarcity itself, but rather uneven distribution. Thus, our well-intentioned efforts could backfire, and we lack both the resources and the standing to serve as saviors for the masses, a role that falls outside our capabilities and responsibilities. Medical institutions certainly would not welcome our encroachment on their domain. In the future, should we possess the means, we might consider donating to those in need, but for now, we are not equipped to do so. Seeing that his father had come to a realization, Han Xiaosheng transferred 3 million to him, entrusting him with full responsibility for the Health Food Therapy Center's affairs, requesting a longer lease with a higher penalty for breach. Han Zijuan embraced this endeavor with enthusiasm. Chapter 22. A call from Jiang Xiuyin. In the ensuing days, Han Xiaosheng settled into a tranquil and orderly routine. He purchased a plethora of fitness equipment, installing it in room 1901 in the hall, allowing him to exercise and strengthen himself at any time. Each day began at 7 a.m. with a shower and laundry, followed by a day's activities at home. During the day, he consumed the juices he crafted, then engaged in workouts, ensuring 3 hours in the morning and 1 hour in the afternoon, with additional time spent at a climbing club practicing ascents. In the evening, He would eat a peach to detoxify, then exercise for an hour in the living room, showering only after thoroughly sweating. Subsequently, he would delve into online studies about flora, fauna, and soil minerals. By 10 p.m., he would retire for the night. He also kept an eye on the weather, anticipating the next opportunity for a temporal transition. Time flowed swiftly, and several days passed. Han Zijuan and Chen Lihua negotiated a favorable deal to acquire a large, albeit remote, restaurant. After spirited discussions and designs, renovations commenced. It was estimated that within a week, preparations for the Health Food Therapy Center would be nearly complete. As time progressed, Han Xiaoxing's physical strength steadily increased. He tested himself and found he could easily run 10 kilometers at a swift pace. The world record for the men's 10,000 meters stands at 26 minutes and 11 seconds. However, he completed the distance in 22 minutes without feeling fatigued. At over 30 years of age, he felt content with his vitality. Yet, he noticed diminishing effects from the peach, suspecting that after a few more, it would cease to have an impact. As his physical condition improved and impurities diminished, the transformative effects of the peach naturally lessened. By November 7th, the weather began to turn cooler. On this day, marking the beginning of winter, Han Xiaoxing refrained from exercising, opting to stay home and await the forecasted rain in Longjiang. However, he waited all day, only to learn the following morning that the rain had fallen near Lianyungang. Disappointed, he resumed his daily exercise and self-improvement. By November 14th, the renovations for the Health Food Therapy Center were complete. Han Xiaoxing and his parents visited the site. The restaurant spans 3 stories. The first floor is dedicated to the therapy restaurant, the second to the wellness center, and the top floor serves as living quarters and a space for preparing nourishing soup. The renovation yielded commendable results. The first floor featured a classical Chinese decor style, with designated waiting areas, a casual dining section, VIP rooms, and an open transparent kitchen, along with restrooms for both genders. The second floor housed various rooms, including one large room, while others were smaller, each marked with a sign denoting its name, 4 of which indicated bathing facilities. The small lobby on the second floor connected the first and third floors, featuring a service desk that provided visibility to the staircases leading up and down, allowing staff to monitor all guests. The third floor primarily consisted of living quarters, with rooms also labeled and including a large enclosed kitchen designated for preparing the nourishing soup, alongside special seasonings stored for the first floor therapy restaurant. After inspecting the renovation, the family expressed their satisfaction and discussed the naming of the establishment. Han Zijuan proposed the name Longjiang Fusho Traditional Chinese Medicine Health Food Therapy Center, symbolizing abundance and longevity, a lengthy name intended to convey its significance upon first hearing. The terms Longjiang, Fusho, Traditional Chinese Medicine, Health, and Therapy encapsulated the essence of the restaurant's offerings. The family agreed to open on November 18th. Han Xiaoxing, having awaited stormy weather in vain, unexpectedly received a call from a woman at 10 p.m. on November 16th. Just as he was settling into bed, a video invitation appeared on WeChat. Upon closer inspection, the name Jiang Xiuyan sparked memories of an enchanting woman in his mind. As a middle-aged man who had been single for several years, it was inexcusable to have forgotten such a remarkable beauty. Chiding himself, he turned on the light and accepted the video call, revealing a delicate face with bright eyes and pearly teeth, captivatingly dressed in a low-cut camisole, the lower half obscured yet exuding irresistible allure. Jiang Xiuyan, upon seeing Han Xiaoxing in a tank top, paused momentarily, her cheeks flushing a delicate red. As she sweetly called out, "Xiaoxinggu, it's Xiuyan." Han Xiaoxing was taken aback, not expecting such an address from the other party. It was known that the person was younger than him. Calling him brother was acceptable, but the sudden change in title and manner of speech, while somewhat flattering, left him feeling a bit unaccustomed. "Xiuya, if you have something to say, just say it. You are a stunning beauty, but if you keep speaking like this, I might just be overwhelmed," he remarked. Jiang Xiuya giggled and began to discuss serious matters. It turned out that Jiang Xiuya's father was in the late stages of cancer, with the hospital having nearly given up hope. They were merely complying with the family's wishes to pursue any possible treatments. The last time Jiang Xiuya obtained 5 thermos flasks of medicinal soup from Han Xiaoxing, she did so with the desperate hope of a miracle. Following Han Xiaoxing's instructions, she administered the soup to her father. Initially, he required intravenous fluids and oxygen to support his health. However, after 5 days, he was able to consume small amounts of food on his own, leading the hospital to believe he was merely experiencing a temporary revival. By the 10th day, aside from daily infusions and medication, he no longer needed oxygen and could eat and drink independently. The doctors, nurses, and family members were astonished, calling it a miracle. 2 weeks later, he was able to get out of bed and walk with assistance. A comprehensive examination revealed that the cancerous lesions had diminished by 90, indicating a significant improvement. Although he still experienced pain, he could care for himself. The hospital convened a seminar to discuss the treatment and medication regimen that had led to this successful outcome. Yet they were unable to pinpoint which aspect had been most effective. Observations suggested that complete recovery would necessitate another 6 months of medication. The hospital, primarily focused on Western medicine, forwarded the case details to the Provincial Western Medicine Association for record-keeping as a successful treatment case. Although this case was not publicly disclosed, many influential individuals learned of it through the association and began inquiring about the miraculous medicine used. Thanks to Jiang Xiuya's discretion during the treatment process, only her father suspected her involvement, while even the hospital remained baffled. Many individuals flocked to the previous oncology hospital, resulting in a surge of patients. While Jiang Xiuya maintained her confidentiality well, her cousin Jiang Tingting inadvertently let slip some information. It turned out that Jiang Tingting's mother was suffering from uremia, having spent a considerable amount of money on ineffective treatments, depleting the family's savings. Jiang Tingting's mother, feeling burdened, contemplated despair. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Tingting revealed details about her mother, hoping to seek Han Xiaoxing's assistance. Lacking the courage to approach him directly, she implored Jiang Xiuya to intervene on her behalf. Having received an 800,000 bonus from the previous gold transaction, Jiang Xiuya had repaid her debts to Han Xiaoxing, but hadn't yet broached the subject of payment for the 5 bottles of medicine. Thus, she began the video call with a coy demeanor, concerned that Han Xiaoxing might harbor ill feelings. After listening to Jiang Xiuya's account, Han Xiaoxing was somewhat speechless, noting the breach of confidentiality. Fortunately, circumstances had shifted, with the Health Food Therapy Center set to open in a couple of days. However, to prevent any future leaks, he felt the need to address the issue. Consequently, Han Xiaoxing feigned sternness. "Manager Jiang, you violated my confidentiality agreement," he stated. Jiang Xiuya, slightly flustered, smiled sweetly and replied, "Xiaoxing, I acknowledge my mistake and apologize. Is an apology sufficient? Should I offer myself in recompense?" Upon hearing her audacious suggestion, Han Xiaoxing felt a wave of vulnerability wash over him. "Well, since you cannot come over now, we can postpone the matter of your offering until we meet again. However, your cousin could bring her mother to Longjiang. I am opening a health food therapy center on the 18th, the day after tomorrow. They can attend the grand opening, during which we will have significant promotional events, and all attendees will receive complimentary services. The healing soups at the center, while not as potent as the ones I provided you, are gentler and allow for better absorption, yielding superior long-term effects." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiuya beamed, her smile radiant as if 100 flowers had blossomed. Han Xiaoxing found it difficult to look away. The two continued their conversation, finalizing the payment for the previous medicine. Han Xiaoxing symbolically accepted 200,000, informing her it was a friendly price and urging her to keep it confidential before concluding the call. After hanging up, Han Xiaoxing attempted to sleep but tossed and turned until the early hours of the morning. When he finally awoke to the sunlight streaming in, he noticed the clock on the wall indicated it was already 9 a.m. To his surprise, he found himself in an unexpected predicament, a situation he had not experienced in years. What did this signify? It indicated that the beauty had a captivating influence on him and that his health had improved, resulting in effective training. After indulging in self-satisfaction for a moment, he proceeded to shower, have breakfast, and immerse himself in further exercise. On the morning of the 18th, after breakfast, Han Xiaoxing descended the stairs and walked to the Health Food Therapy Center. Upon arrival, he saw that his parents, sister Han Ying, brother-in-law, and nephew were already there, busily arranging the entrance and lobby. The entrance was festooned with decorations, including a semicircular balloon arch reading "Grand Opening, Welcome Guests," with a red carpet laid out on the ground. Noticing his father diligently posting couplets at the entrance, Han Xiaoxing hurried over to assist. After finishing, he admired the couplets. The first line read "Health Food Therapy Center, strengthening the body," the second "Healing Soup, balancing body and mind," and the horizontal inscription proclaimed longevity and fortune. His father had penned the couplets the previous night, having gained a reputation in their village for his calligraphy, often requested for festive occasions. The characters on the couplets were bold and vigorous, showcasing his father's profound skill in calligraphy. A man of considerable talent, his father had once excelled in various arts, but after moving to the countryside, He lost many opportunities and retained only his exceptional handwriting. Now older, he had developed a touch of vanity, relishing compliments about his calligraphy. Han Shaoxing praised his father's artistry, and the elder beamed, humbly claiming that his skills had waned with age. His mother, a spirited woman, soon intervened, urging Han Shaoxing to assist in rearranging chairs for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. The ceremony was to take place in the spacious lobby, reminiscent of a grand hall, previously used for numerous weddings and celebrations. His parents had arranged numerous tables and chairs, with a ready-made platform at one end, intended for celebratory events. A large screen nearly covered one wall, set up for festive programming. Under his mother's direction, Han Shaoxing and others worked diligently for half an hour to complete the preparations. As the clock neared 9 a.m., the scheduled opening time, everyone paused to catch their breath. Suddenly, the sound of car horns echoed from outside. Upon peering out, Han Shaoxing noticed 5 cars parked in front, from which over 20 individuals, comprising men, women, and children, disembarked. Han Zijuan welcomed them. They were family members of his sister, Han Shaoxing's aunt. He guided them into the lobby, offering tea and engaging in conversation. Shortly thereafter, another procession of cars appeared at the intersection. Han Ying and her husband stood by the roadside, greeting colleagues and friends from the provincial city, many of whom were teachers from their school, coming to offer their congratulations and support. In total, 15 vehicles arrived, bringing around 30 guests, both men and women, with the men dressed in suits and the women in professional attire, complete with skirts, socks, and high heels. Fortunately, the weather in Longjiang is quite mild at present, with daytime temperatures ranging from 15 to 25 degrees, making it comfortable. After Han Ying and her brother-in-law arrived, they exchanged warm greetings and laughter before being escorted to the lobby to take their seats. The brother-in-law engaged in conversation while Han Ying went to the kitchen to arrange for tea service. Subsequently, many relatives of Chen Lihua, specifically from Han Shaoxing's maternal side, began to arrive. Observing the gathering, Han's father felt that enough guests had arrived to commence the event and made his way to the stage. Just as Han Shaoxing was contemplating assisting on stage, a group entered through the door. Leading the way were 2 charming young ladies, Jiang Xiuyan and her cousin Jiang Tingting, followed by 3 dapper young men, presumably their brothers. Lastly, there were 4 elderly individuals, 2 of whom Han Shaoxing recognized as Jiang Xiuyan's parents. Jiang's father appeared to have regained his health, walking with more vigor than his companion. The other 2 elders were likely Jiang Tingting's parents. One middle-aged man supported a frail-looking woman, who, despite her gaunt appearance, wore a joyful smile. Han Shaoxing hurried over to greet them and guided them to an empty table. After waiting for a while and seeing that no more guests were arriving, Han's father took to the stage to begin his speech. Perhaps concerned about the guests growing impatient, knowing the day's theme was a feast, he kept his remarks brief before proceeding to the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Han Ying and a female colleague acted as ceremony attendants, and with a decisive snip, Han's father severed the ribbon, officially inaugurating the establishment. Following this, soft, melodious music began to play in the lobby, filling the air with a gentle ambience that delighted the senses. The kitchen had been simmering soup since the previous afternoon, preparing the signature dishes and nourishing broths for the day. Upon hearing the music, they commenced serving each guest at the tables. Considering it was a grand opening celebration, the first floor of the health restaurant was not only offering the 10 signature bowls, but also a diluted pork rib soup. Noticing a shortage of hands in the kitchen, Han Shaoxing joined his family in assisting, leaving only his father to engage with the guests and uplift the atmosphere. Soon, every table was adorned with Longjiang's 10 signature dishes, the aroma eliciting a collective salivation. Even though it was not yet meal time and most guests had already had breakfast, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Cheers of appreciation soon echoed throughout the dining area as everyone felt their appetites awakening, and it wasn't long before the tables bore only empty bowls, with even the soup consumed. Witnessing this scene, Han's father seized the microphone and inquired, "Dear guests, how does our signature dish taste?" The lobby erupted in applause. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "Bring forth the soup. Let our guests indulge." Immediately, a procession of staff emerged from the kitchen, each carrying trays laden with bowls of soup. Within 5 minutes, every guest was presented with a bowl of pork rib soup, the rich aroma wafting through the lobby, accompanied by the sounds of eager swallowing. The soup was served in ordinary white ceramic bowls, appearing unremarkable, yet the fragrance was irresistible. Once the soup was distributed, Han's father called out, "To all our esteemed friends and family, thank you for your presence today. The soup before you is our restaurant's secret recipe, unique to us. Please enjoy." Everyone began to partake, including Han Xiaosheng and his family. Soon, the lobby fell into a comfortable silence, only the soft, upbeat music resonating in the background. A refreshing sensation enveloped the guests, many squinting their eyes in blissful contentment. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by the exuberant exclamation of a child from a corner table. Delicious. So delicious. I've never tasted such wonderful soup before. Like a pebble cast into a still pond, the calm of the lobby was disrupted, and waves of applause cascaded throughout the room. Each table was abuzz with shared expressions of delight, transforming the lobby into a lively gathering. Observing the animated scene, Han Xiaosheng and his family exchanged joyful smiles, acknowledging the success of the opening. Hearing the applause, the chefs and service staff from the kitchen joined the gathering to savor the pork rib soup. The delectable flavor left everyone feeling invigorated, akin to having consumed ginseng fruit, prompting a leisurely pace in savoring their bowls. By 10 o'clock, no one had departed. They all awaited a second serving of soup. Noticing this, Han Xiaosheng approached Han Ying for a brief discussion. Han Ying then took to the stage, microphone in hand, and expressed gratitude to all attending family and friends, asking, "How do you find our nourishing soup? Is it effective?" A chorus of enthusiastic applause filled the room. Han Ying continued, "These nourishing soups are the result of my meticulous research. Given the precious ingredients, we have prepared a limited quantity, with only one bowl per person. In light of your overwhelming support, and since today marks our grand opening, our entire family has decided to offer those present the opportunity to apply for a membership card, valid for 1 hour. Those interested may proceed to the second floor to apply." Cheers of gratitude resonated, and Han Ying stepped down to guide those wishing to apply for membership upstairs. Soon, guests began to disperse, though a substantial number remained to seek membership, with at least a third of the attendees opting to apply. Those who hastily departed were likely unaware that they had missed this opportunity. Applying for a membership again would be nearly impossible, and if there were a remedy for regret, they would surely seek it. In due course, those remaining to apply for membership began to trickle to the restroom. Initially, some voiced concerns about feeling unwell, questioning if there was any issue, though they remained skeptical upon hearing explanations. Anticipating that guests consuming the nourishing soup would inevitably undergo detoxification, Han Xiaosheng had previously expanded the restroom facilities, converting the third floor entirely into bathing areas. On the second floor, many queued to apply for membership. Observing the steady flow of individuals to the restroom, some began to suspect there might be an issue with the soup, prompting inquiries directed at Han Ying. Han Ying invited a young man who had just returned from the restroom to the stage and asked, "How do you feel? Was there a problem with the soup?" The young man, clearly extroverted, jovially replied, "What issue could there be? I feel fantastic. I've never been in better shape. I could run 20 laps around the school track without a hitch. I had been feeling a bit sluggish lately, but look at me now. I just checked myself in the mirror and thought I might even look a bit more handsome. Could it be an illusion?" Han Ying patted the young man's shoulder, stating, "Young man, this is no illusion. Our nourishing soup possesses remarkable properties, capable of restoring health, repairing damaged cells, and enhancing the body's immunity. In traditional Chinese medicine terms, it is a form of dietary therapy. We rely not on advertising, but solely on the efficacy of our health benefits." While the others remained doubtful, they hesitated to apply for membership, pondering their options. Han Xiaosheng was unperturbed. The fewer who applied, the more opportunities for those who would come later. Eventually, the first person to wash her face emerged, and upon seeing her transformed reflection, she gasped in astonishment. A woman in her 30s, a colleague of Han Ying, typically relied on cosmetics to mask her skin issues. However, after washing her face and following Han Ying's request to forego makeup, she revealed her natural complexion. Everyone could see her skin was now naturally clean and radiant, requiring no further cosmetic enhancement. Upon seeing her reflection, she was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Upon witnessing her move to tears, the other women who emerged later shared her sentiments, having already admired their reflections in the restroom, rejoicing with exuberance. Observing this, Han Ying turned to the surrounding crowd and proclaimed loudly, "Now, do you all believe? Today's membership card eligibility is indeed a benefit for everyone. If you miss this 1-hour window, the issuance of membership cards will cease. From today onward, only those possessing a membership card will have the privilege of ascending to the second floor to savor our nourishing soup. By the way, our Longjiang Fusho Health and Dietary Center maintains consistent operating hours from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily, offering breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Besides the nourishing soup, we provide local delicacies, including the renowned Longjiang Tin Bowls, catering to all patrons visiting us. As for the Wellness Center, we are currently accepting reservations exclusively for members, and walk-in guests will not be accommodated. We warmly welcome everyone here today. Thank you. After bowing, Han Ying descended to chat with her colleagues and friends. Downstairs, many lingered at the dining tables. Some feeling unwell sought the restroom. Others went to bathe after detoxing. Some bid farewell, and still others remained to converse. Jiang Zuya and Jiang Tingting, after communicating with Han Xiaosheng, procured membership cards for the Wellness Center, leaving Jiang Tingting and her parents to stay in Longjiang, planning a week-long visit in hopes of restoring her mother's immunity against cancer cells through the therapeutic effects of the nourishing soup. Reluctantly, Jiang Zuya bid farewell to Han Xiaosheng and returned with her family to the provincial capital. Han Xiaosheng approached Chen Lihua and said, "Mom, I know you personally added the health essence to the pressure cooker last night. I hope that from now on, this essence should only be in your and Dad's hands. Each time we prepare the nourishing soup, it should only be added by you two, preventing it from falling into others' hands. If you are unavailable, my sister and I can take over. If none of us are in Longjiang, we would rather halt the soup than entrust the essence to anyone else, including other family members. The fewer people involved, the lesser the risk of leaks, and it spares others from discomfort. Furthermore, I noticed today's soup concentration was well managed. It serves its health purpose without being overwhelming, so let us maintain this dilution for now." Chen Lihua, beaming with satisfaction, replied, "Rest assured, I remembered what you said. Today, I diluted it 10,000 times, worried that if the effects were too pronounced, too many would come, and we wouldn't manage." Pleased with his mother's handling of the situation, Han Xiaosheng returned to the Dihao community to continue his fitness endeavors. Chapter 24. The Storm in the Days That Followed. Han Xiaosheng scarcely ventured outside. After providing the health essence to Chen Lihua, he ceased involvement with the health and dietary center. He dedicated himself to fitness at home, striving to enhance his physical capabilities and increase his chances of survival in the valley world, oblivious to the brewing storm outside. With the establishment of Huaxia culture, traditional lifestyles infused with Chinese aesthetics, spirit, and wisdom gained recognition and revival. The fusion of traditional Chinese cultural genes with contemporary fashion elements led to the rise of a new trend, with traditional Chinese medicine and classical studies becoming popular among the youth. The amalgamation of traditional practices with modern needs birthed a fresh wave of consumer culture and ideological awareness. People increasingly prioritized health and balance in their diets, emphasizing the intake of fruits and vegetables, beneficial bacteria, and low-salt, low-sugar meals. Health teas, such as green tea, black tea, and herbal teas, became particularly favored, rich in antioxidants that bolster immunity and protect cardiovascular health. Health is not merely a lifestyle but a philosophy in pursuit of longevity. In the realm of wellness, numerous methods are embraced, with dietary practices reigning supreme. Just as health-focused dietary therapy gained popularity, Longjiang Fusho Health and Dietary Center emerged, introducing detoxifying and beauty-enhancing nourishing soup, which rapidly captivated the region, attracting a steady stream of visitors, primarily through referrals from relatives and friends, overwhelming the family. The Han family found it perplexing. They had previously agreed to offer a soup diluted 10,000 times, with the essence's concentration exceedingly low. Based on their tasting results, the effect was minimal, and they did not anticipate such an immediate surge in popularity. Unbeknownst to them, having already benefited from the health essence, they could not perceive the diluted soup's effects, whereas those present at the opening ceremony were profoundly impressed. The attendees, initially there as a show of support, some planning merely to make an appearance, found the cuisine far superior to anything they had previously tasted and decided to return for future meals. After savoring the nourishing soup, most guests enjoyed its flavor without much thought, many believing their obligations were fulfilled and departing, while those with closer ties lingered to obtain membership cards, concerned that leaving too soon might cause awkwardness among friends. However, the subsequent beauty and health benefits took everyone by surprise. Those who remained naturally sought to secure membership cards, fearing they might miss their chance. Conversely, those who had left after enjoying the soup initially felt discomfort, struggling to find restrooms en route, and some who were typically outspoken began to express their dissatisfaction, vowing never to return to the establishment, which left certain relatives feeling disgruntled. Those residing nearby hurried home or to their workplaces, while others who lived farther afield searched for restrooms, with a few rural relatives, in dire straits, resorting to nature's call in roadside bushes, leading to even harsher words. Yet, these individuals soon sensed something was amiss. After relieving themselves, they felt an inexplicable lightness, initially attributing it to the restroom visit. When nearby patrons pointed out the remarkable changes in their complexions, they were initially baffled until they noticed the astonishing transformation of their skin, realizing the nourishing soup truly had health benefits, detoxifying and enhancing their appearance. Those who came to this realization promptly returned to the Health and Dietary Center, eager to strengthen their ties with the Han family. Observing that many were obtaining membership cards on the second floor, all who turned back demanded to secure their cards. After being declined by the Han family, they were filled with regret and sought to negotiate high prices for transfers from those who had already obtained their cards. However, in modern society, individuals are astute. They recognized the rarity of such an opportunity and hurried home, as if fearfully anticipating a forced sale. After a tumultuous period, they returned home, though their outward calm belied their inner turmoil. The attendees were either relatives or close acquaintances of the Han family, and should a need arise, they believed solutions would be found. Thus, on the day of the grand opening, only a limited number of membership cards were distributed, after which the Han family prudently regulated their issuance, with the parents imposing a daily cap of 10 cards to avoid overwhelming demand. Yet, the universal truth remains. That which is unattainable becomes all the more desirable. Those who secured membership cards, having been cautioned by the Han family, returned home with the intent of keeping the benefits to themselves. If everyone could partake, how could they bask in the admiration that accompanied their newfound youth and beauty? The dilemma lay with those who departed without obtaining their cards, later filled with regret as they sought to return. However, aside from a select few with special connections who received private assistance, others lost their chance to enjoy the nourishing soup again, left in despair. Such is the nature of humanity. The more one is denied, the more one craves, and these individuals began to extol the extraordinary effects of the nourishing soup, attempting to apply social pressure to compel the Han family to relent, unaware that their actions only led to an influx of new patrons, further diminishing their own opportunities. Soon, a multitude of government officials and entrepreneurs from the city sought out the Han family. Initially, the Han household was elated, believing that forging connections with these individuals would greatly benefit them. However, the following day, people from other regions began to arrive in droves. The location of the health and wellness restaurant, which was once remote, became congested with traffic, as an overwhelming number of vehicles struggled to find parking, leading to chaotic situations. While an influx of patrons usually signifies prosperity, the Han family found themselves unable to rejoice. The demand for their wellness soup surged to an almost unbearable extent, causing significant distress. The member cards they had previously printed were exhausted in a single day, and Han Zijuan hesitated to distribute any more. Aware that their supply of ingredients was finite and could not satisfy such overwhelming demand. 3 days later, elites from other provinces, including the capital, began flocking to Hunan province in large numbers. Flights to the region became nearly impossible to secure, with only those possessing power and connections managing to obtain tickets. This, however, did not deter the entrepreneurs, who opted to drive directly, resulting in traffic jams on several highways leading to Hunan. Online discussions erupted, with many speculating about the mystique surrounding the wellness soup, while various health forums fanned the flames of frenzy. The situation escalated, and no one could predict where this whirlwind would lead or what chaos it would unleash. Even Han Xiaosheng and Han Ying were taken aback, thinking that simply controlling the number of member cards would suffice. They had not anticipated that, following a global viral outbreak, the populace would develop an insatiable obsession with health. Moreover, despite the fact that the wellness soup had been diluted to an extraordinary degree, its remarkable efficacy was undeniable. The allure of something exceptional cannot be concealed, much like the fragrance of fine wine cannot be hidden in a narrow alley. Faced with the surging demand, Han Zijuan raised the requirements repeatedly, yet still could not meet the expectations. He grew increasingly anxious, avoiding phone calls, until he ultimately had to hang a sign indicating a 3-day closure and sought out Han Xiaosheng. After listening to Han Zijuan's grievances, Han Xiaosheng couldn't help but burst into laughter, though it was tinged with concern. Both men fell into a contemplative silence. Han Xiaosheng went to the storage room to assess the remaining peaches, discovering that only around 600 were left from the initial batch, with another 600 already taken. Approximately 400 had been transformed into the wellness extract, and it became evident that, given the current membership numbers, they would likely run out within a month. Despite the immense influx of cash, both men felt a sense of unease. Once the ingredients were depleted, how would they manage the expectations of those who had obtained memberships but could not enjoy the benefits? Moreover, on the road to Longjiang, countless individuals waved wads of cash. eager to partake. This was merely a glimpse of the situation within China. If wealthy individuals from around the world were to descend upon them, their resources would scarcely last a week. Considering this, Han Shaoxing knew he had to focus on the peaches. With so many powerful figures involved, both he and the Han family could not afford to offend them. Contemplating this, he spoke. Father, I never imagined it would escalate to this point. Had I known, I wouldn't have pursued the idea of opening a wellness center. I would have quietly amassed wealth instead. Even if I had opened the center, I would not have offered such discounts at the grand opening. It was akin to shooting oneself in the foot. Han Zijuan nodded in agreement, expressing his own sentiments. Indeed, I never expected this. However, the storm has already begun, and it is impossible to quell it now. All we can do is exert our efforts and leave the rest to fate. Seeing Han Zijuan's dejection, Han Shaoxing reassured him. Father, there is no need for excessive worry. After all, we hold the cards in our hands. At most, I will just bring back more peaches next time. However, this membership system has become too burdensome. Without it, we would have the freedom to sell to whomever we choose. Han Zijuan felt a surge of hope and replied, You're right. If we truly cannot manage, we should cease issuing new memberships. As for those already distributed, there's no remedy. The matter of ingredients rests in your hands. Yet, standing at the eye of the storm, our privacy will likely be compromised. We must prioritize confidentiality moving forward. After deliberating further, Han Zijuan finally felt a sense of relief and returned to discuss matters with his mother. With this issue momentarily set aside, Han Shaoxing immersed himself in an intense fitness regimen. This situation had invigorated him. The valley was filled with abundant resources, and if he could not bring back more, he would be remiss in not seizing the opportunity bestowed upon him. Whether for financial gain or to benefit those in need of the wellness soup, a robust physique was imperative, as one could never predict when one might lose their life in the process of traversing dimensions. Chapter 25. The tea trees on the plain time, like a swift river, flows unnoticed. Another week slipped by. On November 30th, Han Shaoxing locked the doors of 1801 and 1901 and closed all the windows. He settled onto the large sofa in 1901, beginning his wait. In the morning, a light rain fell, intensifying to a steady downpour by lunchtime. Around 2 p.m., Han Shaoxing finally awaited the opportunity to traverse realms. Amidst the thunder and lightning outside, his phone displayed a countdown. Countdown, 30 seconds, please prepare. Countdown, 29 seconds, please prepare. Countdown, 28 seconds, please prepare. Han Shaoxing quickly donned his backpack, grasped the essentials in hand, and held his phone tightly as he awaited the moment. Finally, the phone signaled, countdown complete, crossing dimensions imminent. The screen flickered, and a swirling purple aura enveloped him, growing brighter and expanding until it surrounded him entirely. Glancing at the time, it read 2:10 p.m. Suddenly, his surroundings darkened, and streams of black and white light raced past him. Before he could fully comprehend his physical form, a flash of brightness restored his vision. Han Shaoxing found himself standing on grass, precisely at the location where he had last returned before his phone. Setting down the newly acquired folding ladder, he surveyed his surroundings, finding it unchanged and devoid of danger. He laid out 20 canvas bags on the grass and retrieved his stepladder, beginning to pick peaches. After 2 hours of climbing and descending, he had harvested approximately 1,500 peaches, filling 5 of the canvas bags. Observing the valley's peach trees, he estimated he could gather another 4 to 5 rounds before the trees were bare. He hoisted his backpack, secured 2 outdoor knives on the side, and packed 5 canvas bags, a folding and trenching tool, and a collapsible alloy rod. He transported the new folding ladder to a slope, set it up, and climbed to the summit of Valley Number 1. Han Shaoxing opened the entrenching tool, sought refuge under a tree, and scanned the vicinity. The area was eerily silent. He then retrieved a military-grade binocular and meticulously searched the surroundings for a quarter of an hour, finding no signs of danger, which eased his mind. Upon reaching the summit of Valley Number 2 and surveying the area, he detected no threats and descended using the long ladder he had left previously. After conducting another inspection with the entrenching tool and confirming the absence of hazardous creatures, he commenced the peach-picking process once more. After 6 hours of labor, he filled 15 bags with nearly 4,500 peaches. Due to the pressure from the wellness soup incident in the preceding days, he felt compelled to transport a substantial quantity of peaches back. Observing the remaining peaches on the trees, he noted that this valley had a greater abundance of trees, each bearing more fruit. Han Shaoxing felt a surge of joy. The peaches from just this valley would suffice for over 20 more harvests. and the other valleys likely held even more. Why had so many spiritual fruits gone unpicked by animals or humans? Monkeys, in particular, adored peaches, and other small creatures favored fruits as well, while humans were inherently adventurous. One possibility is that this area is the least favorable in the vicinity, with other locations yielding superior produce. Another possibility is that, apart from the smaller creatures, the larger animals dare not traverse that dense forest, which is the territory of a formidable entity, akin to the violent bear, such as a tree spirit. Yes, a tree spirit. Han Shaoxing was momentarily stunned. Indeed, if the forest harbored numerous tree spirits, or if an entire grove were a singular tree spirit, then it is likely that even the violent bear would refrain from approaching, lest it be drained of its essence. No, its bare essence. Recalling the frenzied tree spirits from films, with countless branches thrashing wildly, he dared not dwell further on the thought. Lost in his musings, he continued to transport peaches to Valley No. 1. It took him a full 6 hours to carry 5 bags of peaches back to Valley No. 1. He gathered the 10 bags of peaches from the grassy area, binding their openings with a rope so that he could carry them back to the real world with a single hand. He picked up 5 20-liter plastic water containers, filled them with water from the pond, secured the plastic lids tightly, and grouped them together, fastening them with a rope through the handle. With preparations for his return complete, Han Shaoxing, armed with a trowel and a backpack, ascended the summit of Valley No. 1 once more, ready to continue his exploration of the surroundings. Surveying the area, he began his expedition in the opposite direction of the mountains. The path was overgrown with weeds and shrubs, with tall trees sparsely scattered among the grass, leaving no clear route. Whenever he encountered a tree, he marked it with his trowel to avoid losing his way upon his return. As he progressed, the height of the weeds gradually increased, and the flora became more abundant, with small animals occasionally appearing amidst them. After a day of trekking, the circular valley was left behind, revealing a vast prairie ahead, where larger animals began to emerge, prompting Han Shaoxing to exercise caution. He found it perplexing that this direction lacked a dense forest, yet no large animals ventured into the valley. What could be the reason? Noticing a small hill about 30 meters high nearby, he climbed it. After a brief survey, he observed many large animals in the distance, prompting him to take out his binoculars and scan the surroundings. After a quarter of an hour, his eyes grew weary. The scene before him mirrored the lush prairie he had witnessed towards the mountains, with vegetation reaching knee height, where small animals frolicked and occasionally, shadows of wolves, tigers, and leopards appeared, but none approached the direction of the pit, clearly avoiding it. Han Shaoxing sat atop the hill, contemplating whether to continue his exploration. Observing the movement patterns of the larger animals, he surmised that if danger were to arise, they could easily escape by retreating to the pit area. This seemed worth a try. After resting for 10 minutes and feeling rejuvenated, undoubtedly due to the superior air quality here, he strolled around the hilltop, preparing to descend and continue his journey. However, he noticed a peculiar tree atop the hill, standing only about 4 meters tall, even shorter than the shrubs below. Yet it captivated Han Shaoxing's attention. The reason being, during his childhood, he had helped his mother harvest tea leaves and was familiar with the shape of rural tea trees. This one bore a striking resemblance to the tea trees of Longjiang. He suspected it might be a tea tree, but despite having studied botany extensively at home and having seen pictures of tea trees, he could not ascertain its authenticity. This tree was taller than the tea trees in Longjiang, its leaves larger than those in the real world, exuding a refreshing fragrance, with leaves of a blue hue. Unlike the green leaves of fresh tea from Longjiang, after lingering beneath the tree for a while and plucking a few leaves to inhale their fragrance, he sighed, lamenting how he had forgotten the essence of fresh tea leaves, a grave oversight. After a moment of self-reproach, he resolved to take a chance. Convinced that this was indeed a tea tree, assessing its size, he reluctantly abandoned the idea of bringing it back to the real world. He took several photographs of the tea tree and its leaves, capturing images of the flora atop the hill, then switched to video mode to record the plants below the hill. From his backpack, he retrieved a few large plastic shopping bags from a local supermarket and began to harvest the tea leaves. After gathering leaves from the lower branches, he filled 4 plastic bags. Ascending a thicker branch, he realized he had insufficient bags for the leaves he had gathered and had to stop. Descending from the tea tree, he rested on the hill for a moment before deciding to return, planning to explore further on his next visit to this world. Tying the openings of the 7 plastic bags together with a rope, he fashioned a handle and began his descent. The journey back was relatively smooth, taking a day to reach Valley No. 1. His backpack was devoid of bread and biscuits, and he had long finished the spring water. Observing the peaches, spring water, and tea leaves on the grass, a wave of happiness washed over him. These items represented wealth and health. With a water bucket to his left and tea leaves and peaches to his right, he grasped the rope with one hand and his phone with the other, murmuring, "I wish to return to the real world." There was no response. He removed one water bucket and tried again, still no success. After removing another, he attempted once more, but to no avail. After contemplating, he decided to carry only one water bucket and tried again. Success. The phone glimmered, and the screen began to flicker, enveloped in a swirling violet light. The light spun faster, forming a vortex that suddenly flashed, causing both the vortex and Han Shaosheng to vanish into thin air. Chapter 26. The Enigmatic Enlightenment Tea. Regaining his senses, Han Shaosheng found himself back in the living room, burdened with a pile of items. He set the items down and checked the time. The wall clock indicated it was just past 10 o'clock on November 30th. Reflecting on the 4 days spent in the alternate world, he noted that only 8 hours had elapsed in the real world, resulting in a time dilation ratio of 1/12. This time, he had once again surpassed the weight limit for carrying goods, bringing back a substantial amount of supplies. A 20-liter full water bucket weighed at least 20 kilograms. The 20 bags of peaches amounted to approximately 6,000, while the 7 bags of tea leaves, though light, took up considerable volume, with their exact quantity unknown. This haul could sustain him for months. Even if he could not return to the valley world in the short term, a shortage of supplies was not a concern. Noticing the late hour, Han Shaosheng took a shower and went to bed. The next morning, after breakfast, he called Han Zijuan, who arrived promptly. Upon seeing the supplies on the floor, Han Zijuan's face lit up with joy. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Han Shaosheng began to explain, "Dad, these peaches are the ingredients for making health-preserving essence, totaling 20 bags, approximately 6,000 in number, though I Haven Tea confirmed the exact count. Today, I will teach you how to make it once, and I will also provide you with the recipe and contact information for the herbal supply store. From now on, you and Mom can handle the production, so that if I'm not home, you will still be able to manage." He continued, "These 7 plastic bags contain leaves that I believe are from a tea tree. I brought back a portion for your confirmation." He opened his phone to show the pictures of the tea tree to Han Zijuan. After examining the images for a moment, Han Zijuan confidently declared, "This is indeed a genuine tea tree, nearly identical to those in Longjiang. We can brew a pot and see for ourselves." Han Shaosheng fetched a teapot, placed a few green leaves inside, and poured hot water up to half the pot. The leaves swirled inside the teapot and through the glass. They could see the leaves expanding, tiny bubbles surfacing. Once the water turned a verdant hue, Han Shaosheng poured 2 cups of tea. He raised the cup to his lips, taking a small sip. The tea was hot and initially bland, but as he swallowed, a unique sensation surged from his heart, indescribable in nature. Han Zijuan also took a sip, savoring the flavor. As their eyes met, both were momentarily stunned, unable to articulate their thoughts. Han Shaosheng felt a refreshing sensation ascending his spine, reaching the back of his head. In an instant, his mind became remarkably clear. As he contemplated a matter, countless thoughts surged through his brain, akin to lightning. Reflecting upon the tea in his hand, a flood of knowledge about tea emerged in his mind. Memories of previously acquired information replaying vividly like a video. After approximately 15 minutes, Han Shaosheng extricated himself from this torrent of inspiration, his thoughts no longer as sharp. He exclaimed, "This is the Enlightenment Tea. It's the Enlightenment Tea described in novels." Upon regaining his composure, Han Zijuan immediately affirmed, "It must be the Enlightenment Tea." However, its appearance differs from the tea trees depicted in the stories. Since it aids in contemplation, we might name it Spirit Tea or Clarity Tea. Calling it Enlightenment Tea could evoke certain associations. Han Shaosheng shook his head. "This tea will not be sold. It is for our personal use only. It is too extraordinary, so the name is of little consequence. Its color is a vibrant green, and the leaves are large. I think we could call it Big Green Tea or simply green tea to maintain a low profile." Han Zijuan picked up a bag of tea leaves, examining the hefty leaves. "The specialty of Longjiang tea is smoked tea. I believe we could employ the production techniques of smoked tea to process this Enlightenment Tea and see if we can preserve its current effects. However, this task requires our attention, and we are quite busy at the moment. Let us revisit this later. I'll take a bag for when I'm writing, while the other tea leaves can stay here for now." Han Zijuan departed with a bag of green tea and one of peaches, returning home. Han Shaosheng intended to continue his secluded lifestyle. After dining with his parents, he brewed a piece of green tea. leveraging its benefits to study and memorize various knowledge from the internet. He recalled a foundational course from university, Basics of Circuits, which had always remained somewhat vague and elusive, particularly the transformations that he had learned but soon forgotten. It was the perfect opportunity to experiment. He found a book on basics of circuits from a mechanical publishing house online and began studying, sipping tea every 15 minutes. During the study process, his thoughts were sharp, and he experienced a unique thrill, mastering each topic and retaining information exceptionally well. He longed to boast to a friend and bask in their praise. By the time he finished studying, it was already 9:30 p.m. He reflected on what he had learned, realizing he had retained much of the previously unclear material, and he let out an excited shout. That night was fulfilling. He soaked his feet and went to bed. The next day, he awoke to see the wall clock read December 2nd, 11:54. Han Shaoxing was taken aback. He had slept so late. Sitting up in bed, he felt a bit sluggish, his body weary, as if he had been severely ill. Surely hadn't he caught a cold? He touched his forehead but had no fever. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he ventured out for breakfast. With some energy restored, he began to feel more alert. Just as he returned home, his phone rang. It was Han Zijuan. Upon answering, he heard Han Zijuan's somewhat fatigued voice. Shaoxing, that tea is rather peculiar. What tea, Dad? The green tea. Is there a problem with the tea? Yes, I used it while writing yesterday, and this morning I felt utterly drained. Even after breakfast, I still feel exhausted and am now resting at home. Oh, I see. I drank quite a bit last night while studying, and I too felt fatigued this morning, as if I had been very ill. I thought I was coming down with something. That's what I mean. That tea is strange. I suspect I overexerted my brain last night and need a day of rest. I also need a day to recuperate. It seems we cannot use this tea anymore. I worry about its adverse effects on our health. Indeed, once I feel better, I will return the tea leaves to you for safekeeping. Although this tea is peculiar, if we discover the proper way to utilize it, it could be extraordinarily beneficial. All right, goodbye. After ending the call, Han Shaoxing contemplated the green tea. It was highly effective for research and study, instantly revitalizing one's spirit and enhancing learning abilities. As described in novels, it was a spirit tea that purportedly heightened mental acuity. Now, recognizing the side effects, he concluded that the prolonged concentration had led to mental fatigue. Energy is conserved, and concentrated mental effort consumes energy. Weariness is a natural bodily response. Thus, if one's physical energy is ample and their constitution robust, the reaction should not be as pronounced. Like himself, after 2 months of physical training, his condition had improved significantly, and after a light breakfast, he felt better. Han Ing, whose health was comparatively weaker, found it more challenging to recover after engaging in demanding research that drained both physical and mental energy. His own body was still insufficiently strong. It was best to set the tea aside for now. Remembering he hadn't visited Uncle Chi in quite some time, Han Shaoxing decided to pay a visit. His home in the countryside housed various poultry, and he wished to test the fruits he had brought back from another realm. If the poultry faced any issues, the financial loss would be minimal, and Uncle Chi would only feel a slight pang of regret. Unlocking the storeroom door, he retrieved the exotic fruits. Taking one of each type, he cut them open, extracting the seeds and juicing the pulp, which he poured into a small thermos, topping it off with cool boiled water. After completing his tasks, he had produced 13 cups of juice, labeling each cup with a number and noting the colors: white, black, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black and white, earth yellow, gray, and pink. He also filled a bottle with spring water and took a bag of soil. After some thought, he returned to the storeroom to fetch 3 bottles of health tonic. After a quick call to his parents, he set off for Uncle Chi's home. Chapter 27. Little Black and Little White. Uncle Chi's residence belonged to a production team in Nanjiang, Longjiang County, nestled between mountains and rivers. Decades ago, it was a picturesque locale. A small river flowed in front of the house, one of the sources of the Mishi River. Han Shaoxing had grown up by this river, where the water was crystal clear and sandy beaches abounded. There were 2 gentle streams running through the sand, the deepest reaching only to his knees, while the shallower parts barely submerged his feet, with small fish swimming about. Due to the flat riverbed, the water flowed slowly, and one could not hear its sound from the riverbank. Generations passed, and it became known as the river that doesn't make a sound for 25 miles. This small river was pristine. Digging a pit in the sand would fill it with spring water in less than a minute. After sedimentation, it could be consumed directly. It was said that the well water on both banks also seeped from the river. The banks were lined with lush rice paddies, irrigated by the gently flowing river, which could be called the mother river of Nanjiang, nurturing generations of mountain dwellers. Every summer, as the weather warmed, Han Xiaosheng and the village children would catch small fish in the river, improving their meals. Sometimes, adults would join in, blocking the upstream water with sand to redirect it, while blocking the downstream outlet, leaving only a bamboo fishing trap that allowed fish to enter but not escape, driving the fish from upstream to downstream, thus reaping a bounty of lively fish. Han Xiaosheng often caught fish alongside his brother, even braving the scorching sun during the hottest afternoons, which ultimately led to his nearsightedness due to prolonged exposure to the water's reflective glare. Standing by the riverbank, Han Xiaosheng gazed sorrowfully at the ravaged black water river before him. With economic development came a profit-driven mentality. The villagers expanded their horizons and learned various and scrupulous ways to earn money, resulting in the river's demise. People began to use electric fishing devices, ruthlessly capturing fish as they moved upstream and downstream. Soon, the fish population dwindled, and the villagers and children noticed the absence of fish, as electric fishing employed methods that left no fry behind, eliminating any chance for reproduction. Before long, the pervasive profit-driven ethos in society intensified. Initially, individuals began illegally sifting sand from the river, starting with methods that posed no pollution risk. However, witnessing the absence of oversight, some resorted to polluted methods, leading to a dramatic surge in profits, spiraling out of control. As the construction industry surged, a significant demand for sand arose. Given that river sand was readily available at no cost, large-scale excavations commenced, with trucks transporting the sand to construction sites, generating substantial wealth and setting a precedent. Consequently, more individuals joined the sand extraction endeavor. As the sand diminished, a multitude of pits began to emerge on the riverbed, growing deeper and more numerous. Villagers, having earned money from working elsewhere, returned to construct homes along the riverbanks. With the diminishing use of organic fertilizers, many houses lacked proper septic systems, resulting in direct waste discharge into the river. As the number of houses increased, the river's water grew increasingly foul-smelling. Within less than a decade, the once majestic mother river transformed into a stinking ditch, with the formerly picturesque riverbanks becoming scarred by numerous pits, resembling dark, festering wounds. Those responsible for discharging the foul waters soon faced dire consequences. Not only did the river water become repugnant, but the well water in the adjacent villages also became undrinkable. The only alternative was to dig deeply into the earth to extract water from subterranean sources, which was then used for daily needs. Han Xiaosheng parked his car at the entrance of Uncle Chi's home, gazing at the murky river water, overwhelmed with emotions and rendered speechless. Uncle Chi was tending to the land by the river, and upon noticing Han's troubled expression, he remarked, "Things have improved significantly in recent years. The government has invested considerable effort into managing the river, segmenting it for oversight, with each section assigned a manager. However, destruction is easy, while restoration is challenging. Despite the passage of years, we still see little improvement." After conversing for a while, the discussion shifted to agriculture. Nowadays, farming has lost its appeal among farmers due to inadequate income. While they can manage to feed themselves, their earnings fall short of covering expenses. Han Xiaosheng recalled the water and soil he had brought back, along with unidentified plants from another realm, and felt compelled to experiment with their cultivation in the real world. Entering the house with Uncle Chi, they found it empty. Uncle Chi mentioned, "Aunt Chi is in the backyard feeding the pigs." In the backyard, Han Xiaosheng observed Aunt Chi cutting pig feed. Upon noticing his arrival, she promptly prepared tea and encouraged him to explore the lively backyard. The area was bustling with chickens and ducks, including several recently hatched chicks and ducklings. In one corner, 2 pig pens were visible. One housed a large white boar with a round face, while the other contained a white sow surrounded by a litter of piglets that appeared to have just been born. Aunt Chi handed him a cup of tea and pointed to the piglets, saying, "These little ones are less than a month old. Look, some even have spots." Han Xiaosheng noticed a few of the piglets had patches of black amidst their white fur, indicating a rare mutation. Learning that Han would be dining at their home, Aunt Chi and Uncle Chi decided to dig sweet potatoes from the fields for him to take back to the county. As Aunt Chi busied herself, Han Xiaosheng fetched his backpack from the car and made his way to the backyard. He filled a large bowl with tap water, retrieved a thermos filled with white juice, poured a fifth into a plastic cup, and stirred it. After waiting for 5 minutes and detecting a pleasant aroma, he captured a chick and placed it near the bowl. Observing its behavior, initially trembling with fear, the chick cautiously approached the bowl, seemingly enticed by the aroma, and began to drink. After a few sips, It looked up at Han Xiaosheng, who remained still, allowing it to continue drinking until it had finished. A few minutes later, the chick suddenly stood up and began to run around the yard, inadvertently causing chaos among the other chicks. After a brief sprint, it returned for another drink, clearly becoming somewhat addicted to the concoction. Han Xiaosheng observed without noticing any adverse effects. He then produced another thermos containing black juice, took a small bowl, and prepared a small amount of water for another experiment with a different chick. The results manifested swiftly. This chick began to aggressively attack the others until subdued by a hen, at which point it ceased its frenzied behavior. Satisfied that neither chick was in danger, Han Xiaosheng concluded his experiment. Noticing a vegetable garden outside the backyard fence, he poured the remaining black water onto the chive patch and the white water onto the cabbage patch before cleaning the bowl and returning it to the cupboard. Upon returning to the main room, he discovered that Uncle Chi and Aunt Chi had returned. Luncheon was prepared by Aunt Chi, while Uncle Chi tended the fire, with Han Xiaosheng engaging in conversation. Whose fields and ponds are located behind this house? He inquired. One section is our own. The pond belongs to us, while the other fields are owned by fellow villagers, Uncle Chi replied. How is the harvest? It yields around 1,000 yuan annually, but fertilizer and seeds are costly, along with other expenses. No one is willing to farm anymore. Most land is leased out, and when crops were profitable, everyone cultivated 2 seasons. But as costs rose and profits dwindled, villagers lost motivation, and now they typically only plant for 1 season. I have an idea. You could lease the surrounding ponds and fields, and I will provide the funds while you manage them. We can share the profits equally. Where will you acquire such funds? I have my legitimate sources of income. Let us first assess the situation to avoid greedy individuals inflating prices. Han Xiaosheng retrieved 3 bottles of health tonic from his bag and placed them on the stove, saying, These 3 bottles are for nourishment and recovery, intended for my health food therapy center's soups. They have a high concentration. When making soup, use only 10 milliliters at a time, no more. He also produced a bottle of spring water and a bag of soil, explaining, This is the nutrient solution and soil I prepared for breeding. Bury the fruit pits in this soil and irrigate with the spring water, and you may cultivate high-quality peach trees. Uncle Chi accepted the spring water and soil. In the afternoon, Han Xiaosheng accompanied Uncle Chi on a tour of the surrounding area, feeling quite pleased with the environment. Noticing a nearby hill, he asked, Are there any orchards on the mountains nearby? Uncle Chi pointed to the closest forest, saying, That is an orchard. It was leased by villagers for several years, but when fruit prices fell, they ceased operations, and it has since been abandoned for years. Then lease that land as well. I will fund it, and we can share the profits equally. Are you planning to cultivate those fruit trees on a large scale? I will provide peach pits for a new variety of peach trees. I also have various other fruits that I can provide seeds or trees for in the future. Upon returning home, Uncle Chi and Aunt Chi eagerly discussed plans for the orchard, farming, and fish farming, creating an animated atmosphere. After lunch, Han Xiaosheng transferred 500,000 yuan to Uncle Chi as initial capital and then returned to Longjiang County. 4 days later, in the morning, while exercising in the living room, Han Xiaosheng received a call from Uncle Chi. Xiaosheng, we have a problem with 2 chicks. Did you do something? What chicks? Han Xiaosheng felt somewhat confused. Having been preoccupied with his exercise routine, after your last visit, 2 chicks began growing unusually fast. Now they are larger than our biggest rooster and hen, which is quite peculiar. Oh, I recall. I fed them something to observe their reactions. I didn't see any immediate effects, so I assumed there was none. This is a secret between us, right? Yes, we haven't shared it with anyone else. All right, I'll come over this morning. Upon arriving at Uncle Chi's home, Han Xiaosheng was astonished to see the 2 extraordinary chicks. Just a few days old, these chicks had consumed a minimal amount of fruit flesh but had already grown to be taller than the largest rooster. An impressive sight that left him speechless. Not only that, one chicken's feathers turned completely white, while the others became black, and their wings grew larger. Rather than merely being 2 chickens, it would be more fitting to describe them as 2 birds. The surrounding chickens and ducks retreated to a corner, and some feathers littered the ground, suggesting they had endured some bullying during the recent food scuffles. Upon seeing Han Xiaosheng's arrival, the black and white chickens rushed over, excitedly circling him and making lively sounds, their eyes brimming with expression. Uncle Chi remarked, These 2 are gluttons. They've consumed quite a bit of food over the past few days. Han Xiaosheng extended his hand, and the black and white chickens spread their wings, eagerly presenting themselves for his touch, displaying an unusual level of intelligence. Han Xiaosheng retrieved 2 thermos cups, one containing white juice and the other black, and found 2 bowls. After filling each bowl with half a cup of water, he added a few drops of juice, watching as the water changed color. He sealed the thermos cups and handed them to Uncle Chi. The black and white chickens, seeing the bowls of black and white water, eagerly approached to drink. Han Shaoxing instructed Uncle Chi, prepare a bowl of this for them every day, but don't give them too much, it's quite rare. However, ensure their food supply remains constant. If funds run low, just give me a call. These 2 chickens had become as intelligent as dogs and seemed to be reverting to their avian ancestors, capable of flying freely to a certain extent. In the future, they could prove beneficial for your farming. You might consider them akin to guard dogs. However, they could easily be mistaken for rare birds by others, so it's essential to construct 2 nests for them, ideally ones that would deter theft. Observing their contrasting colors, I suggest naming them Little Black and Little White. If anyone inquires, simply say that one evening they descended from the sky and landed in your yard to scavenge. You discovered they were injured and nursed them back to health, after which they decided to stay. Once these instructions were conveyed, Han Shaoxing reminded Uncle Chi to call him if the juice ran out, as he intended to return to Longjiang County. Suddenly, he recalled something and walked towards the backyard, with Uncle Chi following, assuming there was something important to discuss. Outside the backyard fence, there was a vegetable patch. Previously, Han Shaoxing had poured the leftover black juice onto the chive patch and the white juice onto the cabbage patch, speculating that these vegetables might undergo some transformation. Upon reaching the garden, Uncle Chi understood his intent and pointed out, over the past few days, the chives and cabbages have grown remarkably well, tasting extraordinary. We thought we had struck gold. Now that you're here, it seems connected to you. Han Shaoxing smiled slightly and nodded, saying that day, I poured the remaining water from the bowls into the vegetable patch. The black juice went into the chives, and the white juice into the cabbages, which is why they're thriving. I wonder how long this will last, and whether their seeds will inherit these traits. You should keep this to yourselves and preferably isolate these vegetables with a fence. Shaoxing, I will continue to observe and will promptly inform you of any changes. Great. I'm heading back to the county. After bidding farewell to Uncle Chi, Han Shaoxing returned directly to the county. Chapter 28. The second development upon his return to Longjiang County, Han Shaoxing found Han Zijuan to inquire about the Health and Wellness Therapy Center status, seeking to understand its current development situation. The center was now well stocked with ingredients, allowing Han Zijuan to concoct more health elixirs and therapeutic seasonings, while also beginning to regulate the issuance of membership cards. Thanks to this series of measures, the therapy center was thriving, with patrons queuing daily for meals. Truly a profitable endeavor, leaving the wellness center bustling. However, Han Shaoxing did not forget the original intention behind establishing the therapy center. With finances now sufficient, he insisted that the operating hours be strictly controlled, opening no earlier than 8 in the morning and closing no later than 7:30 in the evening. This decision displeased Chen Lihua, as she was quite industrious, but Han Zijuan, not as diligent, wholeheartedly supported the initiative, which ultimately came into effect. Seeing everything running smoothly, Han Shaoxing felt reassured and resolved to continue his fitness pursuits. Based on the changes observed in Little Black and Little White, he deduced that the black and white fruits could facilitate bodily evolution. He contemplated ingesting the black and white fruits himself to see if they could enhance his physique. He transformed the remaining black and white fruits into juice, pouring them into separate barrels, then filled the barrels with cool boiled water, storing them in the pantry. Each barrel held 20 liters, effectively diluting the contents by nearly 1,000 times. Thus, any potential issues should not lead to severe consequences. He numbered these 8 barrels, designating them as white juice number 1 through number 4 and black juice number 1 through number 4, preparing to consume them over a period. Beginning December 6th, Han Shaoxing commenced his regimen with white juice. He poured a cup from white juice number 1, tasted a small sip, and felt something unusual in his body. A peculiar sensation in his muscles, prompting him to start exercising. After 5 minutes, he paused as the odd sensation faded. Inspecting himself in the mirror, he found no abnormalities. He took another small sip and felt the peculiar sensation return, continuing to exercise. Each time the sensation dissipated, he would check the mirror. An hour passed without any noticeable changes, which left him puzzled. As lunchtime approached, Han Shaoxing showered and changed, heading out to dine with his parents. Upon leaving the corridor, he sensed a strange feeling, as if the air had shifted in some way he couldn't quite articulate. Simultaneously, his steps felt lighter, though he couldn't tell if it was merely the effect of having just bathed. Days passed, and after 5 days, he noticed his skin had become fairer and more refined. Walking down the street, many people regarded him with curious glances, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Upon entering his parents' home, both of them looked at him with surprise, and Chen Lihua remarked, "Xiaosheng, you seem much paler than before." Unable to attribute it to the white juice, he attributed the change to his commitment to fitness and suit making. Back at his residence, he conducted a self-assessment and discovered his running speed had increased by 5%, and he felt more agile and enduring. Testing his weightlifting, he found his strength had improved by 10 kilograms, a remarkable advancement. Following a routine of calisthenics while watching television, he noticed an enhancement in his muscle flexibility. Days continued to pass under clear and overcast skies, with no storms in sight. 10 days later, white juice number 1 was consumed. After retesting, he noted an 8% increase in speed and a 15-kilogram increase in strength, with enhanced flexibility and jumping ability. Although his physical fitness improved, his muscle mass remained relatively unchanged. However, his once small belly had vanished, resulting in a weight loss of 20 kilograms, and his arm muscles began to exhibit a streamlined appearance. Delightedly, he found he had grown 2 centimeters taller, reaching 170 centimeters. Yet, the change in his skin was quite pronounced, now resembling that of a youthful adolescent, fair and delicate. As he examined his skin, Han Xiaosheng felt a sense of pride, but after glancing in the mirror, a twinge of concern arose. It seemed somewhat awkward for a man in his 30s to possess such skin. Reflecting on the contrasting colors of little black and little white, he pondered whether the juxtaposition of black and white could produce a counteracting effect. Thus, in the following days, he began to consume black juice. After just 1 day of exercise, Han Xiaosheng noticed an increase in his appetite, feeling frequently hungry, accompanied by an odd sensation within. From that day onward, his food intake surged, particularly favoring meat dishes, which puzzled his parents. On the second day, he observed a rapid growth in muscle strength, with his muscles beginning to bulge slightly, and his weight started to rebound. By the third day, he noted a significant increase in explosive power, with more pronounced muscle changes. As time passed, he noticed his fair, delicate skin beginning to tighten, seemingly transforming him into a muscular figure, with his once white complexion gradually darkening. Another 10 days elapsed, and 1 barrel of the dark potion was consumed. To Han Xiaosheng's delight, he had grown an additional 3 centimeters, reaching a height of 173 centimeters. Although his skin remained pale, it no longer appeared excessively so. Instead, it only suggested that he was a refined scholar, as he had finally regained his original complexion. However, he discovered that during this period, he had become increasingly irritable and prone to anger, likely a side effect of the dark potion. It was clear that such substances should not be used indiscriminately, as accumulated emotions could lead to complications. Han Xiaosheng conducted a physical assessment and found that the effects of the dark potion surpassed those of the white potion. Compared to 10 days prior, his speed had improved by an impressive 15%, and his strength had increased by an additional 25 kilograms. Flexibility and jumping ability had also enhanced significantly. His muscles were now well-defined. His physique had become robust, and he had gained another 20 kilograms. Looking into the mirror, he saw a strong and handsome young man who, at first glance, appeared to be no older than 20. After a refreshing shower, he spent some time admiring himself before stepping outside for a stroll. Arriving at the community basketball court, he noticed no one was playing, so he attempted a vertical leap to touch the rim and was surprised to find it effortless. Clearly, his jumping ability had improved considerably. Lunch was enjoyed at his parents' home, where they were thrilled to see Han Xiaosheng not only had restored his normal complexion but had also grown taller and become more robust. On December 28th, a Saturday, the family gathered for a meal. Upon first seeing Han Xiaosheng, everyone was taken aback and had difficulty recognizing him. Once confirmed, disbelief ensued. Haning exclaimed, "Xiaosheng, you've grown. Puberty has returned." The others, unable to contain their curiosity, teased him and inquired about his secret to growth. Han Xiaosheng closed the door and quietly shared with them his regimen involving the white and black potions, omitting other details. They soon understood that the miracle stemmed from these 2 concoctions, though they speculated he had his unique sources and did not press further. He indicated that the effects of both substances required further observation, and once he determined there were no adverse consequences, he would consider sharing them with everyone to enhance their physical well-being. In the following week, Han Xiaosheng ceased taking the black and white potions and paused his fitness regimen, spending his time either studying at home or visiting the wellness center. He noted that his body continued to change. His speed, stamina, jumping ability, and flexibility were still gradually improving, and he had grown to 174 centimeters, gaining an additional 3 kilograms. In Chapter 29, The Late Thunderstorm, Han Zijuan continued to prepare herbal soups, some of which were supplied to the wellness center while others were refrigerated for future use. The business thrived, generating an impressive $60 million in revenue this month, with a net balance of $55 million after expenses. With the herbal soups becoming a signature offering, the center's lunch and dinner services were consistently full, particularly the renowned tin bowls of Longjiang, which were immensely popular. To accommodate this demand, Han Zijuan hired 2 skilled chefs from the countryside, offering them generous salaries to rotate shifts. As the wellness center's reputation grew, patrons from outside the area began to flock to it. However, they soon found themselves overwhelmed and considered extending dining hours, a suggestion Han Shaoxing firmly opposed. He believed that while the herbal soups served as a wellness measure, they should not excessively encroach upon the food market, as it could negatively impact some in the food industry. He felt that having enough money to live comfortably was sufficient, and there was no need for ostentation. Once the operational guidelines were established, Han Shaoxing shifted his focus back to his own affairs, as the renovations for apartments 1802 and 1902 were completed. Han Zijuan moved the equipment for preparing herbal soups to 1902, freeing up space in 1801 for Han Shaoxing. He paid little attention to these matters, eagerly anticipating the next opportunity for cross-boundary ventures to acquire more black and white fruits, as his current supply was insufficient. As New Year's Day arrived, families across Huaxia gathered in celebration. At noon, relatives filled the home, including numerous children, creating a lively atmosphere. Due to the success of the wellness center, Han Zijuan and Chen Lihua found their status among relatives significantly elevated, fostering a harmonious conversation. When Han Shaoxing was not seen, a nephew inquired about him. Han Zijuan, aware of his son's penchant for secrecy, skillfully deflected, saying, "Your uncle mentioned he had matters to attend to today. We won't wait for him." Meanwhile, Han Shaoxing was at home listening to music. The weather forecast had predicted rain for the day, prompting him to retire early the previous afternoon. He awoke at 2 a.m. and waited in the living room. However, as the hours passed with no rain, he grew increasingly restless, watching the sun persist outside. As afternoon turned to evening, he received a call from Han Zijuan asking if he would join them for dinner, to which Han Shaoxing replied, "Dad, I can't make it today." After hanging up, he continued to wait. By 10 p.m., fatigue set in, and he found himself pacing, attempting to stave off sleep. The winter thunderstorms had become scarce, and if this continued, the opportunities for cross-boundary ventures would diminish, leading to significant pressure on Han Zijuan. He resolved to find a solution. He turned to the internet, searching for information on thunderstorms. A plethora of links appeared, and he began to browse through them. After some time, feeling he had absorbed little, he brewed a pot of Wudao green tea and resumed reading, finding it easier to concentrate. From his research, he learned that thunderstorms predominantly occurred in the afternoon and evening. During summer afternoons on land, the likelihood of thunderstorms increased due to strong convective heat, resulting in what is known as thermal thunderstorms. At sea, the air remained unstable at night, often leading to nocturnal thunderstorms. Thunderstorms could also arise near air fronts, and in mountainous regions, orographic rain could occur. Globally, thunderstorms are most frequent in tropical and mountainous areas. The tropics experience an average of 75 to 100 thunderstorm days annually, while mid-latitude regions see 20 to 50 days, and polar regions only a few. The city of Bogor in Indonesia holds the record for the most thunderstorm days, averaging 322 annually, earning it the title of the world's thunderstorm capital. In Huaxia, the region with the highest thunderstorm activity is the Nanling Mountains, averaging 50 days per year. Cheongdong Island's Dan City boasts an annual average of 130 thunderstorm days, making it known as China's thunderstorm capital. The southern Yangtze River region averages over 20 thunderstorm days annually, while northern China has about 10. After absorbing this information, Han Shaoxing fell into contemplation. While Longjiang may not compare to rain-rich areas like Nanling and Cheongdong Island, it still experiences a fair amount of rainfall. The issue was simply the scarcity during winter. With sufficient funds at his disposal, he contemplated purchasing property in Nanling or Cheongdong Island to facilitate winter excursions. As for Indonesia and Southeast Asia, he dismissed the idea due to safety concerns. He resolved to inquire about the options tomorrow and possibly visit in person. Having made his decision, Han Shaoxing shut down his computer and resumed pacing in the living room. As the effects of the tea began to fade, weariness overwhelmed him, and he settled on the sofa for a brief rest. As the clock struck midnight, it was already past the witching hour. Han Shaoxing could no longer endure the fatigue. He left the lights on and collapsed onto the sofa, slipping into slumber. Suddenly, a thunderous roar from outside jolted him awake. He quickly sat up and glanced at the wall clock. which indicated it was now 2:22 a.m. on January 2nd. Han Xiaosheng grumbled about the unreliable weather forecast, feeling as though he might have traversed into a dream. Hastily, he gathered his essentials and held his phone tightly, positioning himself at the edge of the sofa, readying for the impending crossover. Time seemed to drag on as he waited. Minutes passed before his phone responded with a countdown screen. 30 seconds remaining, please prepare. Followed by 29 seconds remaining, please prepare. He sent a WeChat message to Han Zijuan, instructing him not to disturb him for the entire day. With his backpack secured and essentials in hand, he gripped his phone and began to await the moment of transition. At last, the phone proclaimed, "Countdown complete, preparing for crossover." The screen flickered, and a swirling violet circle of light enveloped him, growing brighter and larger, surrounding Han Xiaosheng. He noted the time, 2:25 a.m., before darkness enveloped him, with streaks of black and white light racing past. Just as he began to comprehend the sensations in his body, the world illuminated once more. Han Xiaosheng found himself standing on grass, in the same spot where he had previously returned with his phone. Chapter 30. Desert Scorpion. Gazing at the familiar valley before him, Han Xiaosheng felt a wave of nostalgia. Finally, he had returned after a month-long wait for thunderstorms. It felt as though he had waited so long that the flowers had wilted. With winter approaching, thunderstorms would grow increasingly rare. So he resolved to gather ample supplies this time. First, he surveyed his surroundings, familiarizing himself with the valley. Ascending to the valley's peak, he utilized his binoculars to scan the area, reassured by the absence of danger before descending back into the valley. After a period of fitness training and consuming a black fruit and a white fruit, his physical condition had significantly improved. He was eager to test his abilities within the valley. He began by jogging 5 laps around the pond, stopping to gauge his body, which showed no signs of perspiration. Under a peach tree, he took a few steps back and leaped to grasp a branch laden with peaches. However, he miscalculated and fell, feeling a twinge of pain in his foot. Rising, he measured the height with a retractable metal rod and a tape measure, noting that he had jumped nearly 4 meters. This realization astonished him, as the world record was only 2.45 meters. He mused that if he were to attempt a high jump, he would surely surpass 2 meters, indeed, a high jump athlete in the making. Pleased with himself, Han Xiaosheng felt an urge to let out a triumphant shout, but then his spirits dampened. He recalled the towering earth bear, standing hundreds of meters tall, and felt diminutive in comparison, chastising himself for harboring such pride. Dismissing these thoughts, he retrieved his ladder and commenced his fruit-picking endeavor. After 2 hours of diligent work, he had gathered a substantial harvest consisting mainly of 3 types of fruits, 6,000 peaches, along with 200 black fruits and 200 white fruits, all packed into bags he had brought along. He refrained from collecting other untested fruits, as he still had some preserved at home. He did not gather stones from the ground, deeming them unnecessary for now. His backpack was filled with fruit and a large bottle of spring water for sustenance on his journey. With thorough preparations made, he planned to explore further along the route he had previously charted. Exiting the valley, he wielded a spade and carried his backpack, retracing his prior steps. As he advanced, the height of the wild grasses gradually increased, and the flora and fauna flourished, with small animals occasionally appearing. Thanks to his enhanced stamina and speed, he pressed on without rest, consuming only bread and spring water. By midday, Han Xiaosheng located the hill where the green tea trees thrived. The circular valley was left behind, revealing a vast expanse of grassland ahead, where larger animals began to emerge. Upon reaching the hilltop, he confirmed the presence of the green tea trees, then surveyed the surroundings with his military binoculars, realizing the grassland stretched endlessly. Descending the hill, he cautiously entered the grassland, continuing his exploration along the original path, marking trees with his spade as directional indicators. With the emergence of larger animals, he reduced his pace, skillfully circumventing any potential threats. Strangely, the wolves and leopards observed him warily but did not initiate an attack, as if they were wary of him. This led Han Xiaosheng to reflect on the notion that while humans fear animals, animals also harbor fears of humans. Perhaps these creatures had suffered losses to humans in the past. He wondered where those humans might be now. As he navigated around various dangerous animals, he remained unaware that his every move was being watched by a colossal being. If not for peculiar circumstances, he would have long since become a meal for those larger creatures. The sun remained high in the sky, showing no inclination to set. Were it not for the movements of animals across the verdant grassland, Han Xiaosheng might have believed he had entered a realm where time stood still. Without relying on the mechanical watch in his backpack, he would have lost track of how long he had been walking. Numerous flowers and trees around him were likely rare species he had never encountered before. He even spotted something resembling ginseng. Yet, he had lost interest in investigating further. His senses dulled from the journey. On the fourth day, just as he contemplated whether it was time to turn back, he noticed the vegetation around him becoming sparser, invigorating his spirits with the promise of change. The trees along the path dwindled, animal tracks were fewer, and sand began to appear alongside the weeds and shrubs. With rising temperatures, by the fifth day, Han Shaoxing finally halted. Before him lay an expansive sea of sand, stretching endlessly, with trees and weeds becoming mere specks along the shore of the desert. Beyond this point, he could no longer establish landmarks, and straying too far would mean losing his way home. Gazing at the boundless sandy expanse, Han Shaoxing retrieved his military binoculars to assess the situation. Through the lens, the desert appeared infinite, with nothing but dunes and swirling sands. No signs of life were discernible. He wondered if any dangers lurked beneath the surface, as quicksand and traps were unpredictable. While observing, he noticed a distant sand dune shifting, and upon closer inspection, a giant desert scorpion emerged, its terrifying visage reminiscent of a creature from a horror film, towering over him as if it were 20 stories high. Staring at this fearsome beast, he recalled the even larger earth bear, momentarily lost in thought. While both grasslands harbored numerous large animals, none appeared as daunting as this one. It struck him as peculiar that these giants did not attack the larger creatures roaming the grasslands, suggesting they might not be inclined to hunt them. This led him to ponder the possibility that he too might have gained some favor in this land, or perhaps these colossal creatures regarded him with indifference. Otherwise, he would have been doomed long ago. Just then, a fierce wind swept from the direction of the sand sea, enveloping him in a cloud of sand. After brushing off the sand from his body, Han Shaoxing found himself at a loss for how to remove the grains lodged in his hair. As he tended to his locks, he detected a pungent fishy odor wafting through the air. He carefully discerned the source of the scent, which seemed to emanate from the direction of the desert. Could it be that fish were lurking beyond the dunes? Was someone engaged in fishing? Or perhaps there lay a vast lake, or even the ocean on the other side. Was this sandy expanse truly a desert, or merely a beach? Han Shaoxing yearned to venture towards the sandy sea, yet he hesitated to step into the shifting sands before him. Reflecting on his journey, he noted that he was 3 days' travel from Valley No. 1. Had it not been for his significantly enhanced physical condition, he would never have managed to reach this place in just 5 days. Even at a steady pace of 5 kilometers per hour, given his current stamina, and accounting for 5 hours of rest and meals, he was capable of traversing approximately 100 kilometers in a day, amounting to a staggering 500 kilometers over 5 days. Such a distance was astonishing. In the real world, a continuous walk of 300 kilometers would likely leave a person utterly exhausted. Yet in this unfamiliar realm, Han Shaoxing had persevered, relying on his fortified physique and nourishing himself with the fruits and spring water he carried. He dared not proceed any further, feeling that he had already taken enough risks, and his provisions were dwindling. Marking a relatively large tree at the edge of the desert with red paint, he began his return journey. Cautious on the way there, he now hastened back with his backpack and a spade, moving swiftly while avoiding encounters with larger animals. Whenever fatigue struck, he paused to hydrate and snack on fruit, pushing onward without rest. He returned to the hill where the Enlightenment Tea was located in just 2 days. With his backpack emptied, he seized the opportunity to gather some Enlightenment Tea to fill it once more before making his way back to Valley No. 1. He filled 2 buckets with spring water from a pond, adding them to the 3 buckets he had left previously, totaling 5 buckets of water. He also collected 5 bags of soil and gathered 3 types of fruit, preparing for his return. Observing the 10 suns in the sky and the angle of their rays, he noted a slight tilt, yet there were no signs of nightfall. With his belongings in hand and his phone at the ready, Han Shaoxing silently intoned, "I wish to return to the real world." In an instant, his phone emitted a flash of light, the screen flickering as a violet halo enveloped him. The violet light began to swirl, forming a vortex that spun faster and faster until, with a sudden flash, both the vortex and Han Shaoxing vanished into thin air. Chapter 31. Animal Protection. Regaining his senses, Han Shaoxing found himself back in the real world, seated beside the sofa, burdened with a plethora of items. He set down his haul, filled with elation at having successfully surpassed the weight limit for carrying, returning with a trove of vital supplies. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted the time was 4:30 p.m., which translated to 8:30 a.m. on January 2nd. This indicated that nearly 8 days had elapsed in the alternate world while only about 12 hours had passed in reality, establishing a time dilation ratio of 1/16. During his time in the other realm, he had consumed a considerable amount of black and white fruit, and he felt he had grown taller. Upon inspection, he discovered he had indeed gained 2 centimeters in height, now standing at 176 centimeters and weighing 70 kilograms. His external appearance had transformed as well. The mirror reflected a tall figure with once sparse hair now thick and dark, slightly lengthened. His eyes sparkled with clarity, and his facial structure had taken on a rugged handsomeness. However, he noticed a concerning trend. The effects of the black and white fruit were diminishing, leading him to believe that soon he would no longer need to consume them. He pulled out his phone and called his parents to inform them of his return. After a half hour, Han Zijuan arrived. Upon seeing the abundant supplies in the living room, he beamed with joy, relieved that they would not have to worry about provisions for quite some time. Han Xiaosheng gestured towards the items, saying, "Dad, this water and soil can be used for cultivation. Seeds and saplings of fruit trees and Chinese herbs can thrive in them. I provided some to Uncle Qi last time, so please help me divide these supplies. Half for Uncle Qi and half to remain at 1902 for cultivating rare Chinese herbs in the future." Han Zijuan assisted in transferring the water and soil to the storage room downstairs. Together, they juiced the peaches, black fruit and white fruit, storing the juice in thermoses for easy access. As for the enlightenment tea, he left it in the study, planning to make it into tea at a later time. Once finished, Han Zijuan stated, "From now on, the secret supplies will be stored here. 1801 and 1901 will serve as your resource base and residence, with keys held only by you and me. Others will not be granted access for the time being. The residences at 1802 and 1902 are also yours. I will only use 1902 for experiments, and once I acquire a dedicated lab, I will relocate. When relatives and friends come, they can be received at 1802. Let this space remain private. Your mother and I prefer not to leave our original neighborhood. I intend to search for a similar property there and purchase it for us." Han Xiaosheng nodded in agreement, replying, "The funds for the house can be drawn from the earnings of the wellness center. By the way, I have some special tasks that can only be accomplished during thunderstorms. I checked online, and the areas with frequent thunderstorms in the country are Cheongzhou Island and the Nanling region. I plan to visit both places in a few days to purchase some properties for my work. However, aside from family, I would prefer to keep my whereabouts discreet." Han Xiaosheng pondered for a moment before adding, "From now on, you can consume the juice made from the black and white fruit." Noticing Han Zijuan's slight confusion, Han Xiaosheng demonstrated his enhanced physical abilities by effortlessly reaching the ceiling with a light jump. "My physical condition is exceptional now. Although I have not practiced martial arts or learned combat, I could easily handle 10 ordinary individuals without difficulty, and my strength and speed will continue to improve." The black and white fruit he had brought back was intended for his family's health, and he planned to write a guide for Han Zijuan to manage the distribution of the black and white juices, advising them on how to use them in conjunction with fitness equipment to promote good health. However, he insisted that these items should not be shared with anyone outside the family. If any relatives requested them, they could be directed to the wellness center, where a nominal fee would suffice. Han Zijuan agreed, taking some peach juice, black juice, and white juice with him, reminding Han Xiaosheng to visit Uncle Qi's house before he left. Contemplating this, Han Xiaosheng found himself puzzled, wondering if it pertained to those 2 large birds. He called Uncle Qi, who took some time to answer. Upon greeting him, Han Xiaosheng detected a bit of noise on the other end and inquired, "Uncle Qi, my dad asked me to come by. Was there something you needed?" Uncle Qi, amidst the commotion, asked Han Xiaosheng to hold on while he sought a quieter spot to talk. After a brief pause, Uncle Qi's voice came through, "It's about those 2 birds. I locked them in the upstairs house during the day, allowing them to roam only at night. Perhaps their limited daytime space caused them to venture out after dark, returning only at dawn. They've grown quite a bit recently, and their size has drawn attention. Initially, it was mere curiosity, but as time passed, people began to visit, wanting to see them. I did not allow anyone to look. It seems some became dissatisfied and envious, leading to a report to the Wildlife Protection Association, who sent someone last week to verify the situation. We explained as you suggested, and the officials believed us, instructing us to ensure their well-being before departing." Han Xiaosheng interjected, "So, there's no issue then?" Uncle Qi's voice carried a hint of resignation. "It seems that those envious individuals are still unwilling to accept their fate, resenting our possessions while they remain devoid. Some have escalated the matter to the city, claiming that the association in the county is inactive. As a result, Today, representatives from the city's Wildlife Protection Association have arrived and have yet to depart. Han Xiaosheng pondered for a moment, realizing that his involvement would be futile, and thus proposed an idea. Why not inform Xiaohe and Xiaobai, telling them that these people intend to capture them and confine them? Let them soar into the mountains in front of everyone, return for a bite, and then take flight again. This would demonstrate their willingness and freedom, leaving others without a rebuttal. Uncle Chi found the notion somewhat implausible. These are merely two creatures. While I can believe a dog possesses a degree of understanding, I have never encountered an animal that comprehends human language. Trust me, give it a try. Perhaps they might understand, thus resolving the issue. After ending the call, Han Xiaosheng stepped outside, intending to walk to his parents' home for dinner. As he strolled along the road, Uncle Chi's phone rang again. Upon answering, Uncle Chi's voice came through. Xiaosheng, it's truly miraculous. Han Xiaosheng responded with curiosity. What is miraculous? With excitement, Uncle Chi exclaimed. I went upstairs, opened the door, and spoke to the two birds. Astonishingly, they nodded in acknowledgement and took flight into the mountains. Those onlookers saw the birds take off and were about to leave when the two returned, snatching some food from the chickens and ducks before soaring away again. You should have seen the stunned expressions on their faces. It was evidently a great disappointment for them. The spectators were reluctant to depart, but the city representatives offered their apologies and left. Han Xiaosheng chuckled heartily. Ignore those idle onlookers. They'll leave once the excitement fades. Since there's nothing pressing, I'll hang up now. I'll be away from Longjiang for a few days, so feel free to call me directly if anything arises. After ending the call, Han Xiaosheng continued his leisurely stroll. Upon reaching his parents' residence, he found Han Zijuan engrossed in a television show while Chen Lihua busied herself in the kitchen preparing dinner. During the meal, the family engaged in lively conversation, enjoying their time together. Observing the two elderly individuals, Han Xiaosheng noted that they appeared significantly younger than before. Compared to the National Day holiday, they seemed to have regained nearly 10 years in vitality. Their skin radiated health, and their eyes sparkled with life, a clear indication of their rejuvenated spirit. If they maintained this condition, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they might well reach a centenarian status. Reflecting on the days leading up to the National Day, he recalled his own lackluster state, with family, career, and life presenting numerous challenges. Now, however, he felt as if he had undergone a complete transformation. His family's health had improved, and most importantly, they were thriving. Life truly is unpredictable. Han Xiaosheng resolved to cherish this hard-won happiness, ensuring that his family's well-being and contentment remained intact. Chapter 32. Qiongzhou in the days that followed. Han Xiaosheng continued to focus on physical fitness while partaking in black syrup and white paste to enhance his physical condition. During his leisure time, he played basketball in the neighborhood and shared meals with his parents. Life was delightful, with his physical capabilities steadily improving and his physique becoming more streamlined. Checking the online weather forecast, Han Xiaosheng noted that Longjiang would remain dry for the next 15 days, presenting no opportunity for cross-border activities. Consequently, he decided to seek a location with thunderstorms and made arrangements accordingly. He contacted a prominent real estate agency in Haikou, requesting their assistance in viewing properties. On January 5th, during the minor cold season, Han Xiaosheng boarded a flight from Xingqing directly to Haikou. Upon exiting the airport, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Haikou was warmer than Xingqing, prompting him to remove his jacket, opting for a shirt instead. Waiting at the arrival area were a middle-aged man and woman, both dressed in professional attire, exuding an air of competence. The man introduced himself. Mr. Han, I am Li Jigua, and this is my colleague, Zhang Yu. Welcome to Qiongzhou. Han Xiaosheng promptly greeted them. Thank you for your assistance, Brother Ji and Sister Yu. Not at all, it is our duty, they replied. After their introductions, the trio boarded a business vehicle headed for the hotel where Han Xiaosheng would be staying. At noon, Li Jigua and his colleague reserved a private room at a Hunan cuisine restaurant to treat Han Xiaosheng. During the meal, both were adept at engaging with others, their humor and charm allowing for an enjoyable conversation with Han Xiaosheng. After dining, they convened in the private room to discuss further details. Li Jigua was straightforward, addressing Han Xiaosheng. Mr. Han, please specify the type of property you desire, and we will arrange viewings. After a moment of contemplation, Han Xiaosheng articulated his preferences. Brother Ji, I have a few requirements. Firstly, I would prefer a standalone house, ideally with a private yard. It doesn't necessarily need to be in a bustling area, but I do expect convenient transportation. Secondly, the property should consist of at least 3 floors, preferably with a basement. Thirdly, the construction quality must be high. Fourthly, I require comprehensive property management, security, and supporting facilities. Fifthly, the location should either be on a mountain or near water. If the area experiences considerable rainfall, that would be even better. Sixthly, if there are multiple qualifying properties, I would be open to purchasing more than one. Lastly, I currently have ample funds and intend to make full cash payments. Listening to Han Xiaoxing's criteria, Li Jigua and his colleague deliberated briefly before Li Jigua responded. We have numerous properties that meet your requirements. I can recommend a few potential locations: Guanlan Lake and Jinyo Ridge, both boast mountains and waters. While the West Coast Golf Club is close to the coast, all situated in Haikou. I want to overwhelm you with options, as too many choices can complicate decision-making. Additionally, there are many villas near the coast. Over the next few days, we can take you to view several properties, allowing you to make an informed decision. There's also the option of Sanya, known for its pleasant climate and proximity to the beach, as well as its abundance of mountains. After a moment's consideration, Han Xiaoxing replied, I would prefer to first explore properties in Haikou, and we can consider Sanya at a later time. Very well. This afternoon we will take you to Guanlan Lake, and from tomorrow onward, we will look at other options. Thank you for your time. I greatly appreciate it. There's no need for thanks. It is our responsibility. In the afternoon, they drove to Guanlan Lake to view several properties. Over the course of 2 days, they visited 6 additional selected locations. Each of these 7 sites featured commendable properties, all standalone villas with excellent privacy and security, nestled within the scenic tourist areas of Haikou. Han Xiaoxing did not deliberate for too long. Aware of the suddenness of Haikou's thunderstorms, he quickly compared the options and chose a standalone villa situated at the highest point of a mountain and another by the sea. Both properties boasted private yards and exceeded 5 floors. The mountaintop villa offered a tranquil environment with ample rainfall, conducive to thunderstorms, and any secrets held within would be difficult to discern. The coastal property experienced fewer thunderstorms, but excelled in convenient transportation, being relatively close to the train station, though it lacked in privacy. The transaction and transfer of ownership for both properties were facilitated by the agency represented by Li Jigua. Han Xiaoxing's only responsibility was to make the payments. Although the paperwork was intricate, with the agency's assistance, the entire process was completed in just 2 days. Subsequently, Li Jigua invited Han Xiaoxing to visit the beach resort in Sanya, but Han Xiaoxing, lacking interest in tourism, politely declined. Instead, he settled into his mountaintop villa, requesting contact information for several construction suppliers from Li Jigua. He began reaching out to negotiate prices and plans, initiating renovations for his new residence. The mountaintop house was named Kuanpeng Residence, while the seaside property was dubbed Golden Dragon Courtyard, symbolizing the soaring of the Kuanpeng and the diving of the Golden Dragon into the sea. The mountaintop residence embodies a traditional garden-style architecture, skillfully harmonizing with the natural topography of the mountain during its construction. The layout of the buildings and corridors within the courtyard varies in elevation, creating a picturesque and orderly arrangement. The courtyard features both mountains and water. The mountain is a natural formation, while the water consists of an artificial pond and a water channel fed by pipes from a reservoir at the mountainside. A portion of this water serves as domestic supply, while the remainder flows into the pond, from which it is distributed throughout the courtyard via the water channel. The main structure of the courtyard stands 5 stories high, perched at the pinnacle of the mountain, marking it as the highest point of the estate. The expansive courtyard is adorned with pavilions, terraces, flying eaves, and artificial rockeries. After thorough investigation, Han Xiaoxing devised a renovation plan. The perimeter wall was to be demolished and rebuilt as a reinforced concrete structure, elevated and fortified to a height exceeding 5 meters to prevent prying eyes and intrusions. The wall's width was stipulated to be over 1 meter. With protective nets and surveillance cameras installed atop, the fire safety system was to be reinstalled and enhanced, with the addition of a water reservoir and a water tower within the courtyard to ensure fire prevention capabilities. The surveillance system was to be upgraded, with cameras placed strategically throughout the courtyard and among the trees to eliminate visual blind spots. Significant renovations were also made to the courtyard itself, incorporating numerous outdoor training and fitness facilities. The main structure underwent partial modifications, with the uppermost floor being outfitted with ample fitness and training equipment. Each of the remaining floors was designated to convert 6 rooms into storage areas, 2 rooms for shelving, 1 filled with refrigeration units, another with refrigerators, and 2 left vacant. The refrigeration units and refrigerators would remain unplugged except when needed, for which Han Xiaoxing coordinated with the Power Bureau, incurring considerable expenses to increase transformer capacity and rewire the electrical system. The two lateral sides of the main building were transformed into climbing training areas. The renovation of the mountaintop residence progressed vigorously, with Han Shaoxing residing in the main structure to oversee the process while awaiting the arrival of stormy weather. He aimed to venture into the alternate world multiple times, bringing back supplies and further exploring that realm. In Chapter 33, titled Rivers, due to the seaside residence having a basement, Han Shaoxing not only requested renovations akin to those of the mountaintop house, but also insisted on remodeling the basement, installing reinforced iron doors and fortifying the walls with reinforced concrete. Being situated by the sea, he emphasized the importance of waterproofing and drainage improvements. After outlining the renovation requirements, he stepped back from the site, occasionally checking on the two construction projects to ensure compliance and prevent shoddy work. During other times, he either exercised and practiced climbing at Kunpeng residence or procured ample supplies from the marketplace or online fitness equipment. Despite the spaciousness of the house, Han Shaoxing opted not to hire housekeeping staff, intending instead to find a trustworthy individual in the future to oversee the property. He had already stipulated that the security and surveillance systems should allow for remote monitoring, enabling him to supervise even when absent. The top floor of the main building became his gym and bedroom, devoid of internal surveillance due to its role as his starting point for crossing realms. He did, however, request external monitoring to guard against potential threats from above. Proud of the two flamboyant names he had chosen, Han Shaoxing quickly contacted a sign-making company to custom-create plaques, which he hung at both the courtyard entrance and the main building's entrance, ensuring they were conspicuously large. While the wall construction was still ongoing, Han Shaoxing was presented with an opportunity to traverse realms. On January 20th, during the coldest days of winter, he instructed the construction workers to take a day off, as the weather forecast predicted thunderstorms, making work impossible. Early in the morning, Han Shaoxing waited on the top floor of Kunpeng residence. He locked the doors and windows, drew the curtains, turned on the living room lights, and settled on the sofa to listen to music. Simultaneously, he sent a text to Han Zijuan, subtly indicating the likelihood of rain and potential signal disruptions. Far away in Longjiang, Xiang Province, Han Zijuan received the message and understood that her son was once again engaging in his own affairs. She replied with a reminder to remain calm and prioritize safety during the storm. After receiving her message, Han Shaoxing entered a state of anticipation. By around 10 a.m., thunder and lightning erupted outside, and soon his phone displayed a countdown. 30 seconds remaining. Please prepare. As the countdown progressed, Han Shaoxing quickly donned his backpack, grasped his essentials, and held his phone tightly, patiently awaiting the moment. Finally, the phone indicated, countdown complete. Transition imminent. The screen flickered, and a swirling violet circle enveloped him, growing brighter and expanding until it surrounded him entirely. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 10:15 a.m. Suddenly, the world darkened, and black and white light streamed past him in a blur. In an instant, clarity returned, and Han Shaoxing found himself standing on grass, precisely at the location of his last return before the journey. Surveying his surroundings, he set down his belongings and commenced a safety assessment. He first examined the area, familiarizing himself with the valley, and ascended to its peak, using binoculars to scan for potential dangers. Sensing no immediate threats, he descended back into the valley. Although previous explorations revealed that the local fauna typically posed no threat, he remained cautious, knowing how precious his opportunity to traverse realms was, and how much he valued his life. Once assured of safety, Han Shaoxing retrieved a ladder and began his foraging. After 2 hours of diligent work, he amassed a considerable collection of fruits, 6,000 peaches, black fruits, and white fruits each, packed into numerous bags, and 100 of various other colored fruits. He had yet to test the effects of these 11 fruit types, as the previous haul was still in cold storage back in Longjiang. This time, he intended to conduct his experiments at Kunpeng residence and Jindong residence, where he was less known and could conveniently procure small animals and seafood without raising suspicions. He filled 10 barrels with spring water, each holding 20 liters, totaling 200 liters, approximately 200 kilograms. Despite his enhanced physique, lifting 200 kilograms approached his limit. Fortunately, he only needed to transport it, not carry it. He planned to use this water for cooking, subtly improving the health of himself and his family. Although he had become nearly immune to the effects of peaches, black fruits, and white fruits, he believed they still held value, albeit not immediately evident. Given the abundance of water in the valley, he decided against collecting stones, reasoning that with his health tonic, he no longer lacked for wealth. Gold and jade held little significance for him at this stage. He also filled 10 bags with soil, intending to take it back to Kunpeng residence for planting. Considering the ongoing rain in Haikao and the remoteness of Kuanping residence, he resolved to explore this world thoroughly. Climbing to the valley's summit, he gazed towards the distant mountains and recalled the terrifying bear, realizing the desert loomed behind it and that he would need to avoid the fearsome desert scorpion for now. After contemplating his options, he decided to venture left, gripping his shovel and shouldering his backpack as he set off in that direction. This path mirrored the conditions of the other two directions, though the flora was notably taller here. The wildlife appeared similar in size and demeanor, with large carnivores preying upon smaller creatures, maintaining a biological chain akin to that of Earth. As long as Han Shaoxing refrained from provoking them, these creatures kept their distance. In order to prevent losing his way back, Han Shaoxing continued to mark the large trees along the roadside with his entrenching tool. As he progressed, the vegetation began to rise, suggesting that the further he ventured, the more fertile the soil became. Along the journey, he consumed peaches, black fruits, and white fruits from his backpack, quenching his thirst with spring water. After a day had passed, the circular valley was now far behind him, and the weeds had grown to his calf height. Han Shaoxing ascended a modest hill, approximately 30 meters high. After surveying the area, he found nothing remarkable aside from the flora. Raising his binoculars, he meticulously scanned the 4 cardinal directions. After a prolonged observation, he discovered nothing of significance and descended the hill, gripping his entrenching tool tightly, cautiously avoiding large animals and snakes. After 3 more days of travel, the weeds had nearly reached his knee height, causing him some trepidation in proceeding further. Noticing a small hill about 50 meters high to his right, Han Shaoxing climbed to the top and observed the surroundings through his binoculars. To the left, right, and in the direction he had come from, he saw lush green grasslands, vibrant with active wildlife. Occasionally, scenes of large animals chasing their prey unfolded before him, reminiscent of a true wildlife documentary. Turning his gaze towards the direction he intended to go, he noted a verdant expanse where a peculiar, irregular white line appeared to connect the grass to the azure sky. Adjusting the focus of his binoculars, the view gradually clarified, revealing a river, glinting occasionally in the sunlight. After a moment's contemplation, he deduced it was likely a river. Although it seemed relatively close, the current conditions suggested it would take him another 2 days to reach it. Recognizing the potential dangers of encountering wildlife near the water, he resolved to return prepared for another expedition. Nonetheless, having reached this point, Han Shaoxing decided to collect some valuable samples to take back with him. Descending the hill, he used his entrenching tool to dig through the wild grass, unearthing soil beneath, which he placed into a plastic bag. With the newly acquired soil secured in his backpack, he grasped his entrenching tool and hoisted the heavy bag, setting off on his return journey. Despite hastening his pace under the burden, it took him an entire day to return to the first valley. Resting at the top of the valley for 2 hours, he gradually regained his strength. Although fatigued and under psychological stress, he felt a sense of accomplishment having explored such a vast area and returned safely. Descending to the valley floor, he gathered his belongings and prepared to return home. Strapping together his scattered items with a rope, he silently repeated to himself, "I wish to return to the real world." But no response came. After some consideration, he realized he was overloaded. He set down 5 barrels of water, opting to take only 5. Once more, he muttered, "I wish to return to the real world." At that moment, the screen of his phone flickered, and a purple halo enveloped him. The purple light began to swirl, forming a vortex that intensified in speed. Suddenly, with a flash of brilliance, the vortex, along with Han Shaoxing, vanished into thin air. Chapter 34. Classmate coming to himself, Han Shaoxing found himself seated on a sofa, holding a bundle of items. He set them down, feeling a sense of calm. After numerous traversals, particularly following the intense exploration in the valley world, his nerves had grown resilient, making it difficult to feel excitement. Having cautiously explored the valley for 5 days, returning to the real world felt like stepping into another realm. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted it was 4:20 p.m. on January 20th. Merely 6 hours had elapsed in reality, with a time dilation ratio of 1:20. Once connected to the internet, his phone buzzed with numerous notifications, mostly from family members. He noticed several missed calls, most from relatives, including one from Han Ying, who likely worried due to his prolonged absence. After calling his parents, Chun Lihua began to chide him for not contacting them, to which he fabricated an excuse about poor signal quality. After soothing her concerns and promising to return to Longjiang soon, he ended the call. When he called Han Zijuan, his father updated him on the situation in Longjiang, advised caution, and then hung up. Noticing a final missed call from an unfamiliar number, which had been dialed multiple times, he decided to return the call. After a few rings, a young woman's voice answered, "Hello? Hello, you've called me several times. Is there something you need?" "Oh, it was my boyfriend who called you. I'll let him speak to you." Hearing a man's faint voice, he recognized it as Zhao Xinyu. Memories of their close friendship during university in Linen flooded his mind. After graduation, their contact had dwindled, especially following Han Xiaoxing's struggles with marriage and work, leading to a period of isolation. "I don't have much time left," Zhao Xinyu said, "and I thought of our days together, so I called you a few times." Han Xiaoxing felt a jolt. "Xinyu, what is wrong? I was diagnosed with uremia last year, and it's already in the advanced stage. How could such a serious illness afflict someone so young? You must seek treatment immediately. Don't give up if there is hope. It's futile. I've been undergoing treatment for a year, but it was diagnosed too late. The doctor says I can only prolong it for about 3 more months." Han Xiaoxing's heart ached, feeling as though he was on the verge of losing something precious. "Xinyu, don't lose hope. Tell me where you're being treated. I can help you." "Xiaoxing, don't waste your efforts. I know my situation. Listen to me. I understand that doctors don't make decisions lightly, but trust me this once, I won't deceive you. I'm in Haikao, Cheongzhou. I just bought a house here and am alone. I'll transfer you some money. Have your family buy you a ticket to come here. I genuinely believe I can help you. Even if this is your last moment, it's worth seeing the world one last time. Xiaoxing, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want to die away from home. I want to spend my last days in my hometown. Rest assured, once you arrive, within a week, you'll see a glimmer of hope. If you don't improve in that time, I'll personally escort you back home. All right? I'll take one last journey and spend your money as a friend. Just transfer the funds to my WeChat." "Understood." After ending the call, Han Xiaoxing located Zhao Xinyu's WeChat and confirmed the details before transferring 100,000 yuan. Zhao Xinyu called back, "Xiaoxing, you've sent too much. It's not necessary. Xinyu, don't worry about the amount. I won't overestimate my capabilities. Use this 100,000 for now. If you recover, you can repay me slowly. If you don't survive this, then it's my final gesture of friendship, and there's no need to return it." Zhao Xinyu's voice trembled. "Xiaoxing, a brother is still a brother. I'll have my wife buy the tickets and head over immediately." After hanging up, Han Xiaoxing sent Zhao Xinyu the location of Kuanping residence via WeChat. Noticing it was lunchtime, he went to the kitchen and prepared a bowl of noodles using the spring water from the valley, adding some soybean paste and fire-roasted fish, mixing it well before relishing the meal. After finishing his lunch, he recalled a donation made in October for a classmate of Zhu Peng who was in the late stages of cancer, wondering how that situation had unfolded. He opened his phone and dialed Zhu Peng's number, only to hear a familiar Jiangxia accent, reminiscent of the bald-headed Jiang. "Xiaoxing, long time no see, what's up?" "Zhu Peng, I recall that in October, a classmate was diagnosed with cancer, and it has reached an advanced stage. What is his current condition?" "Xiaoxing, that refers to Du Xiaojun from another major in our college. He is in the late stages of liver cancer and has been undergoing medication treatment. At this point, the only option left is to prolong his life. There are no other alternatives. Zhu Peng, you could suggest that he visit Longjiang County, where a wellness and dietary therapy center has opened. The efficacy is quite promising and it could offer him a glimmer of hope." "Xiaoxing, we are all aware of that place. It has gained considerable notoriety recently. Du Xiaojun visited once but couldn't secure a membership card, making it impossible for him to purchase the expensive wellness soup. His family has reported that his cancer cells are rapidly spreading throughout his body. He is nearly beyond salvation. Currently, he relies on imported medications to sustain his life, but he cannot afford to stop taking them. If he does, it would be catastrophic. Unfortunately, his funds are running low, and while we can assist him once, we cannot continue to do so indefinitely. Each of us has our own struggles and loved ones to care for." Han Xiaoxing paused for a moment and asked, "Zhu Peng, I haven't interacted much with Du Xiaojun, and I wouldn't have remembered him if you hadn't mentioned it. Indeed, that's why your previous donation of 10,000 yuan made quite an impact on everyone. They all recognize that your financial situation is not particularly favorable. I donated impulsively after hearing about his dire circumstances. What's your opinion of Du Xiaojun?" Zhu Peng contemplated before responding. "How should I put it? He is quite vivacious and sociable, not a straightforward individual. However, he is not a bad person. At his core, he is good-natured, values trust, respects others, and conducts his affairs with integrity. He will not deceive or be ungrateful." Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoxing felt a sense of relief. "Zhu Peng, your words provide me with reassurance." "Oh, what do you mean?" In truth, I have some confidence in being able to assist him, but I do not share a close relationship with him. My assistance is not motivated by any expectation of financial reward. However, I wish for my goodwill to not be in vain. At the very least, if I help him, I hope he will remember my kindness, which would bring me peace of mind. Are you truly confident? I wish to send you a medication, a liquid form of wellness extract developed by my family, but I fear it may not reach you if sent by air. Regular logistics might risk its breakage during transit. I am currently in Haikou. If you have the time, perhaps you could come here to collect the wellness extract and spend a couple of days enjoying yourself. If that is inconvenient, we can discuss it later. Xiaosheng. The new year is approaching, but for the sake of due, I shall make the effort. Please send me your location, and I will come to you tomorrow. All right. I await your arrival. After hanging up, Han Xiaosheng sent Zhu Peng his address and reflected on the past. During his own times of hardship, there had been classmates who extended a helping hand. Now that he had encountered fortuitous circumstances and reaped extraordinary rewards, it seemed illogical to share the wellness extract, as it would expose him and render him vulnerable. Yet, witnessing a dear friend suffer and potentially lose their life weighed heavily on his conscience. To save Zhao Xinyu would inevitably reveal his possession of miraculous medication. One could conceal the truth for a time, but not indefinitely. Since exposure was inevitable, he resolved to save Du Xiaojun as well. The future would unfold step by step, and he would maintain the secret for as long as possible. Chapter 35. Aspirations. The following day, after breakfast, Han Xiaosheng went out to inspect the progress of the renovation. He discovered that the Jinlong residence was still undergoing transformation, while the Kuanping residence had been completed. Satisfied with the renovations at Kuanping residence, he proceeded to pay the contractor for the first phase of the renovations. Realizing that two classmates were soon to visit him, he noted that they could only stay at Kuanping residence, which was somewhat remote, posing a transportation challenge. Although he could take a taxi, his classmates could not trek up and down the mountain indefinitely. He would need to acquire a vehicle. That day, Han Xiaosheng visited 3 different car dealerships, comparing options, and ultimately settled on a full-sized electric SUV from BYD. This 4-wheel drive vehicle boasted impressive power, ample space, and excellent off-road capabilities. After a test drive, he was thoroughly satisfied. Upon completing the payment, Han Xiaosheng handed over an additional 10,000 yuan service fee to expedite the paperwork. The efficiency of the dealership improved dramatically. By the end of the day, he had secured the license plate and relevant documents. He drove the SUV into the yard and parked it for charging before retreating to prepare fruit juice. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke, Han Xiaosheng drove down the mountain for breakfast and awaited his classmates' arrival. Around 11 a.m., he received a call from Zhu Peng. Xiaosheng, I've arrived at the foot of the mountain, but the security guard has stopped me. I need you to come and escort me. All right, I'll be there shortly. Han Xiaosheng drove the SUV to the security office, where he met Zhu Peng, dressed in denim jeans and a sky blue shirt. Zhu Peng carried a backpack draped over his left arm, a black long down jacket nestled within, while he pushed a wheeled suitcase with his right hand. Han Xiaosheng parked in front of Zhu Peng, exited the vehicle, embraced him, and assisted in loading his luggage into the car. Once inside, Zhu Peng curiously inquired, Xiaosheng, I recall your circumstances were not great in recent years. How did you suddenly come into wealth? Have you encountered some fortuitous event? Han Xiaosheng smiled softly. Zhu Peng, this past year has brought me a turn of fortune, and I have managed to earn some money. Zhu Peng looked at Han Xiaosheng, somewhat astonished. Xiaosheng, I remember you were barely 170 centimeters tall, much shorter than me. Now you seem to be about the same height as me, around 176 centimeters, correct? Recalling this, Han Xiaosheng felt a sense of pride and joked. Zhu Peng, I stumbled upon a stroke of luck, and not only did I make some money, but I also grew taller, something I had always dreamed of. Zhu Peng found it hard to fathom. We are both in our 30s. To think one could grow taller again is simply unimaginable. Han Xiaosheng merely smiled in response. Upon reaching the summit, Zhu Peng was taken aback at the sight of Kuanping residence. Once they entered the courtyard, he could no longer contain his astonishment. Xiaosheng, how prosperous have you become? How much did it cost to acquire such a magnificent traditional Chinese garden residence? Han Xiaosheng did not elaborate, leading him into the reception room. After they settled down, he spoke earnestly. Zhu Peng, this house indeed came at a considerable expense. It has cost me quite a bit. I remember during my times of hardship, I dreamed of wealth, believing it would bring me happiness. Now that I have achieved financial stability, I find that I have enough to meet my needs, and I have also managed to bring happiness and health to my family in my own way. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I possess sufficient funds to last me for the remainder of my life. Thus, I no longer feel an urgent need to earn more money. My current focus is on the safety, health, and happiness of my family and friends. On this foundation, I aspire to assist others and give back to society within my capacity. I often ponder why the general populace across the nation can pursue their happiness and health so peacefully. It is due to the stable, united, and secure social environment fostered by our country and the mutual cooperation and support that has developed among individuals. These two elements are interdependent. Without such a structured society, the populace would struggle to live peacefully and seek personal happiness. In the absence of cooperation and mutual aid, society becomes cold, fragmented, and gradually heads towards disintegration. As an ordinary individual of this era, I lack the extraordinary talents that could benefit my country and society. Therefore, now that I have resources and wealth, I wish to contribute to the well-being of my family, friends, and others within my capabilities. As long as I can accomplish these aims, I believe that most people will remember the contributions of the Han family. Zhu Peng. I share these reflections not to indulge in grandiose rhetoric, but simply to convey my intentions. I seek no fame or fortune. I merely wish to assist Du Xiaojun, and that is all. The nourishing soup at Longjiang County's Fusho Health and Dietary Therapy Center was developed collaboratively by my sister and me. This therapeutic broth serves to rejuvenate the body, repair damaged cells, and enhance immunity, benefiting those in a state of suboptimal health. Currently, due to the scarcity of ingredients, mass production is impossible, which restricts its availability for widespread sale. I invited you here for two reasons. First, Du Xiaojun's condition has progressed to a critical stage, and I wanted you to experience the soup's effects so you could take some back for him. Secondly, I am aware of your own subhealth condition and wish to assist you in restoring your health while enjoying your visit. Upon hearing Han Xiaosheng's words, Zhu Peng was deeply moved and astonished to learn that the renowned health center in Longjiang was operated by the Han family, with Han Xiaosheng actively involved in its development. He knew that Han Xiaosheng had studied engineering, not medicine, which made this revelation all the more surprising. Truly, one should regard a person with fresh eyes after a brief separation. Zhu Peng and Han Xiaosheng shared a close friendship in college, and he felt completely at ease. As if he had returned home, they engaged in spirited conversation, reminiscing about their university days, discussing classmates from across the country, the popularity of the nourishing soup, and even debating global affairs. The previous evening, Han Xiaosheng had prepared a pot of pork rib soup in an electric pressure cooker, adding peaches, which had simmered to perfection by noon. They cooked and enjoyed meals together, relishing the pork rib soup during lunch and dinner. After lunch, Han Xiaosheng reminded Zhu Peng to take out his change of clothes, suggesting he might need to use the restroom soon and that he could take a longer shower afterward. Zhu Peng opened his suitcase, retrieved his clothes, and proceeded to the restroom. An hour later, he emerged from the bathroom, radiant and seemingly a few years younger. Zhu Peng felt immense gratitude towards Han Xiaosheng, as he sensed not only a youthful appearance, but also that many of his minor ailments had dissipated, bringing him closer to complete health, a result that money could not buy, even if he were to exhaust all his resources. Curiously, he inquired of Han Xiaosheng, "Xiaosheng, if the effects of this nourishing soup are so remarkable, why not send Du Xiaojun directly to the Longjiang Health Center? It would save a great deal of trouble." Han Xiaosheng explained, "There are two reasons. First, the potency of this medicine can be overwhelming for someone with a prolonged illness. Thus, the health center must dilute the medicinal properties in the pork rib soup to 100,000, or even 10,000 times less potency to make it suitable for those in poor health. Otherwise, it might not only fail to heal but could worsen the patient's condition, potentially leading to death. Therefore, the soup served at the health center is of a very low concentration. Given the severity of Du Xiaojun's illness, he requires a more concentrated version of the soup to stimulate his body, but it must be administered carefully, necessitating on-site observation. Once he begins to recover, he can transition to the health center for dietary therapy. The second reason is that the demand for nourishing soup is overwhelming. Many people suffer from hidden ailments due to work stress, while others are in a subhealth state due to irregular lifestyles. The elderly, plagued by various ailments, all desire to live healthily. Especially those in pain are desperate for relief and restoration of health. With the emergence of this miraculous soup that promotes health and cures illnesses, the number of people in need is incalculable. People are inherently selfish, desiring benefits for themselves and their loved ones. When considering the vast population in Huaxia yearning for health, the demand becomes staggering. Furthermore, if affluent individuals from abroad seek to purchase the soup, Can our family possibly meet such demand? With so many in need, we simply cannot manage. Therefore, we cannot issue any membership cards and must provide the soup based on actual conditions, customizing our approach accordingly. I brought you here to assist in your health restoration, while also ensuring you take back some of the medicinal soup. As for how you explain it, that is your responsibility. Just keep it confidential that you received it from me, as I prefer to avoid complications. Upon hearing this, Zhu Peng felt a surge of anticipation and lost interest in sightseeing, wishing only to stay at Kunpeng residence for a few days. In the afternoon and evening, they worked out at the gym, finishing off the remaining pork rib soup as a late-night snack. Afterward, Han Shaoxing entered the first-floor kitchen, using a large electric pressure cooker to prepare 3 pots of radish and pork rib stew, each pot infused with freshly squeezed peach juice. That night, Han Shaoxing arranged for Zhu Peng to stay in a guest room on the first floor while he retired to the top floor to shower and sleep. The next morning, Zhao Sinyu's wife accompanied him on a flight from Jin province. When Han Shaoxing and Zhu Peng greeted them at the foot of the mountain, they noted Zhao Sinyu's poor condition. He appeared somewhat swollen and struggled to walk, supported by a weary-looking woman, his wife, Wang Yonghui. After exchanging heartfelt greetings, Han Shaoxing arranged for the couple to stay on the first floor of Kunpeng residence. Observing Zhao Sinyu's condition, Han Shaoxing led Wang Yonghui into the kitchen and pointed to the electric pressure cooker, instructing, "Sister-in-law, from now on, you and Sinyu should start drinking the pork rib soup, using a bowl every 2 hours." Noticing Wang Yonghui's confusion, Han Shaoxing clarified, "This is my specially prepared medicinal soup, which is particularly effective for patients and beneficial for your health." Wang Yonghui, a dignified and beautiful woman from Jin province, appeared to be in her 30s but looked much older due to the pressures of life, with strands of white hair visible. After understanding Han Shaoxing's instructions, she filled 2 bowls with soup and retreated to the living room. When Han Shaoxing finished tidying the kitchen and joined them, he found that both bowls had been consumed. Zhao Sinyu, visibly excited, exclaimed, "Shaoxing, I felt a bit lighter after drinking the soup. I had been experiencing some chest discomfort, but now I feel much better." As Zhao Sinyu reached for more soup, Han Shaoxing intervened, advising, "Do not overindulge. 1 bowl every 2 hours is sufficient. Observe how you feel, and if it's not agreeable, switch to 1 bowl every 3 hours. I will step out to buy some groceries. You both can watch television and take it easy. There's no rush." After giving his instructions, Han Shaoxing left to procure ingredients. Once he was gone, Wang Yonghui turned to Zhao Sinyu, saying, "Sinyu, this nourishing soup is truly miraculous. After drinking it, I feel as though the fatigue of recent days has vanished. I believe your medicinal concoction will yield positive results. When we leave, we should ask your classmate for some to take home for your parents, who have worried greatly about you." Zhao Sinyu expressed his heartfelt sentiments to his wife. "Shaoxing is my brother. He wouldn't forget me when he has something good. However, it's his skill that brought forth such a treasure, and I cannot simply ask for it. This medicine is extraordinary, likely a rare gem. We should be grateful for the benefits we receive and not take them for granted." Zhu Peng concurred, believing they should consider Han Shaoxing's efforts. At the foot of Kunpeng residence lay a vibrant market, where Han Shaoxing purchased pork ribs, radishes, red dates, and various vegetables, loading them into his vehicle. Feeling the day was still young, he wandered over to the stalls selling poultry and small animals. The poultry market was bustling, filled with the cacophony of clucking chickens, quacking ducks, and honking geese, intertwined with the sounds of bargaining. After careful scrutiny, Han Shaoxing selected 2 baskets of chicks and ducklings, negotiating a price, and purchased them along with their bamboo containers. He also bought some rabbits, loaches, live fish, and shrimp, acquiring them along with their cages and boxes. The vendor assisted him in loading the goods into the car. Observing that the SUV's trunk and back seat were nearly overflowing, Han Shaoxing returned with a sense of satisfaction. Upon entering the courtyard, he released the live animals he had purchased. The chickens, ducks, and small rabbits were placed on the grassy ground, while the loaches and shrimp were poured into the pond. As he stepped into the hall on the first floor, Zhu Peng approached and took the vegetables and ribs from his hands, heading into the kitchen. In the living room, Zhao Sinyu was still seated on the sofa, his complexion much improved. Zhao Sinyu stood up and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Shaoxing, I feel I am recovering. I just went to the restroom twice and feel considerably lighter. I am truly grateful to have a good brother like you." Han Shaoxing chuckled heartily, displaying modesty. "Sinyu, I too was fortunate to have concocted this medicine. If it had been around this time last year, I would have been in a dire situation myself, struggling to make ends meet, let alone help you. It appears this medicine is effective for you. Now, Sinyu, You and your companion should stay with me for a couple of days until you fully recuperate. Thank you, Xiaosheng. I apologize for the trouble, Zhao Xinyu replied. Given our friendship, there is no need for formalities. I am currently in a better financial position. 6 months ago, I could not have afforded such a residence, but now I have several vacant rooms and cannot occupy them alone. It is a perfect opportunity for some lively company, especially since it has been years since we last met. Upon seeing Zhu Peng emerge from the kitchen, Han Xiaosheng remarked, Zhu Peng, I believe Zhao Xinyu can handle it. I simmered 3 pots of rib soup last night, so you need not wait for mealtime. From now on, the 3 of you should start drinking the rib soup, using bowls, and have a bowl every 2 hours. If it feels too much, you can switch to 3-hour intervals. After eating, engage in some light activity to aid nutrient absorption. Zhao Xinyu, after finishing your soup, begin by moving about the house slowly. When your body allows, you may stroll or jog in the courtyard, gradually increasing your pace while managing it yourself. Your sister-in-law and Zhu Peng are in a better state, so you can arrange your activities accordingly. If anyone experiences discomfort in their stomach, it is a normal phenomenon. There are several restrooms on both the first and second floors. Feel free to use any of them for a washroom break or a shower. Aim to finish the rib soup before bed, but do not overindulge, as too much can be overwhelming. I have matters to attend to upstairs and will leave you to your conversations. With that, Han Xiaosheng turned and ascended to the top floor. He took out his phone and called his father, Han Zijuan, to discuss the situation in Longjiang. According to Han Zijuan, the healthcare center was operating smoothly, generating a substantial income daily. The accommodation, dining, and tourism industries in Longjiang were also thriving, with an influx of individuals seeking health tonic soup, including many from abroad. The Han family was somewhat overwhelmed, given the prominence of their visitors. The black and white tonics had been gradually administered to relatives without their knowledge of what they were consuming. After taking the tonics, aside from his parents, the others had shown noticeable growth in stature. Their physiques could only be described as robust, and their skin was as radiant as jade. The changes in his elderly parents were less dramatic due to their age, but they too had become sprightly, their hair returning to a dark hue, with significantly fewer wrinkles and age spots. His father even made a special trip downstairs to shoot hoops for 5 minutes. Upon learning of the situation, relatives and friends came to inquire, attributing the changes to the health tonic. Han Xiaosheng laughed heartily, feeling a deep sense of contentment. At his age, once financial stability was secured, the health of his family became his foremost concern. After concluding the call, he felt relieved that everything was normal back home, allowing him to continue with his own endeavors. Thus, each day, Zhu Peng, Zhao Xinyu, and Wang Yonghui consumed the health tonic while exercising. Han Xiaosheng began to test the effects of the unknown fruits. Chapter 37. The mutation. Han Xiaosheng retrieved 2 large fiber bags containing numerous plastic bags, each filled with variously colored fruits he had brought back from the Valley World a few days prior, with 100 of each type. There were 11 varieties in total. While he had tested them on laboratory mice, their effects on humans and other animals remained unexamined. He laid all the fruits out on the large table in the living room. After much deliberation, he selected the most severely damaged specimens from each type, choosing 3 to 5 from each. These fruits were no longer viable for preservation and required immediate testing. He placed the selected fruits into 11 opaque plastic bags, labeling each with its color, and packed them into a hiking backpack before descending the stairs. Seeing him emerge with the backpack, the 3 individuals exercising in the courtyard approached to greet him. Han Xiaosheng noted their improved conditions, particularly Zhao Xinyu, who was now able to utilize fitness equipment for moderate exercise. After exchanging pleasantries, Han Xiaosheng gestured towards a small courtyard, saying, "You are free to engage in your activities. Do not mind me, as I need to attend to something in the front courtyard." The 3, being perceptive, understood that he intended to conduct some activities that might not be suitable for observation, so they moved indoors to utilize the fitness equipment. Satisfied with their cooperation, Han Xiaosheng walked along the corridor into the small courtyard. Upon entering, he was greeted by an enclosed area where chickens and ducks roamed on the grass, surrounded by a small pond. He approached the entrance and shut off the water inlets and outlets, needing a controlled environment for his unpredictable experiment. Spotting several empty fish tanks in the corner, he realized he had been somewhat muddled. Having fish tanks would be much more convenient than disturbing the pond. With this thought, he turned on the tap of the fish tank to fill it with water, then gathered a few tools for catching fish and began his task in the pond. After half an hour, each tank was filled with water, containing at least 2 different types of fish swimming about. Counting the tanks, he found only 6, so he procured 5 more from other courtyards. After considerable effort, he had finally prepared 11 testing locations, with each tank housing several fish, eliminating the need to disturb the chickens and ducks. He took out a pink fruit, which appeared exquisite, even more so than the rosy peach. He chopped it into small pieces and tossed a few chunks into one of the tanks, beginning to observe the reactions within. As the pieces sank, the fish in the tank sensed the disturbance at the surface and began darting about. One fish, seemingly unafraid of the sinking pieces, swam beneath them and gulped one down, then continued to swim around. After 5 minutes of observation, the fish that had consumed the fruit remained completely still, while the other pieces settled at the bottom of the tank, ignored and left as waste. Han Shaoxing felt a twinge of disappointment and took out a green fruit, slicing it into smaller segments and tossing a few into another tank. This tank contained 4 fish, 3 smaller ones and 1 larger grass carp. The small fish showed no interest, yet the grass carp rushed forward, pursuing the sinking fruit pieces and consuming them until none were left, then surfaced, releasing a few bubbles and leisurely swimming around the tank. Han Shaoxing fixated on the grass carp, skeptical that it would show no reaction after consuming so much fruit. Just a minute later, the grass carp exhibited unusual behavior, its swimming speed noticeably quickening, nearly colliding with the tank's walls multiple times. A minute passed, and the grass carp accelerated further, its turning speed also increasing, allowing it to navigate the water with grace. As its speed intensified, it no longer collided with the walls of the aquarium. After 5 minutes, the fish appeared brimming with vitality and excitement, darting around the tank as if it were a pond, moving like an arrow released from a bow. Its turns and pivots were effortless, and when it spun, a certain aesthetic beauty emerged, evoking a strange sensation in Han Shaoxing. The grass carp seemed to manipulate the water within the aquarium, aiding its acceleration and turns. Han Shaoxing nodded, affirming this sensation. Could it be that the green fruit enhanced the fish's affinity with water? As he pondered, the grass carp ceased its erratic movements, surfacing to open and close its mouth. Han Shaoxing felt a spark of inspiration and tossed several fragments into the water, igniting a flurry of activity. The grass carp flicked its tail and rushed toward the largest piece, while several smaller fish swarmed in to compete for the morsels. Soon, the smaller fish reacted as well, their diminutive forms creating mere shadows darting about the tank. At this point, Han Shaoxing was nearly convinced that this blue fruit was beneficial for the fish, enhancing their mastery over the water and likely harmless to humans. He considered trying a small amount himself to observe the effects, wondering if he might swim freely like the fish if he consumed too much. Lost in daydreams, his peripheral vision caught sight of the adjacent aquarium, where the fish that had consumed the pink fruit was behaving oddly, spinning in circles, its body twisting as if dancing or in a daze. After 5 minutes of watching, the fish finally calmed down, returning to a normal swimming pattern, albeit at a slower pace, as if the earlier activity had drained its energy. It seemed this fruit acted like a stimulant, causing exuberance followed by a period of lethargy, not something to be consumed indiscriminately. Observing the grass carp and the smaller fish floating at the water's surface, mouths agape in search of food, Han Shaoxing couldn't help but chuckle. He plucked some grass from the ground and tossed it into both aquariums. The grass carp and the smaller fish ignored it, but the fish that had eaten the pink fruit eagerly began munching on the grass, as if it were hungry. Seeing the grass carp refuse the grass, Han Shaoxing threw both the pink and green fruits into this aquarium, stirring up a lively commotion as the fish scrambled for the food. Having understood the effects of these 2 fruits, he decided to leave the fish to their antics and move to another aquarium to experiment with different fruits. Just as he was about to take out the other fruits, he heard Zhu Peng calling from outside. Han Shaoxing stowed away the fruits and grabbed his backpack before stepping out. Upon exiting, he saw Zhu Peng chatting with a uniformed security guard at the entrance. Realizing this was the person he had arranged to meet, he hurried over to greet him. The guard, named Chen Paisai, shared a name with a famous crosstalk performer but was quite young, in his 30s. It was said that he was a retired Special Forces soldier with a notable background. Han Shaoxing had contacted the security department yesterday to request special services for the security of Kunpeng residents, which is why Chen Paisai had come personally today. He invited Chen Paisai to sit in the living room, where Zhao Sinyu's wife helped prepare tea. Han Shaoxing and Chen Paisai began discussing the security arrangements for Kunpeng residents. After about an hour of negotiation, they reached an agreement. An annual security fee of 1 million yuan would be paid. Kunpeng residents would provide funds to purchase a medium-sized security booth to be placed at the entrance, and a security guard would be stationed there daily. Utilities such as water, electricity, and gas would be provided for free by Kunpeng residents, with meals being self-catered. They also agreed to increase patrols around Kunpeng residents. Both parties were satisfied with the agreement. Han Xiaosheng felt reassured about security, while the security department viewed it as a new revenue source, potentially setting a precedent for other residents to seek similar services. After seeing Chen Paisai out, Han Xiaosheng walked along the water channel toward the small courtyard, only to hear splashing sounds coming from the waterway. Turning to investigate, he noticed a fish thrashing about in the channel. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as a grass carp, significantly larger than the one in the aquarium. When it noticed his gaze, it halted its splashing, its head emerging from the water as it opened and closed its mouth, seemingly begging for food. Han Xiaosheng tossed a handful of grass into the channel, but the fish ignored it, allowing the grass to drift away. Finding it odd, he reached out to touch the fish's head, and to his surprise, it did not shy away, allowing him to stroke it gently, revealing a newfound intelligence. Han Xiaosheng retrieved a green fruit from his bag, took a small bite, and held it near the fish's head. The grass carp responded by flicking its tail and surfacing to swallow the morsel, then swam a circle before looking back at him. A thought struck him as he walked back toward the small courtyard. Upon entering, he discovered that the grass carp in the small aquarium had vanished, leaving only a few smaller fish swimming around. Clear traces on the ground led to the water channel a meter away. Approaching the channel, he found the now enlarged grass carp maintaining its balance in the water, its head above the surface, mouth opening and closing. This confirmed his suspicion, leaving him astonished. The fish had indeed evolved, leaping from the aquarium to the channel in pursuit of the green fruit. It appeared that the green fruit was a miraculous boon for scaly creatures, facilitating the grass carp's evolution, increasing its size and mastery over water, while also enhancing its intelligence, almost making it his pet. Chapter 38. Awakening of Water Attribute Abilities. Considering that he might spend much of the year away from Kunpeng residents and unable to care for the poultry and fish, he believed it prudent to assign the security personnel an additional task, to feed them daily, ensuring they did not starve, especially the grass carp which had grown so endearing. With this thought in mind, he quickly opened the Notes app on his phone and recorded this task. Having tested these 2 fruits, he felt a surge of anticipation for the remaining 9 varieties. He cut the piece of blue fruit he had bitten into smaller fragments and fed them to the grass carp. Then, leaving it to its feast, he took out the remaining 9 fruits. Lacking the patience to observe them one by one, he hastily cut each fruit into pieces and tossed them into the respective 9 aquariums before sitting down on a chair nearby, watching intently. Half an hour later, in the 9 aquariums, 3 fish in separate tanks had perked up, while the fish in 5 tanks exhibited a chaotic flurry before returning to normal. Only one aquarium, fed with the deep blue fruit, remained lively. The fish within that tank continued to swim energetically, displaying increased agility. Han Xiaosheng reached out to feel the water in that aquarium and was met with a chilling sensation. It had cooled down. This suggested that the deep blue fruit possessed a greater energy related to water attributes, likely of an ice nature, while the previous blue fruit was simply water attribute. The effects were quite perplexing. Han Xiaosheng felt he had only grasped the properties of the blue and deep blue fruits, while the others remained a mystery. Feeling overwhelmed, he decided to set it aside for now, realizing there was no rush and that he could revisit the matter the following day. With that in mind, he tidied up briefly and left the small courtyard. Upon finding the trio chatting in the living room, he informed them of his completed research before heading upstairs. After locking the door behind him, he retrieved the last blue fruit, rinsed it, and consumed it in a few bites, setting aside the pit. He then sat at his desk with a glass of water in hand, patiently awaiting what was to come. Soon, a refreshing sensation surged within him, causing an involuntary shiver. His spirit experienced a delightful awakening, as if his sensitivity to a particular element had been remarkably heightened, reminiscent of his previous encounter with the enlightening tea. However, this experience differed slightly. While the last time had merely heightened his mental acuity and simplified his problem-solving, this time felt distinct. He gazed at the teacup held in his hands, and the water within exuded a comforting familiarity. As he focused intently, he suddenly grasped the essence of mental resonance. He realized he possessed the ability to resonate with his thoughts. With a mere flicker of intention, ripples danced across the surface of the water in the cup. Sensing those ripples brought him a joyous feeling. As he intensified his mental focus, the water unexpectedly began to flow outward, defying the natural law of gravity. When the water cascaded over his hands, he experienced a sudden clarity. An overwhelming joy surged within him. By absorbing the essence of the blue fruit, he had acquired the ability to communicate with water, and that sensation lingered. Seizing the moment, he eagerly continued to resonate, immersing himself in the experience of water, striving to retain that profound connection. Time slipped away unnoticed until he eventually emerged from that state, unable to recapture the feeling of unity with the water, leading to a wave of melancholy. He understood the reason. During that brief period, he had attained the ability to communicate with and manipulate water. Through this communion, he discovered that water is composed of countless elemental droplets, each seemingly insignificant yet imbued with emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, which serve as their source of power. Typically, these droplets exhibit a calm demeanor, their emotions counterbalancing each other to maintain equilibrium. However, when their emotions align, they manifest their collective strength. When joyful, they create gentle ripples, allowing boats to glide upon their surface. When enraged, they unleash tumultuous waves capable of overwhelming anything in their path. And when sorrowful, they exude a chilling force, freezing all in their vicinity, even creating zones devoid of life. Yet, these individual expressions of emotion are instinctual and passive. Should an external force evoke a unified emotional response, it could harness a formidable power, allowing one to command water. If Han Xiaosheng could transform this state of communion with the water elements into a permanent condition, then wherever water exists, it would serve as his sensory extension, enabling him to sense all that water can reach. Rivers, lakes, and seas would become his domain. Further mastery would allow him to control the movement of water, wielding it as a weapon. The mere thought filled Han Xiaosheng with aspiration and a sense of beauty. With this dream in mind, he became indifferent to other matters, entrusting his daily task of preparing nourishing rib soup to Zhao Sinyu's wife. He devoted nearly all his time to exploring the water elements, consuming blue fruits daily, meditating, and when fatigue overwhelmed him, collapsing onto the sofa, only to awaken and resume his consumption of blue fruits, nearly entranced by the pursuit. Zhu Peng and Zhao Xinyu, the couple, could only catch fleeting glimpses of Han Xiaosheng. Exchanging few words with him, noticing his absent-minded demeanor, they busied themselves tending to the chickens, ducks, and fish, awaiting the day he would return to clarity. It is said that diligence bears fruit. On the eve of the spring equinox, Han Xiaosheng finally discovered that elusive sensation. Without consuming the blue fruits, he could effortlessly perceive the emotions of the water elements, resonating with them and merging their energies into a harmonious frequency. He understood that everything in nature possesses its own frequency, even the celestial bodies, though humanity remains oblivious to their emotions. Now, Han Xiaosheng could easily sense the emotional frequencies of water elements through meditation and could control their emotions. Over time, he had honed this ability into an instinct, mastering the power of water, a gift he came to recognize as a water attribute supernatural ability. Such powers were not uncommon in ancient times, when the essence of the world was rich, and the ancestors thrived in an environment where those with a water affinity could easily resonate with water elements through focused meditation. The reason such abilities remain unheard of in modern society is due to the depletion of the heavenly essence, rendering water elements dormant, beyond the perception of ordinary people. However, certain individuals, through unique means, can sense them and, with continuous practice, may gain control. These means involve consuming rare water attribute treasures or meditating in places rich with water essence. Han Xiaosheng employed such treasures, awakening his water attribute supernatural ability through dedicated consumption and meditation. In the living room, Han Xiaosheng closed his eyes in concentration, and suddenly, he uttered a soft command. Rise. A column of water erupted from the teacup on the desk, rising and narrowing until it transformed into a slender line, gracefully curving towards his face. He attempted to open his mouth, but waves of mental fatigue washed over him, causing him to slump into his chair. The flowing water line dispersed, splashing across his face, body, and desk. He felt as though he had not slept for several days, reminiscent of his previous experience with the enlightening tea. Ignoring the water on the desk, he grabbed a fruit and began to eat, only to realize halfway through that something felt amiss. He sensed a disorienting haze, as if he were drifting into a dream. Regaining focus, he discovered it was the pink fruit and quickly discarded it. He approached his backpack, retrieving black and white fruits, consuming 2 of each. This time, a wave of vitality surged through him, dispelling the fatigue, though the dreamlike sensation lingered. He promptly collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep. Upon awakening, Han Xiaosheng felt a lingering reluctance to rise, for in his dreams, he had encountered several enchanting classmates from his university days, engaging in indescribable activities filled with tenderness, leaving him regretful for not taking the initiative. After lying there for a while, realizing he could no longer return to that dream, he begrudgingly sat up, only to notice an uncomfortable sensation, as if his lower body felt sticky. Lost in reverie, he began to reminisce about the dream, but the details grew increasingly vague, prompting him to abandon the thought and head for a shower. In the bathroom, as he bathed, curiosity sparked anew, and he attempted to control the water from the shower head. However, this water bore an elemental force, indicating it was already influenced by other powers. After numerous attempts, he finally found the sensation, gaining the ability to manipulate the water's shape and direction. Finding joy in this newfound skill, he lost track of time until cold water cascaded over his head, jolting him back to reality. The hot water had run out. Fortunately, situated in the southern seas, the temperature remained warm enough for a cold shower to suffice. Upon finishing, he checked the time and realized 2 hours had passed, marveling at his dedication. Downstairs, the couple beamed with joy upon witnessing his return to normalcy, engaging him in conversation about recent events and leading him to tend to the chickens, ducks, and fish. The grass carp leaped from the pond upon his arrival, eager to greet him. Having comprehended his water attribute's supernatural ability, he could faintly sense the state of aquatic life, and the grass carp appeared to be courting his favor. Approaching the pond's edge, he extended his hand into the water, and the fish swam circles around his fingertips, occasionally brushing against him, likely the same little fish that had feasted on blue fruits that day. Upon witnessing the scene before them, Zhu Peng and his companions were taken aback. Zhao Xinyu jested, "Xiaosheng, I reckon if you desire fish in the future, you need not purchase any. Simply extend your hand into the sea, and the fish shall swim right into your palm. Catching fish will be as easy as pie." Han Xiaosheng felt a sense of pride. Yet he was aware this was not entirely true. The few fish had merely been lured by his culinary prowess. To ensure their loyalty, deeper connections must be fostered in the future. Chapter 39. The Azure Dragon. After their meal, Han Xiaosheng called his father, Han Zijuan, to inquire about affairs back home. According to his father, there was considerable pressure at home. Not only was the consumption of health soup alarmingly rapid, but some young heirs had been persistently pressing, expressing their desire to invest. These individuals were not attempting to swindle, but genuinely wished to contribute financially. However, the sheer number of interested parties made selection challenging. After contemplating for a moment, Han Xiaosheng found no better alternative and resolved to endure the pressure. Given the swift consumption of peach, he realized that on his next visit to the Valley World, he might have to forego bringing water altogether, opting instead to carry only fruit, which he could consider taking home for the new year. After hanging up, he recalled that it had been several days since he had encountered any thunderstorms, which struck him as odd, for one would expect more thunderstorms in Qiongzhou during this season than in Longjiang. While watching television that evening, the weather forecast announced a significant thunderstorm was expected the following day. Han Xiaosheng felt a surge of excitement. Truly, his thoughts had manifested into reality. After dinner, he prepared for his journey, waiting in the fifth-floor living room. As midnight passed, marking the arrival of the next day, the forecast indicated rain in the morning. Han Xiaosheng decided against sleeping, opting instead to sit in the living room, listening to music while awaiting his opportunity. The Big Dipper, a significant constellation in the northern hemisphere, derives its name from its 7 stars that arc like a ladle, comprising of the stars Tianshu, Tianqian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang, also known as Yaoguang. These stars were referred to in ancient times as Tanlang, Jiminzu, Luzuan, Wenxiu, Lianjin, Wuqin, and Pajuan. Legend has it that each star of the Big Dipper holds its own significance, beginning with the handle. The first star symbolizes strength, the second embodies wisdom. The third represents courage, the fourth stands for love, the fifth signifies happiness, the sixth denotes disaster, and the seventh symbolizes rebirth after calamity. In ancient Chinese mythology, the Big Dipper was regarded as the architect of cosmic order, dictating the cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Lichuan, marking the beginning of spring, is one of the 24 solar terms, also known as the Spring Festival, New Year's Day, and so forth. The 24 solar terms originated from ancient agricultural civilization, determined by the rotation of the Big Dipper, with the handle pointing towards the east, signifying the arrival of spring. Thus, on February 4th, Lichuan, as the handle of the Big Dipper pointed eastward, it heralded the revival of all living things and the commencement of a new cycle. By 5 a.m., the rain finally began to fall outside, and by 6:10 a.m., the downpour had become torrential, while the house remained brightly lit. Han Xiaosheng sat on the fifth-floor sofa, his phone displaying a countdown. Countdown 30 seconds, please prepare. Countdown 29 seconds, please prepare. He swiftly donned his backpack, grasping his essentials and holding his phone in his right hand, quietly awaiting the unfolding of fate. At last, the phone screen flashed. Countdown complete. Imminent cross-border transition. A swirling purple circle enveloped him, its brilliance intensifying as it expanded, encasing Han Shaosheng within. Glancing at the time, it was now 6:10 p.m. Suddenly, the world darkened, and a cascade of black and white lights whirled past him. Before he could fully absorb the sensations of his body, a flash of light restored illumination. Han Shaosheng found himself standing on grass, precisely at the same spot where he had last returned before his phone had been lost. Surveying his surroundings, everything appeared unchanged. He first took note of the area, reacquainting himself with Valley No. 1. Ascending to the valley's summit, he surveyed the landscape with his binoculars, detecting no immediate threats. He descended to Valley No. 2, filled a large bottle with spring water, and collected peaches, black fruits, white fruits, and blue fruits, storing them in his backpack as sustenance for the journey ahead. Exiting Valley No. 2, he located a signpost at the valley's peak and, wielding a spade, carved a path toward the direction where he had previously encountered a river. This time, his primary mission was to return with supplies, and he anticipated his stay would be brief. However, spending over 10 days here would pose no issue. Han Shaosheng's physical strength had significantly increased. He carried a pair of binoculars around his neck and a pack laden with provisions and spring water, yet the weight felt remarkably light, allowing him to move swiftly. He advanced rapidly, disregarding markers along the way, instead focusing solely on his direction, marking significant trees as he passed. Whenever hunger struck, he would consume fruit and drink spring water, resting for 10 minutes whenever fatigue set in. Along the way, he encountered various creatures, from small squirrels and rabbits to larger wolves and leopards. However, upon encountering larger animals, Han Shaosheng would deliberately take a detour, managing to avoid any trouble. After 6 days, he heard a rushing sound, indicating he was nearing the great river. The surrounding weeds had grown to neck height, rendering him a diminutive figure, while the local fauna began to enlarge. While marking a tree, he noticed a massive snake, as thick as a water bucket, coiled nearby. Fortunately, the serpent merely observed him without launching an attack. This prompted him to slow his pace, wary of disturbing the dominant animals. Gripping his spade tightly, he parted the dense underbrush, advancing step by step toward the source of the water sounds. After about 10 minutes, the gentle rush transformed into a thunderous roar, and patches of water began to accumulate among the weeds, revealing frothy waves and swirling mists ahead. Cautiously stepping onto the riverbank, he beheld a vast river that seemed to stretch endlessly, the opposite shore obscured from view, yet distant mountains appeared as faint silhouettes. Standing approximately 10 meters from the water's edge, he observed the clear currents flowing from right to left. The right bank was noticeably elevated, while the left was lower. The water surged rapidly, with waves cascading one after another, resembling an avalanche as they tumbled together. The irregular riverbanks churned with powerful whirlpools, violently crashing against the shore, producing a cacophony of sound. After approximately 15 minutes of observation, he noted an abundance of fish swimming in the river, even spotting large specimens exceeding 2 meters in length near the shore. Han Shaosheng retreated 50 meters from the riverbank, retrieving his binoculars from his backpack to scrutinize the opposite bank. Through the lenses, he discerned that the far side also boasted an array of flora, the riverbank shrouded in grass and shrubs, with dense woodlands in the distance, leading to a series of undulating hills. After observing the hills for some time, he found nothing of note and began to zoom in for a closer inspection of the opposite shore. As he slowed the lens movement, he suddenly noticed some movement within the trees across the river, where the tall trunks swayed, as if something were about to emerge. Moments later, a group of beings burst forth from the woods, prompting Han Shaosheng to quickly adjust the focus. Once the image cleared, he realized it was a group of people being pursued by a wolf-like creature. The distance was too great to discern their features, but they appeared to be in a state of distress. This group of individuals found themselves cornered, retreating toward the riverbank. As they neared the water's edge, the wolf-like creature halted, resulting in a tense standoff without any immediate conflict, as the creature refrained from approaching the riverbank. Han Shaosheng continued to observe for a while longer, his eyes growing weary, and his arms, from holding the binoculars, began to feel the strain of fatigue. Han Shaosheng set down his telescope and rubbed his face. Just as he was about to retreat into the thicket, suddenly, a long, resonant cry pierced the air, echoing from upstream. The sound left Han Xiaoxing's ears buzzing, and he stumbled, landing in the muddy ground. Once he regained his composure and looked upstream, he beheld a green figure approaching, growing larger and nearer. As it drew closer, Han Xiaoxing finally discerned its true nature, a colossal green serpent, approximately 50 meters in length. Its exact girth was indeterminate from his distance, but it bore 2 horns atop its head, revealing it to be a green dragon, rushing toward the opposite bank. Raising his telescope, he observed a group of people by the river, seemingly stunned by the sight. As the dragon neared, they scrambled desperately away from the water's edge, while a massive wolf reacted swiftly, dashing into the woods. The dragon opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of water toward the group, causing chaos as they floundered helplessly. Ignoring the humans below, the dragon lashed its tail violently toward the wolf. The wolf howled in response, quickening its pace, but before the tail could strike, it emitted a pained cry, as if its tail had been injured, and it dashed into the forest, leaving a trail of blood behind. The dragon retracted its tail and roared at the humans below before returning to the river's center, casting a glance at Han Xiaoxing. Startled, he felt a tremor run through him. His breath nearly halted. Fortunately, the dragon paid him no mind and turned its head upstream, disappearing into the distance. The humans on the ground struggled for a while, but eventually, 2 of them seemed to recover enough to assist their companions. 10 minutes later, everyone was on their feet, bowing toward the river, ostensibly in gratitude to the dragon, before turning away. Having witnessed such a breathtaking scene, Han Xiaoxing felt no desire to linger, considering this journey worthwhile as he had seen a mythical dragon for the first time. Knowing that the people of Huaxia claimed to be descendants of dragons, he reflected on their ancestral connection to these magnificent creatures, which evolved from serpents. He turned to retrace his steps and paused upon reaching a dry area. From his backpack, he extracted a canvas bag, using a spade to dig through the underbrush, filling it with soil. After securing the bag, he placed it back in his pack and hurried back. After 3 days, Han Xiaoxing returned to Valley 1, removing a bag of soil and placing it on the grass. He then took out a fiber bag to begin harvesting fruits from Valley 2. After numerous trips, he finally gathered several bags of fruit, each variety distinct. Among them, he collected 6,000 peaches, 1,000 each of black, white, and blue fruits, and 100 of various other types. He pondered whether he could bring all this back. He refrained from harvesting fruits from the valley's peak, as their effects were unclear, intending to study them further in time. Back in the center of Valley 1, he organized the items for his return to Kuanping residence, fruits and soil, tying them together with a rope, holding them in his hands. Han Xiaoxing silently wished to return to the real world, and as if responding to his thoughts, his phone emitted a flash of light, the screen flickering. A violet halo enveloped him, and the violet light began to swirl, forming a vortex. The whirlpool spun faster and faster until suddenly, with a brilliant flash, it vanished, taking Han Xiaoxing with it. Chapter 40. Returning home for the new year when he came to, Han Xiaoxing found himself back in the living room, seated on the sofa, holding a pile of items he had brought back. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted it was 4:30 p.m. on February 4th. Realizing that 10 hours had passed in the real world while 10 days had elapsed in the other realm, establishing a time flow ratio of 1:24. He placed the items in the storage room and hurried to bed. The following day, Han Xiaoxing slept until noon. Upon descending to the first floor, he discovered everyone engaged in physical exercise. As he entered the living room, the 3 individuals approached him to greet him. Observing them, Han Xiaoxing noted the remarkable effects of their recuperation. Most notably, Zhao Xinyu, once frail and sickly, now appeared vibrant and full of life. The swelling in his body had vanished, rendering him unrecognizable at a casual glance. Zhao Xinyu's wife, Wang Yonghui, exhibited smooth, fair skin, resembling a woman in her 20s, and had grown taller, exuding an elegant grace. Zhu Peng, originally standing at 178 centimeters, now seemed to approach 180, his muscles slightly defined from the past few days of nurturing and exercise, giving him a robust appearance. Han Xiaoxing felt a wave of satisfaction as he surveyed the room. Inviting everyone to sit down, he remarked, "I hadn't noticed before, as I was solely focused on treating Sinyu's illness, but I just realized that the new year is approaching." Wang Yonghui appeared somewhat embarrassed, saying, "Xiaoxing, we owe you a debt of gratitude for helping Sinyu with his illness, using your resources and delaying your own New Year's celebrations." Han Xiaoxing quickly waved his hand, responding, "It was no trouble at all. Sinyu is my brother. Naturally, I should lend a hand where I can. That is not what I wanted to discuss." I believe Sinyu's condition is improving. Although he has yet to fully recover, he is no longer in immediate danger. Noticing the signs of improvement in Sinyu's health, he estimated that in a few more days, he would be fully restored. Thus, I wish to return home for the new year on the eve of the holiday. I hope you all will also return home during this festive season. As for the next steps in treatment, we can reassess Sinyu's condition after the new year. Either you can reach out to me, or I will visit your home afterward. Zhao Sinyu promptly replied, I feel I am no longer in danger. I agree with your plan. Let us return home for the new year. However, I hope you will visit my home afterward, as I wish to treat you well and show you the unique landscapes of our Jin province. Very well, Sinyu. We will be in touch. If I decide to visit, I will call you in advance, Han Xiaosheng assured him. He then turned to Zhu Peng, saying, I've entrusted you with the medication that Du Xiaojun requires, so please handle the medication and video recording as we agreed. Zhu Peng nodded in agreement. Everyone began booking their flights home for the new year, while Han Xiaosheng planned to drive back, needing to transport most of the fruits with him. After securing his travel plans, he continued his physical training, while Zhu Peng and Zhao Sinyu focused on their health tonic. The day before the New Year's Eve, they all pitched in to tidy up the Kuanping residence's yard and house. At this point, Zhao Sinyu no longer resembled a patient. He had regained a normal appearance, and the swelling had completely disappeared. With a bit more time for recuperation, he would likely return to full health. The construction of Jinlong residence was nearing completion. But with the new year approaching, Han Xiaosheng discussed with the construction crew about pausing work until after the holiday. The crew agreed and sent the workers home for the festive season. On February 10th, New Year's Eve, Han Xiaosheng secured Kuanping residence, activated the security and fire systems, and drove the others to the airport. After parting ways at the airport, he set off on the road in his electric SUV. By the time he reached Longjiang, it was February 13th, the 26th day of the Lunar New Year. The weather in Xiang province had turned frigid, and although Han Xiaosheng's constitution had significantly improved, he shivered at the cold as he stepped out of the car without a down jacket. Upon arriving at his parents' residence in Longjiang County, it was already 7 p.m. He quickly rummaged through his winter clothes, finally feeling warmth return to him. He unloaded all the fruits from the car, which took him over half an hour. When he arrived at his parents' home, the room was filled with people. His younger brother, Han Qingshan, who worked in Chang'an City, had also returned, bringing along his adorable 6-year-old son, who was entertaining other children. Upon seeing Han Xiaosheng, his mother, Chen Lihua, launched into her familiar mode of chatter. You finally decided to come back. Don't you know it's the new year? You didn't even bother to call us. If we hadn't asked, we wouldn't have known where you were. Han Xiaosheng had no choice but to repeatedly apologize, and only then did Chen Lihua cease her complaints and head to the kitchen to heat up his meal. After finishing dinner and spending some time watching television with his parents, Han Xiaosheng returned to the Dihao community and went to bed early. Chapter 41. Joyous celebration of the new year. Upon returning to Longjiang, Han Xiaosheng embarked on a leisurely lifestyle, primarily engaging in exercise and visiting health centers. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the eve of the new year. One morning, Han Xiaosheng opened his eyes to find it was already 9 a.m. The room was brightly illuminated, with a blanket of white outside the window. Rising to see the view, he found everything covered in a pristine layer of snow. Countless snowflakes danced gently downwards, swirling and fluttering through the air, reminiscent of celestial maidens scattering flowers or goose feathers drifting lazily. The distant skyscrapers donned white caps, and the trees were cloaked in snowy robes, the ground below entirely blanketed in white. What a magnificent snowfall, a harbinger of a bountiful year ahead. By the time Han Xiaosheng finished breakfast and ventured outside, it was already 10 a.m. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found his brother Han Qingshan's family building a snowman, and he immediately joined in the fun. After completing the snowman, they engaged in a snowball fight, with snowflakes still swirling in the air. Their laughter, shouts, and exclamations echoed across the snowy landscape, filling the season with joy. After tiring themselves in the snow, they made their way to their parents' residence. The living room was already bustling with people. 2 dining tables, one large and one small, were adorned with white tablecloths and set with dishes. The adults gathered around the larger table, keeping company with their father Han Zijuan as they watched television and chatted. The children sat in a circle around the smaller table, some playing on their phones while others conversed. Their mother, Chen Lihua, was busy in the kitchen, preparing dishes with the help of Han Ying and her cousin, while they engaged in light-hearted banter. As soon as his 6-year-old nephew entered the room, he called out to the elders and joyfully ran to the small table, quickly joining the other children in animated chatter about their recent snowman building and snowball fights. laughter erupting around the table. The atmosphere was filled with the lively spirit of New Year's Eve, peaceful, happy, and joyous. Witnessing this, Han Shaoxing felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Noticing Han Ying engaged in conversation with her cousin, he approached her and softly remarked, "Sister, I see that our relatives who have come today appear to be in good spirits. It seems everyone has had a chance to recuperate." Han Ying glanced around the room and smiled. "Indeed. Aside from those relatives who seldom return for the new year, our closest family members are all here. They have already enjoyed the health soup we prepared. Just look at how radiant their skin is. The reason some have changed in appearance while others remain the same is that our father prefers to keep things low-key. You know how many relatives we have. With so many voices and differing opinions, it can lead to complications. Father has been waiting for the new year to gather everyone together for a few intensive health sessions. Today's soup includes a touch of black fruit and ginkgo, just enough for a mild nourishment, though not too much, for fear of overwhelming the facilities." Han Shaoxing smiled and replied, "That sounds wonderful. The new year is indeed a suitable time for concentrated healthcare. However, I feel this place is a bit small. Dad mentioned wanting to find a larger venue, but there has been no news." His brother-in-law, who was seated nearby, turned to him and said, "Dad and Mom have grown accustomed to living in this community and do not wish to move. However, I have heard Dad has been inquiring about the housing situation here and has actually found a suitable property. The only issue is that Mom thinks it is too expensive. The house is in the building next to ours, on the top floor, with 3 units per elevator. It is situated between units 1802 and 1902, offering good ventilation, with a basketball court and playground downstairs, and it is quite tranquil. The owner had recently purchased it, intending to live there, but his wife has since favored a newly constructed property closer to the county's first high school for the children's future education. She has already negotiated with the sales office there, so the owner has reluctantly decided to sell this one." Intrigued by his brother-in-law's words, Han Shaoxing turned to Han Zijuan and said, "Dad, since it is the new year and many people are at home, why not reach out? If the owner is agreeable, we could all go see it after lunch. If everything checks out, we could make an immediate purchase. Let him know we can pay in cash, avoiding any loan processes." "All right, I will make the call." Han Zijuan stepped into the inner room to make the call while Han Shaoxing continued to chat with his sister. After 3 minutes, Han Zijuan emerged, looking pleased. "We were fortunate. The owner is eager to sell, and upon hearing about our cash payment, he immediately agreed to let us view the place after lunch." Both Han Shaoxing and Han Ying expressed their excitement and unanimously decided to go see the house after lunch. The lunch spread was lavish, with 2 tables set up in the living room, each featuring 10 dishes and a soup. These 10 dishes represented the renowned Longjiang 10 bowls, a culinary tradition that has flourished for thousands of years. The Longjiang 10 bowls are a primary form of banquet in rural Longjiang, where there are no hotels, and feasts are hosted at home, inviting local chefs to prepare the food. Each household in the countryside has a large stove, and the 10 bowls consist of local dishes crafted from regional ingredients, refined over generations into exquisite delicacies. Today, the 10 bowls prepared by their mother included everyone's favorites. The first bowl was fried meat, the second was winter bamboo shoots, the third was braised meatballs, the fourth was mixed delicacies, the fifth was shredded tofu, the sixth was pig stomach, the seventh was vermicelli, the eighth was braised pork, the ninth was braised fish, and the 10th was greens. Everyone was already salivating, and before the official meal began, they dove into the fried meat. Once everyone was seated at the dining table, Han Zijuan raised his glass and began a toast. Outside, the snow falls gracefully, and inside, laughter fills the air. This year has been the most comfortable new year of my life. Over the past year, we have all worked diligently, reaping great rewards through our hard work. The children are growing up healthy, and our lives are improving, especially during this time of year. Our family has been blessed, fortunes have turned, and we have even opened a health center, earning money and enhancing our quality of life, as can be seen from the joy on everyone's faces. As the saying goes, a timely snow brings a bountiful year. Just look at this snowfall outside, a sign that we will enjoy even greater happiness next year. So, let us all raise our glasses to everyone's health, happiness, and endless prosperity in the coming year. Cheers! 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 Everyone excitedly clinked their glasses and toasted, diving into the delicious feast while continuing to exchange toasts. Chapter 42. Parents' new home. After several rounds of drinks and an array of flavorful dishes, Han Ying stood up, raising her glass and proclaiming, "Allow me to raise a toast to our esteemed elders who have sacrificed so much for our family." After finishing her drink, She clapped her hands together and continued. These two have toiled throughout their lives, and we have always kept that in our hearts, never forgetting. Therefore, we always choose to gather at their home for our meals, hoping to provide them with more companionship. As you can see, their living space has become a bit cramped. It is time for us to find them a more spacious home. Our father has been attentive to this matter, and just a few days ago, he visited a house adjacent to this one. It is on the top floor, with 3 units per elevator, and it is conveniently located between units 1802 and 1902, providing good airflow, with a basketball court and playground below, and a peaceful environment. The house boasts an excellent layout with ample space, particularly the expansive living and dining areas, making it ideal for family gatherings and feasts. I have just contacted the landlord, and after lunch, we will all go to inspect the property together. If it meets our expectations, we shall proceed with the purchase. What do you think? Han Ying's suggestion was met with enthusiastic applause and laughter. The others, learning that the house is located within the community, were equally intrigued, engaging in conversation about the property while enjoying their meal. After lunch, everyone was eager, neglecting to tidy the dining table, and set off in a grand procession to view the house. The owner was taken aback by the crowd, but upon recognizing Han Zijuan, he felt reassured. Regaining his composure, the owner began to lead the group through the house, describing each room as they explored. Han Xiaosheng, after touring the premises, was quite pleased. The house was comparable in size to his residence in the Dihao community, each floor spanning over 200 square meters, and it boasted a refined, minimalist decor that made it appear bright and spacious, with complete furnishings and impeccable cleanliness. After consulting with the elder family members, both expressed their satisfaction. Han Xiaosheng engaged in conversation with the owner, who, eager to sell, revealed, I 1T beat around the bush. I am determined to sell this house. We have already negotiated with the nearby sales office, and the other property is also furnished and unoccupied. If we finalize the deal today, we can move immediately, and you can settle in today. Han Xiaosheng waved his hand. There is no need to rush. Even if we settle payment today, we cannot complete the paperwork as the real estate bureau is closing for the new year. Let us discuss the price first. His brother-in-law and sister took turns negotiating with the owner, eventually agreeing on a price of 2 million, with full payment and the stipulation that the furniture and appliances remain. Upon hearing they could pay in full, the owner was ecstatic. After a quick phone consultation with his partner, he declared, as long as we sign the agreement and pay the deposit, we can move out now. Most of our belongings are already relocated, just some clothes left, and you can move in this afternoon. Seeing the owner's urgency, Han Xiaosheng and his sister readily agreed. With newfound confidence, Han Xiaosheng was unafraid of any potential deceit. The owner produced a prepared standard agreement, filling in the terms and price, and both parties signed it in duplicate. Upon witnessing the agreement, Han Xiaosheng's father immediately transferred 1 million as a deposit, leaving the owner astounded and giving him a thumbs up. The transaction was complete, awaiting only the formalities post-New Year. The owner summoned his wife and child, and within half an hour, they had cleared out their belongings, handing over the keys to Han Xiaosheng's mother. Han Xiaosheng's father promptly organized tasks. One person went to purchase a new security door lock, while the others began assisting with the move. After a lively and bustling afternoon, they successfully transferred the family's possessions into the new house. Dinner was prepared in the new kitchen, and with the spacious cooking and dining areas, Han Xiaosheng's mother was elated. Impulsively preparing 2 tables of food, each featuring 16 dishes and 2 soups. Han Xiaosheng's sister was actively involved in the meal preparation, incorporating some white and black nuts into the rice in each dish, adding 2 black and 2 white nuts to the pork rib soup. The dinner, served at 2 tables, was a resounding success, with everyone savoring the delicious food, which was enhanced by an enticing aroma that whetted their appetites. After the meal, everyone felt invigorated and lively. They gathered around the large table in the living room, roasting charcoal beneath, while watching the Spring Festival Gala, occasionally offering commentary. Some guests, trying the dishes with the added nuts for the first time, soon found themselves with stomach discomfort, and the restroom became a coveted spot. Fortunately, with 6 bathrooms in the new house, the chaos gradually subsided. Once the restroom occupants emerged, the atmosphere in the home became even more vibrant. The women lingered before the mirror, reveling in their beauty, as it is a woman's nature to seek enhancement, and they were pleased to see their radiant faces reflected back. They began discussing plans to visit shopping malls and supermarkets after the new year to showcase their newfound beauty. Meanwhile, the children, fascinated by each other's dewy faces, playfully pinched each other's cheeks in the hallway. The men, experiencing detox for the first time, were no exception, glancing at their reflections and marveling at their smooth skin, appearing rejuvenated and brimming with joy. When they returned to watch television, many continued sharing their experiences, unable to contain their delight. Particularly, Han Xiaoxing's sister and brother-in-law sparked discussions about potential height increases during the New Year period, with Han Xiaoxing becoming the focal point of their curiosity. Feeling inspired and surrounded by familiar faces, Han Xiaoxing, after ensuring everyone would keep his performance secret, demonstrated his water control ability, creating an unexpected silence in the lively room, leaving only the sounds of the Spring Festival Gala. Realizing the lull, he had to explain, only to be surrounded by eager listeners, all speaking at once. When they learned it was a skill he had cultivated rather than a magic trick, they clamored for him to share his knowledge. He then recounted his experiences at Kunping residence, promising to guide everyone in understanding this extraordinary ability, but insisted on confidentiality. The viewing of the Spring Festival Gala swiftly transformed into a discussion of the mystical and extraordinary, with everyone becoming quite engrossed. It wasn't until the segment for red envelope distribution that everyone's attention shifted, leading to enthusiastic shouts as Han Xiaoxing's parents joined in the excitement of sending and receiving red envelopes. As midnight approached, Han Xiaoxing's father took several children outside to set off firecrackers, welcoming the arrival of the new year. After the festivities, everyone gradually retired to bed. On the first day of the new year, Han Xiaoxing awoke at his mother's house, rising at 10 a.m. due to the arrival of guests bearing New Year greetings. He commenced the customary telephone greetings, first visiting his parents in the living room, then calling relatives in the northeast and northwest, followed by 3 uncles abroad, and finally reaching out to his sister and brother-in-law. After completing these calls, he remembered he had yet to contact his university professor, so he placed a call to extend his New Year wishes. Upon hanging up, he noticed it was already past 11 a.m. Breakfast time had long passed, and he could only nibble on some snacks while awaiting lunch. After lunch, a steady stream of visitors arrived to offer New Year greetings, many being relatives and friends from the county. Han Xiaoxing donned his down jacket and ventured out to visit relatives and friends in the county, as well as his high school teachers. Chapter 43. An unexpected journey through time since returning from Chongzhou. Despite attending various banquets and gatherings, indulging in food and drink, Han Xiaoxing remained keenly aware of the weather changes, eagerly anticipating the next opportunity for time travel. However, during the New Year period, the weather in Longjiang was dry, with little chance of thunderstorms aside from occasional snowfall. Thus, he could only wait and hope. The second day of the new year marks the rainwater solar term, falling within the 9/9 period, when rivers begin to thaw and wild geese return to the north. In ancient times, the rainwater period was divided into 3 phases. The first phase is when otters feast on fish, the second, when the wild geese arrive, and the third, when plants begin to sprout. The significance of the rainwater solar term is the onset of rainfall, characterized primarily by light rain or drizzle, which is crucial for agricultural growth, reflecting the agricultural culture's response to seasonal changes. During this period, while northern China has yet to experience the essence of spring, much of the south is already bursting with the vitality of early spring. Spring cannot thrive without the nourishment of rain, and the gentle spring rains silently rejuvenate the barren trees and awaken dormant seeds. On February 18th, the second day of the new year, the Big Dipper's handle pointed towards the Ren position, marking the day of rainwater, the second of the 24 solar terms. Around 10 o'clock a.m., in the Dihao community, Building 18, Room 1901, Han Xiaoxing was leisurely sipping tea and browsing the internet in the hall, awaiting his sister S arrival to discuss the trial of more than 10 types of fruits. At 10:30, his sister and brother-in-law entered, ascending from the spiral staircase. Han greeted them and offered tea, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of his phone screen, which sent a jolt of surprise through him. The screen displayed a countdown. 10 seconds remaining, please prepare. 9 seconds remaining, please prepare. With no time for explanations, Han hastily addressed them. Sister, brother-in-law, to be brief. I am about to cross into another world. Please do not be alarmed by what happens next. I will return. With that, he quickly donned a pre-packed hiking backpack, gripped his phone in his right hand, and sat quietly on the edge of the sofa, awaiting the inevitable. As his sister and brother-in-law processed his words, they rose to secure the door. Just then, the phone announced, "Countdown complete, crossing dimensions imminent." The screen began to flicker, and a swirling purple ring enveloped Han, the light intensifying and expanding around him. His sister and brother-in-law stared wide-eyed at the surreal scene, not daring to miss a moment. In an instant, the light flashed, and Han Xiaoxing vanished from the sofa, his backpack and belongings disappearing along with him. The couple stood in stunned silence for several minutes before regaining their senses, rushing to lock the doors of rooms 1801 and 1901, then returning to the sofa, lost in thought over Han's sudden disappearance. Meanwhile, Han felt a darkness envelop him. As streaks of black and white light whirled past, he sensed a compression around his body but still clutched the bag in his hand. Confused by the dissimilarity of this experience compared to previous travels, he pondered until suddenly, a bright light welcomed him into a luminous realm. However, before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, the sensation shifted strangely. With a thud, Han opened his eyes to find himself standing in a small pond, the water barely reaching his calves. Quickly wading ashore, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in a valley, encircled by mountains on 3 sides, with an exit visible on one. This place did not resemble Valley Number 1, leaving him uncertain about where he had landed. Gazing up at the sky, he noted a single sun, suggesting he had indeed crossed into a different world, opening a new pathway of exploration. Cautiously, Han examined the unfamiliar environment to assess its safety. The valley was expansive, stretching over 2 miles wide and approximately 4 miles long, teeming with wild grasses and clusters of shrubs. The grass only reached above his ankles, and sporadic wildflowers blossomed among the greenery. Sparse trees dotted the landscape, while gentle slopes revealed patches of yellow earth and stone. At the valley's depths stood a towering cliff, appearing like a doorframe at the far end. The valley was open and visible, and had it not been for the bees fluttering among the flowers, Han might have believed it devoid of life. Sensing no immediate danger, Han removed his shoes and poured out the water, reflecting on his somewhat unfortunate landing. Fortunately, the weather was warm, likely above 20 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, his feet would surely have succumbed to the cold. Assessing the grassland for threats, he decided to remove his socks as well, wringing them out before putting them back on. He intended to explore the area for any potential dangers. Since his entrenching tool remained in Valley Number 1, Han resorted to the outdoor survival knife he had on hand, shedding his down jacket to store with his backpack, then cautiously ventured forth into the valley. Though the flora was less towering than in Valley Number 1, he encountered various small creatures and insects. After walking 2 miles, he spotted an array of insects, a grass snake, and a small rabbit. Reaching the valley's end yielded no extraordinary discoveries or perilous creatures. Ascending the gentle slopes on either side revealed undulating mountain ranges, with nothing but mountains in sight. Returning to the valley, Han shouldered his backpack and donned his jacket, making his way toward the valley's exit. At the mouth of the valley, Han surveyed the area, noting he stood at the base of a continuous mountain range. Before him lay a narrow basin nestled between 2 towering mountains, with pathways extending into the distance at either end. The basin contained a sprawling array of buildings and fields, with a river winding through its center. Through his binoculars, he could see wisps of smoke, humanoid figures, and livestock, indicating the presence of a small town. While Han had longed for the appearance of humanity in this otherworldly realm, the sight of smoke and activity ignited a sense of hesitation within him. He wondered if the indigenous inhabitants resembled him, and if differing customs and attire might lead them to perceive him as a monster. This concern had plagued him since his first traversal, fearing that others would regard him as an aberration from another world. After a moment's deliberation, with the sun overhead, Han placed his shoes and socks on the ground to dry, preferring to wait until they were somewhat dry before continuing, as walking in damp footwear would be impractical. Holding his binoculars, he began to scrutinize the basin's details. With careful observation, he deduced that this was likely a small rural town. The center of the town featured densely packed houses, with a bustling road weaving through their midst. The outer edges of the town presented a sparser arrangement, with homes lining the road leading out of town. Surrounding the town were numerous fields, cultivated with crops, and terraced farmland clinging to the mountainside. As he drew nearer, Han's conviction grew that this world was indeed akin to Earth. Stopping 10 meters to the left of a nearby house, he paused to listen intently to the voices ahead. Upon deciphering the playful banter of 2 children, a wave of joy washed over him. They were speaking pure Mandarin, with a hint of southern dialect that felt oddly familiar. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This was indeed the dialect of Northeast Hunan. In his moment of anxiety, he had failed to realize that he could understand most of it, albeit with a slight accent. In truth, the dialects spoken by the people in the northeastern part of Hunan exhibit considerable variation. Sometimes, even individuals from neighboring counties may find it challenging to comprehend one another if they speak too rapidly. It is indeed remarkable that languages across the world bear such resemblance. It seems that my arrival here, having traversed realms, is a stroke of fortune. Han Shaoxing exhaled, turning onto the small path in front of the house, striving to relax and donning a smile as he approached the open area before the dwelling. A middle-aged woman sat at the entrance, a bamboo basket beside her filled with vegetables. As she trimmed the vegetables, she kept an eye on the two children playing in front of her, their clothing reminiscent of ancient attire seen on television. Upon noticing Han Shaoxing's approach, the children paused their playful antics, curiously observing his unusual garb. While the woman stood up with a hint of caution, Han Shaoxing nodded and smiled at the children, stopping a few meters from the woman. He performed a slight bow and said, "Dear madam, I have journeyed from afar and find myself somewhat parched. Might I rest a moment and request a sip of water?" The woman, clad in a coarse fabric dress adorned with patches, observed Han's short hair and his peculiar attire. Recognizing his polite demeanor, she returned the bow and replied, "There is no need for formality, sir. Please take a seat while I prepare some tea." She then entered the house to fetch a chair and set it in the yard for him, before retreating to brew tea. Upon hearing the term master, Han Shaoxing paused, realizing that his short hair had led this woman to mistakenly regard him as a wandering monk. The two children, intrigued by his peculiar clothing, continued to play while stealing glances at him. Han Shaoxing had brought some candies with him, and seeing the children's curiosity, he sought to establish a rapport with the townsfolk. He opened his backpack, retrieved a few peanut candies, and said to the children, "Would you like some candy?" The children, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, expressed their eagerness to accept the treats yet hesitated, glancing at the woman who was now bringing out tea. The middle-aged woman, noticing their hesitation, smiled and encouraged, "You may take it from the uncle, and be sure to thank him." The children quickly accepted the candies, exclaiming, "Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle." Observing the children's delighted expressions as they unwrapped the candies and savored the sweetness, the woman remarked, "Our little town is quite remote, and we have never encountered such colorful sweets, nor have we seen anyone dressed so finely as you. It is only those who travel widely, like you, who can afford such delightful treats and exquisite clothing." Han Shaoxing, reflecting on her words, thought to himself, "It appears I am fortunate indeed, as I can navigate this world under the guise of a traveler." He then addressed the woman, saying, "I am not a master, but merely a traveler who seeks to witness the beauty of this world. My name is Han Shaoxing. You may refer to me as Mr. Han." The woman, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Seeing your short hair, I mistakenly thought you were a wandering monk. Then I shall call you Mr. Han. My maiden name is Wang, and my given name is Xiaoyu." Han Shaoxing continued, "Sister Wang, your children seem lively and charming. Have they not yet attended school?" Proudly, the woman responded, "To be honest, Mr. Han, the children study at a private school in town, learning to read and write. Today is a holiday, hence they are playing at home." Noticing Han Shaoxing's distinguished demeanor, Wang Xiaoyu engaged in friendly conversation with him. Through their dialogue, Han Shaoxing learned that this small town, known as Longmen Town, lies under the jurisdiction of Yulong County in the Tianfeng Prefecture of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Wang Xiaoyu's husband is a martial artist and instructor at the local martial arts school. As for the circumstances of the Great Zhou Kingdom, Wang Xiaoyu was not well informed. She only knew that it is a land ruled by martial prowess, with a strong culture of martial arts. She herself had trained in some combat skills, as her family hails from a martial arts lineage in the county's capital. Han Shaoxing found this fascinating and concocted a backstory, claiming that his family also had a martial arts heritage but had retreated to the mountains to escape the ravages of war long ago, subsisting on agriculture and animal husbandry. Over the years, the martial traditions of his ancestors had faded, and driven by curiosity about the world beyond the mountains, he had ventured forth to explore and learn martial arts for the purpose of enhancing his health and serving his country. Wang Xiaoyu, fully convinced by Han Shaoxing's narrative, praised him for his ambition, declaring that he would surely achieve great success in the future. Just then, a resonant voice called out from behind, "Xiaoyu, I'm back. Do we have guests from your family?" Han Shaoxing turned to see a robust man with prominent eyebrows and large eyes entering the courtyard, greeted joyfully by the two children. Wang Xiaoyu promptly introduced, "Husband, this is Han Shaoxing, a guest who has just arrived." Han Shaoxing quickly adopted a ceremonial posture and said, "I am Han Shaoxing, a traveler from the mountains, passing through your esteemed town today to quench my thirst and take a moment's rest. I apologize for any disturbance." The man laughed heartily. "Brother Han, I am Lu Dan. Welcome to Longmen Town. I understand that traveling can be arduous, so since you are here, please stay with us for a couple of days before making further plans. What do you think?" Han Shaoxing, who had intended to gather information, readily agreed. Wang Xiaoyu brought tea for her husband, and the two men engaged in conversation in the courtyard. Chapter 45. Lu Danning on cultivation. Though Han Xiaosheng was not naturally loquacious, he found himself compelled to adapt his demeanor in this unfamiliar setting. He recounted the same narrative he had shared with Wang Xiaoyu to Lu Danning. Lu Danning, moved by Han Xiaosheng's aspirations in martial arts, eagerly shared what he knew about the martial arts realm. According to Lu Danning, this vast continent is known as the true martial continent, where the practice of martial arts is prevalent and numerous sects exist. The primary paths of cultivation include martial, immortal, Buddhist, demonic, and ghostly paths, alongside several lesser-known disciplines. The Great Zhou Kingdom, situated in the southern continent, has thrived on martial governance for over a millennium, leading to a flourishing martial culture with countless martial arts academies spread across the nation. Among these, there are 20 prestigious academies, each with branches in every prefecture and county, nurturing a plethora of martial talent. Thanks to the continuous influx of martial artists, the military strength of the Great Zhou ranks among the top 50 empires on the southern continent. Given the long-standing history of martial arts in the Great Zhou, its system is remarkably well developed. Lu Danning shared that the highest level of martial cultivation allows one to transcend into the void. Though he was only familiar with the stages of postnatal, innate, master, grandmaster, and martial golden elixir, beyond these levels, his knowledge was limited. The postnatal stage, also known as the body refining stage, is divided into 10 levels: skin refinement, flesh refinement, bone refinement, membrane refinement, tendon refinement, vessel refinement, blood refinement, marrow refinement, organ refinement, and cavity refinement. Lu Danning recounted that he had once belonged to a small family and began his training at a young age. Now at 35 years old, he had spent 30 years in cultivation, reaching the marrow refinement stage, earning the title of martial master, which makes him quite formidable in this small town. Curious about the title of martial master, Han Xiaosheng inquired further. Lu Danning explained that the Great Zhou bestows different titles based on a martial artist's strength within the postnatal realm, signifying both honor and status. The titles include martial apprentice for the first 12 levels, martial artist for the subsequent 23 levels, martial master for the next 32 levels, and grand martial master for the last 10 levels. Listening to this, Han Xiaosheng felt an exhilarating thrill. This was reminiscent of the legendary paths of cultivation in Huaxia, strengthening the body and perhaps even achieving immortality. He resolved to learn this art. Han Xiaosheng felt an overwhelming anticipation within, though he dared not show it on his face. Suppressing his excitement, he smiled and said, "Since there are innate and transcendent realms, it implies that some individuals have indeed reached these levels. If Brother Lu has been cultivating for 30 years, yet still cannot break through to the great martial master realm, how do those who have transcended the innate state manage to reach the pinnacle of the great martial master and subsequently transcend further within their lifetimes?" Lu Danning, hearing this, expressed a hint of helplessness as he replied, "Resources? What do you mean by that?" Han Xiaosheng inquired. Well, Lu Danning elaborated. Cultivation relies not only on talent and diligence, but also significantly on the availability of resources. What do we mean by cultivation resources? Broadly speaking, it can be summarized in 4 words: methods, wealth, companions, and environment. Methods refer to the techniques of cultivation, including martial arts, weapon crafting, alchemy, herbalism, array formations, talismans, and other esoteric approaches. Without a cultivation method, an ordinary person cannot even embark on the path of cultivation. With powerful techniques, one can achieve faster cultivation speeds and greater strength at the same stage. As for weapon crafting, alchemy, herbalism, array formations, and talismans, mastering these can accelerate wealth accumulation and enhance strength. Wealth pertains to financial resources. Cultivation necessitates certain economic conditions. Without a substantial material foundation, it is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. For instance, traveling requires money, purchasing various medicinal herbs and rare materials necessitates funds, acquiring weapons and magical artifacts demands financial resources, forming friendships involves expenditures. Acquiring techniques and cultivation manuals requires money, seeking assistance necessitates funds, and guidance from renowned masters also comes at a cost. In summary, with wealth, one can continuously break through and elevate their strength. Companions denote allies on the path of cultivation, such as mentors and friends who provide mutual encouragement and support, enabling one to journey further together. Environment refers to the place of cultivation. Essentially, cultivation is about evolution, hence it also signifies locations that facilitate one's cultivation and evolution. such as areas rich in spiritual energy or conducive to enlightenment. After sipping his tea, Lu Danning continued, "Despite my long years of cultivation still being at the martial master stage, it is not due to a lack of effort or talent. I began honing my physique at 5, achieved martial master status by 15, and reached the pinnacle of that realm by 18. However, I have remained stagnant at this level for over 10 years, primarily due to a lack of resources." Han Xiaosheng, puzzled, asked, "What resources are you referring to?" Lu Danning patiently explained, "Firstly, my family is a small clan in the county with no access to superior techniques. When I commenced my training, I only had access to inferior yellow-level techniques. With similar talent, my cultivation speed was slow, and breaking through was challenging. I spent a considerable amount of time during my prime cultivation years. Later, when I did acquire higher-tier techniques, they were not fundamentally connected to my original ones, requiring me to start anew and invest even more time. Secondly, on this continent, cultivators have existed for countless millennia, and as time passes, the available rare materials have dwindled. To compete for these cultivation resources, many cultivators perish each year, sometimes even igniting wars between empires, all in the hope of acquiring resources. Once one breaks through to higher realms, they can extend their lifespan by hundreds or even thousands of years, providing protection for their families and factions. My own strength is limited, and my family's capabilities are finite. Consequently, many talented individuals within my family, including myself, can only reach the martial master realm. Further advancements depend on chance. The few great martial masters in my family achieve their status through fortuitous experiences outside. I plan to wait until my child is older before embarking on my own journey of exploration." After absorbing Lu Danning's words, Han Xiaosheng felt a surge of emotion. The arduous nature of cultivation was evident, yet the prospect of gaining formidable power invigorated him. With the rare materials he had brought back from the Valley world, his parents and relatives could potentially cultivate various extraordinary abilities, granting them self-defense and extending their lifespans. If he could become powerful, he could acquire advanced cultivation techniques from the true martial continent and assist them in their training. Should they reach advanced stages, they could prolong their lives, perhaps living for hundreds or even thousands of years. Achieving this would render his life complete. That night, Han Xiaosheng stayed at Lu Danning's home. The two shared a lively conversation, with one engaging and the other brimming with curiosity about the world, resulting in a delightful rapport, as if they were long-lost brothers. On his first night in the true martial continent, Han Xiaosheng enjoyed a restful sleep. Chapter 46. The Treasure Pavilion. In the morning, Han Xiaosheng awoke to find Lu Danning already waiting for him. After a hurried breakfast, the enthusiastic Lu Danning guided Han Xiaosheng around the town, familiarizing him with several key locations before leaving him to explore freely while he went to work at the Martial Arts Academy. Watching Lu Danning depart, Han Xiaosheng returned to his home, packed his down jacket into his hiking backpack, and made his way to town, intending to assess the value of the items within his pack and see if he could exchange them for cultivation techniques and resources, or even seek guidance from Lu Danning to initiate his training. Arriving at the front of a shop, he noticed a conspicuous sign reading Treasure Pavilion. Lu Danning had mentioned that it was a branch of a major trading association, the Zhou-Tian Chamber of Commerce, in Longmen Town. The name was impressive, and its reputation was substantial. The manager of the branch had boasted that the Zhou-Tian Chamber of Commerce spanned the southern continent and had branches in other continents as well, ranking among the top 10 trading associations in the southern continent. After composing his thoughts, Han Xiaosheng stepped inside the shop. The establishment resembled a traditional Chinese courtyard, arguably the most luxurious building in the town aside from the town government office. The Treasure Pavilion was a 3-courtyard structure with expansive rooms, each labeled with various titles. A quick glance revealed rooms dedicated to techniques, artifacts, materials, and more. Without hurrying to distinguish them, he approached the reception counter. At the counter stood 2 individuals, a slender, fair-faced young woman and a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Han Xiaosheng's arrival, the middle-aged man lowered his head to peruse a book, while the young woman greeted Han Xiaosheng with a professional smile. "Welcome, sir. I am Feng Xiuzhen, the attendant here. How may I assist you today?" Han Xiaosheng surveyed the counter's arrangement, which featured a display cabinet divided into numerous compartments, each containing various items. He pointed to a section labeled Techniques and asked the young woman, "What technique is that?" "That is a wood-type technique, classified as a superior grade of the ordinary level," she replied. "And how much does it cost?" he inquired. 2 gold coins. "Is it only gold coins? Other items can also be accepted. We can evaluate them for equivalent value and trade." Han Xiaoxing pondered for a moment before pointing to another compartment. What about that? What is its price? The young woman glanced back and replied, that is ginseng, aged 50 years, but it was harvested before fully maturing. Its value is 100 gold coins. Is there such a disparity in price between the technique and the ginseng? Noticing his unfamiliarity with market values, the young woman patiently explained. Advanced techniques are rare and thus highly valuable, while ordinary techniques are abundant and considered commonplace, hence their lower price. As for ginseng, its value is derived from its scarcity. While ginseng is becoming increasingly rare, and rarity begets value. Han Xiaoxing nodded, then opened his backpack, producing a handful of candies. What do you think of these? Would you like to try one? The young woman's eyes lit up, and after unwrapping the candy and tasting it, her cheeks puffed as she expressed her excitement. These candies are delightful, and the packaging is exquisite. Are you willing to sell them? Han Xiaoxing felt a surge of joy within, though his exterior remained composed. That depends on your offer. If the price is unsatisfactory, I shall sell to another. The young woman whispered to the middle-aged man beside her for a moment before she turned to Han Xiaoxing and declared, 10 copper coins per pound? Han Xiaoxing calculated. With 10 pounds of candy, that amounted to merely 100 copper coins, equivalent to 1 silver coin, which seemed inadequate. However, from his conversation with Lu Danning, he learned that Lu, who worked as an instructor at the martial arts school, earned only 50 copper coins a month. The price offered by the Baibao Pavilion was indeed quite generous, likely due to their unfamiliarity with such candy, which they perceived as a luxury item. Without hesitation, Han Xiaoxing emptied his backpack, revealing an array of food: cream-filled biscuits, bread, cake, instant noodles, ham sausages, and chewing gum. The counter, already narrow, became cluttered, leaving the young woman astonished, while the middle-aged man ceased reading to assist in examining the items. After a brief discussion, the young woman stated, these provisions appear quite appealing. We can offer you 20 silver coins for the lot. Han Xiaoxing handed over his down jacket, explaining its warmth and protective qualities, and upon calculating, it was valued at 5 silver coins. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Han Xiaoxing realized that even if he sold both the food and the jacket, it would only total 25 silver coins, a sum insufficient for acquiring even basic martial arts techniques. Selling such items would reveal many unusual secrets. Would he need to sell more? Might that lead to peril? Reflecting on his previous experiences of traversing into a valley world, now finding himself in this one, he pondered the uncertainty of his next destination and the unpredictability of returning. Opportunities are fleeting. With a determined resolve, Han Xiaoxing retracted all the food from the table. Disregarding the young woman's astonished gaze, he retrieved a military-grade telescope from his backpack and addressed the young woman. This is my treasure, exceedingly precious. If appraised too low, I shall not part with it. The young woman and the middle-aged man conferred for some time, unable to comprehend. When Han Xiaoxing remained silent, the middle-aged man pressed a button. Shortly, an elderly gentleman with graying hair emerged from a room adorned with appraisal signs. Disheveled in appearance, he introduced himself as Mr. Feng. The middle-aged man referred to him as Elder Feng, while the young woman called him grandfather, as he was the head of the Baibao Pavilion branch. Upon seeing the telescope, Elder Feng's eyes widened with surprise as he picked it up for inspection. True to his appraisal expertise, he quickly grasped its function, using it to survey the surroundings. He rushed to the door, exclaiming, "Oh, how clear! Widow Lu should cover up a bit more while bathing. Just look at that figure." Han Xiaoxing, being of middle age, remained indifferent to such remarks, merely smiling faintly. The young woman flushed crimson with embarrassment, while the middle-aged man awkwardly coughed. Observing Elder Feng's ongoing descriptions of his sights, the young woman's discomfort grew, prompting Han Xiaoxing to interject, "Elder Feng, what do you believe this telescope is worth?" "A telescope? A fitting name indeed. With it, one can see far and wide, perfect for enjoying the scenery." Elder Feng regained his composure, his excitement evident as he noted the young woman's flushed cheeks. Straightening his demeanor, he offered an assessment. "This telescope is quite commendable, an essential item for home, travel, and scenic views." Han Xiaoxing added, "Not only for scenery, it can be utilized in battle to observe enemies or anticipate opponents in combat. Would you not agree it holds substantial value?" Elder Feng nodded vigorously. "Indeed. Thus I propose a price of 25 gold coins. There shall be many willing to purchase it." Han Xiaoxing quickly seized the opportunity. "Elder Feng, if the military were to learn of this, or if it were presented at auction, might it not fetch an even higher price?" Elder Feng shook his head. "While it is indeed a fine item, it can be easily replicated by skilled artisans, and 25 gold coins is already a fair acquisition price. You may inquire at other guilds, but I doubt you'll find a higher offer. Reluctantly, Han Shaoxing acquiesced, shifting his inquiry. Elder Feng, might I exchange this telescope for a cultivation technique? Would that be possible? Elder Feng regarded Han Shaoxing, inquiring about the specific attributes he sought in a technique. Unfamiliar with the market for such techniques, Han Shaoxing hesitated. Noticing his indecision, Elder Feng, assuming he was unaware of his own cultivation aptitude, remarked, "Fortunately, we at Baibao Pavilion offer free testing for physical attributes and cultivation talent. However, given your age, if you wish to cultivate, it may be a futile endeavor. You have surpassed the optimal age for cultivation, and results are unlikely." Though Han Shaoxing felt slightly disheartened by this, he remained resolute in his desire for testing. Chapter 47. The merits and demerits of all attribute physique. Following Elder Feng to the courtyard, Han Shaoxing discovered a martial arts training ground. It was modest in size, roughly 100 square meters, where 10 or so young men and women were practicing under the guidance of a square-faced middle-aged man. Some were boxing, others meditating, while others practiced weapon routines. Elder Feng exchanged greetings with the square-faced man before leading Han Shaoxing to a testing device in the corner. The device featured 9 crystals of varying colors embedded at the top, each inscribed with characters representing the 5 elemental attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as rare attributes such as wind, thunder, light, and darkness. The front of the device displayed 2 depressions, each larger than an adult's palm, with accompanying inscriptions indicating elemental and rare attributes. Elder Feng instructed Han Shaoxing to place his palm in the elemental depression and to remain calm and still. Once Han Shaoxing positioned his right hand, Elder Feng pressed a button on the side of the device and stepped back. Han Shaoxing felt a sharp pain in his palm as an energy surged into his body, circulating through his limbs before flowing back out. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, he recalled Elder Feng's instructions and held steady. At that moment, a beam of light emanated above the crystal corresponding to the gold attribute, rising roughly 3 feet high. Surprisingly, the light beam exhibited a length in this world, which was remarkable. He attributed this phenomenon to his water attribute ability, realizing there was a similarity in their nature. Han Shaoxing was about to speak when Elder Feng exclaimed, "You possess gold attribute cultivation aptitude, classified as high-grade yellow." Overjoyed, Han Shaoxing prepared to retract his hand, but Elder Feng halted him, stating that the test was not yet complete. For additional surges of energy coursed through his body, and like a musical fountain, beams of light began to rise above the other crystals, each reaching a height of 3 feet for gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Han Shaoxing, wary of moving, turned his gaze toward Elder Feng, who remained silent. Before they could converse, laughter erupted from the training ground, accompanied by derisive comments. "Huh, what a waste. I've never seen such a pathetic aptitude." Indeed, Shi Shao is correct. There likely isn't anyone in the entire Great Zhou Kingdom with such dismal qualifications. What an eye-opener. Hee. This must be a historical first. Someone is bound to gain notoriety in Great Zhou. Do you think this aptitude would rank the same on the southern continent? Surely. It must be the last. Elder Feng's expression darkened, yet he remained silent. Han Shaoxing withdrew his right hand, somewhat displeased. Despite his initial excitement upon seeing the test results, as they indicated he could cultivate 5 elemental abilities, he felt his joy marred by the mockery of others. Turning around, Han Shaoxing noticed that the martial arts arena had come to a halt, with people pointing at him, particularly a flamboyantly dressed youth and a handsome young man, who were making snide remarks. Anger surged within Han Shaoxing, and he retorted sharply, "Mind your own business. I don't rely on my aptitude for a living. Besides, whether my aptitude is good or not is none of your concern. Am I eating your food or sleeping with your sister?" The raucous group fell silent, caught off guard by his words. 2 of them, infuriated, charged toward him, only to be restrained by a middle-aged man nearby. Han Shaoxing paid little heed. After all, these individuals were not particularly skilled, and any backing they had was inconsequential. His stay here would not be prolonged, and if trouble arose, he could always return to his previous life. He placed his left hand on the rare concave surface and pressed a protruding part on the side of the testing device, awaiting the results. Soon, a beam of light ascended from the light attribute crystal, reaching a height of 4 feet. Old Feng was somewhat astonished, exclaiming, "Low-grade Xin level." The flamboyant youth in the arena scoffed, "What a stroke of luck." Just as he finished speaking, another beam, this time from the lightning attribute crystal, rose to 5 feet. Someone gasped. Lightning attribute, mid-grade Xian level. The dark crystal then emitted a beam that reached 6 feet. Old Feng was no longer composed. Dark attribute, upper-grade Xian level. After a brief pause, a beam rose from the wind crystal, reaching 7 feet. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and both the flamboyant youth and the handsome young man gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? The wind attribute is low-grade earth level. The testing device must be malfunctioning. The square-faced middle-aged man seized the opportunity to lecture them. They're right. You are just meddling in others' affairs. With your mindset, you want to achieve anything. When someone's test results are poor, you mock them. When they're good, you doubt the device. Who do you think you are? Just a bunch of fledgling practitioners. Instead of wasting your energy on others, focus on your own training. It seems you have excess energy. Perhaps you feel my training regimen is too easy. I've decided to double your training today, lest you continue to stir up trouble. A chorus of groans erupted in the arena, and the two who had been the most boisterous turned their furious glares toward Han Shaosheng. He regarded them with disdain, and they dared not provoke him further, fearing the square-faced man would impose additional training on them. They could only harbor resentment, casting furtive, venomous looks his way. Old Feng observed the scene quietly. Once silence fell, he turned off the testing device and led Han Shaosheng out of the arena, conversing as they walked. Your aptitude is extraordinarily rare, possessing every attribute. Your elemental balance is commendable, lacking only in the 5 fundamental elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, which are upper-grade yellow level, while light is low-grade Xian level. Lightning is mid-grade Xian level, dark is upper-grade Xian level, and wind is low-grade earth level. This means you can cultivate all forms of martial arts. Han Shaosheng felt perplexed. Old Feng, this is a good thing, isn't it? Not being limited to a single martial art means I can learn everything, making me a versatile practitioner. Why do they label me as having a useless constitution? Old Feng chuckled. Their perspective holds some truth, as does yours. The crux of the matter is that a person's energy is finite. Even if one were to cultivate solely one martial art, advancing to higher tiers is immensely challenging and requires significant time to accumulate power. If you pursue multiple martial arts, won't it require even more time? Moreover, a single attribute constitution is more sensitive to spiritual energy, thereby facilitating quicker cultivation than those with dual or multiple attributes. You claim to have 9 attributes. When sensing spiritual energy, aren't you faced with the challenge of discerning between them, making it even more difficult? Feeling a bit disheartened, Han Shaosheng rebutted. But with my complete attributes, I can learn artifact crafting, alchemy, and medicine. Indeed, Old Feng concurred. Therefore, I suggest you pursue an auxiliary profession to acquire more cultivation resources, which will expedite your training. Han Shaosheng readily agreed. With my balanced aptitude, I can accumulate resources for cultivation. I will find a way. Old Feng smiled at his optimism. Your mindset is commendable. If you excel in your auxiliary profession, you will indeed obtain more resources and quicken your training. Now, enough idle chatter. What type of martial arts method do you wish to pursue? Chapter 48. The 5-element martial arts. Han Shaosheng found himself in a quandary. He desired a wood attribute method to prolong his parents' lives, yet his wind attribute aptitude was superior. The wind attribute methods allowed for lightning-fast movement, crucial for survival in this foreign world. After some contemplation, he decided to ask, Old Feng, do you have any wind attribute methods? None. Old Feng replied. The rare methods for wind, lightning, light, and dark attributes are only available in branches above the county level. Disappointed, Han Shaosheng opted for a wood attribute method, spending 20 gold coins. Upon opening it, he found it beautifully pinned with a brush, though it was entirely in traditional characters, arranged vertically, requiring reading from top to bottom and right to left. Although he recognized some characters from his past readings of the old version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, many remained unfamiliar, making it a challenge to read. He feared he would have to guess his way through the manual. The method was titled Qingmu Changsheng Gong, which suggested a connection to the wood attribute and implied a strong vitality conducive to longevity, beneficial for extending life. He thought this method could be advantageous, allowing him to teach it to his family in hopes of prolonging their lives. After flipping through it, he found it too difficult to comprehend. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, Old Feng interjected, Hold off on puzzling over it for now. Take your time to study it at home. I have matters to attend to. Realizing Old Feng wanted to conclude their meeting, Han Shaosheng quickly said, Old Feng, this method is quite challenging for me. Since I purchased it from Baibao Pavilion, shouldn't there be some after-sales support? When can I expect guidance for entry-level practice? Old Feng chuckled. Young man, don't just think of the bright side. We at Baibao Pavilion are in business, and we do not provide guidance for free. It wouldn't be a profitable venture. Understanding the hint that Old Feng sought some benefit, Han Shaoxing responded, Master, please feel free to express your thoughts. I will do my utmost to accommodate. Old Feng laughed heartily, smart. What I ask of you is not difficult. I am Feng Baogua, the head of this branch of Baibao Pavilion, and we need performance to sustain our operations. I see you possess rare items. I want you to promise that any items you bring in will be sold exclusively to my shop and not to others. When I am present, sell them to me. When I am absent, my granddaughter Feng Xiuzhen, who attended to you earlier, will assist you. After a moment's consideration, Han Shaoxing agreed. This arrangement is acceptable, but it is limited to this town. I cannot run here every time just to sell to you. Additionally, I require your assistance in learning other foundational practices, including artifact crafting, alchemy, and medicine. Old Feng pondered briefly and decided to extend a favor. Originally, your telescope could only be exchanged for one method. However, considering your future assistance, I can provide you with 5 upper-grade yellow-level methods, 1 each for gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, for the same price of 20 gold coins. I request that when you are within the territory of Yulong County in the Tianfeng Mansion of the Great Zhou Kingdom, you prioritize selling the items you bring to me or my foremost disciple. Naturally, the prices we offer will not be lower than those from other merchant associations. My disciple, Zhou Wanlong, serves as a steward at the Baibao in Yulong County. You may seek him out upon your arrival in the county town. After some contemplation, Han Shaoxing concluded that this was not a difficult task and posed no disadvantage to him. In fact, it would provide him with a valuable connection in the county town for future endeavors. Hence, he agreed. Seeing his consent, Old Feng presented him with 4 tomes: the thick earth art, the fire phoenix art, the black water art, and the sharp metal technique. Alongside the previous Qingmu longevity technique, he now possessed a complete set of the 5 elements. While perusing the texts, Old Feng handed him a wooden token inscribed with the words Black Iron. He explained that this was a client-level token from Baibao, which would grant him corresponding privileges at any branch of the establishment. The Black Iron token entitles its bearer to a 5 discount on purchases and access to auctions hosted by Baibao. Beyond the Black Iron level, there are additional tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and the highest, purple gold, each with varying discounts and privileges. You will understand this better when you encounter it in the future. Han Shaoxing assessed the token, realizing it might not serve much purpose at present, and placed it in his backpack. He then looked at Old Feng with anticipation. Noticing his gaze, Old Feng smiled slightly and remarked that he also possessed a complete 5 elements constitution, which allowed him to offer guidance on the 5 elements techniques, ensuring that Han Shaoxing would not be at a loss. Han Shaoxing was taken aback, realizing that this somewhat lecherous old man also shared a complete 5 elements constitution, explaining why he could offer such favors. After a brief pause, Old Feng continued, stating that he would also teach him the fundamentals of weapon forging, alchemy, and herbalism. However, he cautioned that one's energy is limited, advising Han Shaoxing to focus first on mastering one technique before delving into the others. He reassured him that he would remain in Longmen Town for the next 5 years. After some reflection, Han Shaoxing decided to heed Old Feng's advice. As the saying goes, heed the words of the elderly to avoid misfortune. Old Feng's many years of experience surely held its wisdom. Aware that Han Shaoxing lacked accommodation, Old Feng suggested he consider long-term plans, as the outside world harbors many dangers. For an ordinary person like Han Shaoxing, staying in a small place like Longmen Town was relatively safe. Venturing into larger territories could easily lead to peril. After deliberating for a while, Han Shaoxing resolved to follow Old Feng's counsel and remain in Longmen Town for a time, intending to leave only once his martial prowess was sufficiently developed. He could not risk his life in pursuit of superior cultivation techniques. He planned to return and study the 5 elements techniques, skipping over any unfamiliar characters to grasp the general ideas before seeking Old Feng's elucidation, thereby enhancing his comprehension, a strategy that had served him well in his academic pursuits. During dinner, Han Shaoxing shared a few drinks with Lu Danning and, feeling emboldened, inquired, Brother Lu, I need to reside in Longmen Town for a while, approximately a month. Would it be convenient for you? Lu Danning burst into hearty laughter. Brother Han, I find you quite agreeable. I have vacant rooms here. You may stay for as long as you wish. Han Shaoxing quickly added, Brother Lu, your provision of lodging is greatly appreciated. I intend to compensate you and your wife for your hospitality. Otherwise, I would seek elsewhere. He then produced 20 silver coins, offering them to Wang Xiaoyu as remuneration. After some back and forth, Lu Danning eventually accepted the coins, seeing Han Xiaoxing's earnestness. After dinner, Han Xiaoxing settled into his room, meticulously studying the contents of the Qingmu longevity technique until late into the night. Chapter 49. Enlightenment in the Path of Cultivation. At 8 o'clock the following morning, Han Xiaoxing arrived at Baibouge, seeking Old Feng's guidance on how to initiate his practice of the 5 elements techniques. In the morning, Old Feng first elucidated the various acupoints throughout the body, advising him to memorize their names and locations. In the afternoon, he detailed the foundational methods of the Qingmu longevity technique. Han Xiaoxing discreetly recorded the explanations on his phone, intending to listen to them repeatedly that evening. Later that night, in his room, Han Xiaoxing played back Old Feng's explanations on his phone, repeatedly listening until he felt he had thoroughly grasped the introductory methods. Following Old Feng's guidance, he began to practice the Qingmu longevity technique, hopeful of achieving mastery before retiring for the night. After 10 consecutive days of practice without perceivable progress, Han Xiaoxing deemed this time-consuming method of cultivation unsuitable. Considering that he had already awakened his water attribute ability through the blue fruit, he resolved to shift his focus to the black water technique, aiming to successfully cultivate one technique to facilitate the practice of others. Upon returning to Baibouge, he requested Old Feng to explain the intricacies and key points of the black water technique, once again discreetly recording the session. He then returned to Lu Doning's residence. In his room, he donned headphones and played back the recordings, reading along with the black water technique, transcribing his understanding with a brush. He had not anticipated this journey and had not brought paper or pens, so he had borrowed the brush and paper from Old Feng. His penmanship was impressive, but his calligraphy was less than legible, only he could decipher it. For 2 consecutive days, he immersed himself in studying the black water technique at Lu Doning's home, neglecting visits to Baibouge, which Old Feng did not mind. On the 3rd day, he compared his translated notes with Old Feng's recordings and the original traditional text, feeling confident that he comprehended the technique well enough to begin practicing. The principles of the black water technique closely aligned with the Taoist approach to cultivation, which emphasizes refining essence into qi, transforming qi into spirit, and harmonizing with the Tao. Cultivators focus on a singular breath, as qi is the source of the universe, the primordial material from which all things are formed. The cultivation realm posits that the vast emptiness of the cosmos is filled with boundless, life-giving primordial qi. This qi permeates the universe, governing the earth, starting with the heavenly Tao and nurturing life on earth. All physical forms depend on primordial qi for their existence. Humans are products of nature, born of the earth's essence, shaped by the seasons, with the dualities of yin and yang and the 5 elements internalized within the human body, forming the physiological qi of the body. As the Tao Te Ching states, man follows the earth follows the heavens follow the Tao follows nature. Since the entire natural world arises from primordial qi, humanity cannot escape its influence and is heavily reliant on it for survival. When qi gathers, life flourishes. When it disperses, death ensues. Thus, the essence of cultivation lies in refining primordial qi, and true cultivation is the practice of harmonizing oneself with the natural order, utilizing the universe's primordial qi to enhance and sustain oneself. In ancient times, when the world was abundant with spiritual energy, early humans merely needed to absorb the celestial qi to fortify and elevate their physical and spiritual forms, achieving longevity in body and spirit. Taoists begin their practice with essence refinement due to the current scarcity of spiritual energy on earth, making it exceedingly difficult to rely solely on external sources for cultivation. Thus, they turn inward, choosing to refine the essence of food and breathe in trace amounts of pure air from nature to transform it into vital energy within the body, predominantly relying on the essence of food due to the scarcity of pure air. Through this continuous process of enhancing life energy, they circulate it through the body's meridians, strengthening their physical form. Once the life energy and physical body have sufficiently developed, they can use this energy to nourish their spirit. When the spirit reaches a certain level of strength and elevation, it can condense into consciousness at the Shan Ting acupoint located in the upper dantian. This is the process of refining qi into spirit. The black water technique from the Zhenwu continent operates on principles akin to those practiced by ancient ancestors, as the Zhenwu continent is not lacking in celestial qi. Thus, Han Xiaoxing resolved to pursue the dual cultivation of both internal and external vital energies on the Zhenwu continent. Not only would he cultivate the external energies of heaven and earth, but he would also endeavor to cultivate the life force of the internal realm, akin to Taoist practices. In this manner, when confronted with a world abundant in external energies, he could harness them for his cultivation. Conversely, in realms where such energies were scarce, he would rely on the internal life force. This approach would ensure his adaptability in any environment. After solidifying his determination, Han Shaoxing opted to begin his training with the black water technique. The initial phase of mastering this technique involved 2 steps, the first being the generation of a sensation of energy, and the second, the drawing of this energy into the body. This entailed inviting the external energies of heaven and earth into the Dantian, ensuring their retention without dissipation, thereby completing the foundational stage of energy refinement. The black water technique elucidates that one must close their mouth, press the tongue against the palate, and allow the external energy to traverse through the nasal cavity to the root of the tongue, descending through the Xianying acupoint beneath the tongue. It continues down the trachea to the chest, where it passes through a narrow channel at the heart center, ultimately reaching the navel and transferring to the Dantian. The practitioner must repeatedly experience the flow of energy within their body, cultivating a subjective awareness until it becomes an instinctive ability, allowing them to sense and manipulate the energy with mere thought. Upon reaching this stage, the sensation of energy is born. Practitioners can daily engage in a specific rhythm of inhaling the energies of heaven and earth through the nasal cavity, guiding them into the Dantian and exhaling through the mouth. Through persistent practice over time, an affinity between the Dantian and the energies of heaven and earth will gradually develop, until the first strand of pure energy can briefly reside in the Dantian, marking the completion of the energy absorption process. At this juncture, the practitioner enters the first layer of energy refinement. This strand of energy residing in the Dantian can be guided by the practitioner's intent to open the meridians and acupoints contained within the Dantian, effectively refining it. After the initial strand dissipates, a second strand may be drawn in, continuing the process of unblocking the Dantian's pathways. Once the meridians and acupoints are entirely opened, the Dantian will be fully established, and the newly absorbed energy will circulate through the Dantian's pathways, transforming into true energy, which will no longer dissipate but instead remain at the center of the newly formed Dantian space, thereby becoming a part of the practitioner's essence. As one continues on this path, the true energy residing in the Dantian will accumulate, eventually reaching full capacity. At this point, the first layer of energy refinement will be complete, and further cultivation will not increase the amount of true energy unless a breakthrough to the second layer is achieved. Reflecting on his recent training, Han Shaoxing recognized the reasons behind his lack of progress with the Qingmu Changxing Gong. Despite a 10-day effort, he realized that cultivating the sensation of energy requires time and the attainment of the standards set by the technique's creator, which was unattainable without a mentor's guidance. Thus, a month would be necessary to develop an instinctual awareness of energy. Nevertheless, he discovered a shortcut. Typically, practitioners must utilize a specialized breathing technique to sense the external air, guiding it along a specific route to the Dantian, gradually cultivating the sensation of energy. This arduous process was not needed for him. In essence, the energy that ultimately resides in the Dantian consists of various elemental components. With his water attribute ability, he could directly perceive the external water elements, bypassing the cumbersome steps of cultivating the sensation and breathing, and instead directly attract the water elements into his Dantian, forming pure water attribute spiritual energy. With this readily available water attribute energy, he could commence the refinement of his Dantian. Of course, this was merely his hypothesis, and he needed to validate its feasibility. Thus, Han Shaoxing sat cross-legged, calming his mind and adjusting his breath. He began to recall the method he had employed on Earth to sense water elements, closing his eyes and forgetting the techniques described in the black water technique for cultivating the sensation of energy. He initiated the process of sensing the vital energies surrounding him. Soon, he perceived a myriad of colorful specks of light surrounding his body, among which a particular blue speck resonated with a sense of familiarity, appearing easily controllable. He surmised this to be the water element. With a focused thought, the blue specks drifted towards him, entering his body from various points. He sensed the emotions of these blue specks and began to guide them towards the position of his Dantian. However, the specks proved somewhat mischievous, reluctant to remain stationary in the Dantian, choosing instead to move randomly. Upon realizing that these specks must remain in motion to embody the essence of heaven and earth, he ceased to confine them. Instead, he accelerated the attraction of external blue specks, ensuring that the influx exceeded the outflow, thereby increasing their quantity within the Dantian. As more blue specks converged, the density within the Dantian grew, prompting Han Shaoxing to control them with his intent, guiding them along a spiraling path to form a vortex. Once the vortex was established, he found that excessive control was unnecessary. The vortex's gravitational pull would restrain most of the specks from escaping, allowing only those on the periphery to leave. Thus, he needed only to attract similar blue specks into the vortex while preventing other colors from entering, thereby continuously amplifying its strength. As time passed, the vortex within the Dantian solidified, yet Han Shaoxing began to sense a growing strain. Urgently, he directed the vortex towards the Guanyuan acupoint of the Dantian. However, he soon realized that the abundance of blue specks overwhelmed his mental capacity, causing more specks to scatter, ultimately leading to the vortex's shrinkage and eventual disappearance. Opening his eyes, fatigue washed over him, and he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. Chapter 50. Unblocking the Guanyuan acupoint. Han Shaoxing awoke from his dreams to the sound of someone calling for him outside. Glancing at his phone, he noted that it was already dinner time, realizing he had missed lunch. Clearly, he had exhausted himself over the past few days, sleeping for an extended period. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of a young girl, her pure eyes assessing him. She chimed cheerfully, "Uncle, my mother sent me to call you for dinner." Han Shaoxing acknowledged her with a nod and retrieved a few candies from his bag, handing them to the girl. Her eyes lit up in delight as she skipped away. After tidying himself, he exited his room and made his way to the main hall, where Lu Daneng and his family were already seated at the dinner table. Noticing Han Shaoxing's slightly haggard appearance, Lu Daneng expressed concern, saying, "Dear brother, come and eat. You look quite worn out. I must advise you, cultivation should be a gradual process requiring time. Patience is essential. Rushing may harm your body and prolong recovery." Han Shaoxing managed a wry smile, replying, "Brother Lu, I admit I have been a bit anxious. However, I have been away for quite some time and wish to make swift progress in my cultivation so I can return home soon. One must not rush," Lu Daneng cautioned. "Reflect on my own journey. With the backing of my family, I began body tempering with medicinal baths at the age of 5, started practicing martial arts at 6, and did not officially enter the realm of martial cultivation until 10. That was a span of 4 years. You have trained for less than a month. Your time in cultivation is still brief, so do not be overly concerned. Since you have left home, it stands to reason that you wish to achieve something substantial. If you return now without accomplishments, it would be better to cultivate steadily and patiently. If you find the path of spiritual cultivation daunting, why not practice martial arts with me? I see that your physical foundation is excellent, and martial arts should come more easily to you." Han Shaoxing understood his own situation well. He had already grasped the principles of his water-based cultivation method. He was confident that during his next training session, he would successfully enter the realm of Qi. Moreover, the dual cultivation of martial arts would only bring him benefits. Martial arts focus on the physical body, which shares a connection with Taoist practices, both concerning the inner world. However, as Taoists advance, they shift towards spiritual cultivation, while martial practitioners in the true martial continent delve into the potential of the physical body, manifesting physical divine abilities. At higher levels, they can move mountains and fill seas. The spirit requires the body as a vessel. Thus, a powerful body can nourish the spirit, promoting both spiritual and Taoist cultivation. With this thought, he clasped his hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you, elder brother, for your kindness. I humbly accept." In that moment, he felt a newfound closeness to Lu Daneng. Previously, he regarded him merely as a worthy friend, but now he truly considered him a brother. Lu Daneng sensed this shift and felt delighted. He turned to Wang Xiaoyu and said, "Madam, please bring me a jar of the fine wine I have stored in the cellar. I wish to have a good chat with my esteemed brother today." Wang Xiaoyu, perceptive as ever, understood that the two were beginning to share their hearts and fetched the wine jar for Lu Daneng. She then busied herself with their 2 children nearby, leaving the 2 men to their conversation. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours, during which they engaged in delightful discussion. Han Shaoxing, typically a man of few words burdened by the pressures of life, found himself animated and willing to converse freely about various topics. Lu Daneng shared tales of the true martial continent, recounting stories of high-ranking cultivators soaring through the skies on swords, evoking admiration in Han Shaoxing. He spoke of martial masters who could move mountains and fly with their physical bodies, and Han Shaoxing listened with rapt attention, aspiring to reach such heights of freedom himself. In return, Han Shaoxing shared glimpses of modern life, describing a harmonious society where everyone enjoyed security and peace. Lu Daneng's family listened with great interest, and the children eagerly inquired about the candies and fresh foods that originated from that peaceful world, expressing their desire to visit and savor its delights. Lu Daneng laughed heartily, and Wang Xiaoyu smiled. After the meal, Han Shaoxing returned to his room, sat cross-legged, and prepared to concentrate on his cultivation. Determined to make progress towards entering the realm of Qi, he calmed his mind, closed his eyes, and focused his thoughts on his Dantian. Upon sensing it, he found it empty, with only a few scattered spiritual energies wandering. Given the rich spiritual atmosphere of the true martial continent, this phenomenon should be the common experience for all, explaining why ordinary people here were in excellent health compared to martial artists on Earth. Clearing his mind, he recalled the sensation of the water element and entered a state of perception. Around his body, colorful light spots began to reappear. He pondered for a moment. Apart from the blue water element, the red spots likely represented fire, the green spots wood, the golden spots metal, the yellow spots earth, the cyan spots wind, and the purple spots lightning. The multicolored spots symbolized light, yet he wondered why there were no dark elements present. As he sensed further, he recognized the existence of another element, abundant and akin to the cosmic background, imperceptible yet palpable. Could it be colorless? After a brief contemplation, he dismissed the thought and directed his intent to draw the blue light spots into his body, gathering them at the center of his Dantian. As time passed, the blue light spots in his Dantian multiplied and began to swirl under his will, forming a small vortex of energy. The vortex continuously absorbed incoming blue light spots, and he directed it towards the Guanyuan point of his Dantian. Upon arrival, the vortex had doubled in size, spinning steadily at the Guanyuan point while drawing more blue light spots into its whirlpool. With the influence of the water element energy cluster, the Guanyuan point began to open. Impurities were expelled, blockages were cleared, and the surrounding meridians and flesh gradually transformed, becoming softer and more resilient. As time wore on, Han Shaoxing sensed that the Guanyuan point had nearly doubled in size, its flesh becoming translucent, while the nearby meridians expanded. However, those farther away remained their original dimensions, creating a tapered transition from large to small. He felt that the Guanyuan point was now open and began to guide the energy light cluster into the meridian connected to the next point, the Sherman point. Yet, as he directed the vortex of blue light spots, he sensed a reluctance from some of them, as if they wished to linger. This revelation startled him. Chapter 51. The entry of the Black Water secret. Han Shaoxing began to understand why cultivators sought to open their acupoints and meridians. It was to enhance the affinity of these pathways for elemental light spots, allowing some of them to reside permanently within the body's meridians, acupoints, and Dantian. This effectively captured a portion of external heavenly essence for personal use, strengthening both the physical body and spirit. Furthermore, when casting spells and divine abilities, these internal elemental light spots could serve as conduits to attract vast amounts of similar external elements, greatly enhancing their power. Realizing this principle, he ceased to control the energy vortex within the Guanyuan point, instead allowing it to rotate freely at the center. He separated a small portion of the outer blue light spots to form a miniature vortex, which he directed into the meridian leading to the Sherman point. Unbeknownst to him, this action prevented potential damage to his meridians. It is important to note that cultivators typically progress gradually, nurturing their bodies after opening each acupoint before proceeding further. This nurturing process allows the meridians and flesh surrounding the acupoints to adapt to their enhanced state, providing the body with the necessary resilience. A seasoned practitioner on the true martial continent would consider Han Shaoxing's eagerness to push forward recklessly rather than as commendable diligence. Fortunately, the newly gathered energy vortex was quite small. When it reached the tapered section of the meridian, it only increased slightly, remaining manageable relative to the still unaltered meridians. He allowed the miniature energy vortex to linger at the tapered end for a moment, allowing the meridian to acclimate before guiding the energy vortex into the previously opened meridian, all the while transporting external blue light spots into the vortex. As the blue energy vortex entered the Sherman point, it had grown to about 1/3 the size of the Guanyuan point's vortex, and the meridians along the way had also expanded and strengthened. He focused the vortex at the center of the Sherman point and ceased its movement, concentrating instead on attracting blue light spots. When he sensed a slight swelling sensation in the Sherman point, he halted his attraction of external blue light spots and awaited the strengthening process of the acupoint. Time continued to pass, and upon realizing that the reinforcement of the Sherman point had reached the level of the Guanyuan point, he once again created a small vortex, intending to continue opening the Qihai point. Yet, he felt the fatigue of his spirit and had to withdraw from his meditative state, interrupting this session of cultivation. Feeling mentally exhausted, he lay down on his bed without undressing and fell into a deep slumber. In the main room, Wang Xiaoyu was knitting a sweater when she noticed the two children peeking into Han Shaoxing's room. She shot them a glare, admonishing them to stay away from that room. The little girl tiptoed over and whispered, "Mommy, Uncle Han is sleeping. His snoring sounds like thunder." Wang Xiaoyu gently caressed her head and explained, "Uncle is simply exhausted from his training. Once he has rested sufficiently, he will no longer snore. You may play in the yard, but do not disturb Uncle's slumber." When Han Shaoxing awoke, the room had already descended into darkness. He couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly time passed while training. A brief nap after rigorous practice seemed to consume an entire day. Stepping out of the room, he found dinner already prepared. Upon seeing him emerge, Wang Xiaoyu began to set the dining table, causing him to feel a pang of embarrassment, prompting him to rush over to assist her. The table was laden with dishes, and noticing Wang Xiaoyu had already begun to eat, he realized Lu Danning was absent, arousing his curiosity. He inquired with Wang Xiaoyu, who glanced at her two children and discreetly gestured, saying, "I heard that the number of apprentices has increased recently, so my husband is working overtime to guide the newcomers today." Han Shaoxing chose not to press further. After the children finished their meal and went outside to play, Wang Xiaoyu lowered her voice, saying, "To be honest, brother, I've heard that bandits are expected to disturb us soon. My husband is discussing strategies with some prominent figures in the town." Han Shaoxing, puzzled, asked, "What is the strength of these bandits? Is the government not intervening?" Wang Xiaoyu sighed deeply. "The bandits are formidable, but the strength of Longmen town surpasses theirs. However, after several encounters, the townsfolk initially resisted together, only to later be swayed by rumors suggesting the bandits would not attack those who shut themselves in. As a result, many townspeople have chosen to passively evade confrontation, leading to a precarious situation. Sister Wang, do those townspeople not grasp the unchanging nature of thieves? A robber is a robber. They will not spare anyone. This is merely a tactic to divide and conquer. Indeed, my husband understands this, which is why he is attending the evening meeting. When will these bandits arrive? I do not know, but I have heard it will be soon, within half a month at most." Upon hearing this news, Han Shaoxing felt a weight of pressure. Longmen Town was his stronghold upon entering the Jinwu continent. Having finally integrated into this community, he was unwilling to relinquish it easily. Yet, his martial prowess was too weak. He likely could not even contend with Wang Xiaoyu. If the bandits came, he would have no choice but to flee. With a heavy heart, he returned to his room, immersing himself in frenzied training. As he progressed through the acupoints, the pace slowed considerably, the body's stress response accumulating. Lacking the restorative herbs like peach, black fruit, and white fruit, he had to rely on meals and sleep to mend his physical damage. After 4 days, he finally opened the last 2 acupoints in his dantian, the Qihai and Yinjiao points. Thus, the 4 acupoints and meridians within the dantian were unified, and his dantian was truly formed. In his mind's eye, he observed that this area had begun to attract the blue elemental light points of water attribute. Though he could not actively draw in external water elements, the blue light points within the Guanyuan, Sherman, Qihai, and Yinjiao acupoints, as well as the adjacent meridians, were drawn towards the center of the dantian by an inexplicable force, gradually forming a swirling vortex of spiritual energy. As the vortex spun, the blue elemental light points remained in motion, held by a core centripetal force. Apart from a few peripheral light points flung out of the vortex, the majority were contained within, while some wandering blue light points within his body occasionally entered the vortex. The number of light points entering and exiting the vortex was nearly balanced, eluding his perception. At this juncture, he had successfully completed the refinement of his dantian, drawing energy into his body and storing it within the dantian, thereby achieving the first level of qi refinement. The next step was to attract external energy of the same attribute to further expand the vortex of spiritual energy within his dantian. Chapter 52. Conspiracy. As Han Shaoxing embarked on his training of the black water technique, a sense of exhilaration surged within him, prompting an involuntary howl. Hearing a knock at the door, he suddenly realized he had become too carried away, disturbing Lu Danning's family. Upon opening the door, he found Wang Xiaoyu standing outside with her 2 children, a wooden stick in her hand, making him feel somewhat sheepish. Wang Xiaoyu peeked into the room, noticing nothing amiss, and queried curiously, "Brother Han, what happened just now? I thought perhaps a thief had entered your room." Han Shaoxing, feeling ashamed, explained, "Sister, I apologize. I experienced a breakthrough in my training and, in my elation, lost track of myself, startling you and the children." With that, he turned and entered his room, retrieving some snacks from his bag to appease the children's startled spirits. Watching the 2 children bounce out joyfully, Wang Xiaoyu finally asked. You achieved a breakthrough?
Yes.
According to the technique's description, I believe I have, but I still need to confirm it with Elder Feng at the Baibao Pavilion. Wang Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy, congratulating him repeatedly. After a moment of modesty, Wang Xiaoyu took her leave to tend to her own matters. Han Shaoxing pondered briefly, pulling out some provisions to quell his hunger, having missed lunch and still 2 hours from dinner. Once his hunger subsided, he changed his clothes and stepped outside, intending to visit Elder Feng at the Baibao Pavilion. As he walked through the streets, he sensed a palpable tension in the atmosphere, reminiscent of an impending storm. The businesses lining the streets were struggling. Fewer customers were seen, and shop doors hung half-closed. As Han Shaoxing passed, shopkeepers did not greet him as they usually would. Their gazes fixated on the distant main road. Looking towards the thoroughfare, he noted its emptiness, a desolate quietness. Recalling Wang Xiaoyu's mention of the bandits, he surmised that the townsfolk were likely anxious about an impending raid. With thoughts of the bandits weighing on his mind, he quickened his pace. As he passed a narrow alley, his eye caught a vaguely familiar figure, head bowed, making its way deeper into the passage. Although he had already left the alley behind, the image lingered in his mind. After entering the Qi refinement stage, he developed an uncanny intuition regarding matters connected to him. The instinct told him that this person was somehow related to him. Reviewing the faces he had seen since arriving in Longmen Town, he dismissed each one until finally, the figure matched the silhouette he had observed. Although the individual had deliberately hunched over, the unmistakable demeanor of a rogue was identical. Swiftly, he turned back, retrieving a hat and mask from his bag, and donned them before returning to the alley's entrance. Pressing against the wall, he carefully surveyed the alley, but the figure had vanished. He softened his footsteps, pretending to stroll casually deeper into the passage, all the while stealing glances at his surroundings. Approaching a T-junction, he slowed his pace, for the ground ahead was damp, marked by a trail of wet footprints leading around the corner. Cautiously avoiding the wet areas, Han Shaoxing hastened toward the turn. Pressing against the wall, he listened intently. Hearing no sounds, he peered out to see the wet footprints disappearing at the entrance of a small courtyard, the gate firmly shut. As he approached the gate, he could hear voices inside the courtyard, soft and indistinct. He circled the courtyard, discovering it was a secluded area, surrounded by open land, with only a single large tree outside the wall. Contemplating his next move, he donned a pair of gloves, set his backpack beneath the tree, and began to climb. Though it had been many years since he last climbed a tree, his physical strength had significantly improved over the past 6 months, and combined with the skills he had honed in childhood, he swiftly ascended to a branch. Listening closely to the sounds from the courtyard, he stealthily rose, peering out to observe. Before him lay a vast courtyard, seemingly neglected and overgrown with weeds, with numerous buildings aligned along the walls and in the center. 2 individuals were quietly conversing on the open ground. Han Shaoxing instantly recognized one of the individuals present. It was Shi Xiao, the one who had previously mocked him. He was unsure of the man's full name. Opposite him stood an unfamiliar young man, distinguished in appearance, wielding a folding fan, occasionally fanning himself, despite the temperate weather, indicating his meticulous attention to poise. The distance between them rendered their conversation inaudible, and their expressions hidden. Han Shaoxing, anxious due to his inability to hear their words, felt a surge of relief when the two began to approach him after a brief exchange. He concealed himself behind the wall, straining to listen. After a while, the voice of the unfamiliar young man reached him. You must keep this matter a secret. Should it be leaked, you will face dire consequences. If you learn of their plans, send word to me immediately. Once the task is accomplished, you shall not be overlooked. Your power will undoubtedly increase. Shi Xiao's voice followed, laced with obsequiousness. Thank you, Third Master, I will certainly. Before he could finish, the unfamiliar young man interrupted sharply. I have told you not to address me as Third Master. Call me Brother Zhang. I am merely a merchant here. Do you wish to endanger me? Or are you so weary of life yourself? If the information leaks, I can escape, but you will pay with your life. Shi Xiao's voice trembled with fear. I understand, that was a slip of the tongue. The unfamiliar young man's tone softened. Be cautious. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Remember to relay any news to me, and do not forget the importance of secrecy. Only with your safety can you enjoy the treasures of heaven and earth. Their voices faded, and the young man's footsteps moved towards the courtyard entrance, exiting the door. Once Shi Xiao closed the door behind him, he returned, muttering in dissatisfaction. What a nuisance. Just a mountain bandit, yet he acts so grand. If it weren't for my father's desire to leverage your power to oust that old mayor, we wouldn't even bother with you. The bandits are so limited in their vision. My family holds sway in the county. If word gets out, I can merely return to the county. Who would dare touch me? Though I am just a branch family member, the main family is a behemoth in the county. After venting his frustration, Sher Shao felt a surge of satisfaction, muttering to himself, "That good-for-nothing, a cultivator without merit, dares to oppose me, making me lose face. I must find a way to eliminate him soon." Unfortunately, he has been hiding in Lu Donning's house these past few days, prolonging his life. When the bandits arrive, I will ensure that he suffers a fate worse than death, making him aware of Sher Shao's might. Han Xiaoxing's heart sank in disbelief. He had not anticipated encountering such a small-minded individual. After enduring Sher Shao's insults, he merely retorted a few words. Yet Sher Shao was intent on taking his life. Such a venomous and arrogant person must have committed numerous vile acts in the past. Anger surged within him, but he repressed it, aware of the height of the wall and the necessity to remain discreet. Sher Shao entered a room and did not re-emerge. Chapter 53. Strike First. Han Xiaoxing stealthily descended the large tree, unable to contain the murderous intent brewing inside him. He retrieved a folding entrenching tool from his bag, donned a climbing backpack, and cautiously circled to the courtyard entrance. Upon observing the alley, he discovered it was a dead end, devoid of inhabitants, leading solely to this courtyard. He opened his entrenching tool and listened at the courtyard door, noting no sound. Peering through the crack, he saw the courtyard was empty, and the door on the tree side was tightly shut. Concealing himself beside the courtyard door, he planned to ambush Sher Shao upon his exit. After waiting for 10 minutes with no sign of movement, anxiety crept in, prompting him to check the alley again. Finding no one, he returned to the courtyard entrance. From his bag, he took out a fruit knife and carefully nudged the door latch while keeping an eye on the door beside the tree. After 5 minutes, the latch was moved aside, leaving the door unguarded. Han Xiaoxing slid the fruit knife into its sheath, pocketed it, and inserted the entrenching tool into the door crack. Applying pressure to gradually pry it open, his gaze fixed on the door. Once the entrance was sufficiently ajar, he first pushed his climbing backpack inside, then sidled through the door. Noticing Sher Shao's door remained quiet while sounds emanated from within, he exhaled in relief, turned to stealthily close the courtyard door, and secured the latch once more. With his left hand carrying the backpack and his right gripping the entrenching tool, he treaded lightly toward the rooms beside the tree. Out of caution, he checked each door, skipping those that were locked and listening intently at the unlocked ones. Ultimately, he discovered one room that was not locked, Sher Shao's. However, sounds were coming from inside. Although he had wasted some time, he felt no regret. His actions needed to remain unseen, as exposure would invite danger. Sher Shao's room was centrally located, perhaps due to the desolation of the courtyard and the locked entrance. It seemed he had neglected to lock the door. Han Xiaoxing concealed himself beside the adjacent houses, waiting patiently for 5 minutes until the room fell silent. Soon after, he heard the thunderous sound of snoring within, with no other disturbances. Circling the house, he observed that the structure was peculiar, lacking windows on all sides except for the front door. No wonder Sher Shao's door was slightly ajar. It appeared that only the door and roof allowed for ventilation, and it remained uncertain whether there were any passages between the rooms. Setting down his bag, he grasped the entrenching tool with his left hand and gently pushed the door open with his right. The faint light filtering through the roof illuminated the disarray within. As he surveyed the room, his gaze landed on a pair of eyes staring back at him from the bed, nearly causing his heart to leap from his chest. There was not just one person on the bed. Sher Shao lay there bare, the bed a scene of chaos. Beside him was a woman in her 30s, strikingly beautiful, her figure the most perfect Han Xiaoxing had ever encountered. Regrettably, she was scantily clad, her body marred by whip marks, her clothes reduced to rags stained with blood. Her hands were bound above her head, a cloth stuffed in her mouth, and tears glistened in her eyes as she gazed at him. Quickly regaining his composure, Han Xiaoxing realized that this woman was likely a victim of Sher Shao's misdeeds. He swiftly raised his right index finger, signaling her to be silent. Upon seeing her nod in understanding, he fetched his bag from outside, carefully closing the door behind him. Sher Shao remained ensconced in slumber, evidently exhausted from earlier activities. A whip lay discarded on the floor, suggesting its recent use on the woman. Han Xiaoxing approached the bed, wielding the entrenching tool with care. He draped a piece of clothing over the woman, unbound her hands, and indicated for her to remain quiet and to dress. Instead of wearing the clothes he provided, she moved to the inner side of the room, retrieving a bundle and unveiling a set of women's garments. She gestured for him to turn around. Despite her intentions, Han Shaoxing did not avert his gaze, gripping the entrenching tool with vigilance. He harbored doubts regarding the woman's motives. What if she was merely feigning innocence? Furthermore, her stunning figure and beauty were too tempting to overlook. He felt that missing this chance would be a grave mistake. Seeing Han Shaoxing's shamelessness, the woman's tears flowed anew, prompting her to retreat once more to change in the dimmer recess of the room, leaving Han Shaoxing feeling regretful. Once she donned her attire, she transformed into an enchanting beauty, albeit her face remained stern and devoid of smiles. With his left hand clutching the entrenching tool and his right hand holding a blanket, Han Shaoxing positioned himself beside Shi Shao's head, signaling for the woman to bind Shi Shao. The woman displayed a certain clumsiness, her demeanor tinged with trepidation. After considerable effort, she finally managed to bind the feet of Shi Shao. Just as she was about to secure his hands, Shi Shao seemed to sense discomfort in his feet and, in his slumber, kicked out, causing her to stumble and emit a startled cry. Han Shaoxing realized the gravity of the situation. With Shi Shao on the verge of waking, he hastily draped a blanket over Shi Shao's face with his right hand while raising a spade with his left, lifting it high to strike down upon Shi Shao's elevated head. As Shi Shao regained consciousness, he found himself enveloped in darkness, struggling to breathe, and instinctively moved to lift the blanket, but it was already too late. Han Shaoxing, initially aiming for Shi Shao's head, lacked experience in combat and had only engaged in brawls with fists and feet. Consequently, when he swung the spade, his grip faltered, and the blade descended at an angle, landing squarely on Shi Shao's neck. Shi Shao let out a muffled groan before falling silent. Han Shaoxing, however, dared not relent. He continued to raise and strike with the spade, pounding frantically until he felt exhaustion creeping in. Leaning on the spade, he noticed the woman beside him, her eyes wide with terror, which prompted an awkward smile from him as he attempted to reassure her. "Fear not, this is my first time wielding a weapon. I was too scared to stop, fearing retaliation." At last, the woman seemed to relax, standing to lift the blanket. Upon witnessing the scene beneath, Han Shaoxing was overtaken by nausea. Shi Shao's face was grotesquely deformed, his neck nearly severed, and the ground beneath was awash with blood. After a prolonged moment of retching, he finally paused, feeling utterly drained. He weakly inquired, "What is your situation?" Glancing up, he saw the woman standing motionless, entirely unfazed, which sent a shiver down Han Shaoxing's spine. Could it be that she had killed before? Noticing her peculiar gaze, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and hastened to explain. "This man intended to kill me, so I acted first, eliminating him. You needn't worry, I am not a cruel person. However, his death implicates us both. Should anyone investigate, we would both be entangled in this affair. Thus we must set this place ablaze to destroy the evidence. But once we depart, remember this. We may know each other, yet we must remain oblivious to the full extent of this situation. By the way, did you see anyone else come here today?" When she shook her head, Han Shaoxing felt a wave of relief. It seemed the third in command had not entered this room and did not recognize her. Time was of the essence, and the two hastily searched the room, guided by the woman, discovering a trove of valuable items, suggesting she had been captured by Shi Shao for quite some time. During their search, neither inquired about the other's name. In such dire circumstances, it was best to know as little as possible about one another. After gathering their findings, Han Shaoxing offered her the first choice. After some polite exchanges, the woman claimed half of the gold and silver, dismissing the rest. Han Shaoxing, undeterred, claimed the remaining treasures, including books and a blue ring, leaving behind only items that signified Shi Shao's identity. The keys, however, piqued Han Shaoxing's interest. They piled all the collected items onto the bed, agreeing to ignite the place upon their departure. Han Shaoxing hoisted his backpack and wielded the spade, while the woman carried a bundle and a set of keys as they exited the room. With audacious spirits, they sought to unlock the rooms in the courtyard with the keys. Upon opening one door, Han Shaoxing was struck with astonishment. Chapter 54. Essential Artifacts for Time Travel. Han Shaoxing remained in a state of shock, turning to glance at the woman, who appeared unfazed by the discovery. Observing her indifference, he couldn't help but express his frustration. "Hey, are you not the least bit startled? Look at these things." Only then did the woman exhibit a flicker of emotion, casting a sidelong glance at him that sent a shiver down his spine. The sensation transported him back to his youth, reminiscent of a day in high school when he had helped a senior pick up her fallen books, only to be captivated by her enchanting smile, a memory that lingered with him for a lifetime. Regaining his senses, he noticed the woman had already entered the room, inspecting its contents. Inside, shelves overflowed with gold, silver, and jewels, including luminous orbs that could have been night pearls. Regrettably, his backpack was nearly at capacity, and he lamented the thought of setting such treasures ablaze, turning them into mere molten metal. The woman selected several glowing orbs, and when she noticed his lack of reaction, she finally spoke, her voice clear and melodious. "The rest of these treasures are yours." Han Xiaosheng was momentarily at a loss for words, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Where do you expect me to store all of this?" Her expression shifted to one of incredulity as she regarded him. "Are you truly this Navi? You've already reached the first layer of Qi refinement. You can utilize a storage ring. You've never seen one before?" Taken aback, Han Xiaosheng suddenly felt a swell of joy. Could it be that the ring he had hastily stashed in his bag was the coveted storage ring of a time traveler? If he possessed such a ring, he could carry vast supplies and never again worry about being thrust into an unfamiliar world. Noting the woman's disdainful gaze, he quickly rummaged through his backpack, retrieving the ring and approaching her with a sheepish smile. "Esteemed and captivating sister, is this the storage ring? How does one use it?" Her brow furrowed at his obsequious demeanor as she gently replied, "The storage ring is activated by spiritual energy. Since you've already begun Qi refinement, I trust you know how to harness your spiritual energy without my guidance." Overjoyed, Han Xiaosheng clutched the ring, ready to try it out, only to be halted by her intervention. Sensing his confusion, she clarified, "This storage ring has already been bound to its previous owner, the late Shi Shao. His spiritual energy should have dissipated, allowing you to re-establish ownership through blood. Once bound, the energy expenditure for its use will be negligible." Clutching the ring, Han Xiaosheng hesitated, as he had always harbored a fear of pain. Noticing his reluctance, the woman seemed to understand his hesitation. She suddenly grasped his hand and bit down. Han Xiaosheng yelped in surprise but felt no resentment. Instead, he regarded her with gratitude as he dripped his blood onto the ring, fearful it might not suffice. He continued until he felt a connection form, then bandaged his finger. The woman observed his bandaged hand with keen interest, silently watching as he shifted his focus to the ring. Instantly, a vast space unfurled in his mind, spacious and square, nearly 50 square meters, with a height of nearly 10 meters. This indicated a volume of 500 cubic meters, filled with numerous items. Most of the contents appeared to be the woman's personal belongings, clothes and undergarments, but in one corner lay a collection of useful items, several weapons, a few books, some gold and silver, and an assortment of peculiar stones. Han Xiaosheng deemed the clothing to be excessive and, with a mere thought, he relocated the personal items to make room for more essential treasures. Upon the ground, a multitude of women's garments suddenly appeared. Han Xiaosheng pointed at the clothes scattered about and said, "Take what you can use from these garments. Anything useful, please take away, for they will soon be burned." Observing the woman as she sifted through the clothing, Han Xiaosheng felt a surge of excitement and moved towards the center of the shelves. Channeling his intention towards a collection of gold and silver jewelry, he willed the items to vanish from the shelves and materialize within his storage ring. Enthusiastic, he decided to gather everything, including the shelves, into the ring, leaving the room utterly empty. Once he noticed the woman had finished selecting her clothes, Han Xiaosheng approached her with a buoyant spirit, stating, "Though I have rescued you, you have provided me with immense recompense. We are even now." The woman scornfully retorted, "And what shall we say about the matter of you seeing me undressed?" Realizing that this woman likely possessed significant background, Han Xiaosheng smiled and responded, "What compensation do you seek? Speak freely. I shall do my utmost to accommodate your wishes, even if it means offering my service in return." "Bah!" The woman spat. Her cheeks flushed. "You must be dreaming. I am the one at a disadvantage here." "Disadvantage can be a blessing," he replied. "Come, let us explore the other rooms. Perhaps we might discover more unexpected treasures." Han Xiaosheng hastily shifted the topic and led the way outside. The woman regarded him with a peculiar glance before following closely behind with the keys in hand. Indeed, the other rooms did not disappoint Han Xiaosheng. It became evident why all windows had been sealed. This place housed numerous essential supplies. 20 rooms surrounded the courtyard walls, with 2 designated as a kitchen and restroom. One occupied by Shi Shao, while the remaining 17 were filled with various provisions. These supplies were extensive, encompassing essentials for clothing, food, and shelter. There were ample garments, all of similar design, along with a substantial stock of grains, lodging essentials, and numerous wagon chassis that could be equipped with horses or mules. These supplies occupied the majority of the rooms. Additionally, 2 rooms were brimming with weaponry, armor for protection, shields, melee weapons such as knives, guns, swords, spears, and clubs of various designs, as well as ranged equipment like bows, crossbows, and catapults, sufficient to outfit 2 regiments. The final room was remarkably tidy, not devoid of items but rather organized, housing what both Han Xiaosheng and the woman deemed the most valuable treasures. Chapter 55. A bounty of harvest. Among the contents of the room were books. The woman flipped through a few pages, quickly losing interest, clearly unimpressed. In contrast, Han Xiaosheng felt a rush of joy upon seeing the titles. These tomes pertained to the realm of cultivation, with the majority covering foundational knowledge, precisely what he required. Some contained cultivation techniques, predominantly of the 5 elemental categories, classified as low-grade, specifically yellow-grade. However, one book on thunder-based techniques was of low-grade earth level, and another on wind techniques was of high-grade mystery level, both within his capacity to cultivate. Reveling in his fortune, Han Xiaosheng hurriedly collected the books into his storage ring. Noticing the woman had begun browsing other shelves, he quickly followed her lead. Upon his arrival, the woman gestured towards several items on a shelf and began to elucidate. The items on this shelf are, in fact, the most valuable within this courtyard. You likely do not recognize them? Seeing Han Xiaosheng sheepishly nod, she smirked. I knew you were an unsophisticated country bumpkin. This collection includes spirit stones and heavenly materials. Have you not heard of them? As he began to glow with interest, she smiled faintly and said, Young man, I shan't explain the heavenly materials just yet. Among the books you gathered, one elaborates on them. For now, let me impart some foundational knowledge about spirit stones. Observe this red stone. It is a fire-type spirit stone. And this one, the blue one, what spirit stone do you suppose it is? Miss, I know. The red one is fire-type, the blue is water-type, the green is wood-type, the yellow is earth-type, and the golden one is metal-type. The woman was momentarily taken aback, then held up a white spirit stone and inquired, And what about this one? After a moment of contemplation, Han Xiaosheng replied, A white stone could possibly be light attribute, or perhaps metal attribute. Incorrect. On the true martial continent, light and dark attribute spirit stones have never been found, as the elemental energies for these attributes tend to be unstable, only manifesting under certain special conditions. For instance, light attribute stones might only occur under the sun, while dark attribute stones could emerge in the vastness of space. Thus, this stone is of metal attribute. Oh, wise sister, you are truly a fountain of knowledge. I admire you greatly. May I inquire where you reside so that I might seek your counsel in the future? Such a smooth talker. It is best you do not know where I live. It would be of no benefit to you. If fate allows, we shall meet again. The woman, pleased, waved her hand and declared, Seeing as you have been so impoverished, I shall grant you a stroke of fortune today. These spirit stones and heavenly materials hold some value for me, yet I shall generously bestow them upon you. Han Xiaosheng, elated, recalled the woman's earlier frailty and offered, I noticed you appeared quite weak before. Have you exhausted your powers or been poisoned? Would you not benefit from using these spirit stones and heavenly materials for healing? I have just begun my journey in cultivation and cannot utilize them for the time being. It would be better for you to use them for recovery. The woman shook her head. I was schemed against, leading to a temporary loss of power. However, regaining my strength requires special methods, and I assure you that although I have yet to restore my power, I have regained my mobility. With the right medicinal concoctions, I will recover my abilities. You ought to collect anything useful quickly. I sense that my enemies may arrive here today. Upon hearing her words, Han Xiaosheng felt compelled to believe her. After all, he had narrowly escaped disaster through his own limited abilities and had vanquished Shi Shao, his cunning adversary. This woman, having been schemed against, must have once wielded considerable strength. Her instincts were likely far more acute. The two thoroughly searched every room again, gathering as many useful items as possible. Ultimately, Han Xiaosheng's storage ring could accommodate no more, compelling him to forego the excess clothing, grains, bedding, and wagons, retaining only a few sets of each. As they exited, he noticed the woman was still carrying a bundle, prompting him to ask curiously, Do you not possess a storage ring? She shot him a disdainful glance and replied, And you, too, have a storage ring yet carry that large bundle. Han Xiaosheng chuckled, understanding the ruse. Both were merely attempting to conceal their wealth. The two collected the remaining clothing, bedding, wagons, and other flammable materials, stacking them in Shi Shao's room. Once they felt adequately prepared with fuel, Han Shaoxing produced a windproof lighter. With a click, a flame ignited. He set several locations alight before retreating from the room. Noticing the woman's curious gaze upon the lighter, Han Shaoxing offered it to her, saying, "A little gadget for you. This is quite handy. It surpasses the usefulness of a fire stick," she remarked as she mimicked his actions. "Careful now. It has limited uses and once depleted, it will be rendered useless," he cautioned before pulling her toward the courtyard's exit. Once outside, they hurriedly dashed down the alley, aware that delay could lead to being cornered. Peering cautiously from the alleyway, they found the street deserted, with no one paying them any attention. They quickly exited the alley and made their way towards Lu Donning's residence. The street lay in eerie silence, the shops on either side either half open or closed, devoid of any sign of life. After walking for a while, Han Shaoxing softly inquired if she had any place to go. Upon hearing that she had no temporary refuge, he took the initiative to suggest, "How about this? I will say you are my distant cousin, who has come from the mountains to find me, and we just happened to meet today. However, you must ensure that no one sees the injuries on your body. Remember that?" The woman nodded in agreement, and they established a mutual story. She introduced herself as Han Yu, though it was unclear whether that was her real name or a pseudonym, a matter Han Shaoxing chose not to dwell upon. Having walked less than 200 meters, a commotion erupted from the street as someone shouted, "Fire! Fire! Come quickly!" The moment the words left his mouth, the entire long street seemed to awaken from slumber, with countless individuals rushing out from both sides to converge onto the thoroughfare. Upon hearing the call, Han Shaoxing and Han Yu immediately turned around, spotting a column of smoke rising in the distance, and joined in the exclamation, "Oh dear, there's a fire over there." A burly man nearby sighed, "Alas, what a troublesome time. The bandits are about to strike, and now there's a fire. I wonder if someone is secretly causing trouble, taking advantage of the chaos to rob." A stout woman scoffed. At this moment, the influential figures in town are watching. Who would dare to stir up trouble? I suspect it must be an inside job by the bandits, trying to instill fear in the townsfolk, so that when the bandits arrive, we will be too terrified to resist. The surrounding crowd erupted in curses against the vile bandits and their treacherous informants. Han Shaoxing and Han Yu exchanged knowing glances, both realizing that this incident could easily be attributed to the bandits and their spies. Han Shaoxing intended to steer the conversation, but was pulled back by Han Yu, who restrained his eagerness to express himself. After all, he was not particularly eloquent. Should he falter, it could expose him. Thus, the pair chose to observe the spectacle, occasionally chiming in to fan the flames of chaos and confuse the situation. Chapter 56. Outwitting the lean scoundrel before long. A group rushed in from the middle of the street, carrying buckets and various tools, aiming to extinguish the fire. Some members of the crowd began calling for others to join in the effort. Concerned that Han Yu might attract unwanted attention, Han Shaoxing urged her to slow down, keeping a safe distance to watch. The alley soon filled with people. Newcomers seeking to help had to navigate through the throng, and upon realizing the congestion, a middle-aged man stepped forward to clear the way. As the crowd began to disperse, Han Shaoxing and Han Yu, already at the back, turned to follow the flow. Han Shaoxing sensed something was amiss with Han Yu, who whispered, "Do not reveal any weaknesses. I have spotted someone who seems connected to that young Master Shi, the skinny, shifty-eyed fellow behind us." Han Shaoxing maintained his composure, pretending to engage in conversation with a plump woman nearby while discreetly observing the tall, slender figure about 10 meters away, indeed resembling a lean scoundrel, whose eyes were fixed intently on Han Yu's retreating silhouette. Realizing the danger, Han Shaoxing decided to confront the lean man directly. He called out, "You, skinny scarecrow, where are your eyes wandering? That is my cousin. She just arrived in Longmen and you've already set your sights on her. Do you dare to be so brazen?" The onlookers, captivated by Han Yu's graceful figure and alluring demeanor, displayed expressions of sudden understanding. The blunt woman began to vocally chastise, and others joined in the uproar. Seizing the opportunity, Han Shaoxing added, "I find this lean scoundrel rather unfamiliar. Does anyone know him? Perhaps he is a spy working for the bandits, here to gather information. Who knows, today's fire could very well be his doing." The crowd exchanged glances and, after some deliberation, expressed the same sentiment, claiming ignorance of the man and began to encircle him. The lean scoundrel, sensing the tide turning against him, attempted to retreat while calling out, "I am the renowned lean monkey, having lived here for over a decade. How could you not recognize me? Zhang Ming. I spoke with you just yesterday. You dare to feign ignorance? Plump sister, I've even visited your home with young Master Sure. You wouldn't dare lie about that. Know that I came to town with young Master Sure. You cannot harm me. He will not let you off lightly. The townsfolk were clearly familiar with young Master Sure's notorious reputation, and fear flickered in their eyes. Han Shaoxing seized the moment, shouting, "You know how to seek refuge, but who knows if young Master Sure recognizes you? You should explain this to the town mayor. Fellow villagers, we cannot let this villain escape." With that, he charged forward, swinging his backpack at the lean scoundrel. The lean man, quick on his feet, sidestepped the backpack, retaliating with a burst of flame aimed directly at Han Shaoxing's face. Han Shaoxing attempted to evade, but the fireball approached too swiftly. At that moment, a shield appeared before him, intercepting the fiery projectile. A loud bang echoed as the shield absorbed the impact, hurtling towards Han Shaoxing. Reacting quickly, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the shield that grazed his shoulder. Along with the plump woman behind him, the lean scoundrel brandished a machete, ready to continue his assault on Han Shaoxing. However, the crowd, having come to extinguish the fire, quickly rallied, throwing various objects at him. Outnumbered, the lean man attempted to defend himself with his machete, but still sustained injuries from the barrage. As he dodged a water bucket tossed from behind, he became distracted by a fireball hurled at him. Upon deflecting the fireball, it exploded, leaving him in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, several townsfolk surged forward, wielding sticks and clubs. The lean scoundrel swung his machete in defense, but a few still managed to land blows, causing him to grunt in pain. As he aimed a kick at a robust man, he inadvertently exposed himself to a sudden flash of blue light that struck the back of his head. With a shriek, he toppled backward. Han Shaoxing, recognizing the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot, rushed forward to deliver kicks aimed at the lean man's face and head. The townsfolk, emboldened by their shared animosity towards the bandits, joined in the fray, overwhelming Han Shaoxing in their fervor. These villagers, long oppressed by the bandits' tyranny, found a release for their pent-up frustrations. Han Shaoxing felt a surge of emotion. He was typically reserved, but in this otherworldly setting, he regained confidence reminiscent of his high school days, finding his words to rally the townsfolk against this minion of young Master Sure. However, as they continued their assault on the now motionless lean man, Han Shaoxing quickly pulled the plump woman aside. Seeing her confusion, he urged, "This man has been beaten to death. While the law may not punish the masses, it could lead to future troubles. We must seal any loopholes." The astute woman grasped his intent and whispered back, "Young Master Sure has only been in town a few days, yet he has already become infamous. The townsfolk have suffered from his malice. They are merely venting their frustrations. All right, sister, how about this? Before the fire broke out, someone among you saw him sneak out of that alleyway. Once he was recognized, it's understandable that everyone would take action against him." The plump woman's eyes brightened as she approached a seemingly guileless middle-aged man, whispering to him. The man, with a dark complexion and a wholesome demeanor, looked harmless, yet the shifty glimmer in his eyes betrayed him. Soon, those who had engaged in the fray gathered in a circle, and Han Shaoxing was drawn into the discussion. The ostensibly simple man resumed his innocent smile and addressed the crowd. "I was just outside my door when the fire broke out." After pointing a finger, Han Shaoxing looked over and realized, quite coincidentally, that the man's house was indeed diagonally opposite the alley's entrance. The honest fellow continued, "I saw that thin monkey sneaking out of the alley, and soon thereafter, a fire broke out there. That's when I took note of him." He went on, "Initially, I thought he had fled, but unexpectedly, I spotted him again just now. I discreetly informed Sister Fat, and this young brother also learned of it, seeking an excuse to apprehend him. However, to our astonishment, he brazenly declared that he would drag Vice Mayor Sure into this, and even dared to attack us." Han Shaoxing quickly concluded, "As everyone has witnessed, we acted righteously, intending to hand him over to the mayor. Yet, he, feeling guilty, resisted fiercely and met his demise during the struggle." After saying this, he surveyed the crowd, signaling for everyone to understand. Sister Fat promptly chimed in, "Indeed, that is the truth. When questioned by others, let us not speak carelessly. We must tell the truth, for lying is a crime." Those involved in the altercation understood the unspoken agreement, repeatedly affirming it and proposing the honest man go report to the mayor, for his words carried the most weight. Before long, townsfolk arrived, and under Han Shaoxing's arrangement, Han Yu had already gone to Lu Doning's residence. Han Shaoxing remained behind as one of those who had captured the arsonist. The mayor, a stout man appearing nearly 50, strode confidently with a few others in tow. including Old Feng from the Bee Treasure Pavilion. Upon hearing the honest man's account, the mayor nodded repeatedly, smiling, while a middle-aged man beside him, slightly plump, wore a grim expression and incessantly inquired about the details. Fortunately, those involved had coordinated their stories well, and the onlookers could not articulate anything contradictory. At that moment, the middle-aged man turned his gaze toward Han Xiaosheng, a flicker of malice in his eyes, sending a chill down Han Xiaosheng's spine. Chapter 57. Aftermath. He sensed that this middle-aged man possessed considerable strength, eliciting an overwhelming feeling of inferiority with merely a glance. The middle-aged man inquired, "This young man seems unfamiliar. May I ask where you hail from?" Han Xiaosheng directed his gaze toward Old Feng and Lu Danning. Before Lu Danning could respond, Old Feng interjected, "This young brother is Han Xiaosheng, a reliable man who has conducted business with our Bee Treasure Pavilion. I can vouch for him. Vice Mayor Shi can rest assured." Han Xiaosheng felt a jolt. This was likely the father of Shi Xiao. He cast a grateful glance at Old Feng and reiterated what he had previously discussed with Lu Danning, who also lent his support. Vice Mayor Shi appeared somewhat skeptical and sought further clarification, but the mayor interjected, "Enough. I recognize this young man as well. There is no issue here. However, concerning the deceased, someone claimed to have seen him sneaking away from the scene of the fire while insisting he was your son's associate. How do you explain that?" With that, the mayor fixed his gaze intently on Vice Mayor Shi, a look that seemed to convey a desire to destroy him, revealing a significant underlying conflict between them. Vice Mayor Shi momentarily averted his gaze, quickly regaining composure, and turned his attention to the lifeless thin figure on the ground, stating coolly, "My son perished in the fire, and this man reappeared near the scene, sneaking away. It seems the servant has turned against his master." Oh, since Vice Mayor Shi concludes that this man conspired against Shi Gongzi, then his family must share the blame. Since he is deceased, let his family pay for Shi Gongzi's life. Someone, bring me this man's family, and present them before Vice Mayor Shi for public execution to avenge Shi Gongzi. Several individuals stepped forward, clasping their hands in agreement, and hurriedly departed. Vice Mayor Shi cast a dark look at the mayor and said, "Mayor Feng, this is my family matter. I shall handle it myself, no need for your concern." Mayor Feng scoffed coldly, "Is that so? I have heard that this thin monkey was seen flirting with bandits. Not long ago, one of my subordinates spotted him engaging in secret discussions with a young man wielding a folding fan, clearly indicating a close relationship. According to my subordinate, that young man bears a striking resemblance to a leader of the bandits. I wonder why your son would still employ such a person. I suspect there is more to this than meets the eye. Although he has been killed, his family likely knows something. We must interrogate them thoroughly when they arrive." Vice Mayor Shi's expression darkened further as he gazed at the corpse on the ground. Han Xiaosheng distinctly observed a flicker of panic in his eyes, quickly replaced by murderous intent. Mayor Feng, undeterred, approached Han Xiaosheng, accompanied by Lu Danning and Old Feng, cheerfully engaging him in conversation. Seeing that Vice Mayor Shi was oblivious to their exchange, Han Xiaosheng pulled Lu Danning aside and whispered, "Brother, I witnessed Shi Xiao in conversation with the bandits' third-in-command." Seeing Lu Danning's eyes widen in surprise, he recounted what he had seen and heard, omitting only Han Yu. Lu Danning, seemingly incredulous, upon confirming Han Xiaosheng's assertion, hastily summoned Mayor Feng and Old Feng, insisting that Han Xiaosheng repeat his account. Upon hearing of the Shi family's collusion with the bandits, Mayor Feng gritted his teeth but refrained from exploding in anger, merely stating, "I suspected this fellow harbored ill intentions long ago. Unfortunately, he has connections in the county city, and without solid evidence, I cannot act against him. Although you witnessed it firsthand, you are still an outsider. Your words hold little weight as evidence unless you seize him in the act. Since he is colluding with the bandits, there must be a scheme afoot. We can only take precautions and respond to changes as they arise." Old Feng then proposed, "I suggest we turn the tables and lure the bandits into a trap, capturing them all, including those surnamed Shi." Lu Danning dismissed his suggestion, explaining that since Shi Xiao, who had direct ties to the bandits' third-in-command, was already dead, the bandits would surely be on high alert. While Han Xiaosheng had many ideas, he remained silent due to his limited strength and influence. The other three, aware that he was the mastermind behind recent events, valued his adaptability and invited him to discuss strategies privately, to which Han Xiaosheng agreed. While they were engaged in hushed conversation, a commotion erupted from the opposite end of the street. Soon, the crowd parted to reveal several people being pushed forward, weeping. Han Xiaosheng focused his gaze and recognized a family. A middle-aged woman accompanied by two children aged 6 or 7, followed by two elderly individuals, all looking pitifully battered, stumbling along. Noticing Han Shaoxing's sympathetic expression, Lu Danning explained, "Do not be deceived by their current plight. You have not seen how arrogant they used to be. They are the family of the thin bamboo pole. His surname is Fong, originally related to Mayor Fong, being his distant nephew. They once lived in Jinlin Prefecture, neighboring Tianfeng Prefecture. However, due to some circumstances, they were nearly driven to ruin by the Shi family and fled to Longmin Town, seeking refuge with Mayor Fong. Out of pity, Mayor Fong took them in, helping them settle in Longmin Town. Unexpectedly, this family, having endured hardships while fleeing, felt guilty toward the thin bamboo pole and began to pamper him, raising him into a ne'er-do-well who brought trouble to the village. This thin bamboo pole, resembling a monkey, earned the nickname Thin Monkey. Despite his unappealing appearance, he was quite eloquent, adept at ingratiating himself with the influential, and exploited the mayor's name to commit numerous misdeeds, ultimately leading to his expulsion from Longmin Town. The elderly couple even turned against the mayor over this matter. They had hoped for peace in Longmin Town, but over a decade later, that rascal managed to ingratiate himself with the son of an enemy in Jinlin Prefecture, returning a few years ago with a wife and children. Vice Mayor Shi arrived in Longmin Town around that time, carrying an appointment letter from the county magistrate. With the deputy mayor Shi as his backing, the scrawny fellow grew increasingly arrogant. Alongside his parents, wife, and children, they wreaked havoc in the town, inciting public outrage. 5 years ago, the town mayor finally intervened, breaking one of his legs and casting him out of the town. This wretch, akin to a cockroach, surprisingly survived and recently returned to Longmin Town with the young Master Shi. Fearing the mayor's retribution, he typically steered clear of Mayor Fong, engaging in his misdeeds under the veil of secrecy, only to unexpectedly fall into your hands. Upon hearing Lu Danning's remarks, Han Shaoxing's sympathy for this family evaporated instantly. Although he hailed from a modern society where misfortunes seldom befall families, the appalling deeds of this clan extinguished his compassion. Chapter 58. Ruthlessness and tenderness. The family gathered before the lifeless body of the scrawny man, weeping bitterly. Yet Han Shaoxing observed that not a single soul among the gathered crowd expressed any semblance of sympathy, highlighting the family's utter failure in human decency and their previous arrogance. Mayor Fong was not known for his leniency. Although the elderly man among them was a distant relative, any affection had long since been exhausted. Witnessing their mournful cries, he bellowed, cutting through their lamentations, "Enough with the tears, for you will have to weep again shortly. Let me inform you, Deputy Mayor Shi's son has perished, burned to death in the very courtyard that ignited moments ago. Do you see that smoke rising over there?" He gestured towards the billowing smoke and continued, "Witnesses saw your ne'er-do-well son sneaking out from there, and others have noted his collusion with the bandit's third in command, that young man you've seen flaunting a folding fan. In essence, he conspired with bandits to bring about the death of the Shi scion and the deputy mayor, correct?" The deputy mayor's expression darkened ominously as he regarded the family, his gaze dripping with malice. The middle-aged woman, sensing his ire, hastily knelt and kowtowed, pleading, "Deputy Mayor Shi, you must stand up for us. This is slander. Who doesn't he know my husband serves your Shi family, always by the young master's side? How could he conspire against him?" Upon hearing this, Deputy Mayor Shi's expression softened slightly. Yet, the woman continued to argue. "That young man with the fan was brought by the young master and only stayed at our home for a night. He was merely a friend of the young master. How could he be a bandit? The young master would never collude with bandits, and you know this best." The woman, believing she was defending the Shi family, failed to notice the glint of fury in the deputy mayor's eyes. With a swift motion, he struck her down, killing her instantly. Han Shaoxing, witnessing this act of brutality, gestured to Mayor Fong, but saw him shake his head in disapproval. The deputy mayor, undeterred, unleashed a series of strikes, claiming the lives of the scrawny man's parents and children as well. After executing his grim task, Deputy Mayor Shi snorted disdainfully. "We, the Shi family, nurtured you. Yet you conspired with bandits to slay my son. You deserve this fate." With that, he turned and strode away, leaving Han Shaoxing in stunned silence. Seeing Han Shaoxing's expression, Old Fong patted his shoulder, offering consolation. "Young man, now you've gained insight. Your family has long lived in seclusion, becoming estranged from this world. In the Jinwu continent, the weak exist solely for exploitation, with no room to voice opinions. They must adhere to the law of the land. Transgressions invite punishment. As for the strong, they may act with impunity, As long as they don't infringe upon the interests of powerful factions, they can deprive the weak of their rights under the guise of righteousness. You've only just entered this realm and must gradually adapt to the accepted laws of this continent. The principle of survival of the fittest is universally acknowledged. Forget this at your peril, for you may meet an untimely end without warning. Fortunately, today you exhibited commendable resolve, taking the initiative against those who would threaten your life. This is the correct mindset, the strong endeavor to seize their destiny rather than stagnate passively. Remember, there are thieves who steal for 1,000 days, but no one can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. However, your current martial prowess is too feeble. Lacking sufficient strength, your warrior mentality may lead you into peril. Thus, you must exercise caution, knowing when to bow your head to preserve your life. Train diligently. I have high hopes for you. Han Shaoxing took Old Feng's words to heart. As he observed Mayor Fong organizing the scene and notifying the authorities, he excused himself and returned to Lu Danning's home. At Lu Danning's residence, Wang Xiaoyu welcomed Han Yu. Initially wary of the enchanting beauty, her demeanor shifted upon learning she was Han Shaoxing's cousin, and they quickly bonded like sisters. Returning to Lu Danning's home, Han Shaoxing found the two women engrossed in animated conversation. After a while, Han Yu entered the room, borrowing paper and ink, swiftly penning a prescription, requesting Han Shaoxing to procure the medicines urgently and discreetly. Upon examining the prescription, Han Shaoxing marveled at the beauty of the calligraphy, rivaling that of his father. However, the contents were unfamiliar, and he was unsure of the local apothecaries. Feeling somewhat at a loss, he approached Wang Xiaoyu for assistance, emphasizing the need for discretion. My cousin encountered thieves on the road and was poisoned, requiring these medicines for the antidote. However, she fears the thieves may have planted spies in town, so I kindly ask you to procure them as discreetly as possible. Wang Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. I comprehend. After all, she is your dear cousin. I will purchase from various pharmacies and shops, adding some unnecessary herbs to mask their purpose. She winked at Han Shaoxing, signaling her awareness of the familial connection. Han Shaoxing found her response amusing yet appreciated her willingness to assist. Upon returning to the room, he was met with a chastising glare from Han Yu, prompting him to defend himself. Sister, this has its advantages. At least she will be diligent in procuring the items and help you cover your tracks. It's not as if it will cost you anything. Han Yu pinched him sharply and walked away, causing him to grimace in pain. He had always been sensitive to pain, and this girl had targeted his softest spot. After a moment, the discomfort subsided, and he decided not to hold a grudge, viewing it as a form of repayment for the benefits he had received. Before long, Wang Xiaoyu returned with herbs, including one freshly gathered from the back mountain, intended to avoid drawing suspicion. Han Yu, touched by this gesture, lavished praise on Wang Xiaoyu, who beamed with delight. Back in his room, Han Shaoxing retrieved the wind technique manual he had acquired that day, eager to master its teachings. He envisioned himself moving with the swiftness of the wind, evading enemies in combat, and escaping danger with unparalleled speed. As he read and translated, he found himself utterly engrossed, oblivious to the presence of another in the room. Chapter 59. The Path of Cultivation. Seeing the crooked characters Han Shaoxing had inscribed on paper, Han Yu furrowed her brows in dismay. Not only were they poorly written, but they also contained numerous errors. After a moment, unable to bear it any longer, she spoke up. What on earth are you writing? The characters are so difficult to decipher, and there are so many mistakes. Startled, Han Shaoxing looked up at her. Confusion etched on his face. Han Yu, annoyed by his unblinking gaze, shifted uncomfortably. Young man, if you don't understand, you must ask. If you cannot write, refrain from scribbling. After saying this, she pushed aside Han Shaoxing and took her seat at the table, dipping her brush into the ink to begin instructing him on the art of calligraphy. It wasn't until she had written several characters that Han Shaoxing realized that she had mistaken his simplified characters for errors. However, this misunderstanding seemed utterly absurd, and indeed, his handwriting was rather unsightly, having practiced only for a few days during his childhood. Consequently, he decided to seize the opportunity to inquire about her cultivation techniques. Putting aside the notion of learning calligraphy for the time being, Han Yu appeared quite knowledgeable about cultivation methods, explaining a wind-based technique in great detail. After listening once, Han Shaoxing felt a lingering curiosity and, taking out his phone, activated the recording function, requesting her to elaborate once more. Intrigued, Han Yu asked for clarification, to which Han Shaoxing explained, "Beautiful sister, this is a recording device. It captures your words." Seeing her still puzzled, he paused the recording and replayed their previous conversation. startling Han Yu. With her newfound curiosity piqued, Han Xiaosheng took the opportunity to demonstrate how to operate the device, diverting the conversation. He explained to her how to record audio, take photographs, and shoot videos, then left her to experiment as he delved into the cultivation techniques. Han Yu was engrossed for half an hour, drawing in Wang Xiaoyu and the two children. The once tranquil home was now filled with lively chatter as they took photos, recorded videos, and made audio clips. While Han Xiaosheng contemplated the cultivation methods, Han Yu and Wang Xiaoyu engaged the children indoors and outdoors, filling the phone with various recordings until it eventually ran out of battery. Assuming the phone was broken, Han Yu felt a bit embarrassed until Han Xiaosheng clarified that the battery simply needed recharging. He retrieved a power bank and began charging the phone while inviting Han Yu to discuss the cultivation techniques. Once the phone was charged, Han Xiaosheng activated the video recording function, asking Han Yu to recount the wind-based technique again, intending to use it as a study guide upon his return to Earth. Grateful for the opportunity to learn from a genuine teacher, he brought out the 5-element technique and the thunder-based technique, requesting her to explain them in detail while he recorded the lecture. After finishing the recordings, Han Xiaosheng recalled his plans for cultivation and shared his thoughts with Han Yu. He proposed that on the true martial continent, one should attempt to cultivate both internal and external energies. This way, when encountering areas rich in external energy, one could utilize it for cultivation, while in places where external energy was scarce, one could rely on internal life energy. This approach would ensure adaptability and success in various environments. Han Yu nodded thoughtfully. Your idea is commendable. Achieving mastery is certainly desirable. However, she paused deliberately before continuing. Why has no one chosen this path? It's not due to a lack of insight or ambition, but because it significantly impacts cultivation speed. Consider this. Your diverse physical attributes will slow your progress. If you attempt to cultivate both internal and external energies simultaneously, reaching the same level as others will require more time. While others may ascend to profound realms, you may find yourself stagnant at lower levels, exhausting your lifespan. While they enjoy extended lifetimes, perhaps even ascending to higher planes. Which path do you believe is more advantageous? After her words, Han Yu regarded him with a peculiar expression. Han Xiaosheng felt a chill run down his spine, yet he reminded himself of the many spiritual fruits he possessed, which could aid his cultivation, making it difficult to let go of the idea of dual cultivation. He then broached the topic of martial cultivation, believing it had a brighter future on Earth, where spiritual energy was scarce and the path of Tao had declined. Although martial cultivation was no longer flourishing, it retained a degree of vitality and had not devolved into mere superstition. In response to Han Xiaosheng's aspirations for martial cultivation, Han Yu expressed her reservations. From what I know, martial cultivation is arduous, requiring immense effort and considerable resources. Conversely, cultivation through Tao is significantly easier on the true martial continent, where martial resources are scarce, making Tao the preferable choice. Han Xiaosheng, undeterred, replied, Sister, perhaps I am a genius with extraordinary fortune, destined to acquire martial resources. Han Yu scoffed. Every day on this continent, countless youths harbor dreams similar to yours, each believing themselves to be uniquely blessed with unparalleled opportunities to achieve greatness, only to become ordinary individuals. Thus, I advise you to first master one technique to its fullest before making any choices based on your circumstances. For instance, you have already begun your journey with the water-based technique, which you can cultivate to its peak. If time permits, consider pursuing the wind and thunder techniques, as they complement the water element, or explore the other 4 elemental techniques. Once you achieve mastery, you can contemplate foundation building. However, remember that the primary goal of cultivation is longevity. If you find time running short, prioritize breakthroughs, never be greedy for more. Once you attain a higher realm, your understanding of lower techniques will deepen, enabling you to quickly address any weaknesses. Why remain trapped in a low realm, only to be left with regret? Han Xiaosheng was profoundly moved by her words. Since consuming the spiritual fruits from the valley world, his body had rejuvenated, and he felt as though he had returned to his youth, his mindset also becoming youthful. As he explored various cultivation techniques, he had been pursuing a grand and all-encompassing approach, failing to consider that he was nearing 50. Though physically younger, the natural limits of lifespan would not account for his physical condition. Upon reaching the age limit of 120, he would meet his end. Furthermore, as one ages, the chances of breakthroughs diminish since life potential follows a curve. Once past its peak, it descends. If he failed to swiftly advance to a higher realm and extend his lifespan, the difficulty of breakthroughs would increasingly escalate until they became impossible, ultimately returning to dust. Finally, he awoke to the realization that he was no longer a youth but a man in his middle years, and he could no longer afford to squander time. Grateful for the insights provided by Hanyu, he expressed, "Sister, thank you for imparting these truths to me. I have known them but failed to take them to heart. As you said, I always believed I possessed extraordinary fortune, capable of creating miracles. In reality, the true miracle lies in continuous breakthroughs and living longer than others. I understand now. Thank you." With that, he embraced Hanyu, patting her back a few times before releasing her. Seeing Hanyu's cheeks flush as she glared at him, Han Shaoxing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 60. Insights into Martial Arts. During dinner, Lu Danning returned. Upon seeing Hanyu, he was momentarily taken aback, and after hearing Wang Xiaoyu's explanation, he appeared contemplative, though he said nothing further. After dinner, Hanyu began preparing medicine, while Han Shaoxing sat in his room, preparing to resume his cultivation. Lu Danning entered the room and handed Han Shaoxing a book. "My dear brother, this is a compilation of my insights from years of cultivation, written gradually over time. It includes the pathways of various techniques and the methods for concocting specialized medicinal baths for body refinement. I have noticed your deep yearning for martial arts, and while I hesitated to mention it, fearing that you might struggle to balance both martial and Dao cultivation, today I see that you have matured enough to manage your own path. Therefore, I present this to you, hoping it proves useful." Han Shaoxing gazed at the book in his hands, handwritten with great care by Lu Danning, feeling a deep sense of gratitude as he grasped Lu Danning's hand. "Brother Lu, since my arrival, I have continually received your and Sister S support. Now, you gift me such precious insights into cultivation. I am truly at a loss for how to express my thanks." Lu Danning was a forthright individual, and upon hearing those words, he felt a twinge of annoyance. "What gratitude are you speaking of? I am a man of sincerity. It is rare to encounter someone with whom I resonate so deeply. I have long regarded you as my brother. Your affairs are my affairs. Shouldn't brothers support one another?" Han Shaoxing, upon hearing this, adjusted his demeanor and replied, "Very well. Brother Lu, from now on, you shall be my brother and my true elder. On the path of cultivation, we can mutually assist each other." Lu Danning nodded, saying, "I have faith in your abilities. Perhaps one day, I, as your elder brother, may truly require your support." With that, he laughed heartily and exited the room. Han Shaoxing opened the book in his hand and began to peruse it meticulously. Lu Danning's tome was evidently not written in one go. It resembled a diary, chronicling not events but his experiences and processes in cultivation, which were far more precious than mere techniques. The book had evidently seen much use, with some pages worn and tattered. Lu Danning had even painstakingly replaced the missing pages with newly pinned ones. Han Shaoxing quickly took photographs of the entire book, intending to input the data into his computer upon returning to Earth, so he could print a pristine copy of Lu Danning's cultivation records. However, when he activated his phone's camera, he discovered that the memory was full, and thus resorted to extracting his newly purchased phone from his bag. After completing the photographs, he began to read through the cultivation diary. The initial pages detailed the human anatomy and meridians, followed by discussions of martial techniques and medicinal baths, culminating in Lu Danning's records of over a decade of cultivation. Upon seeing the various prescriptions for the medicinal baths, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Many of the herbs were unfamiliar to him, and he struggled to pronounce some of the words. It seemed he would need to seek Lu Danning's guidance at a later time and record a video for reference against the herbs back on Earth. Realizing that his phone had already been exposed to Wang Xiaoyu and the two children, he decided it was unnecessary to hide anything from Lu Danning any longer. He ventured out to seek Lu Danning, but after searching, he found no trace of him. Inquiring with Wang Xiaoyu revealed that Lu Danning had been invited by Mayor Fong and Old Feng to attend a secret meeting. Unable to find his martial arts mentor, Han Shaoxing returned to his room. As he passed by Han Yu's room, he recalled her insights and considered knocking on her door. But the sound of running water reminded him that she was likely bathing after her ordeal that day. Just as he was about to leave, curiosity got the better of him, and he leaned toward the door to peek, only to hear Han Yu's voice from within, laced with sarcasm. "You little rascal, is this all you amount to, merely peeping?" Flushed with embarrassment, Han Shaoxing quickly replied, "I came to seek your guidance on martial arts. If you're busy, then we can discuss it another day." With that, he hurried back to his room, closing the door behind him to organize the items he had acquired that day. With a thought, he retrieved all the sword-like weapons from his ring, resulting in a heap of swords strewn across the floor. He began sorting them, separating the short swords from the long ones. These weapons were standardized with similar quality. He decided to keep one short sword and store the others back in the ring. Holding the short sword, he scrutinized its appearance, finding it rather unremarkable and inferior to the weapons from Earth, yet he was curious about its effectiveness. He thought of the fruit knife and entrenching tool he had brought along and took them out for comparison. To his astonishment, the sword proved extraordinarily sharp. When pitted against the fruit knife, the latter was utterly defeated, snapping in two, while the sword remained unscathed. The results were similar when tested against the entrenching tool. Pondering the seemingly crude craftsmanship of the sword, he examined it closely, noting some intricate patterns on the blade and spine, as well as similar markings on the hilt, though each was distinct. Remembering the talismans and formations from the 100 Arts of Cultivation, an idea sparked in his mind, prompting him to rummage through his storage ring until he unearthed 2 books. He first opened the talisman book, disregarding the text, and compared the illustrations page by page, ultimately finding one that matched a pattern on the blade. Upon reading the content of that page, he discovered that the talisman denoted sharpness, implying that this attribute was the reason the sword could sever a stainless steel fruit knife with ease. After dismissing that talisman, he continued his search for the markings on the spine and edge of the sword. After half an hour, he successfully identified 3 talismans corresponding to those patterns: sharp, hard, and tough. Just as he was about to continue his search, the doors swung open. Looking up, Han Shaoxing was momentarily stunned. At the entrance stood a radiant fairy, her skin as smooth as cream, her eyes like autumn waters, clad in a flowing white gown, her figure both statuesque and elegant. It was Han Yu. Noticing Han Shaoxing's rapt gaze, Han Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully chided, "Haven't you ever seen anything like this before? Who has seen a celestial maiden descend from the heavens?" Han Shaoxing exclaimed, regaining composure and offering a spontaneous compliment. Unable to contain her laughter, Han Yu giggled, her mirth causing delightful ripples across her bosom. Feeling flustered, Han Shaoxing quickly ushered Han Yu inside. As she stepped into the room, a waft of fragrant air followed her, and upon noticing the short sword and 2 books on the table, she inquired with curiosity, "What are you up to?" "Dear sister, I am studying the talismans inscribed on this sword," Han Shaoxing replied, gesturing toward the illustrations in the book. "I found that the patterns on the blade are identical to the talismans in this book, which means these markings are what grant the sword its unparalleled sharpness." Han Yu, intrigued, remarked, "This is knowledge belonging to weaponsmiths. What has led you to study such things?" With a chuckle, Han Shaoxing explained, "I just tested this short sword against my knife and discovered its exceptional sharpness, so I became curious about what makes it so formidable." Han Yu sighed. "You are wasting time on trivial pursuits, which detracts from your cultivation." However, Han Shaoxing held a differing perspective. "I beg to differ. If I can mass-produce such sharp swords, I'll amass considerable wealth. With wealth, I can procure rare materials and advanced cultivation techniques, significantly accelerating my progress." Han Yu sighed again. "You are dreaming." "No, this is no mere dream. I believe it is quite achievable." Seeing Han Shaoxing's insistence, Han Yu chose not to argue further and shifted the conversation. "Did you not say you wanted to consult me? I am here now." Han Shaoxing quickly tidied up the sword and books on the table, retrieving the cultivation insights Lu Danning had bestowed upon him. Han Yu began to leaf through the book, and after 5 minutes, she lifted her head to ask, "What questions do you wish for me to address?" Han Shaoxing produced his new phone, grinning, "I would like your assistance in reading this book, excluding the diaries, and then explaining it to me while I record it for future study." Upon seeing the new phone, Han Yu's eyes lit up. "You have 2 phones? Then give me one." Han Shaoxing hesitated, considering the situation, and finally explained, "I would love to give it to you, but this device requires power. Even if I transferred all my energy to you, it would only last a few days, so it would be of no use." Noticing Han Yu's disappointment, Han Shaoxing reassured her, "Don't be disheartened. I will bring you something good next time." "Really? You mustn't deceive me." "Of course, it is the truth." "Then I shall hold you to your word. If you forget, I shall make you regret it." After reaching this agreement, Han Yu perked up, dedicating the next half hour to recording both the reading and explanation videos. Chapter 61. The Enigmatic Shadow. Once the videos were completed, Han Yu snatched the new phone from him and exited the room to find Wang Xiaoyu for further discussion. Han Shaoxing, feeling helpless, had no choice but to sit cross-legged and continue his cultivation of the black water technique. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that he finally retired to bed. As midnight approached, the lights of Longmen Town were extinguished, and apart from lanterns hanging before the larger buildings, The rest of the town was shrouded in darkness. The streets were eerily silent, with only the wind whispering through, stirring up dust and fallen leaves. In the courtyard, which had been scorched to a barren white during the day, a gust swept through, sending ashes from the fire swirling through the air, still faintly warm and imbued with a sense of desolation. Suddenly, a tree outside the wall rustled, and a shadow flitted by the perimeter, heading towards the crumbling ruins. Upon reaching the site, the shadow came to a halt, revealing a tall figure cloaked in black, entirely wrapped in dark fabric save for a pair of penetrating eyes. This figure circled the ruins, discovering they had cooled down, and began to rummage through the debris. After a fruitless search that lasted quite some time, the figure cursed under their breath, departed the ruins, scaled the wall, and vanished amidst the branches of the tree. The courtyard remained quiet, save for the occasional chirp of crickets and the croaking of frogs, as all other creatures seemed to have succumbed to slumber. 10 minutes later, a patch of grass in the courtyard began to stir gently, rising incrementally towards the ruins. Faint moonlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating a figure cloaked in weeds, another person clad in black. This person was slender, and after rummaging through the ruins for a while, muttered something before retreating to a corner, soon disappearing into the foliage. In the courtyard, the chorus of frogs and crickets resumed its lively symphony. An hour passed, and the darkness began to recede gradually as another figure scaled the wall. Dressed in white, this individual stood out distinctly in the night, wielding a folding fan in their right hand, moving with remarkable agility. The figure quickly appeared amidst the ruins, demonstrating great patience as they searched for half an hour. As dawn approached, they cursed and swiftly leaped over the wall, disappearing into the night. The eastern horizon gradually brightened, and the crowing of a rooster from an unknown household stirred a cacophony of crows. When Han Shaoxing finally woke, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Had it not been for Han Yu knocking on his door, he might have continued to sleep. Having taken a life for the first time yesterday, he was mentally and physically drained. Despite retiring early, he still felt fatigued upon waking. Upon opening the door, he found Han Yu standing outside. Observing her closely, he noticed that she seemed different from the night before, though he could not pinpoint the change. Remembering the events of the previous night, his eyes brightened. "You have recovered?" Han Yu beamed, akin to a bloom of flowers. "I've regained about 30% of my power, which is sufficient for self-defense in Longmen Town." Han Shaoxing felt a surge of joy and extended his congratulations. Han Yu turned to leave, beckoning him to join her for breakfast. Entering the main room, they found only the two of them. On the table were 2 bowls of plain porridge and 2 steamed buns. Noticing his confusion, Han Yu explained, "They have already eaten and left breakfast for us." As they ate and chatted, they tidied up after their meal and prepared to head out. In the courtyard, they encountered Wang Xiaoyu returning with 2 children. Upon seeing them about to leave, Wang Xiaoyu hurriedly stopped them. Leaving the children to play in the yard, she led them into Han Shaoxing's room and said with a serious tone, "Something happened last night." Seeing their attentive expressions, she continued, "Last night, 2 families in the town, both of whom lived on the main street and ran businesses, met with misfortune. They woke early, and tragically, the entire family perished, discovered by a night watchman." Han Shaoxing recalled the bandit third in command from the previous day and asked, "Was there anything unusual about the yard that caught fire?" "I heard from my husband that the yard was in disarray, as if someone had been searching for something," Wang Xiaoyu replied. Han Shaoxing and Han Yu exchanged glances, both thinking of the supplies they had discovered yesterday. If they were searching for supplies, it could only pertain to those items. However, after such a devastating fire, it was unlikely anything would remain. So what were they truly seeking? Noticing their contemplative silence, Wang Xiaoyu advised, "I suggest you both refrain from going out today. The atmosphere in the town feels off. I've heard from the capable ones that several groups have arrived in the town, not just the bandits and young Master Shi, but other forces as well." Han Shaoxing expressed his confusion. Logically, Longmen Town is merely a small place, not worth such attention from these factions. The bandits could be seeking wealth or revenge, but if other forces have arrived, there must be ulterior motives. At this, he glanced at Han Yu and Wang Xiaoyu, noticing their nods, and continued his analysis. "I believe Longmen Town could be coveted for several reasons. First, it may be a strategic location or junction, a position of contention among military factions. Second, there could be treasures or relics awaiting discovery here. Third, significant mineral deposits or rare resources might have been uncovered nearby, making this a potential base of operations. Fourth, there might be a treasure map or something similar that incites competition. Lastly, It is possible that a successor to a major faction has recently been discovered, prompting them to reclaim their own, while rival factions may wish to eliminate them here. Seeing their astonished expressions, Han Shaoxing felt a swell of pride. What do you think? My analytical skills are commendable, aren't they? I could serve as a competent strategist. Han Yu and Wang Xiaoyu turned to leave, leaving him perplexed. After a moment of reflection, he remembered his intention to visit the Baibao Pavilion yesterday, which he had postponed due to matters concerning young Master Shi. He shouldered his backpack and stepped outside. Han Yu caught up from behind, walking alongside him, saying, "Though I have regained some of my power, I still feel uneasy and wish to inspect that yard." Han Shaoxing considered it. The events of last night had indeed piqued his curiosity, and he agreed to accompany her to the site. With matters on their minds, they quickened their pace and soon reached the main street. The street was livelier than the previous day, bustling with people, likely a result of the townsfolk's courage being ignited after the confrontation with the scrawny bandit. As they walked along the long street, they encountered many familiar faces from the day before, and Han Shaoxing greeted them with nods and waves. Approaching a narrow alley, they noticed two individuals standing guard on either side, blocking their passage. As they attempted to enter the alley, the two men raised their hands to stop them. "Our leader is inside. It's not convenient for you to enter right now." Chapter 62. Mechanisms and Secret Paths. Han Shaoxing was taken aback. "Which faction does your leader belong to? How bold of a bandit leader to dare come to Longmen Town." The two men bristled at his words. "Young brother, you shouldn't speak carelessly. Our leader is the head of the Zhengyuan Merchant Association, not some lowly bandit." Han Shaoxing was surprised and was about to explain when Han Yu let out a soft laugh. "All right, let me handle this." With a flick of her wrist, she produced a token that she waved in front of the two men, causing them to startle. As they examined the token closely, they instinctively knelt down. Han Yu extended her hand, preventing them from kneeling. She reclaimed the token and addressed them. "There's no need for formalities, and do not disclose my identity. Otherwise, you will know the consequences." The two men nodded repeatedly and stepped aside, allowing them passage. Navigating through the narrow alley and turning a corner, they soon beheld the yard from the previous day. The walls of the yard remained intact, though the bricks appeared somewhat charred, likely from the ashes that had fallen upon them during the fire. The courtyard gate stood wide open as they ventured inside. Several rooms surrounding the courtyard had collapsed, creating a central area of ruins filled with broken bricks, ashes from the fire, and various remnants. In the midst of the ruins stood two elderly gentlemen, scanning their surroundings. Upon noticing Han Shaoxing and Han Yu entering the courtyard, both turned their gazes towards them. One of the elders opened his mouth as if to call out, but upon seeing Han Yu gesture, he hastily approached her and bowed respectfully, saying, "Miss, I have finally found you." The other elder appeared not to recognize Han Yu and remained at a distance, merely observing. Han Yu nodded, about to speak when Han Shaoxing, curious, remarked, "Han Yu, it turns out you are a young lady of high standing. I wonder if you belong to a prominent family, or if you are the young lady of the Zhengyuan Chamber of Commerce I just heard about." Han Yu smiled and replied, "Both. This is the head of the Zhengyuan Chamber, named Zhang Zilong, whom I refer to as Uncle Zhang. You may also call him that." Han Shaoxing extended his hand with a smile. "Uncle Zhang, I am Han Shaoxing. It is a pleasure to meet you." Zhang Zilong shook his hand, smiling. "You have a good spirit, young man. If you have the chance, do visit me at the Zhengyuan Chamber. We have many branches across the Great Zhou Kingdom." "I will certainly do so when the opportunity arises," Han Shaoxing replied. Zhang Zilong led the two into the ruins, introducing them to the other elder. "This is my old friend, Zhang Tao, who hails from the northern part of the Xinwu continent and is now the proprietor of the Kuanping auction house in the Great Zhou Kingdom." Zhang Tao. "This is the young lady of the Zhengyuan Chamber, Han Yu, and this is my young friend, Han Shaoxing." After exchanging greetings, the four engaged in casual conversation. Noticing the two elders conversing in a seemingly aimless manner, Han Shaoxing excused himself and began to wander about. The ruins appeared to have been cleared, as many bricks were missing from the positions of several rooms, and the walls had been nearly dismantled, leaving only the floor and scattered debris. The room where the stone youth had perished was also bare, with only a charred floor remaining. After circling around several times, Han Shaoxing rummaged through some bricks but found no clues, prompting him to ponder what he might have overlooked. His gaze wandered around the courtyard until it settled near the surrounding wall. He approached and began to scrutinize it closely, examining every irregularity in the wall and ground, occasionally searching through the debris. After about a quarter of an hour, just as he was about to finish his inspection, he suddenly noticed something unusual in a patch of grass. Waving his hand, Han Yu and the two elders came over to look at the patch of grass. Zhang Zilong observed it carefully and, with a single palm gesture, pressed downward through the air. A cracking sound echoed as the grass sank, and a dark light shot out in all directions. Han Shaosheng was taken aback, unable to evade in time, but Han Yu swiftly stepped in front of him. A series of clattering sounds ensued as the dark light struck the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were black arrows, their tips glistening ominously, clearly poisoned. Had it not been for Han Yu and the two elders, he might have been poisoned, potentially losing his life. Filled with resentment towards the person who had set this trap, Han Yu turned around, concern etched on her face. "Are you all right?" Touched. Han Shaosheng felt grateful for her timely rescue and resolved to repay her kindness in the future. He managed a strained smile, indicating he was fine. Hiding behind Han Yu, he observed Zhang Zilong clearing the pit with a wave of his hand, contemplating how to acquire a reliable shield for protection against uncertain dangers in this perilous world. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he mentally chastised himself for not recalling the shield he possessed in his ring. Noticing the two elders nearby, he tugged at Han Yu's sleeve. When she turned to him, he discreetly revealed his ring. Han Yu nodded, cautioning, "This item can be discreetly stored, but it has its drawbacks. Should an incident occur, it may be easily lost." Han Shaosheng nodded, considering a way to obtain a sturdy bulletproof vest with a pocket specifically for storing his ring. With a thought, a shield appeared in his left hand while a short sword materialized in his right, providing both offense and defense. Seeing that Han Yu wielded only a short sword without a shield, he offered her his shield. "Take this. You know I have another." Han Yu accepted the shield without hesitation but reminded him, everyone present today is not an ordinary person. A storage ring is not a significant matter to them. However, for most practitioners, it is a treasure of immense value. Given your current low strength, it is best not to expose it. Once you grow stronger, you need not worry about it. Han Shaosheng nodded repeatedly. As they conversed, Zhang Zilong and Zhang Tao had already cleared the pit, revealing a dark passageway beneath. After some discussion, they decided to explore it. The situation within the passage was unknown, and each drew their weapons. Zhang Zilong brandished a large blade. Zhang Tao wielded an iron staff, while Han Yu and Han Shaosheng held short swords. Zhang Zilong and Zhang Tao lit torches and led the way, with Han Shaosheng in the middle and Han Yu bringing up the rear as they bent low to enter the passage. Initially, the passage was low, necessitating a stooped posture, but after a few meters, it opened up, allowing them to stand upright and enjoy a broader view. The passage gradually sloped downward, seemingly leading deep underground, with solid earth on both sides and evidence of excavation on the walls, indicating it was not a natural tunnel but rather one crafted by human hands. After walking for less than 10 minutes, the passage seemed to reach its end, ascending as if it were leading back to the surface. 5 minutes later, they reached the end, where a stone slab blocked their path. It appeared this was not an ancient relic tunnel, but rather one excavated to connect to the courtyard. Chapter 63. Secrets of the Dragon Gate. Standing at the passage's end, they heard voices beyond the stone slab. Straining to listen, a woman's voice emerged. "Second uncle, we have been in Longmen Town for several years without finding any clues in that courtyard. I suspect the legend may be false." A sigh followed, the voice tinged with age. "Girl, I too have begun to harbor doubts. However, the key we obtained from the auction must be genuine, and the fragmentary map we received clearly points to Longmen Town. Then why have we found no leads for years?" Although young Master Shi is a wastrel, he would care about such matters, especially with his father as an insider. If he could not find any clues, we are at an even greater disadvantage. "Second uncle, perhaps we should consider a different approach?" "Indeed, I share that sentiment. I believe we should collect the legends of Longmen Town. Perhaps we can uncover clues from local folklore." The town was named Longmen for a reason. What significance does that hold? Though my cultivation is modest, I have lived a long time. Many years ago, there was a prominent family in the county city, one that has continued through ancient lineage. Though now diminished, its historical legacy remains. I spent some time as a lecturer there and was permitted to access their library for 3 days, during which I discovered this secret, prompting my years of searching. It is said that in ancient times, the Jinwu Emperor once lingered in Longmen Town, establishing the first Jinwu Temple. At that time, the town had no name, and the Jinwu Emperor named it Tianyue Town, purportedly to commemorate a colossal mountain called Tianyue Mountain. From that day forth, the name Tianyue Town began to resonate across the continent, ultimately leading to the entire continent being named after Jinwu. Hearing the name Tianyue Town sent a jolt through Han Shaosheng. for it reminded him of a mountain in his hometown that had been known as Tianyue Mountain since ancient times. Could it be that the Zhenwu Emperor referred to the very mountain of his homeland? It seemed he would need to investigate that mountain upon returning home. The woman, somewhat puzzled, inquired, then how did it come to be called Longmen Town? The elder sighed, stating, the wheel of fortune turns. After the Zhenwu Emperor dominated the continent, he vanished without a trace 50,000 years ago. In the beginning, his lingering influence was still palpable, and the continent remained tranquil. 200,000 years passed, and the true martial emperor had not revealed himself even once. His tale gradually morphed into legend, while his legacy began to be suppressed by some hidden forces lurking in the shadows. By 250,000 years ago, the factions left behind by the true martial emperor faced assaults from various powers across the continent, leading to the demise of most, while a fraction retreated into obscurity, adopting new names or hiding themselves away. 15,000 years ago, a formidable being emerged from Tianyue Town, a carp that had cultivated its essence into a form of enlightenment, rumored to have discovered a fortuitous opportunity left by the true martial emperor. This opportunity was known as the Dragon Gate, which would reveal its presence under certain conditions. It was said that the last manifestation of the Dragon Gate occurred 15,000 years prior, when an inexplicable vast river appeared above the small stream running through Dragon Gate Town, emerging from the void and vanishing back into it. Accompanied by the emergence of 9 portals, many beings came forth from the void, later realizing that both the true martial continent and the boundless seas beyond had witnessed the emergence of numerous spatial gateways, accessible only to cultivators under 500 years of age. The spectacle was truly magnificent. The manifestation of the Dragon Gate persisted for an entire month, during which countless individuals and other creatures appeared within that river, frantically attempting to leap over the 9 portals, as passage through them was impossible. Many who succeeded in leaping over the Dragon Gate became prominent figures of the continent. Yet no one could surpass the highest portal until a carp successfully completed a breathtaking leap, transforming into a dragon and becoming a legend of the true martial continent. From that moment forth, the town became known as Dragon Gate Town, while the name Tianyue Town faded into obscurity, preserved only by a few ancient families and powerful factions, with some still recalling that it was named Tianyue Town by the true martial emperor himself. Above, silence lingered for an extended period, and those listening in the underground passage remained still, awaiting the next words. After a long pause, a woman finally spoke. Uncle, so we are seeking the Dragon Gate, not the cave left by the true martial emperor? The aged voice responded, the opportunity of the Dragon Gate is ethereal. Even if we find it, we cannot claim it solely for ourselves. The image in this map should lead us to the clues of the true martial emperor's cave. However, we lack the strength to monopolize it and must seek partners to share the risks and rewards. Friends in the passage, are you willing to join us in this quest for fortune? Then, a cracking sound echoed from above, and the stone slab slowly slid open, allowing brilliant light to flood the passage. Zhang Zilong and Zhang Tao exchanged knowing glances, laughed heartily, and leaped out of the underground passage. Han Yu and Han Xiaosheng waited a moment until Zhang Zilong called them out before emerging. Upon exiting, Han Xiaosheng surveyed the surroundings, discovering a spacious hall where, besides the 4 of them, there was an elderly man with white hair and a graceful young woman of exquisite beauty. The old man and the young woman were seated at an octagonal table, conversing with Zhang Tao. Upon seeing Han Yu and Han Xiaosheng emerge, the old man pressed a spot on a green brick wall, instantly sealing the passage they had just traversed. It turned out that the passage was concealed within the wall, with the door adorned with bricks identical to those surrounding it. Once closed, it became virtually indistinguishable from the wall itself, much like an invisible door on Earth. After sealing the passage, the old man introduced himself as Sun Kuang, while the young woman was named Sun Lishan, hailing from a prominent family in Tianfeng County known as the Sun clan. They belonged to a branch of the Sun family, with Sun Kuang serving as an elder and the young woman as his niece, present to seek opportunities. Following the introductions from Zhang Zilong and Zhang Tao, Sun Kuang displayed a newfound respect, inviting the 4 to take a seat while Sun Lishan prepared tea and joined her uncle. Sun Kuang produced a scroll, unfurling it on the table to reveal its contents. The paper was tinged red, distinctly not ordinary, and depicted not landscapes but a series of lines that outlined a topographical map. Once everyone had discerned the details, Sun Kuang began to explain his interpretation. I acquired this map at an auction, where it was sold alongside a stone key, said to assist in opening the doors of the ruins. After years of research and consulting various family records, I pinpointed the map's location to Dragon Gate Town, as its topography aligns most closely. He gestured. You see? This map illustrates a canyon flanked by two mountains, with the wavy lines resembling the river that runs through Dragon Gate Town. I traced the river's path and found that the turns in the lines correspond perfectly with the river itself, confirming that this map indeed depicts Dragon Gate Town. However, the map highlights 5 significant locations, with a mark at the center indicating Dragon Gate Town and 4 others surrounding it, illustrated with various animals. As Han Xiaosheng leaned closer, he observed the 4 creatures depicted on the map, each rendered quite small due to the map's size. The animals were symmetrically distributed in 4 cardinal directions: a bird, a turtle, a tiger, and a snake. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the bird resembled a sparrow, ripples embellishing its beak. A snake coiled atop the turtle, and the tiger appeared unremarkable, while the snake bore horns, suggesting it was a dragon. While the others pondered this, Han Xiaosheng recalled a legend from Earth concerning the 4 sacred beasts. The arrangement of the animals corresponded precisely to the sequence of Qinglong, Zhuge, Baihu, and Xuanwu. If the map were oriented, it would align with the east as Qinglong, west as Baihu, south as Zhuge, and north as Xuanwu. Though he harbored thoughts on this matter, Han Xiaosheng refrained from voicing them, recognizing that he was the weakest among them, having merely saved Han Yu's life. And the distribution of any potential benefits from this quest had yet to be determined. Noticing the silence, he gently nudged Han Yu's leg with his knee, prompting her to rise and speak. Elder Sun, those of us here share a connection with one another, so I wish to express 2 points. First, have you sought other collaborators that we should be made aware of? Second, should we find the ruins and uncover opportunities, how will the rewards be allocated? It would be wise to establish a principle beforehand to avoid disputes once we discover something, lest we inadvertently benefit others, especially considering that numerous factions have recently arrived in Dragon Gate Town. While most remain hidden during the day, you must have sensed their presence. After she sat down, her gaze returned to the map, awaiting Sun Quang's response. Sun Quang exchanged glances with Sun Lishan, seemingly reaching a decision before speaking. Since we are collaborating, transparency is essential. I can see you are people of integrity, not those of the dark paths. Therefore, we can work sincerely together. To be candid, we are also allied with the Shi family. Noting the subtle change in the expressions of the 4, he continued, our partnership with the Shi family is a matter of necessity, as there are actually 5 keys to the ruins. The one we possess is crucial for the Dragon Gate Town location, but the other 4 are equally indispensable. Without one, the ruins cannot be unlocked. The Shi family possesses 1 key, though I am uncertain whose hands it is in. I suspect it remains with the Shi family in Jinlin Prefecture, as our inquiries have not led us to discover it with the deputy town head Shi or his son. Thus, we find ourselves at odds with them. This endeavor revolves around the 5 keys, forming 5 teams to locate the 5 unlocking positions, which must be activated sequentially to ultimately access the ruins. Each key is numbered and adorned with images of animals, so anyone in possession of a key, along with the map, will understand the key's purpose. Han Xiaosheng interjected, but what if someone possesses a key without the map? They would be unaware of its significance and might even let their children play with it as a toy. Sun Quang cast a glance of approval at him and continued his narration. You are indeed correct. The forces gathered here have not clashed, primarily out of concern that the keys may be incomplete, rendering their efforts futile. Conversely, this map has become a common sight, likely spread deliberately to attract all those in possession of keys. Zhang Zilong and Zhang Tao exchanged knowing smiles across the table, with Zhang Tao adding, indeed. I am the one who disseminated this map. Both Zilong and I possess identical maps, and we each hold 1 key. The key you acquired at the auction was intentionally released by me with a simple rationale. Only by making this map widely known can we obscure the truth, leading others to believe it a prank. Otherwise, should the titanic forces on the continent engage, all benefits would be theirs, leaving us with naught. Sun Quang could not help but admire him, raising his thumb in appreciation and exclaiming, my friend, your strategy is commendable. Those who have arrived in Longmen Town are merely minor factions. Even the small bandits from Crow Mountain have joined in. The larger forces mock us, and our Sun family's main house does not believe our judgment. This is indeed an opportune moment. Therefore, I propose our terms of collaboration. We shall jointly seek the location to unlock the cave, agree upon a time to open it, and once the cave is accessible, any fortunes discovered shall remain the property of each party, without the other attempting to seize them. Should we encounter other groups, we shall unite to contend for what is rightfully ours, sharing the spoils equally. After discussing this, Zhang Tao and Zhang Zilong conferred, and all present agreed to the terms. Once consensus was reached, they entered a room, traversed through it, and arrived at a courtyard with a basement. After closing the door, they began to exchange ideas freely. Once seated, Han Shaoxing shared his insights, stating, "The creatures depicted on this map likely hold significance. Merely possessing the keys may not suffice. Perhaps individuals with corresponding attributes are required to unlock it." As everyone's attention focused on him, he pointed to the map and continued, "Have you heard of the legend? The Azure Dragon of the East, the White Tiger of the West, the Vermilion Bird of the South, and the Black Tortoise of the North. This map likely represents the 4 sacred beasts, and in the center lies the Kirin, making a total of 5 sacred beasts." Observing the expressions of his audience, who seemed oblivious to these tales, he elaborated, "The Azure Dragon embodies the wood attribute, the White Tiger the metal attribute, the Vermilion Bird the fire attribute, the Black Tortoise the water attribute, while the Kirin represents the earth attribute. This forms a grand formation of the 4 sacred beasts, which must be activated in a specific sequence. It could be the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, or perhaps the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, or another arrangement. However, the Kirin must be the last to be activated, as the earth attribute is the most stable, and the individual using the key to unlock the portal may need to possess vital energy akin to that of the sacred beasts." After his explanation, Han Yu regarded him with a peculiar expression that pleased him greatly. Sun Kuang applauded in agreement, adding, "What you say is indeed insightful. I had not considered this before, but your words reminded me of a legend I once encountered, which spoke of the Zhenwu Emperor originating from a realm with all 5 divine beasts. I was skeptical then, but now I believe. Hence, we must gather all those with keys and act in unison." The group deliberated further, after which Zhang Zilong and the others took their leave. Upon exiting, they found themselves in a remote courtyard, far from the town center, with the nearest structure at least 50 meters away. The courtyard bordered a main road, leading towards both the town center and the outskirts, seemingly endless. Chapter 65. Informant Han Shaoxing discerned the direction and recognized that the terrain here closely resembled the location of the Black Tortoise on the map, prompting him to investigate. He pulled Han Yu aside to communicate his intentions. To his surprise, he noticed her eyes were slightly red, which struck him as odd. Concerned, he asked, "Sister Han Yu, what troubles you? Did something get in your eyes?" Han Yu shot him a glance for his teasing, feeling somewhat melancholic as she replied, "I did not come to Longmen Town on my own. I reside in the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. I was brought here after being schemed against. While my life is currently not in peril, I cannot foresee how long this will last. Fortunately, I encountered you. However, my strength has partially returned, and with the arrival of Uncle Zheng to rescue me, I must return to the capital. I am leaving now, and you must take care and be wary of the scoundrels in the town. As for the ruins opening, it is not a matter of days. I estimate it will take at least a year or so before anything materializes, so do not involve yourself just yet." Seeing Han Yu prepare to depart, Han Shaoxing felt a pang of reluctance and hurriedly said, "Fairy sister, I will certainly visit the capital in the future. Where shall I find you then?" Han Yu produced a golden token and handed it to him, explaining, "This is a VIP token from the Zhengyuan Chamber of Commerce. When the time comes, present this token to Uncle Zheng. He will know where to find me." Han Shaoxing accepted the token, then embraced Han Yu, brushing his cheek against hers before hastily stepping back, saying, "In my hometown, we bid farewell with an embrace and cheek-to-cheek contact. I use this custom to say goodbye to you, so no need to reciprocate." Han Yu's cheeks flushed as she chuckled at him, waving her hand as she caught up with the already distant Zhang Zilong and Zhang Tao, heading towards the outskirts of the town. Han Shaoxing stood by the roadside, watching Han Yu's figure vanish into the distance, feeling a sense of loss wash over him. He lingered there for quite some time before regaining his composure, recalling his own desire to investigate that direction. How had he forgotten? Otherwise, he could have journeyed alongside the enchanting maiden for a while. He hurriedly set off towards the town's outer edges. Within a house on the town's outskirts, a small, plump boy observed the scene from the window. Upon seeing Han Shaoxing exit the town, the boy quickly left the house, making his way towards the town center. Outside the mayor's office, the boy loitered around, his eyes frequently darting towards the entrance. A guard at the door noticed the boy's furtive behavior and barked at him to move away. The boy, feeling dejected, retreated from the entrance and found a corner where he could still see the door, squatting down to bask in the sun while watching the comings and goings of people. The morning sun was warm and comforting, and before he realized it, he dozed off. Bang! The boy yelped as he fell to the ground. about to curse when he saw a middle-aged man before him, quickly changing his tune. "Uncle Sure, you are finally out. I saw that lad leave the town and head towards the outskirts." He gestured in the direction Han Xiaosheng had taken. The middle-aged man, visibly excited, inquired, "How many were there? When did they leave?" The boy glanced at the sun, estimating the time, and replied, "Only one person left. It must have been nearly an hour ago. Why didn't you say so sooner?" "I couldn't enter the courtyard. I was driven away." "Useless. Here is your reward." A handful of copper coins clattered to the ground as the middle-aged man called out to someone in the distance. A burly man with a dark complexion approached, bowing respectfully. "Deputy Town Head Sure, how may I assist you?" The middle-aged man surveyed the languid figure basking in the sun and said slowly, "Eru, I have a task for you. If you execute it well, there will be rewards. Are you interested?" The dark-faced man scratched his head, hesitating. "Deputy Mayor Sure, I do not seek monetary gain this time. Rather, I require resources that will aid me in advancing to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. I have heard that your family possesses a considerable amount of low-grade spirit stones, and I wish to acquire those." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and acquiesced. "Very well, Eru. You were tasked with finding someone. Search in that direction, and upon encountering that youth, eliminate him. Just bring back his head, and should you fulfill this task and avenge my son, I shall assist you in breaking through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement." The dark-faced Eru, filled with excitement, turned and dashed away, anxious not to let the opportunity slip through his fingers. The middle-aged man cast a hateful glance toward the town's outskirts and muttered, "You wretched boy, you have caused my son's demise. Not only shall I claim your life, but I will also hunt down your entire family and annihilate them." Noticing the chubby boy had yet to depart, he felt a surge of anger and reprimanded him. "You have taken the money but are not fulfilling your duties. Hurry back and find Biaozi. Ensure he brings his men to partake in this venture. Do not allow that boy to escape." The chubby boy scurried away in a flurry. Meanwhile, Han Xiaosheng strode along the road leading out of the town, pursuing his path for a quarter of an hour without encountering a single soul, which struck him as peculiar. Unbeknownst to him, after Han Yu left his sight, he boarded a spiritual vessel released by Zheng Zilong, soaring directly into the sky. Disheartened, Han Xiaosheng slowed his pace and journeyed north along the road leading out of the northern part of the town. The road, approximately 4 meters wide, was a dirt path, fortunately dry due to the autumn season, making traversal effortless. On either side of the road lay terraced fields cultivated with various crops, and occasionally, farmers could be seen laboring. Further afield, the mountains rose higher, lush with foliage. After walking for half an hour, the landscape on either side of the road began to turn desolate, overgrown with weeds, and devoid of human presence, save for the continuous mountain ridges. This reflected the remoteness of Longmen Town, which seldom engaged with the outside world. Thus, travelers and merchants utilizing this route were few and far between. As Han Xiaosheng walked, he observed the terrain on either side, covering over 10 miles before a path leading uphill appeared on his left. Comparing it with the memory in his mind, he noted that this trail corresponded with the fork on the map. Seeing no one in sight, Han Xiaosheng left the main road and ascended the left path. Upon reaching the mountaintop, he found himself gazing into a vast valley filled with densely packed graves. It turned out to be a cemetery, with no signs of habitation nearby. Han Xiaosheng assessed his surroundings and deduced that the arid environment, being associated with the element of water, made it unlikely for this to be the location marked by Xuanwu on the map. Thus, he continued down the mountain, traversing through the cemetery and following the winding path. After crossing 3 mountains, the vegetation grew increasingly dense, and the road became intermittent, obscured by foliage in places. The higher he climbed, the more pronounced the sound of rushing water became, eventually crescendoing into a roaring cascade. Han Xiaosheng's heart leaped with joy. A location abundant in water could very well indicate the presence of Xuanwu's emblem. Chapter 66. The True Martial Temple. As he turned a corner, the landscape opened up before him, revealing an expansive valley, roughly 1/10 the size of the recently departed Longmen Town. To the left lay a magnificent lake, occupying approximately 1/3 of the valley's area. The lakeside was adorned with lush green grass, while to the right, towering trees stretched skyward, their woodland extending toward the mountain ridge. Glancing down at the path beneath his feet, he noticed it led directly to the lakeshore, where it abruptly ended. Upon reaching the lake, Han Xiaosheng was astonished by its vastness, akin to 10 football fields in size. The water was crystal clear, and upon closer inspection, he could see fish swimming beneath the surface. The shore was strewn with a chaotic array of stones, and the lake's water rippled continuously. Across the lake lay another valley, with water cascading over the banks, forming a waterfall. The thunderous sound he had previously heard was the roar of the falling water. Han Shaoxing surmised that the water level remained stable, likely due to a spring replenishing it. The lakeside was covered in a blanket of grass, dotted with wildflowers of various hues, as bees flitted among the blossoms. Gazing around the valley, Han Shaoxing noticed what appeared to be the corner of a building peeking through the gaps in the trees. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a narrow path winding through the underbrush, leading deeper into the forest. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved his short sword and shield, stowed his phone in his right pocket, and prepared to return to reality at a moment's notice. He then cautiously ventured down the narrow path into the woods. As he progressed, the structures within the depths of the forest gradually revealed their true nature. It was a modest temple, and above the entrance hung a plaque inscribed with the ornate characters "True Martial Temple." Although the traditional characters appeared somewhat incomplete, they were still recognizable. Upon seeing this plaque, he felt a strong conviction that this valley was likely the very location marked by Xuanwu, a place to be unlocked with a key, whether it be this lake or the True Martial Temple itself. Contemplating this, he resolved to search thoroughly. Perhaps he might uncover the legacy left behind by the true martial emperor. The temple appeared abandoned, with the courtyard gate ajar, its sturdy material well preserved, though the surrounding walls showed signs of age and neglect. Han Shaoxing cautiously entered the courtyard, discovering a corridor paved with blue stones, leading to a grand hall at the far end. He could faintly discern a statue within the hall, while the courtyard was overgrown with weeds reaching knee height, indicating no one had resided there for quite some time. To the left were 4 rooms, one of which seemed to be a restroom, while the other 3 bore plaques with small, barely legible inscriptions. The doors stood open, revealing silence within. To the right were 3 rooms, shaded by a large tree whose trunk was thick enough for 2 people to embrace. The tree's canopy resembled an umbrella, covering nearly half of the overgrown grass. Next to the tree were the entrances to the 3 rooms, their doors slightly ajar. A glance inside revealed emptiness. Considering the open doors of the adjacent rooms, Han Shaoxing surmised there was likely nothing of value within, as any treasures would have already been pilfered. Thus, he proceeded into the grand hall. The hall was quite spacious, estimated to cover over 100 square meters. Facing him was a statue, its paint somewhat weathered, yet it was evident that it depicted a middle-aged man with flowing hair, barefoot, draped in a red robe adorned with golden armor, a jade belt cinching his waist. In his right hand, he held a long sword pointed skyward, while his left hand rested on the armor of his thigh, seated upon a creature with the body and head of a turtle, entwined with a fierce serpent. This statue was likely the deity revered in the True Martial Temple. Recalling the mythology of Earth's Taoist deities, Han Shaoxing thought of the True Martial Emperor. The statue bore an uncanny resemblance to the descriptions of this deity, confirming that the True Martial Emperor hailed from Earth. Could it be that, as Earth's spiritual energy began to dissipate, the True Martial Emperor traversed the cosmos to this world, renaming this continent True Martial Continent after conquering it? It seemed entirely plausible. Looking before the statue, he noticed an offering table adorned with an incense burner. The table was somewhat decayed, and the incense burner was devoid of ash, indicating it had been a long time since anyone had paid their respects. Considering the possibility that the statue honored a fellow countryman, the True Martial Emperor, Han Shaoxing bowed deeply, murmuring, "True Martial Emperor, I too hail from Earth, your fellow countrymen. As I stand in your temple, I ought to pay my respects. However, I hastily set out this time without offerings or incense. Instead, I present these candies and cookies from this era. Next time I visit, I shall bring proper offerings and incense to honor you. I am but a novice in this world, while you are a great being. I humbly request your blessings for a smooth journey ahead, especially for me to uncover the opportunities you have left behind on this path of cultivation." As his words faded, a clap of thunder erupted in the sky above, startling him. He wondered if rain was imminent, or if the True Martial Emperor had indeed heard his plea. Han Shaoxing dared not linger further. He stowed away his shield, retrieved candies and cookies from his bag, and placed them on the offering table. Bowing deeply 3 times in reverence, holding a short sword, he circled the statue but made no significant discoveries. He turned his attention to the murals adorning the walls, dismissing the vertical rows of traditional characters that held little interest for him. As he gazed at the murals, he gradually shifted to the back of the statue, where he suddenly froze before the mural on the wall behind it. Sunlight streaming through the window illuminated the mural, and Han Xiaosheng felt an unsettling peculiarity about it. He slowly shifted his position left and right, ultimately identifying the anomaly. At the center of the mural stood a figure, its features obscured, arms outstretched in a gesture of embrace. When Han Xiaosheng moved slightly to the left, he noticed that the figure's right hand was misaligned. And as he adjusted to the right, it appeared to stretch forward. He decided to traverse the mural from left to right, only to discover that the figure was not merely moving its hands. Its right foot also advanced, suggesting it was performing some sort of action. After a moment of contemplation, a realization struck him. Could this be a martial art passed down from the great Emperor Jinwu, such as the 9 forms of Jinwu or Jinwu Fist? With the extraordinary notion of time travel becoming a reality, the presence of a statue akin to the great Emperor Jinwu could very well imply the existence of martial arts and cultivation methods. With this thought in mind, Han Xiaosheng sheathed his short sword, retrieved his newly purchased phone, noted that the battery was at a third capacity, sufficient for a while without immediate recharging, and activated the camera mode. He began filming, moving slowly from the leftmost side of the mural to the right, capturing the scene in slow motion for 2 minutes before concluding. Upon replaying the footage at an accelerated speed, he discovered a complete sequence of movements. After circling the statue, he noted 7 murals in total and hastily recorded each one. Switching to photo mode to capture several images of each mural, planning to analyze the contents upon returning to the real world. Energized by his discoveries, Han Xiaosheng stowed his phone, drew his shield and short sword, and commenced a meticulous search of the Grand Hall, examining every inch and observing from various angles, fearful of overlooking any hidden treasures. He even scrutinized the area around the statue, knocking on the ground, but after more than 10 minutes of effort, his fingers ached, and fatigue set in, yet he had found nothing. Concluding that the hall had yielded all its secrets, he exited. Chapter 67. Scraping the ground standing in the corridor, Han Xiaosheng surveyed the half-open doors of the rooms on either side, reluctant to give up, and resolved to explore further. He parted the underbrush, raised his shield, and approached the room on the right. As he neared the base of a large tree, he suddenly gasped, raising his shield defensively and retreating 2 steps, gripping his short sword tightly as he focused on the base of the tree. Amidst the underbrush sat a figure reclined against the tree, its head resting against a trunk as thick as 2 people could embrace. The dense grass obscured the lower half of the body, rendering it invisible until he approached. As he circled the trunk, the figure became visible. The foliage was too thick for him to discern anything but a green hat and robe. Carefully observing for a moment, he noted the figure remained motionless and called out, "Senior." After a pause with no reply, he circled the trunk, eventually facing the figure and exhaling in relief. It was merely a skeleton dressed in a robe and hat, which from a distance appeared lifelike against the tree. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the right hand of the skeleton clutched a short sword, its hilt crafted from an unknown wood, the blade long and rusted, indicative of age. The left hand grasped a sizable piece of paper, nearly covering the hand, with only the thumb visible above it. The paper's material was peculiar, resembling leather rather than ordinary paper. It appeared slightly yellowed, adorned with winding lines yet devoid of any text. If it had once contained writing, rain would have surely washed it away. Even the short sword had succumbed to rust, yet this piece of material remained intact despite exposure to the elements. Han Xiaosheng dared not examine the skeleton's visage, finding it somewhat terrifying. Instead, he inspected the skeleton's limbs and noticed the right calf was truncated, and 2 ribs seemed deformed, evidence that this individual had suffered grave injuries in life, ultimately succumbing in this spot. Observing the bones, which had taken on a dark hue, he refrained from disturbing the skeleton, fearing toxicity, and left the scroll untouched. He carefully circled the tree but found nothing else, opting to enter the adjacent half-open room. The door appeared to be obstructed, allowing it to open only partially. Listening intently for a moment, he detected no movement. The desolate appearance of the courtyard suggested no imminent danger. He struck the door with his shield, which merely rattled but did not yield, remaining ajar. Cautiously, he pressed against the wall beside the door and peered inside. The room appeared to be a meditation space, furnished with several cushions on the floor. Shield raised, short sword in right hand, he slowly entered. The room seemed unoccupied. As he turned to the right, he was startled to find another skeleton seated at a table, similarly attired in a robe, head bowed, clutching a black staff with its lower end resting on the ground and the upper against the wall. Han Xiaosheng quickly inspected the door to the left, discovering yet another skeleton behind it, lying on the floor, its robe appearing more refined, with bloodstains on the chest. A rusty staff lay nearby, suggesting this might have been a master of the temple. The staff propped against the door's lower edge and the wall, preventing it from fully opening. Scanning the room, he found no further signs of life, only a small door facing the main entrance, which was locked. Han Xiaosheng refrained from tampering with anything in the room and exited, moving to the left where he discovered 4 additional rooms, 1 kitchen, 1 restroom, and 2 living quarters. The kitchen and restroom emitted an unpleasant odor, but fortunately, everything had dried out. Otherwise, the stench would have wafted far. The living quarters were empty, containing only some everyday items. Returning to the right side, he contemplated the locked small door, reasoning that its secured nature hinted at valuable contents within. Han Xiaosheng sheathed his short sword, retrieved a piece of refined iron from his ring, set his shield down, and wielded the iron staff with both hands, attempting to pry the lock. However, he found it impossible to gain entry. After much frustration, he realized the door was wooden and had begun to shift slightly. Embarrassed, he delivered several kicks to the door, which swayed but showed no signs of collapse. However, the hinges appeared to have warped. Inserting the staff into the hinges, he pried forcefully, breaking the latch, and with another kick, the door separated from its frame. Noticing the door had swung open, he raised his shield, exchanged the iron staff for his short sword, and cautiously stepped inside. Upon witnessing the scene within, Han Xiaosheng's heart swelled with joy. This appeared to be a library or reading room, with wooden shelves lining both the inner and outer rooms, filled with books. Though he could not ascertain whether they contained martial arts secrets, their contents seemed potentially beneficial. He picked up a book for inspection, noting a slight mustiness, and surveyed the shelves. Some volumes were well preserved, while others bore signs of damage, and some had deteriorated entirely. Upon observing the ruined books, he could not help but curse the vile rodents responsible for such destruction. Should any of these tomes have been martial arts manuals, he vowed to eradicate the mice from the temple. After thoroughly exploring both rooms, Han Xiaosheng deduced that the outer room housed records kept by the temple's inhabitants. Given the abundance of books, over 100, containing various chronicles, the inner room likely contained significant texts, with only a sparse collection of a dozen or so tomes. With focused intent, Han Xiaosheng began to collect each book he encountered, meticulously storing them within his storage ring, organizing them into 2 distinct locations. Having rummaged through the library, Han Xiaosheng donned a pair of gloves and commenced his examination of the corpses. At the temple, he acquired a Zen staff, and at the base of a tree, he stumbled upon an unexpected treasure beside a skeleton. Aside from a rusty sword and a piece of parchment, he discovered a ring on the skeleton's left ring finger. The ring was black, closely resembling the darkened bone of the skeleton, and fearing potential toxins, Han Xiaosheng carefully retrieved the parchment in slow motion. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a discrepancy in the color of the ring finger, which led him to the realization of the ring's presence. His heart raced with anticipation, eclipsing even the excitement he felt upon acquiring numerous books earlier, as this could potentially be his second storage ring. Gingerly, he removed the black ring, scrutinizing it in the sunlight before polishing it with a cloth, which caused its surface to gleam and transform into a remarkably elegant accessory. Using his mental energy, he probed the ring and found no lingering spiritual imprint, likely due to the passage of time and the prolonged death of its previous owner, resulting in the dissipation of the recognition mark. The acquisition of a new storage ring brought him immense joy. Despite his fear of pain, he gritted his teeth and pricked the tip of his finger with a fruit knife, allowing blood to flow, which he promptly dripped onto the black ring. He remained attuned to the sensations within his heart until a feeling of connection surged through him. Hastily, he applied hemostatic powder and affixed a bandage to his finger. After tending to his wound, Han Xiaosheng began to sense the contents of the ring with his mental power, and was astounded to discover a vast expanse within, dwarfing his expectations. The space within the black ring was immense, comparable to over 10 football fields, almost capable of containing a small mountain. This ring was undoubtedly a rare treasure, surpassing even the joy of acquiring cultivation techniques, as it represented a genuine artifact for traversing worlds. Whether he intended to be a merchant across 2 realms or within a single world, this space was undeniably advantageous. Calming his exhilaration, he began to inspect the pre-existing items within the ring. The internal space was indeed vast, but it was cluttered with a multitude of items haphazardly strewn about, nearly filling every corner. It appeared the previous owner was rather negligent, never bothering to organize the contents, which included clothing, weapons, books, and various miscellaneous objects. Strangely, in some areas, there were piles of soil and stones, with the soil even showing signs of mildew, suggesting a lack of maintenance by its former possessor. However, since the previous owner had chosen to store it, Han Shaoxing speculated that the moldy soil could potentially be of a rare variety, and thus he hesitated to discard it, planning to examine it further upon his return to Earth. With an abundance of items within, he decided to temporarily stow the ring. Now possessing 2 rings, he felt uneasy, frequently worrying about them slipping from his pockets. After all, their diminutive size would make them difficult to locate if lost. Han Shaoxing secured both rings in a canvas bag, wrapping it tightly to ensure they wouldn't be misplaced, and placed the bag into his backpack, finally allowing himself to relax and continue his exploration of the temple. With eager anticipation, he meticulously examined every inch of the courtyard, tapping along the walls in search of hidden compartments. It wasn't until he found nothing that he realized he was indulging in fanciful thoughts, driven by insatiable desire. Nevertheless, Han Shaoxing remained joyful, considering that if he were to return here, he could tidy up the place for temporary refuge, as he had inherited all the wealth within the temple's grounds, making him a quasi-master of the site. Contemplating the 3 cadavers in the courtyard, he felt a sense of discomfort and resolved to bury them, granting them peace. He ventured into the nearby hills, seeking a suitable elevated location to dig a grave. Although endowed with superhuman strength, it still took him half an hour to excavate a pit more than 1.5 meters deep. Wrapping the bodies in tattered cloth from the Zen quarters, he lowered them into the pit, covering them with soil and forming a mound above. Lacking tombstones, he could only leave them in unmarked graves, as he did not know their names, intending to create proper memorials for them in the future when time allowed. Standing in the temple courtyard, he felt a swell of ambition, having gained significant advantages from the temple, and his anticipation for the surrounding valley increased. He closed the courtyard gate, exited the thicket, and made his way toward the lakeshore. With shield and short sword in hand, he began to explore the perimeter of the lake, hoping to uncover further treasures. In the nearby forest, a dark-skinned man was directing a large group of individuals in a search operation. Accompanying him was a scrawny youth with a pointed face, whose nose twitched with the slightest breeze, constantly adjusting their course. The group had been searching the mountains for a considerable time, and some members were beginning to grow impatient, questioning the youth's abilities. "Hey, monkey, how effective is your nose? One moment there's a lead, the next there's nothing," one remarked. "I think he's just got a dog-ass nose, needing to sniff the ground to catch a whiff of their trail." Standing there, it's no wonder he can't find the person's scent. The banter continued as they began to analyze the situation, their conversation growing increasingly animated. The dark-skinned man, unable to tolerate their chatter any longer, barked, "Silence." The group fell quiet, shifting to hushed whispers as they approached the lake. Han Shaoxing, engrossed in his archaeological endeavors by the lake, was taken aback by the sudden outburst echoing through the forest. In such a secluded place, the presence of others piqued his curiosity. Could they be hunters? Intrigued, he altered his course, emboldened by his shield and sword as he ventured toward the source of the noise. Ascending the slope, he inhaled the crisp mountain air, feeling invigorated. He strained to listen to the distant voices, noting their chaotic nature, suggesting a sizable group was present in the mountains. Given that this location was marked on the map, he surmised it might be an exploration team seeking ancient ruins. Realizing he should avoid confrontation for fear of being silenced, he carefully observed their approach, gauged the wind direction, and retreated 100 meters before veering towards a neighboring hill. He intended to flank the group, curious to see if they would uncover the entrance to the ruins. Swiftly, he arrived at the side of the mountain, ensuring the area was devoid of threats before stowing his backpack and weapons within the storage ring. Utilizing both hands and feet, he swiftly ascended a large tree, concealing himself amidst the foliage, watching for any activity on the opposite hill. The scrawny youth, having sniffed around the peak where Han Shaoxing had just stood, was at a loss regarding their next move, as the mountain breeze had carried away any trace of Han Shaoxing's scent. The dark-skinned man, Eru, remained patient, relying on the youth's abilities to track their target, while the rest of the group grew increasingly impatient, clamoring for direction. "Monkey, what is the plan? Where do we go from here?" one shouted. "Hurry up. If we let that kid slip away after all this effort, how will we claim our reward from Old Stone? I reckon that kid might head towards the lake in the valley. I see a glimpse of a building peeking through the trees. It could be his hideout," another suggested. As Eru observed the scrawny youth trailing off down the slope without any clear direction, he noticed the commotion from the group and approached. Upon closer inspection, He indeed spotted a vast lake nestled in the valley, with the structure partially visible through the trees. Eru felt a surge of hope and called out to the youth. The slender monkey, devoid of any clear direction, advanced solely on instinct, drawing closer to Han Xiaosheng, who was concealed behind a great tree merely 10 meters away. As the monkey approached the base of the tree, Han Xiaosheng felt his heart race, contemplating how this insidious creature could locate him from such a distance. Just as he pondered his next move, a small bird took flight from the treetops, catching the monkey's attention. Han Xiaosheng's heart leapt to his throat, but at that moment, a loud voice resonated from afar. "Shouhou, come here." The monkey glanced towards the tree, noticed the bird's flight, and promptly turned back, disappearing into the distant mountains. Chapter 69. The terrifying lake monster. Han Xiaosheng exhaled in relief, resting on a tree branch for a moment before descending. Reflecting on how close he had come to being discovered, he felt a rush of adrenaline. He had been too near the adversaries. Regrettably, he had sold his binoculars to Old Feng, which would have allowed him to monitor the expedition team from afar. After resting for 10 minutes, until the voices of the group faded into silence, he prepared to resume his pursuit. He retrieved his shield and sword, cautiously climbing back to the mountaintop. Concealing himself behind a large tree, he gazed into the valley, noting the throngs of people scattered throughout, with many gathered by the lake and shadows flitting through the woods near Jinwu Temple. Seeing the vast number of individuals, Han Xiaosheng was apprehensive about the possibility of being discovered and refrained from venturing closer, choosing instead to observe from behind the tree. Suddenly, he noticed everyone rushing towards the woods surrounding Jinwu Temple, igniting his curiosity. After a half-hour of chaos in the forest, the crowd emerged. Making their way towards the lakeside, a group meandered along the shore, and the leader of the procession began heading in Han Xiaosheng's direction, while several individuals at the rear approached the area where the lake overflowed. At that moment, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The lake's serene surface abruptly formed a whirlpool, captivating the attention of the last few individuals in the group, who halted to gaze at the water. The whirlpool expanded, spinning faster and faster, until a colossal head emerged from its center, rising higher and higher, nearly reaching the mid-slope of the small mountain. Those by the lake stood frozen in astonishment. It was a gigantic serpent, its body as thick as several water barrels, with its height above the water exceeding 20 meters, while its length beneath remained a mystery. The serpent exuded an overwhelming ferocity, paralyzing the onlookers with terror. Only those who had turned to climb the mountain remained unaware of the beast and continued their ascent. A strange, prolonged hiss erupted from the serpent, reverberating through the surrounding forest. In an instant, from the mountaintop to the lakeside, everyone was rendered momentarily blank, including Han Xiaosheng, who nearly collapsed. Fortunately, he was at a safe distance. Upon regaining his senses, he quickly withdrew his head and body, trembling as he concealed himself behind the tree. Han Xiaosheng narrowly escaped calamity, while those still near the lake fell victim, collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. The serpent lowered its head, opening its massive jaws, and began inhaling forcefully, conjuring a tempest by the lakeside. The individuals sprawled on the ground were swept up like leaves, spinning and screaming as they were drawn into the serpent's gullet. The midsection of the serpent swelled ominously, forming a large bulge that gradually rounded, ceasing its inhalation. Those who had been at the serpent's maw tumbled back to the ground, screaming in horror. Han Xiaosheng, hearing the commotion by the lake, peeked out from behind the tree. He beheld the serpent displaying a human-like expression of regret as it gazed at the fallen individuals, its midsection swollen into a round mass, slowly descending until its flattened, terrifying head submerged into the lake. After a while, the whirlpool diminished, restoring tranquility to the surface, leaving behind the anguished cries of a few survivors and a pool of blood. The valley fell silent except for the echoes of despair, as if the serpent's malevolence lingered in the air. Han Xiaosheng quietly observed the survivors as they gradually rose, supporting one another as they ascended the path leading away from the lake, slowly vanishing from sight. On the mountain behind Jinwu Temple, another group watched the scene unfold, mouths tightly shut, fearful of alerting the lake monster. A middle-aged man at the forefront wore an expression of dread as he slowly turned to leave, followed by a handsome young man wielding a folding fan, trembling as he asked, "Deputy Mayor Shi, how could such a terrifying beast exist here?" The middle-aged man's quaking voice responded, "How would I know? The bandits of Wuyin Mountain have long roamed these woods. You ought to know. I certainly do not." A group of individuals silently followed behind, their faces etched with solemnity. Emerging from behind the tree, Han Xiaosheng gazed at the tranquil lake, speechless for a long while. He recalled his earlier explorations by the lakeside, lingering for an extended period, and silently thanked his fortune. He reminded himself of the perilous nature of this world, where opportunities abound alongside dangers that lurk everywhere. His initial intention was to visit the treasure pavilion in town over the past 2 days. However, after encountering a plot against his life, he was compelled to strike first, resulting in chaos and inadvertently rescuing a breathtaking beauty. Today, he had also crossed paths with 2 elderly men, leading to the acquisition of several partners for exploring relics. Each time he intended to visit the treasure pavilion, he had yet to even catch sight of its sign, leaving him somewhat contemplative. It seemed unwise to venture there for the time being. As he pondered the abruptness of his crossing, he recalled how his sister and brother-in-law had watched him vanish from the living room, likely still worrying about him. Given the dangers here, it was best to return home and prepare before returning. Resolute in his decision, Han Shaoxing chose not to linger, instead taking a detour towards the mountains behind the temple. Upon reaching the mountainside behind the temple, he followed the slope down to the rear, where he discovered that the 3 corpses he had buried had been unearthed and carelessly discarded on the ground. He couldn't help but curse those responsible for desecrating graves, deeming them deserving of being swallowed by the serpent. Unbeknownst to him, had he arrived earlier, he might have encountered the deputy mayor Shi and the bandits in pursuit of him. Thus, the serpent unwittingly saved his life. Han Shaoxing retrieved his entrenching tool, re-excavated the grave, and reinterred the 3 Taoists, mounding the earth over their resting place. He hoped those terrified individuals would not return, allowing these 3 souls to rest in peace. Returning to the temple, he closed the courtyard door and secured the bolt, making his way to the study. After shutting the door, he donned his backpack and pulled out an old phone, silently reciting, "I wish to return to the real world." The phone emitted a flash of light, and the screen began to flicker, enveloping him in a violet glow as it swirled into a vortex. The whirlpool spun faster, and suddenly, with a flash of brilliance, both the vortex and Han Shaoxing vanished into thin air. Regaining his senses, Han Shaoxing found himself back in the real world, seated on the living room sofa with his backpack still on, facing his astonished sister, Han Ying, while his brother-in-law was absent. Calling out to her, he set down his phone. They had evidently been waiting for quite a while, and upon noticing the dirt on Han Shaoxing, Han Ying eagerly inquired, "Shaoxing, how is it? Did you encounter any danger?" Han Shaoxing, laying down his weapons, smiled at his sister's concern and joyfully replied, "Sister, there was not much danger. I spent half a month there in a small town that is quite remote, with simple folk, mostly farmers, who are not aggressive. The dust on me is from rummaging through an abandoned temple." He refrained from mentioning his grievances with the Shi family or the terrifying serpent, wishing to spare his sister any worry. Relieved, Han Ying suggested he wash up first while she went to get him breakfast. Han Shaoxing then realized it was already past 9 in the morning. The early sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting a warm glow in the living room. The wall clock indicated it was February 19th, 9:11 a.m., the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. Chapter 70. The Burden of Happiness in a Hurry. Han Shaoxing rummaged for clean clothes, eager to take a shower, as he felt rather disheveled. While searching for items and burying the 3 corpses at Zhenwu Temple, he had acquired a considerable amount of dirt. Additionally, climbing trees in the forest had left him coated in resin, and at that time, he had no change of clothes, resulting in a rather unkempt appearance. It was no wonder that Han Ying had presumed he had encountered danger. After his shower, feeling refreshed, Han Shaoxing returned to the living room where Han Ying had brought back breakfast, placing it on the coffee table. As he ate, he recounted his recent adventures, omitting the details of his feud with Shi Shao that led to violence and arson. He believed that Han Ying, having grown up in a peaceful society, might not grasp the harsh realities of the Zhenwu continent, where the law of the jungle prevailed. He feared she would be unable to accept his actions and that revealing such truths might disturb her peace of mind. Initially, when Han Ying learned that Han Shaoxing's journey had not led him to the world of Number 1 Valley, she expressed concern. However, her worries dissipated upon hearing about his encounters with Lu Danning and Old Feng from Baibouge. When she discovered that Han Shaoxing had obtained cultivation methods, her excitement was palpable, urging him to reveal the techniques. As Han Shaoxing conjured 5 books from thin air, Han Ying was taken aback. Having previously demonstrated his water attribute abilities in front of his family, he decided to reveal the existence of his storage ring, which piqued Han Ying's immense interest. She urged him to show her the ring. While enjoying his breakfast, Han Shaoxing performed a little magic, making furniture appear and disappear at will. Han Ying looked at him with the awe of a layperson watching a magician, and he felt a rush of satisfaction, becoming somewhat addicted to the performance. After all, this was Earth, a realm of technology, and using the storage ring here brought a sense of novelty and achievement. Witnessing the wonders of the storage ring, Han Ying gained a clearer understanding of the cultivation world. Holding the 5 elemental cultivation methods in her hands, she envisioned a bright future. Earth had long been filled with countless novels about immortals, and many dreamt of the supernatural abilities of these beings, particularly the coveted spacefaring storage rings. As a fan of novels, Han Ying naturally harbored dreams of one day leaping from rooftops, becoming a chivalrous heroine. Now, with the cultivation methods before her, the possibility of realizing her dreams ignited a surge of motivation within her. Cultivation. Only through cultivation could one find true purpose. She dismissed herbal tonics as fleeting distractions, recognizing that her newfound methods were the keys to her aspirations. Once she achieved success in her cultivation, soaring through the skies on a sword would be merely the beginning. She envisioned herself as a heroine, fighting against evil and perhaps even aiding in the struggle against foreign adversaries, ultimately becoming a national goddess, basking in glory. Grasping the cultivation methods, she slipped into daydreams, imagining the splendid future awaiting her. Not wishing to waste a moment, she dashed into the study to begin her research. With her background in archaeology and ancient philology, reading complex traditional texts was second nature to her. Thus, she meticulously analyzed each word, quickly becoming engrossed in her studies. After finishing his breakfast, Han Xiaosheng called out to Han Ying, seeking her assistance in organizing the supplies they had brought back. Receiving no response, he ventured into the study to find her diligently transcribing and translating the cultivation methods. Upon noticing his presence, Han Ying, with her eyes glued to the texts, hastily remarked, "I'm busy studying the methods. Please don't disturb me." At a loss for words, Han Xiaosheng retreated to the living room to begin sorting the treasures from his journey. Despite the abruptness of his transition, which had caught him off guard, he recognized the immense benefits it had bestowed upon him. Acquiring the sacred texts and the miraculous storage ring was one aspect. More importantly, he could draw from this authentic cultivation world for nourishment, growing stronger day by day until he could seize his own destiny, while also seeking the path to longevity for himself and his loved ones. As for the valley world, the regions he had explored appeared to be a closed-off area, with the ancient beasts serving as guardians. For now, they provided him with some resources, but he felt he lacked the strength to venture beyond that confinement. The Jinwu continent would serve as his platform for enhancement. With these thoughts in mind, he relaxed, beginning to sort through the newly acquired supplies. He retrieved his climbing bag, emptying its contents to categorize everything. Damaged items were discarded into the waste collection room, while useful resources were placed in their respective areas. The now empty bag was tossed into the restroom, awaiting a time for cleaning. Entering the study, he resolved to organize the texts he had obtained, aspiring to establish a library for cultivation. He cleared the room, leaving only Han Ying's desk, and took out the blue storage ring, preparing to extract all the books inside and arrange them on different shelves based on their categories. After careful consideration, he decided to classify them according to their sources, beginning with the books acquired from Shi Shao, which quickly filled the study. Han Ying turned in surprise at the sight of the shelves brimming with books, astonished by the sheer volume. "Xiaosheng, where did you acquire so many books? You didn't rob a sect's library, did you?" Seeing her expression, Han Xiaosheng felt a swell of accomplishment and chuckled. "Sister, rest assured, I have yet to commit any dishonorable acts in the Jinwu continent. Though the rules differ there, I still adhere to my principles, striving to be kind to others. As the founder once said, cultivate many friendships. If others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. All actions are in self-defense. That implies if someone offends you, you will retaliate. It seems you've encountered adversaries," Han Ying remarked. And sensing her concern, Han Xiaosheng could no longer conceal the truth, but chose not to elaborate on the particulars. Seeing his demeanor, Han Ying sighed. "I care not what troubles you faced. You have always been honest and straightforward, never one to provoke others. I simply hope you maintain your original intentions. Regardless of the circumstances, act with restraint. Don't retaliate excessively. At the very least, you must remain true to yourself." "I will remember your advice, sister. I shall often reflect on my actions," he replied, and upon noticing her engrossed in her studies again, he left her to it. Observing the cramped study, Han Xiaosheng couldn't help but sigh. The space was too small. This was merely a modest town, yet there was no room for the books. He contemplated that as he progressed toward the county town, Dazhou, the southern continent, the Jinwu continent, and perhaps even new worlds, he would gather more texts. How would he categorize them when the time came? He could not merely collect without a plan for organization. That would be no different than clutter. It seemed he would require a larger house and a reliable librarian. He reluctantly interrupted Han Ying's diligent studies to share his concerns about the future. Han Ying, in exasperation, lamented, "Alas, I've sighed more times today than I can count. At this rate, I shall become a sentimental woman. You are blissfully unaware of your fortune. This is merely the burden of happiness. Even if it is a burden, it is still happiness, so what is there to worry about? However, the matter you mentioned is indeed challenging." Chapter 71. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Han Xiaosheng recalled the weapons, armor, shields, and other precious materials he had acquired, and hastily voiced his thoughts. Upon hearing that there were many more valuable items, Han Ying set aside her intention to focus on her studies and joined him in deliberating a solution. Reflecting on the family's health food therapy center, Han Xiaosheng inquired, "How has our health food therapy center been faring recently?" The mention of the health food therapy center piqued Han Ying's interest, and she began to recount the recent circumstances. After the new year, the Han family had initially planned to reopen on the 8th day of the lunar month. However, they were taken aback by the influx of visitors, many of whom were closely related to the family, friends, colleagues, and superiors. Out of a sense of obligation, they commenced operations on the 2nd day of the lunar month. Following the festive period, the reputation of the Health Food Therapy Center soared, attracting demand from both domestic and international patrons, including individuals from special government departments. As the clientele continued to evolve, the consumption of health tonic increased significantly. Fortunately, Han Xiaosheng had brought back fruits from Hainan before the new year, which provided him with a sense of security. After pondering Han Ying's account, Han Xiaosheng remarked, "The wealth we possess is ample for our needs. Continuing the operation of the Health Food Therapy Center serves not only to accumulate wealth for our family, but, more importantly, to assist those in need. However, this assistance excludes 3 categories of individuals. First, those who harbor hostility towards the Han family. Second, those who oppose the Chinese people. And third, the forces of evil. Specifically, the first category requires discernment from our family, cooperation with the government is necessary for the second, and the third necessitates collaboration with security departments, along with our own considerations. In summary, we shall extend our aid only to virtuous individuals and forces, prioritizing our friendly compatriots while verifying identities and maintaining records when providing health soups. For foreign patrons, we may increase prices by 5 to 10 times at our discretion." Han Ying nodded in agreement, and then broached the subject of their financial resources, suggesting the purchase of land to build a base for the Han family. Han Xiaosheng expressed a desire for a larger area, preferably one with mountains and water, where inconvenient transportation would not pose an issue. Reminded of the legends surrounding Tianyue Mountain, he had heard in Longmen Town on the Jinwu continent, he proposed, "Sister, I recall that Longmen Town was once known as Tianyue Town several 100,000 years ago, supposedly linked to Tianyue Mountain. The statue of the Jinwu Emperor I saw bears an uncanny resemblance to the Jinwu Emperor from Earth's mythology, leading me to speculate that the Tianyue Mountain mentioned by the Jinwu Emperor is indeed the same as that on Earth. You know where Tianyue Mountain is, right?" With a confident smile, Han Ying replied, "Of course I do. Although I work in the provincial capital, I assisted in compiling materials when Mufu Mountain was being developed. Mufu Mountain was once called Tianyue Mountain. It was renamed by the people of Wu during the Three Kingdoms period, and the name has persisted since. Indeed, Mufu Mountain is recorded in the texts of the Jinwu continent, where it is noted that the Jinwu Emperor mentioned Tianyue Mountain as being over 10,000 zhang high, once a pillar of the heavens, although it has inexplicably diminished to a mere few hundred zhang in modern times. I distinctly remember my grandmother recounting a mythological tale, one of which spoke of Mufu Mountain, 10,000 zhang high, Zhang Shishan, home to monks, Wujiao Peak, sharp against sharp, Phoenix Pool, where immortals emerge. Indeed, I recall my grandmother saying this was a legacy passed down through generations, urging each to remember these tales. However, due to changing circumstances, many ancient texts were destroyed, and few dared to recount these stories. After my grandmother's passing, the next generation knew nothing of them. Based on the information I gathered from the Jinwu continent, I boldly conjecture that Mufu Mountain must have once exceeded 10,000 zhang in height. Its current diminishment could be due to severance or a significant portion being concealed in another realm, hidden from our perception for reasons unknown. What do you think of my hypothesis?" Han Ying was deeply impressed by Han Xiaosheng's imaginative thinking and gave him a thumbs up. "Do you believe Mufu Mountain will one day be restored?" Han Xiaosheng could not help but chuckle wryly. "Cannot speculate. much like how the dwindling spiritual energy of Earth likely eluded the ancient forebears in their wildest dreams. However, I do believe Mufu Mountain merits investigation. Perhaps we might uncover traces left by ancient ancestors. Han Ning was less convinced, having visited Mufu Mountain numerous times, and did not expect to discover anything new. Noticing her skepticism, Han Shaoxing shifted the topic to the income generated by the health food center. Upon hearing the figure of 6 billion, he gasped in astonishment, marveling at the wealth amassed in such a short span. Observing his surprise, Han Ning elucidated. Simply calculate the number of spirit peaches you brought back to arrive at that conclusion. My father mentioned that before you went to Chengzhou, you obtained over 12,000 peaches from the Valley World, each valued at 1 million, totaling 12 billion. Upon returning from Chengzhou, you brought back another 12,000, equaling another 12 billion. Combined, these spirit peaches amount to 24 billion. Having utilized approximately 8,000, that accounts for 8 billion. Subtracting expenses and taxes, the remaining 6 billion is not surprising. If you now raise the price for foreign purchasers, the rate of earning will likely accelerate further. After analyzing her explanation, Han Shaoxing finally grasped the extent of his wealth. However, considering the cyclical nature of spirit peach growth and the lack of signs of the peach trees in the Valley World bearing fruit again, he realized he must conserve their use, as he still wished to exchange them for vital resources on the Shenwu continent. With this in mind, Han Shaoxing suggested, given our substantial wealth, I propose that we reduce the daily quantity of health soup sold. Much like those tycoons with hundreds of billions or trillions, such vast sums hold little significance for us. Our daily sustenance remains modest. Our focus should remain on the health and longevity of our loved ones. I suggest we cut back by 1/3 each month. Han Ning groaned in response. It's already a case of supply not meeting demand. Reducing further might overwhelm us. After some contemplation, Han Shaoxing reluctantly agreed that maintaining the status quo was the most prudent course. Let us leave it be, however. We cannot allow any increase either. We cannot let all this money lie dormant in the account, as it might lead our family and descendants to become complacent. Instead, we should allocate a portion to purchase land and establish a base for the Han family. Given our surplus, I believe we can build a villa in the Mufu Mountain region. That area seems to be a site of auspicious feng shui, chosen by our ancestors as a resting place due to its favorable conditions. We could reach out to the government to see if we might acquire land for a living and training villa, and in doing so, we could contribute to enhancing the ecological environment of the Mufu region. Additionally, regarding the old residents, our parents might have some ideas that we could financially support. Here in the county town, where we have lived for many years and developed a connection, we could purchase land to build a large estate with mountains, water, and fields, a perfect sanctuary for cultivation and living. As the ancients said, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Thus, our family shall also possess 3 sanctuaries, providing us with contingency plans for any future events. With that, the two began to discuss who would take charge of this endeavor. Ultimately, they decided to allocate 4 billion to their 7th uncle to organize the necessary personnel, as he was resourceful, efficient, and well-connected, ensuring a worry-free execution of the plan. Han Ning called her brother Han Qingshan, asking him to come over. After finalizing this important matter, Han Ning resumed her study of martial arts, while Han Shaoxing excused himself to the restroom. Within a quarter of an hour, his brother Han Qingshan arrived. Han Ning recounted the matters discussed earlier to his younger brother, and the 3 of them deliberated on the details before finalizing the action plan, with Han Qingshan assisting Uncle Qi in this endeavor. As Han Qingshan was set to return to Chang'an City for work on the 8th day of the lunar month, it was imperative to implement this plan before his departure. In Chapter 72, the two continued to organize the books after Han Qingshan's departure. Feeling that the study was somewhat cramped, they decided to reorganize the rooms on the 1st and 2nd floors, converting them into 2 storage rooms, 4 studies, 2 living rooms, 2 dining rooms, and 4 bedrooms, while dedicating the remaining 10 rooms to house items brought back from other worlds. With 4 studies established, Han Shaoxing felt that the space would suffice for the time being. He took all the books from the 2 rings and sorted them into several piles, assigning Han Ning the task of labeling them. After acquiring a new bookshelf, he inscribed Treasure Pavilion on the labels, intending to place the 5 volumes of 5 elements techniques that Han Ning was currently reading on this shelf. Lu Danning's martial arts insights were to be stored on a separate shelf, labeled accordingly, with future martial arts texts designated for this particular shelf. Books obtained from Zhenwu Temple were arranged on one shelf, while journals were placed on the lower shelf. The 10 or so volumes that possibly contained martial arts secrets were set on the upper shelf, marked with Zhenwu Temple Collection to indicate their origin. The volumes acquired from Shirshao were numerous enough to warrant occupying an entire room, and the two collaborated to categorize these books, affixing labels that included the suffix Longmen Town Shirshao. Seeing Han Ying's curiosity about this suffix, Han Shaoxing explained that it referred to his acquisition from a person named Shirshao in Longmen Town, who offered fair prices, ensuring no deceit. However, he remained uncertain about the quality of the materials and planned to seek a reliable assessment during his next visit. He emphasized the importance of documenting the source and acquisition date of the books brought back from other worlds, as different individuals offered varying techniques and versions, and without the ability to discern their quality, they could only make rough evaluations based on their sources. As Han Ying surveyed the plethora of books, she remarked that he would benefit from a dedicated space for storing items, akin to a library or museum, for ease of reference and preservation. Han Shaoxing concurred, and they began to brainstorm solutions to this issue. Ultimately, considering the family's decision to purchase land and build a property, they resolved to establish a grand family library within the new building specifically for collecting books. The library would be divided into 3 sections: an outer hall for modern literature, a central hall for copies of ancient texts, and an inner sanctum for tomes brought back from other realms. This responsibility would fall upon the younger brother to implement. After completing the organization of the books, it was time for lunch, and they headed to their mother's house for a meal. As it was still the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, the family gathered together, and upon Han Shaoxing's arrival, they welcomed him with warmth and curiosity. Considering that the family members would eventually seek longevity through cultivation, Han Shaoxing prepared to reveal a portion of his secret. He demonstrated the wonders of the storage ring to his family, much to their astonishment. After lunch, he took his family to the Dihao community to showcase the various cultivation texts he had brought back, leaving them in awe and wonder. They then convened in the living room to discuss 2 matters: how to organize everyone's cultivation and how to safeguard the family's secrets, specifically regarding the control of information among the informed. After an afternoon of deliberation, they found no satisfactory solutions for either issue. To facilitate cultivation, they first needed to ascertain each person's constitution and suitable techniques, but lacking the necessary instruments to test spiritual roots. They ultimately decided that Han Shaoxing would procure the equipment during his next trip. After all these years, a delay of a year or so was inconsequential. It would be wiser to first enhance everyone's physical condition to prolong their lifespans. Keeping secrets proved more challenging, as people are inherently social beings with close relationships. They agreed that, aside from those present, no information should be disclosed for the time being. If there was a need to include others in the loop, a meeting would be convened to discuss strategies. After addressing these 2 matters, they decided to postpone further discussions until after the Lunar New Year, prioritizing familial visits during this festive period. Han Shaoxing and Han Ying found this reasoning sound and chose to relax their vigilance, opting to focus on copying, translating, and printing books, a task that family members would voluntarily undertake. Once the family departed, Han Shaoxing opened his laptop in the living room, retrieved 2 mobile phones, connected to Wi-Fi, and began transferring photos from the phones to the computer. With an overwhelming number of items to transfer, he decided to start with the new phone, estimating that the process would take at least 2 days to complete. As he idly calculated the time, he realized that his stay in the Jinwu continent had lasted 23 days, while only 23 hours had passed in the real world, maintaining a ratio of 1:24, unchanged from his previous experience, likely due to the alternate world transition. After a brief rest, he retrieved the 3 weapons from the Taoists in Jinwu Temple. Concerned about potential toxins, he took them to the bathroom, rinsing them under warm water for several minutes before leaving them to dry. He also washed his hiking backpack and set it out on the balcony to air dry, knowing he had a spare backpack available. Initially intending to sort through the miscellaneous items in the storage rings, he realized the time was already approaching 5 p.m. and hastily prepared a bowl of noodles. After dinner at his mother's house, the family gathered in the living room for tea. Han Shaoxing took out his phone to shop online, logging into JD.com. He searched for printers and decided to purchase 2 HPA-4 color laser printers, one for his residence and the other for his father, adding them to his shopping cart with the intention of finalizing the purchase after discussing it with his father. Turning back to see his brother-in-law using his phone to look up traditional characters, he suddenly thought it would be prudent to place 2 computers in his mother's spacious house. Having these computers would greatly facilitate online research, unlike the current situation where he couldn't use a laptop for such inquiries. Contemplating this, he resolved to discuss the idea with his parents and shared his thoughts with Han Ying, casually mentioning the printer purchase. Han Ying agreed with the acquisition of color printers, but suggested adding an A3 color laser printer for printing A3 blueprints and photographs. After conferring with his father about acquiring computers and receiving his mother's approval, they reached a decision. The conclusion was to place a 30-inch all-in-one desktop computer in the downstairs living room, primarily for guests to access the internet, another 30-inch all-in-one desktop in his father's study, and yet another 30-inch all-in-one desktop in the upstairs living room for internet use. After discussing the computers for their mother's house, his brother-in-law expressed interest as well. Having used their computers for 5 years, he planned to purchase 3 30-inch all-in-one desktops to replace their outdated equipment upon returning to the provincial capital. Han Xiaosheng attempted to place an order on JD.com, but Han Ning advised him to purchase the items directly in the provincial capital for quicker acquisition. He realized the wisdom in this suggestion and decided it was indeed best to buy locally. In Chapter 73, The Father's Wish, the next morning, Han Xiaosheng had just risen when Han Ning came to remind him. Xiaosheng, I noticed your last journey was rather abrupt. Will your future travels be similarly sudden? If so, you must be prepared mentally and carry essential supplies with you. Han Xiaosheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, last time I was caught off guard. I fear that in the future, I shall need to carry a backpack whenever I venture outside, as I must keep my essential belongings close at hand to prevent anyone from discovering my storage ring, lest they become tempted to seize it. As for other items, they can be concealed within the ring, yet it is imperative to devise a method for its concealment. Wearing it on my finger may attract undue attention due to its value, while placing it in my pocket raises the risk of misplacing it. Han Ning suggested that he promptly drive to the provincial city to procure urgently needed equipment and supplies, safeguarding against the possibility of an unexpected transference. Regarding the concealment of the storage ring, she would consult with her mother to devise a strategy. Han Xiaosheng wholeheartedly agreed and planned to make the trip to the provincial city that afternoon. Recalling that he needed to purchase a printer and computer, he was also reminded of matters concerning the true martial continent. Previously, he had sold his down jacket and binoculars to Old Feng, converting them into martial arts techniques and gold coins, and he had promised to provide him with rare items on his next visit. Since he was heading to the provincial city, he resolved to gather all the items he owed Old Feng to avoid any awkwardness during his next encounter. The first item on his shopping list was binoculars. He intended to acquire several to keep at home as a reserve, and to store a few in the ring as well. Without them, should another sudden transference occur, he would be deprived of the ability to observe from afar, significantly increasing the danger in an alternate world. Next, he needed to prepare essential supplies for Old Feng, a commitment he had made, and he planned to gather multiple sets, ensuring their utility in potential other worlds. If his next destination happened to be the true martial continent, possessing new supplies would allow him to fulfill his promise to Old Feng, while also exchanging these goods for resources from that realm, effectively creating a symbiotic relationship between the two worlds. Should he find himself in a different world, he would still be well prepared, as the supplies could always be utilized. The challenge lay in discerning which items would be in high demand in an alternate realm, a question that required careful contemplation. With these thoughts in mind, Han Xiaosheng began to reflect on his experiences in Longmen Town within the true martial continent, pondering which types of supplies might be scarce in that world. During lunch, the family gathered at his mother's house. Once everyone was seated, his father stood and declared, "Everyone, please quiet down and lend me your ears for a moment." The chatter at the dining table ceased abruptly as all eyes turned toward him, eager to listen. His father continued, addressing Han Ning and Han Xiaosheng. "There is a matter that Han Ning mentioned yesterday concerning our ancestral home. We have come to a consensus after some discussion. Last year, thanks to the traditional herbal health soup developed by Han Ning and Xiaosheng, we opened a health food therapy restaurant, which has brought our family immense benefits, not only restoring our health but also generating considerable income. We believe that now that we have gained some wealth, it is indeed time to undertake endeavors previously beyond our means. Our ancestral home in the countryside comprises part of what our forebears left behind and part that we constructed ourselves. Han Ning, you and your brothers grew up in that home. It is your origin, your foundation. In the past, when we were less affluent and had purchased a house in the county, you were reluctant to renovate the ancestral home, fearing that if we moved back to the countryside, we would not be well cared for. We understand that concern. Now that we have the means, I believe it is time to restore our ancestral home, for it represents our legacy and the roots of the Han family. By renovating it, we preserve the house left by our ancestors, expanding its area so that even those who have passed can take pride in us. Moreover, our ancestors were hardworking farmers who, after earning their income, were frugal and invested in purchasing land. Much of the land, soil, and forests in our community were once acquired by my grandfather, only to later be collectivized. Although these lands now belong to the collective, We can rent them and manage them wisely. With many rural laborers seeking work elsewhere, few are willing to farm at home, making this an opportune time to rent, facing minimal resistance and gaining support from agricultural and forestry departments. Your mother still holds a rural household registration, and I also wish to transfer mine back to the village. This would significantly reduce obstacles in acquiring land, soil, and forests. We could establish a long-term lease with the village and township, perhaps for 50 or even 70 years, with provisions for preferential renewal rights and substantial penalties for breach of contract, say, 100 or 1,000 times the annual rent. If we can secure this arrangement, those lands would effectively be ours for the long term, a legitimate form of ownership akin to large farms abroad, passing down through generations as long as national policies remain unchanged. After his father concluded, he sat down to await the family's reaction. The atmosphere was lively, and Han Shaoxing began to applaud, prompting a chorus of applause from everyone present. Han Ying stood, her voice filled with excitement. Experience speaks volumes. Father, having spent many years in government, your perspective is indeed far-reaching. I accept this mission on behalf of our generation and pledge to prioritize the leasing of land and the renovation of our ancestral home, ensuring that our agricultural endeavors benefit not only our family, but also the villagers and the collective. Shaoxing, I entrust this task to you, as we are all busy with work, and you have the most available time. Laughter erupted among the family, for it was well understood that Han Shaoxing, the only one without a job, bore the weight of this responsibility. Standing, he declared his determination. Rest assured, I will diligently fulfill the tasks entrusted to me by my parents and sister, living up to your expectations. The laughter continued, and once it subsided, Han Shaoxing raised his glass, stating, last year, our family was favored by fate, prospering in wealth, health, and happiness. I hope this year brings even greater success. Let us toast to our agricultural endeavors, to our ancestral home soon to be revitalized, and to the resurgence of our family legacy. Cheers! Everyone lifted their glasses, downing their drinks in unison, before relishing the delectable dishes lovingly prepared by their mother, engaging in spirited discussions about the matters at hand. After the meal, as the children went downstairs to play, the adults gathered around the table to discuss their plans, ultimately dividing responsibilities. Han Shaoxing and Uncle Qi would oversee the ancestral home and the leasing of land, while his parents continued their work on the herbal health soup, and his sister, Han Ying, pursued her archaeological education endeavors. Chapter 74, Journey to Star City. After lunch, Han Shaoxing invited Han Ying to help him organize his storage ring. They returned to the Dihao community, opening an unused garage on the ground floor. With a mere thought, the black storage ring began to spill forth soil in a steady stream, prompting an explanation from him. Sister, I don't quite understand why this soil has developed mold. I am reluctant to discard it. Could you take a look and see what it is? However, we must take precautions to avoid any contamination. As the garage filled to half its capacity, Han Shaoxing paused, realizing the ring had run out of the peculiar soil. Han Ying collected some in a plastic bag, intending to take it back to room 1802 for testing. Room 1802 served as their father's experimental space, while room 1902 above it lay unused. They ascended to the second floor and entered the living room of room 1902, where Han Shaoxing retrieved the clothing from both rings and laid them out on the floor. Han Ying observed the ancient garments with curiosity, noting that they seemed quite different from the historical costumes seen on television. However, considering they were from the true martial continent, another world, such differences were to be expected. The challenge lay in determining how to handle these items. At this moment, Han Shaoxing had already moved into the more than 10 vacant rooms, extracting the weapons from both storage rings and placing them in different chambers. When Han Ying arrived and saw the towering piles of weaponry in the two rooms, she could not help but remark with exasperation, "You claim this isn't a robbery of the sect. Have you instead looted a family's armory?" Han Shaoxing had no choice but to explain. This blue storage ring was a gift left to me by the late Shi Shao, while the black storage ring was discovered in a true martial Taoist temple, resting on the finger of a deceased skeleton. I found it. It was not acquired through theft. Recalling something, he wondered whether Han Ying had seen the contents of his phone, which contained numerous photos of a stunning beauty. He switched to another room and removed the other miscellaneous items from the two rings, leaving only the rare materials within. Seeing the assortment of items, including many ancient-style women's intimate garments, Han Ying was at a loss for words. Once she noticed Han Shaoxing had ceased his rummaging, her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Is that all?" "Of course, there are still a few treasures," he replied. Entering the study, he waved his hand, and rows of shelves appeared, adorned with various rare items. He explained the categorization and functions of the different spirit stones to her, then pointed to the remaining unfamiliar items, saying, "Those are rare treasures. I am unfamiliar with them, but there are books on Shi Xiao's shelves that provide information, which I will need to examine in due course." Upon hearing Han Xiaoxing's words, Han Ying's eyes sparkled. These were indeed excellent materials for cultivating immortality. She rushed to the shelves, inspecting each item and pulling Han Xiaoxing along, refusing to let him leave. Feeling a bit helpless, he remarked, "I still need to go to the provincial city." Reluctantly, Han Ying allowed her brother to depart, opting to search for the book that detailed the rare treasures herself. Han Xiaoxing entered the restroom and thoroughly cleaned the remaining dust from the 2 storage rings, washing it all away before stepping out. He took a tour of each room and the living area, utilizing the black storage ring to collect numerous useful supplies, primarily spirit stones, spirit fruits, weapons, and armor. Considering the possibility of an abrupt journey to another realm, he also packed a significant amount of food and various outdoor supplies. After completing his preparations, he entered the study and placed the martial arts insights given to him by Lu Danning into the black storage ring, intending to study them whenever he had the chance. Subsequently, he packed his phone and laptop into his hiking bag and descended the stairs, driving his SUV onto the highway. As the provincial capital of Xiang Province, Xingqing is steeped in history, renowned as a cultural city in China. Known for its association with Chujia and its significance during the Chu-Han contention, often referred to as the land of Shaoxiang. The history of Xingqing can be traced back to ancient times. Archaeological evidence suggests that primitive humans roamed the area during the Paleolithic era, approximately 150,000 to 200,000 years ago. From antiquity to the present, Xingqing has remained a pivotal hub in central China, a center for economy, politics, and culture. Thus, it boasts numerous famous historical sites, including the Mulwangdui Han tombs, the 4 Sheep Square Zun, the Wu bamboo slips of the 3 Kingdoms, Yuelu Academy, and the Tongguan Kiln. Contemplating the ancient traces of immortals and sages that may linger in these historical landmarks, he felt a yearning to pay homage to them at some point. During the Lantern Festival, Xingqing was alive with festivity, streets adorned with colorful decorations as citizens lit thousands of lanterns, gathering with family and friends to admire the lights, visit flower markets, set off fireworks, and revel in song and dance. Despite the cold weather, the enthusiasm of the people remained undiminished, the streets bustling with crowds and traffic. After a challenging journey, Han Xiaoxing finally navigated through the throngs of vehicles and pedestrians, parking his car in the most vibrant area, which housed the Computer City, department stores, movie theaters, shopping plazas, pedestrian streets, and automobile city, a perfect locale for shopping and leisure. He first parked in the underground garage, donned his hiking bag, and walked above ground, weaving through the dense crowd towards the automobile city. This expansive automobile city covered an area of 2,000 acres. Han Xiaoxing headed straight for a 4S dealership, intending to purchase several robust 4-wheel drive off-road vehicles, hoping that one day he could take them to another world, providing himself with a better chance of survival in dangerous situations. After nearly an hour of browsing and comparing several brands, he ultimately chose the domestically produced Tank 700 from Great Wall Motors, primarily considering its formidable performance and convenient after-sales maintenance, as well as its status as a domestic vehicle. The service at the Great Wall 4S dealership was commendable. There were no unpleasant encounters based on appearances, despite Han Xiaoxing being dressed in ordinary clothes, none of which cost over 1,000 yuan. With ample funds at his disposal, he did not haggle and directly purchased the top-tier model, paying in full on the spot. Consequently, he received warm service from the 4S dealership, with the charming sales manager eagerly handing him a business card, hoping he would return often. Although the general manager was not present in the store, upon receiving notification, he immediately called the staff, instructing them to complete all vehicle paperwork for Han Xiaoxing before the end of the day and deliver it to him. After finalizing the car purchase, Han Xiaoxing embarked on a shopping spree, swiftly passing through areas that did not interest him, focusing instead on items that would be beneficial for his journey. He was cautious not to reveal the storage rings in public, making several trips to the underground garage to empty his hands of items. Soon, he realized his vehicle was nearly full, so he climbed inside and transferred all the goods into the black storage ring before continuing his shopping. Feeling that there was little left to buy, he called the Great Wall 4S dealership to inquire about the status of his paperwork. A quarter of an hour later, a towering off-road vehicle came to a halt before Han Xiaoxing. The door swung open, revealing a tall beauty with an alluring figure, dressed in a red down jacket over a low-cut white sweater and wearing high heels, somehow managing to drive in such footwear. The beauty approached Han Xiaosheng with a slight smile, her presence as refreshing as a spring breeze, extending her hand in introduction. Hello, sir. I am Qiao Weiwei, the general manager of the 4S dealership. It is a pleasure to meet you. Han Xiaosheng shook Qiao Weiwei's hand, surprised. I never expected the manager to be so young and beautiful, truly remarkable. Qiao Weiwei withdrew her hand, and as she gazed at Han Xiaosheng's handsome and masculine features, her heart raced slightly. She quickly handed him a document envelope, saying, Sir, this contains your vehicle paperwork and documents. Please check them over. Han Xiaosheng opened the envelope and glanced through its contents, satisfied that there appeared to be no issues. Before saying to Qiao Weiwei, Ms. Qiao, I am heading back to Longjiang. I now have 2 vehicles, but I am in need of a driver. Could you assist me in finding one? I am unfamiliar with this area. Please, just call me Weiwei. I will help you find a driver. Please wait a moment. Han Xiaosheng replied, All right, Weiwei, you need not call me sir. Just refer to me as Han Xiaosheng or Xiaosheng. While waiting for the driver, the two moved some larger items into the new vehicle, then climbed inside. Qiao Weiwei began explaining the various features of the new car and how to operate them, with one attentively explaining and the other listening intently. Initially, Han Xiaosheng was indeed focused, but as Qiao Weiwei bent over to operate the screen, a glimpse of her pristine skin and subtle curves captured his gaze, rendering him unable to look away. It is no wonder that he was so easily captivated. Primarily, Qiao Weiwei's figure was extraordinarily appealing. Her skin was fair, her curves pronounced, and her assets were nothing short of impressive, at least a 36D. Dressed in a low-cut thin sweater that accentuated her silhouette, she bent slightly, revealing the enticing expanse of her neckline and a tantalizing deep cleavage. Having been divorced for many years and deprived of physical affection, he found himself unable to resist when he first encountered Hanyu, and now, with this opportunity, he indulged his eyes. As Qiao Weiwei earnestly explained, she suddenly noticed that Han Xiaosheng had not responded. Looking up, she caught him gazing intently at her neckline, and her face flushed crimson. Quickly straightening, she covered her chest and scolded playfully, Pervert. Han Xiaosheng, realizing he had lost the view, felt a pang of regret and turned his head away. Qiao Weiwei, somewhat unwilling to let it go, remarked, You lecher. Here I am explaining things, and yet you take advantage of me. Han Xiaosheng chuckled, Weiwei, it's simply that your assets are too substantial. If I were to exhibit no reaction, it would be tantamount to disrespecting you. Feeling a bit bashful, Qiao Weiwei playfully attempted to pinch him, but Han Xiaosheng defended himself, and their playful banter eased the awkwardness. Continuing her explanation, she remained acutely aware of his gaze, no longer bending or lowering her head to avoid his scrutiny, which left Han Xiaosheng feeling slightly disappointed. At last, the driver Qiao Weiwei had called arrived, her cousin, Qiao Hu, a lean young man whose name seemed a contradiction to his appearance. Qiao Hu, an extroverted individual, noticed the compatibility between his cousin and Han Xiaosheng and jested, Sis, the two of you look quite like a couple together. I think you'd make a good match, saving our uncle and aunt the trouble of always urging you to find someone. Qiao Weiwei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she retorted playfully, Huzi, do you want a beating? Qiao Hu shrank back into the old car, evidently having been bullied previously, showing a hint of trepidation towards Qiao Weiwei. Seeing Han Xiaosheng about to enter the car, Qiao Weiwei inquired with concern, Xiaosheng, you're not familiar with this new car. Would you like me to drive? I'm accustomed to this model. It would be safer while you get used to it. Han Xiaosheng, who had never been particularly keen on driving, was more than willing to accept her offer, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he exited the car and took the passenger seat. As Qiao Weiwei settled into the driver's seat and started the car, she asked Han Xiaosheng for his address, activated the navigation system, and exited the parking lot, with Qiao Hu following closely behind in Han Xiaosheng's SUV. Throughout the journey, Han Xiaosheng engaged in light conversation with Qiao Weiwei while admiring the alluring curves concealed beneath her sweater. His unabashed admiration drew several exasperated glances from Qiao Weiwei, who, unable to do anything about it, could only blush and allow him to gaze. During their chat, Han Xiaosheng revealed his divorce, which drew Qiao Weiwei closer. She shared her struggles with parental pressure to marry and requested his assistance in fending off their inquiries next time, to which Han Xiaosheng readily agreed. Feeling no loss in doing so, time flew in their delightful exchange, and before they knew it, they had arrived at Han Xiaosheng's residence, parking in front of Building 18 in the Dihao community. After settling the fare with Qiao, who and asking for a hand with some items, Han Xiaosheng invited Qiao Weiwei upstairs to visit. Initially hesitant, Qiao Weiwei followed him up when he mentioned that his parents were in another neighborhood. Upon entering apartment 1801, Xiao Weiwei was taken aback by the spaciousness of the two-level home. Such a large space, and you live here all alone? She exclaimed. Han Xiaosheng smiled. Indeed. It's just me. It's spacious, and I can arrange things as I please. It offers a sense of freedom. Xiao Hu, having set down the items, remarked, Brother Xiaosheng, this place is truly vast. In the provincial capital, such an area would likely cost no less than 10 million. Han Xiaosheng replied, Well, it's a small county, so prices aren't as outrageous. This furnished model unit cost me 2 million. Ah, that's quite affordable compared to the provincial capital. Xiao Weiwei noted. Indeed, the apartment across from me, 1802, was purchased for only 120,000, and it's bare. Xiao Weiwei, intrigued, asked, What do you need such a large space for? Living alone must be quite lonely. Han Xiaosheng smiled mysteriously. This side is my personal residence, while the other is my studio and a place to occasionally host guests. I have ample room, and Longjiang has many beautiful scenic spots. You're welcome to bring your colleagues and friends over for a weekend getaway. Of course, I would be even more delighted if you came alone. I'd be your guide. Catching the suggestive undertone in Han Xiaosheng's words, Xiao Hu raised his eyebrows, while Xiao Weiwei's cheeks turned slightly rosy as she shot him a glare. All right, I'll make sure to bring a few girlfriends along to keep you busy. She replied playfully. After 5 trips, they finally moved all the items bought that afternoon upstairs, filling the living and dining areas to the brim. Han Xiaosheng invited them to sit on the sofa and brewed tea, and they began discussing the attractions of Longjiang. Just as the conversation was getting lively, the door swung open and Hanning entered. Noticing the guests, she came over to greet them. Upon hearing Han Xiaosheng introduce Xiao Weiwei and Xiao Hu as siblings, Hanning's interest piqued, and she subtly began to inquire about Xiao Weiwei's background. Xiao Weiwei, being astute, quickly grasped Hanning's intentions. Though slightly embarrassed, she warmed up to Hanning after learning she taught at a university in the provincial capital, and the two engaged in a lively conversation, exchanging WeChat information. As dinner time approached, Hanning eagerly tried to persuade them to stay, but Xiao Weiwei and her brother were resolute in their decision to leave. Hailing a taxi back to the provincial capital, watching the Xiao siblings depart in a taxi, Hanning sighed. Previously, our mother introduced you to many women, but none worked out. Now, it seems you've already encountered 2 lovely ladies, both of whom seem fond of you. Han Xiaosheng, feeling rather pleased with himself, shook his head and replied, Ah, when one is in high spirits, fortune smiles upon them. I believe I am experiencing a stroke of luck. Hanning could only chuckle in disbelief. All right, return and inventory the items you purchased today. I want to see how well you've prepared. I'll be heading back tomorrow, so you'll be on your own then. Chapter 76, Nightmare. Back in the living room, the two began to unpack and take stock of the items on the floor. After counting, they found a wide variety of goods, primarily large items like computers and printers. They had purchased 4 printers, 3 capable of printing A4 paper and 1 that could handle A3. They decided to keep 1 A3 and 1 A4 printer at Han Xiaosheng's, send 1 to his mother's house, and the last to apartment 1902 across the hall. 3 AOC all-in-one desktop computers, all with 30-inch screens, were prepared for his parents. Han Xiaosheng opted not to take a desktop, having purchased 10 large-screen laptops instead, along with 20 batteries, placing 1 in the living room and another in the study, while storing the rest away. Additionally, he bought 20 high-end smartphones and 100 camera phones, recalling the store owner's expression, who had treated him like a deity. These smartphones were intended to accompany him during his travels, while the camera phones were meant for sale in another world, hoping to fetch a good price. He stocked up on essential items for his journey: 10 telescopes, 10 high-spec smartphones, 10 large-capacity power banks, 10 waterproof compasses, 10 waterproof mechanical watches, and 10 kitchen knife sets. For food, he only purchased candies, chocolates, filled biscuits, and Xiaomi sticks, nearly emptying a small supermarket to prepare for a possible food shortage in the foreign realm. Han Xiaosheng also acquired numerous women's garments, including long dresses, kipeos, shirts, jeans, lingerie, and some feminine hygiene products, intending to sell them in the foreign trade market. After sorting everything, Hanning separated the items that needed to be taken away, leaving behind the printer and desktop computer while placing all other supplies into the black storage ring. After some contemplation, he also decided to store the stones brought back from the Valley world into the black storage ring, intending to have them appraised in another world. As for the Wudao Qingcha, he set aside half of it, planning to sell it in other worlds as well. Given that he had just begun his cultivation journey, having not yet reached the second layer of qi refining, and still being a novice in martial arts, Han Xiaosheng felt his combat abilities were rather inadequate. He resolved to strengthen his training for a week to further enhance his physical fitness and escape speed. With the storage ring in hand, he contemplated a trip abroad to procure firearms, especially sniper rifles, to bring to the other world, hoping they would prove invaluable. At that moment, Han Ing remarked, "I believe we have gathered sufficient supplies for now. As for future necessities, we can discuss them later. However, there are two more pressing matters I need to address. Firstly, you urgently require a private residence to serve as a crossing point and storage site. This place, which once felt spacious, now seems rather cramped with all the supplies. We need to find a more spacious location. Acquiring land and constructing a house will take time, so we should purchase an existing property for now. Secondly, we need to translate the written and visual materials you brought back as quickly as possible and print them in simplified form. That way, you can easily reference them later." Han Shaoxing replied, "You are absolutely right. Your insight is remarkable. However, since we need to prepare a sizable inventory, why not open a large supermarket managed by relatives? This way, we can stock the necessary supplies while maintaining a low profile." Han Ing agreed, saying, "That's a splendid idea. As for finding a private residence, I shall take responsibility. I will make time to scout around for any available buildings. If I come across one exceeding 5 stories, I will purchase it entirely. Once I have secured a private residence, I can open a large supermarket nearby, entrusting its management to my family. I don't expect the supermarket to generate profits. It merely needs to serve as a cover for my supplies. Moreover, with the vast amount of materials I brought back, relying solely on you for translation would be both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Aren't you a professor in archaeology? You could divide the materials into segments and enlist the help of professionals in archaeology and ancient scripts to translate them separately. We could pay them a portion upon completion of their respective parts. After all, our finances are abundant. You could require them to submit their translations in electronic format, and once all documents are received, you could compile them into a cohesive translation. Just imagine the speed of translation with so many assisting, from young students to retired professors. If you manage to translate everything, our family can commence their studies promptly. When I bring back the equipment for testing spiritual roots next time, they will be able to identify suitable cultivation techniques and embark on their journey sooner." "Excellent, Shaoxing. You shall handle the search for the house, while I will organize the translations." After discussing their plans, they each set out to execute their tasks. After dinner, Han Shaoxing returned to his residence, preparing 2 sets of essential items for the journey, one in the bedroom and another in the living room of 1901, before settling into bed for the night. The following morning, Han Shaoxing awoke with a start from a nightmare in which he found himself in a dark world filled with strife and corpses littering the ground. He evaded pursuers in a state of utter peril until he finally awakened. Restless and agitated, he could not discern the meaning of this dream, having just begun his cultivation and possessing an acute intuition about the future. Frustrated, Han Shaoxing paced his room. Eventually, he brewed a cup of Wudao tea, hoping it would inspire clarity in his chaotic state. He retrieved a teapot, added a few green leaves, and poured in half a pot of boiling water. Watching the leaves swirl within, through the glass, he observed the leaves expanding, tiny bubbles forming on their surface. Once the water transformed into a jade hue, Han Shaoxing poured himself a cup and took a sip. A refreshing sensation coursed through his spine, reaching the back of his head, and his mind became remarkably clear. He began to reflect on his personal experiences over the past 6 months. Memories of his past life flashed before him like a film, showcasing the turmoil of his former existence, where family and career were overshadowed by failure. After embarking on this journey, everything began to improve. Financial worries dissipated. His health rejuvenated to that of a 20-year-old, and his family thrived with his assistance. Indeed, everything had transformed for the better. Was he not satisfied? What reason did he have to feel troubled? His sole focus should be on survival, yet his thoughts had grown increasingly greedy, and he needed to maintain a tranquil mindset. 15 minutes later, Han Shaoxing emerged from his contemplative state induced by the Wudao tea. Hearing some noise, he turned to see his sister, Han Ing, ascending the stairs. Upon reaching him, she inquired, "Shaoxing, I recall you mentioned bringing back numerous photos and videos, including instructional videos on the 5 elements techniques. Could you please locate those for me? I am eager to begin my cultivation practice." Han Shaoxing slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about that matter. He booted up the desktop computer in the living room and found the videos of Han Yu's lectures, transferring them to a USB drive before handing it to Han Ing. "These are the videos I brought back, featuring an excellent female instructor. However, be advised that the knowledge pertains to that world. The acupoints, meridians, and materials mentioned may not correspond to those on Earth, so it would be wise to review them multiple times. Han Ying responded with enthusiasm, saying, "With these videos, I am certain I can quickly grasp the fundamentals. I appreciate your help. This is my passion, and I will work diligently to succeed." She continued, "Given the importance of these materials, I suggest you acquire another desktop computer solely for internet use, as this one contains recordings and photographs. I would prefer to disable both wired and wireless network cards to prevent any online access." Han Xiaosheng replied, "You might as well purchase a new computer at the county's electronics market since they are quite affordable. You could request the vendor to remove the network cards and select the largest hard drive available for data storage." "Excellent idea, Xiaosheng. I will go buy the computer this morning," Han Ying exclaimed. After some thought, Han Xiaosheng added, "It would be prudent to buy 2 computers to safeguard against data loss due to virus attacks. This way, if one encounters issues, the other will serve as a backup. You could even acquire 2 for your home, ensuring you have a reliable setup." After coming to this understanding, Han Ying readily agreed and promptly set off to purchase the computers. With his mind now at ease, Han Xiaosheng dismissed worries about the previous night's nightmare and began consuming peaches, black fruits, and ginkgo nuts, engaging in vigorous physical training. 2 hours later, he concluded his workout, took a refreshing shower, and entered his study. Sitting at his desk, he contemplated the black water technique, realizing that reaching the second layer of qi refining within a short period might be challenging. He decided it would be more beneficial to focus on martial arts training, as body refinement could enhance his strength more rapidly, given that martial arts had less stringent requirements for aptitude compared to cultivation. As Han Xiaosheng perused the martial arts insights provided by Lu Dan, he simultaneously engaged with the recorded video, diligently noting the meanings of various phrases in his notebook. After documenting each sentence, he paused the recording, reflecting deeply on its significance before proceeding to the next. Should he encounter a phrase that eluded his understanding, he would skip it and continue onward. Thus, Han Xiaosheng became wholly absorbed in his studies, oblivious to the passage of time, until Han Ying called out to him, prompting his swift exit from the study. As he assisted Han Ying in unboxing the computer, she inquired, "Are all the computers placed in the living room? Should we set one in the study as well?" After a moment of contemplation, Han Xiaosheng replied, "The living room requires 2 such computers, both with large screens, as they are more comfortable for viewing. One will be for data storage, while the other will serve for internet access. The desk in the study is somewhat narrow. I intend to replace it with a larger table, accommodating 2 large screen computers, one for data storage and the other for web browsing, facilitating our work." Han Ying, slightly exasperated, remarked, "You should have mentioned this sooner. It seems I must make another trip to purchase a larger desk and a computer. I noticed the desk in the living room is also a bit cramped. Given the ample space, it might be better to invest in a large conference table. Placing the big computers farther away will be easier on the eyes, and it can double as a meeting table." Han Xiaosheng clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "What a splendid idea. I leave it to you." Han Ying shot him an incredulous glance, retorting, "Are you treating me as mere labor? How outrageous." After setting up the computers and connecting the power and wireless peripherals, they powered them on. The operating system had already been installed at the computer store, and all necessary software was ready. Han Xiaosheng began transferring data using a portable hard drive. Meanwhile, Han Ying discarded the packaging in the storage room and returned to the computer, browsing through various photos. As Han Xiaosheng prepared to copy photos and videos onto his newly acquired laptop, a gasp from Han Ying drew his attention. "Oh my, where did this come from? Xiaosheng, come here." When he turned to look, he found the stunning Han Yu in their midst. He explained, "Sister, this is a distressed beauty I rescued in Longmen Town. In gratitude for my assistance, she helped me record numerous instructional videos on martial arts." "Ah, you've been shortchanged. Such a breathtaking beauty. Surely her gratitude should have been expressed in a more intimate manner rather than merely becoming a teacher. That's far too lenient." Observing the playful expression on Han Ying's face, Han Xiaosheng couldn't help but chuckle. "Isn't there a saying? In ancient times, when a hero saved a maiden, if he was handsome, she would shyly declare, 'To repay your life-saving grace, I shall offer myself.' If he was less appealing, she would say, 'To repay your life-saving grace, I can only serve you in the next life.' I suppose my looks fall short." Han Ying burst into laughter. "I suspect she favors dashing young men. You might be out of luck. However, with Qiao Weiwei and Zhang Xiuyan in your life, a little effort could win you their affection." Han Xiaosheng shook his head. "Let it be. I have too many matters to attend to now. I shall let things unfold naturally." Noticing his reluctance to continue the topic, Han Ning shifted her focus back to the videos, studying the 5 elements martial arts alongside the recordings. Seeing her engrossed, Han Xiaosheng settled cross-legged in the middle of the living room and began to practice the black water technique. Observing his meditation, Han Ning curiously asked, "Xiaosheng, your method of cultivation is rather slow. The spiritual energy on earth is too sparse. If it weren't so, Taoism wouldn't be in decline. Don't you possess water spirit stones? Why not use them directly for cultivation? Are they not useful for anything else?" Her words struck a chord with Han Xiaosheng, who felt a wave of regret for neglecting the treasures at his disposal. He sheepishly admitted, "I've accumulated so many different items and techniques that I momentarily forgot how to utilize these spirit stones. However, now that you've reminded me, I shall not forget again." With that, he retrieved a blue spirit stone from his storage ring and resumed his meditation. Holding the spirit stone, he focused his mind on it, and as he sensed its essence, he discovered it was infused with solidified spiritual energy. With a mere thought, a continuous flow of energy surged into his body, guided by his intentions, entering his dantian and merging into the swirling vortex within. He felt the vortex expand incrementally, its growth surpassing the speed he had achieved during his cultivation in the true martial continent, evoking a sense of euphoria that drew him deeper into the experience. As he immersed himself in his practice, the spiritual energy in his dantian gradually increased. Lost in time, he continued until fatigue set in. Realizing he had reached his limit for the day, he severed his mental connection with the spirit stone and emerged from his meditative state. Reflecting on his progress, he estimated that within 2 days, his dantian would be saturated with energy, allowing him to advance to the next stage. Chapter 78. Divine Weapons. Upon concluding his meditation, Han Ning rose and led him to the bathroom door, pointing at 3 weapons on the floor. "These are the 3 weapons you brought back, right? They've been in the bathroom for quite some time. I believe it's unwise to leave them here. It could lead to awkward explanations. We should find a room to conceal them." Han Xiaosheng pondered for a moment. "I suspect these weapons hold some significance. However, I've been preoccupied with important matters and Haven Tea had the chance to test their power. Since I just bought a set of kitchen knives, I think it would be prudent to use them for testing." With that, he retrieved a set of kitchen knives from the storage room, unpacked them, and selected the cleaver. Cautioning Han Ning to step back, he tentatively struck the short sword with the cleaver, not daring to apply too much force. To his astonishment, a light crack echoed as the front half of the cleaver broke off and fell onto the tiles, leaving him with only the rear half. The short sword, however, remained entirely rusted, showing no signs of damage. Both Han Xiaosheng and Han Ning stood in stunned silence, scarcely able to believe their eyes. The kitchen knives were purportedly of the finest quality, crafted from the best materials, yet they had proven ineffective against this rusted sword, which seemed to possess an extraordinary edge. Han Xiaosheng picked up the short sword, examining it closely. He noticed many unfamiliar engravings on the hilt, along with several characters in a script he could not decipher. The blade bore intricate designs that eluded his understanding, and the rust appeared less like iron oxide and more akin to dried blood. Wiping it with a cloth revealed it was stubborn and would not easily come off, suggesting its origin was anything but ordinary. With the short sword in hand, he made a gentle slash against the black staff, observing that no marks were left. When he lightly struck a Zen staff, sparks flew at the point of contact. It became evident that these 3 weapons were indeed treasures, potentially classified as divine weapons in the realm of reality, though their ranking among the weapons in the true martial continent remained uncertain. He retrieved a standard short sword obtained from Shi Shao, which was also remarkably sharp, having already tested it in Longmen Town. He then engaged in a duel between the rusted sword and the standard short sword, ultimately finding the rusted sword victorious, effortlessly cleaving the standard short sword in 2. Han Xiaosheng gasped in disbelief. It seemed these 3 weapons he had acquired from the Taoist temple were truly divine artifacts, suitable for carrying for self-defense. Witnessing the testing results of the 3 weapons left Han Ning equally astonished. She advised Han Xiaosheng, "These are precious items. You must safeguard them well to prevent anyone in the real world from coveting them. Be sure to take the short sword with you on your next journey. The rust serves as a protective guise. Those unaware of its value won't be inclined to covet a rusted sword. However, you should hasten to procure a sheath to prevent any accidental injuries." Han Xiaosheng nodded in agreement. "There are too many matters at hand. I need to prioritize my tasks and organize my schedule. I first wrap the sword in cloth and plan to contact the manufacturer to customize a scabbard. A conventional scabbard would likely not withstand the sharpness of this exquisite sword. As long as you remain clear-headed, do not forget these 3 weapons." You should customize the scabbard online while I tidy up the storage room and utility space. By 11:30, we will head to my mother's for lunch. Han Shaoxing acknowledged and began measuring the short sword. During the measurement, he noticed that the patterns on the sword seemed to have changed slightly. Upon closer inspection, he realized they had become somewhat shallower. Lost in thought, he recalled that the standard weapon he had seen earlier also bore patterns, leading him to deduce that the sword's exceptional sharpness was likely linked to the intricate designs on it. He could not ascertain whether they were formations or runes, and thus resolved to prioritize the translation of basic rune literature in the future. Based on his assessment, the power of the patterns on the short sword appeared limited. Without a source of replenishment, their potency would diminish over time, potentially relegating the divine weapon to that of a mere mortal one. After measuring the sword, Han Shaoxing turned to the internet to contact a manufacturer for the scabbard. After some searching, he found several contacts nationwide, though he was unsure which was the best option. He decided to reach out to a factory in Xingqing and, after some discussion, received a rough price quote that was not exorbitant. He was merely uncertain of its durability. Hesitating for a moment, he retrieved Zhang Xiuyan's number, hoping she might have a lead. Upon receiving his call, Zhang Xiuyan was delighted and inquired when he would visit Xingqing, insisting he must come to her home, as her parents especially wanted to express their gratitude for his life-saving assistance. After exchanging pleasantries, Han Shaoxing explained his purpose. However, upon learning that he was not seeking her out specifically, Zhang Xiuyan appeared somewhat discontented, but patiently listened to his requirements for the scabbard, promising to inquire on his behalf. 10 minutes later, she called back, saying, "Shaoxing, the owner of our pawn shop has a friend who specializes in crafting scabbards locally and accepts custom orders. However, your description of wanting a sturdy scabbard is too vague. Flimsy scabbards are simply not for sale. Why don't you come to the provincial capital, and I can accompany you to the factory for a custom order? What do you think?" "All right, Xiuyan. I'm busy today, but when I have time, I'll bring the sword to see you." "Thank you. You're welcome. I'm happy to help. Just give me a call ahead of time so I can take leave." "Okay, bye." "Bye." Han Ying, eavesdropping on Han Shaoxing's conversation, smiled and remarked, "Zhang Xiuyan seems quite enthusiastic about you. Given that you saved her father, it wouldn't take much effort to win her over." Han Shaoxing chuckled but remained non-committal. He felt no urgency. Should he achieve mastery in his training, he could extend his lifespan and there would be plenty of time ahead. He decided to let things unfold naturally. At dinner, in preparation for Han Shaoxing's future independent residence, the family gathered once more, joined by a cousin from his aunt's side and a younger cousin from his maternal side, both of whom had settled in the county and frequently visited his parents. This time, neither family was absent. As they dined, discussions unfolded. Ultimately, it was decided that Han Shaoxing would spearhead the search for suitable housing, with both cousins expecting a feasible outcome within a week. During the discussions, Han Shaoxing felt somewhat distracted, sensing he had overlooked something significant but unable to recall what it was. Since he could not remember, he resolved not to dwell on it, returning to his quarters and heading straight to bed. Chapter 79. The Path to Prosperity. Upon waking, Han Shaoxing discovered that the photos and videos on both of his phones had been successfully backed up to his 2 desktop computers, and his laptops had also been synchronized. He then retrieved 2 newly purchased phones and began transferring audio recordings of old phone and videos of Hanyu, preparing to carry them with him. While waiting for the transfer to complete, he stood by the window, reflecting on his situation. He had felt an inexplicable sense of forgetting something important the previous day, but now, in the quietude, he began to retrace his experiences, attempting to identify what he had overlooked. After some contemplation, he still could not remember, so he decided to enter the library and sift through the books he had brought back. When he opened a book on runes, a sudden realization struck him. With a thought, the rusty sword manifested in his right hand. Observing the patterns on the short sword alongside the rune book, he finally recalled a matter he had neglected to discuss with Hanyu. He had previously mentioned his intention to mass-produce rune-imbued weapons for sale in the Jinwu continent, with the goal of accumulating wealth to procure rare materials and techniques to accelerate his training. This was a grand scheme he had boasted about in front of beautiful women, and he had foolishly allowed it to slip from his mind. Realizing this, he began to ponder how to implement his plan. Conventionally, it would be prudent to acquire a hardware factory or a manufacturer specializing in cold weapons, ideally one with capabilities in smelting, processing, casting, forging, and engraving. With a smelting plant, he could transport precious ores from another world for refinement. With processing, casting, and forging capabilities, he could produce semi-finished weapons, and with engraving machinery, He could inscribe runes onto the weapons, resulting in powerful products. The best pieces could be kept for personal use, while the ordinary ones could be sold to individuals from other worlds, ensuring a steady flow of wealth, rare materials, and techniques. The prospect was so enticing that he nearly drooled and quickly called Han Ying to discuss a significant matter. When Han Ying entered, she expressed her annoyance. "I mean, could you just say what you need in one go? I've been running over here every few days, practically becoming your assistant. I have my pride as your sister." Han Xiaosheng chuckled, trying to appease her. "Sister, I just couldn't recall yesterday, but I remembered today. This is a monumental matter, absolutely tremendous." Seeing her eyes widen, he put on a serious expression, gesturing toward the books and the rusty sword on the table. "You know, this short sword is akin to a divine weapon, comparable to those of ancient lore. After researching, I found that its various characteristics stem from the patterns on the blade, which are essentially the runes mentioned in ancient texts. The book on the table discusses runes. If inscribed on talisman paper, they serve as Taoist charms capable of summoning deities, banishing demons, and curing ailments. When inscribed on weapons, they become rune blades capable of slaying evil spirits, as this sword exemplifies. If applied to other objects, they may have unique functions. For instance, if we could embed a rune of fortitude on our door, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to breach." Noticing the spark of interest in Han Ying's eyes, Han Xiaosheng continued, "Sister, if we could acquire a factory to mass-produce talismans and weapons, then sell them to the Zhenwu continent, imagine the vast resources we could bring back. At that point, gold and jewels would be trivial, while techniques and rare materials would be within our grasp." Han Ying was so excited that she nearly leaped from her seat, exclaiming, "It seems our endeavor in cultivation is on the brink of success. We must prioritize this matter. I believe we need to leverage our family connections to expedite the acquisition, conduct experiments swiftly, and safeguard the secret of the runes. This is a path to prosperity more vital than any health tonic." The two reached a consensus, commencing discussions on how to establish a rune factory. After deliberating for some time, they decided to divide the factory into several sections. Primarily, the smelting operations would be situated in Jin Province, where resources were abundant, and many smelting plants existed, making it easier to find specialized personnel while remaining inconspicuous. Furthermore, it is preferable to position the processes of processing, casting, and forging in the central or western regions of Huaxia, ideally in proximity to Longjiang. This aligns perfectly with Han Xiaosheng's arrangement with Jiang Xiaya to commission a sword sheath, allowing them to explore suitable manufacturers in the provincial capital. The final step of rune addition will temporarily take place in Longjiang, within a newly constructed building. In consideration of confidentiality, the Han family requires the establishment of a private estate in Longjiang, where family members can reside. This final process will be undertaken by the family themselves. To safeguard these factories, it is imperative to enlist trustworthy retired military personnel as security forces. Concurrently, the Han family must hastily engage in martial arts training to enhance their self-defense capabilities. Recognizing the financial demands of this endeavor, both parties have unanimously decided to increase the supply of health-preserving soup, with Han Xiaosheng tasked to quickly replenish spiritual fruits. Given their lack of experience in establishing modern factories, they resolved to first relay the plan to the core members of the family, each utilizing their networks to gather relevant industry information. A family meeting will reconvene in 3 days to discuss the action plan and division of labor. Han Ying hurriedly departed, presumably to consult with her husband. Han Xiaosheng intended to engage in physical exercise in the morning. He retrieved a barrel of white liquid and a barrel of black liquid from the storeroom, pouring a cup of each into enamel cups to place on the living room table. He began by sipping the white liquid, exercising for 10 minutes, followed by a sip of the black liquid, continuing this cycle. After 2 hours, Han Xiaosheng felt a notable improvement in his physical condition, relieved to discover that the white and black fruits still had a beneficial effect on him, allowing him to enhance himself through these two fruits. After taking a refreshing shower, Han Xiaosheng felt invigorated and entered the study. He opened a martial arts insights book, activated a recording, and while watching the footage, transcribed traditional characters into his notebook, annotating with simplified explanations, translating and interpreting word by word. At lunchtime, Han Xiaosheng noted significant progress, combined with his previous efforts. He had completed half of the translation and interpretation of the book's content. Although the translated sentences lacked fluency, the essential meanings remained clear. This segment included a general introduction to martial arts cultivation, detailing the various stages of techniques and medicinal baths. Based on his understanding, he was now ready to commence his training. Nevertheless, if he could locate the herbs mentioned in the book to prepare medicinal liquids for baths, It would expedite his progress. He planned to begin simultaneous martial arts training once he perfected the first layer of chi cultivation with the black water technique. After storing away his notebook, he checked his laptop, noting that photos and videos had been saved in 2 mobile phones. He put both the notebook and phones into a storage ring, preparing for lunch. Lunch was enjoyed at his mother's place, and after the meal, Han Xiaosheng returned to his residence. After a half-hour rest, he resumed his exercise and study of martial arts insights. In the evening, he ceased physical training, instead focusing on cultivating the black water technique while holding a spiritual stone. By around 10 p.m., he concluded his practice, sensing that with one more session, his dantian would reach perfection, filling him with joy. On the 8th chapter of the universe's tides, Han Qingshan departed on the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, returning to Chang'an with his wife and son. However, the tasks he entrusted had been fulfilled, with the remaining matters handled by Han Xiaosheng and his 7th uncle. Han Ying and her family also returned to the provincial capital for work. The household was left with only Han Xiaosheng and his parents, rendering it suddenly quiet. Beginning from the 8th day, Han Xiaosheng declined unnecessary banquets, entering a state of round-the-clock cultivation, eager to fill his dantian to perfection and swiftly advance to the 2nd layer of qi. Immersed in this state, he had forgotten the multitude of items still unaddressed in his 2 storage rings. Truly, the pursuit of cultivation knows no bounds. Han Xiaosheng's dantian had been filled to a considerable extent with blue water attribute spiritual energy, nearing completion as the Lantern Festival approached. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, at 8 a.m., Han Xiaosheng awoke and, after freshening up, ventured out for breakfast. The breakfast shop was conveniently located right outside his mother's residential complex, offering noodles and buns. Han Xiaosheng particularly relished the sweet buns from Longjiang. During his studies in Linen City, he had sampled various noodle styles, yet he ultimately found this particular breakfast shop's noodles to be the most delectable, as it offered a selection of over 10 vegetables displayed on the counter for customers to add to their noodles, enhancing the flavor remarkably. Han Xiaosheng had once dreamed of opening a similar noodle shop across Huaxia, bringing this culinary style from his hometown to the entire nation. He ordered a bowl of noodles and 2 sweet buns, savoring every bite. The establishment was not crowded, with only 8 patrons including Han Xiaosheng, who enjoyed their meals while engaging in conversation. While relishing his food, Han Xiaosheng overheard various discussions, notably the frequent mentions of the Fuzhou Health and Wellness Center in Longjiang. After finishing breakfast, he gleaned numerous valuable insights, one of which astonished him, leaving him uncertain of its authenticity. Upon arriving at his mother's residence, he found the living room filled with guests, a large rotating dining table capable of seating 20 people set before the television, where everyone was seated, watching and chatting. After taking a seat, he listened to the conversation, half of which revolved around current affairs. Han Ying's family had also returned from the provincial capital to celebrate the Lantern Festival. She sat on the sofa with a book, reading while jotting notes, and her husband was engaged in similar work, as he was also an educator, specializing in biology. Upon closer inspection, Han Xiaosheng realized that Han Ying had found someone to translate portions of a book, and they were proofreading for errors. He admired his sister's exceptional handwriting, feeling a pang of envy. Despite having written for nearly 30 years, his own script remained clumsy in comparison. After observing for a while, he resigned himself to the fact that he had little hope of catching up in this regard and turned to engage in conversation with others. Recalling something he overheard during breakfast, he interrupted his father's spirited discourse to share. While having breakfast, I overheard a conversation mentioning that stars have been observed approaching Earth and are expected to collide with it in the coming years. I found it rather peculiar. Are the common folk discussing such advanced topics nowadays? His brother-in-law chuckled at his remark, responding, "It seems you've been so engrossed in your cultivation these past few days that you're completely out of touch with current events. This matter has been trending online for days, and we've discussed it numerous times. You're the only one unaware. Would you like me to explain it to you?" Han Xiaosheng felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he had been too absorbed in his practice. He quickly retrieved his phone to check the news. Indeed, the headlines were sensational, filled with clickbait. Planet collision with Earth. The end is nigh. Astronomical discovery. Extraterrestrial planetary destruction weapons launched. Proxima Centauri approaches. Friend or foe? Visitors from the Centaurus. Aliens set to descend upon Earth. 2 planets in conjunction. A crisis or opportunity for Earth. Taoist predictions from Long Hushan. Earth to experience a resurgence of spiritual energy. Fantasy Master predicts Earth's heavenly sealing array will be weakened by the gravitational pull of 2 planets. leading to a revival of spiritual energy and evolutionary opportunities for Earth's life. The news, all related to this matter, was captivating with various claims made, and upon opening the articles, they seemed credible and well-argued, with authors presenting themselves as problem analysts. Han Xiaoxing read with great interest. The origins of the situation traced back to the second day of the Lunar New Year, coinciding with the rainwater solar term, when the Big Dipper's handle pointed towards Ren. As a Huaxia astronomer, he was acutely aware of the traditional 24 solar terms, routinely observing the fluctuations of the Big Dipper. On that day, 4 individuals were on duty at the Zijin Mountain Observatory in Huaxia. A recently graduated female PhD was tasked with observing the Big Dipper, where she detected an unusual phenomenon. Her observations indicated a significant increase in brightness among nearby extragalactic systems, including the Large Magellanic Cloud, the Small Magellanic Cloud, the Andromeda Galaxy, and the Snowflake Nebula, suggesting they were approaching the Milky Way. Certain constellations within our galaxy appeared to be influenced by gravitational forces, resulting in a noticeable overall displacement. One constellation, notably Centaurus, was particularly affected, its luminosity intensifying, indicating proximity to our solar system. Astronomers theorized that both the Milky Way and its neighboring galaxies were experiencing cosmic tidal influences, predicting that these systems would remain under such gravitational effects for the foreseeable future, causing fluctuations in the brightness of their respective constellations. As a constituent of the Milky Way, our solar system would soon feel these effects, though the specific consequences required further analysis and observation. Shortly thereafter, similar findings were announced by astronomers in the United States, Europe, and Japan, echoing the conclusions drawn by their Chinese counterparts. While astronomers approached this cosmic tidal event from a scientific perspective, netizens speculated from various angles about its implications for Earth and the Milky Way. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, online discussions erupted into a frenzy, generating a plethora of viewpoints. One perspective, held by the faithful across various sects, suggested this phenomenon was a divine omen signaling the return of a deity to the earthly realm. Another viewpoint from the archaeological community posited that Earth and the Milky Way once thrived in an era rich in spiritual energy, and this cosmic tidal event heralded the beginning of its resurgence. Biologists speculated that the cosmic tides could accelerate evolution across the Milky Way, potentially resulting in mutations and the emergence of superhuman abilities in humanity, alongside rapid evolution in flora and fauna. Some enthusiasts of fantasy literature, alongside certain sects in China, believed that a golden age of martial and spiritual cultivation was imminent, where human capabilities would rival technological advancements, leading to significantly extended lifespans. However, on the third day of the Lunar New Year, a new discovery ignited global discourse. American astronomers announced a groundbreaking finding regarding Proxima Centauri, a red dwarf star and member of the Alpha Centauri system located in the constellation of Centaurus. Proxima Centauri, approximately 4.22 light-years from Earth, was observed to be moving and brightening, with its trajectory shifting towards our solar system. Astronomers calculated that it was approaching at an alarming speed of 20,000 kilometers per second, indicating that it could reach Earth's vicinity in just 63 years. The catastrophic implications of such a collision were evident, and even if it were to halt upon entering our solar system, its gravitational influence would disrupt the orbits of our planets, including Earth, leading to unpredictable consequences for life. As discussions intensified online, the reality of the threat became apparent, prompting a surge of commentary and speculation. In the following week, various regions began to report anomalous phenomena. Marine animals surfaced en masse, while terrestrial creatures exhibited unusual behavior, with some rare species emerging from seclusion. Remarkably, reports of winged dragons soaring above the jungle circulated, although these images were quickly overshadowed by the sheer volume of similar sightings. Upon reviewing the trending news, Han Xiaoxing transitioned to a reliable news outlet, noting a stark difference in the coverage. Reports indicated that governments worldwide were acutely aware of the crisis and began consulting experts, taking action in response to the anomalies observed in both marine and terrestrial life. Despite the prevailing dominance of scientific rationalism, the analysis from astronomers and the public discourse could not be overlooked. The sensitivity of animals to impending danger prompted nations, aside from the United States, to enhance cooperation and communication. According to reports, various national security agencies, special forces, and research teams mobilized efforts towards genetic research and the study of mysterious energies, each showcasing unique capabilities. Interestingly, while the United States appeared indifferent on the surface, it was reportedly the most proactive in military investment, seemingly preparing for a cosmic confrontation. Reflecting on the news, Han Xiaosheng pondered the complexity of the astronomical phenomena, particularly the uncanny timing of the two events. The second day of the Lunar New Year coincided with the rainwater solar term, when the Big Dipper's handle pointed towards a significant position in the heavens, and it was also the day of Han Xiaosheng's unexpected arrival in this realm. The third day marked his return from the true Martial continent, coinciding with Proxima Centauri's unusual behavior. If these coincidences were mere happenstance, Han Xiaosheng found it hard to believe, leading him to speculate a possible connection between the depletion of Earth's spiritual energy and the ancient past. In ancient times, a rich spiritual energy fostered the emergence of formidable beings. However, a cataclysmic event seemingly sealed the Earth within a barrier, severing its connection to the cosmos and isolating its source of spiritual energy. Consequently, as this energy waned, the path to higher cultivation became increasingly arduous, compelling powerful figures like the true Martial Emperor to seek refuge among the stars, leading to the naming of the true Martial continent. If the true Martial continent existed, it was plausible that other strong beings from Earth had also left their mark across various worlds in the cosmos, though such encounters had yet to occur. Currently, the reasons remain unclear, but the power of the Great Formation accompanying my traversal has diminished, causing Earth to begin revealing itself amidst the cosmic expanse. External energies may now infiltrate the Great Formation, leading to a gradual revival of the Earth's spiritual essence. Should this essence begin to flourish, life on Earth may be presented with a collective opportunity for evolution. However, danger and opportunity often coexist. The proximity of Proxima Centauri poses a potential crisis, as the nearness of two worlds might incite conflict. Given the current approach speed of Proxima Centauri b, the time available for Earth's life forms to evolve is decidedly limited. The nature of the civilization on Proxima Centauri b remains a mystery. Should Earth fail to amass sufficient strength before its arrival, the consequences could be dire. In this scenario, the Taoist and Buddhist sects in China are likely already mobilizing, and the nation must inevitably take action. Thus, I too must formulate a response plan. Since Han Ying has excelled in the translation efforts, it is paramount that I swiftly procure testing instruments for my family. From a personal standpoint, having entered the Qi refinement stage, I must diligently enhance my cultivation level to shield my family from the storms ahead. Moreover, with the revival of spiritual energy, it would be prudent to establish contact with individuals from specialized departments to advance China's cultivation practices ahead of foreign counterparts. Chapter 82. The change of Jingzha. After the Lantern Festival, Han Xiaosheng prepared for the possible sudden onset of traversal, as the Jingzha solar term was imminent. March 5th marks the arrival of Jingzha. The previous rainfall solar term heralded an unexpected traversal, indicating that as the third of the 24 solar terms, Jingzha too could bring about a sudden journey across realms. Jingzha, the third solar term of the 24, signifies the onset of spring. The 24 solar terms were originally established based on the cyclical movement of celestial bodies, particularly the rotation of the Big Dipper, which closely correlates with the natural rhythms of change. In contemporary society, solar terms are determined by the sun's celestial longitude, dividing a complete 360-degree zodiac into 24 equal parts, with each segment representing a solar term every 15 degrees. The handle of the Big Dipper points to the nail position when the sun reaches the longitude of 345 degrees, marking the Jingzha solar term, which corresponds to the period between March 5th and 6th in the Gregorian calendar. Zhi signifies concealment, as insects hibernate underground. Jing denotes awakening, as the spring thunder rouses the dormant creatures. The saying "the spring thunder awakens the 100 insects" refers to the thunder that marks the emergence of hibernating insects from their winter slumber. The hallmark of the Jingzha solar term is the initial rumble of spring thunder, heralding the vibrancy of life. Jingzha also marks the beginning of the second month of the lunar calendar, associated with the concept of emergence, signifying life springing forth from the earth. As the Jingzha solar term approaches, the yang energy rises, temperatures warm, and the initial sounds of spring thunder signal the awakening of life, with increased rainfall facilitating the resurgence of vitality. The spring thunder of Jingzha is the thunder of life, which may indeed influence the onset of traversal, leaving one to ponder whether it will precipitate an unexpected journey. At midnight on March 5th, Han Xiaosheng deactivated the screensaver on his traversal phone. He placed the storage ring into the pocket of the inner garment sewn by his mother, donned his essential mountaineering pack, and seated himself at his desk, prepared to remain awake and ready for traversal. After a moment's reflection, he recalled that he had organized his books on the shelf but had yet to photograph and print them. Should he traverse, he would lack reference materials. With this thought, He made a round through several storage rooms and treasure chambers, hastily placing all his books, spiritual stones, and rare materials into the black storage ring. Feeling adequately prepared, he resumed his wait in the chair. At 9 a.m., his phone displayed a familiar notification. Countdown, 9 minutes 50 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Countdown, 9 minutes 49 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Han Shaoxing was taken aback, surprised by the extended countdown preceding this traversal. With ample time remaining, he began to contemplate the completeness of his supplies. After considerable thought, he realized he had neglected to bring a vehicle and fuel. Should the need arise, he would be forced to travel on foot. Prompted by this realization, he hurried downstairs and entered a garage, closing the roller door behind him. He stored the tank off-road vehicle into the black storage ring, then proceeded to the adjacent garage to do the same with the SUV. Upon sealing both roller doors, he noted that only 4 minutes remained and rushed upstairs. Just as he entered the living room, his phone approached the final moments of the countdown. Countdown, 2 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Countdown, 1 second. Please prepare yourself. Countdown concluded. Imminent crossing of realms. The phone screen began to flicker. A swirling purple circle enveloped Han Shaoxing, its brightness intensifying as it expanded, ultimately engulfing him. In an instant, he vanished from the living room. In the boundless cosmos, darkness served as the backdrop, while silence reigned as an eternal presence. Against this dark cosmic canvas, a point of light gradually moved, shattering the solitude of the scene. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a high-speed spacecraft. Inside the cockpit, a beautiful woman with black hair and eyes muttered to herself, appearing to be in her 20s. Her tall frame was partially concealed by a loose robe that could not obscure her alluring silhouette. With an oval face, she held a yellowed book, flipping through its pages while cursing. Damn that fool. He doesn't even bother to brief me on recent events, just hands me this star map and leaves me to decipher the direction while he goes off to sleep. Unconcerned that I might veer the vessel off course and end up in a primitive era, a rugged voice crackled through the speaker. Young Lily, I have a name. It's Wang Erniu, not fool. If you can navigate to another timeline with the star map, then perhaps I should call you silly girl. The woman immediately felt irked. Xiao Yanzi, you ought to reprimand him. This is outrageous. A lowly voice chimed in. Sister Lily, please don't call me Xiao Yanzi. Although I am a tool spirit, I have grown up now, so call me Haiyan. Very well, Haiyan. What direction should we take? Sister Lily, I am merely an artificial intelligence capable of autonomous navigation. Just provide me with a general direction. All right, Haiyan, let me examine the star map. The Big Dipper is on the right, and Earth lies at a 38-degree angle. We are about to enter a wormhole. Once we pass through it, we will reach Proxima Centauri, which is considered the first major node on the cosmic path our ancestors took after departing Earth. The inhabitants there also trace their lineage back to Earth. Upon arrival, we can utilize the spatial teleportation array to reach the moon directly. Soon we will be home, without needing to traverse through Centaurus. I've heard that the Centaurians are fond of interstellar piracy and harbor animosity towards humans from the Andromeda Galaxy. The lowly voice piped up again. Sister Lily, we are entering the wormhole. As the young woman engaged in conversation, her gaze fixated on the receding gravitational vortex ahead, anxiety filled her heart. For the wormhole exhibited signs of instability. Suddenly, the spacecraft jolted, its protective shield rippling, and the lowly's voice trembled. Oh no, Sister Lily. The damned bounty hunters are on our tail. The vessel just endured a shockwave. What should we do? Just as the young woman was about to respond, the gravitational vortex before them began to expand rapidly, and a swirling purple light erupted from within, grazing the spacecraft as it plunged into the vortex's center, vanishing from sight. As the violet light surged forth from the vortex, it swiftly reached the vicinity of a newly formed black hole. The edges of the black hole, pierced by this radiant luminescence, began to expand rapidly, its gravitational pull intensifying to such an extent that nearby matter found itself unable to escape, succumbing instead to the abyss. Even a starship, situated near the wormhole, was not spared. A cry of despair echoed from the vessel. Alas, what terrible luck! If there is ever a next time, I shall never dare to launch a gravitational shockwave at a wormhole again. Why didn't the Bounty Hunter Guild warn us about this? The voice aboard the ship dwindled, ultimately culminating in the vessel's disintegration into fragments consumed by the black hole. As the vicinity of the black hole transformed into a realm of nothingness, it began to contract gradually, dwindling into a mere speck until it vanished against the dark tapestry of the cosmos. when the gravitational force of the black hole erupted. The Zhijinshan Observatory in Huaxia was the first to detect the anomaly. On duty that day was the captivating Dr. Yang Yuhuan. At 9:10 a.m., while observing the motion of Proxima Centauri, she stumbled upon a revelation that shattered her worldview. The star, which had been rapidly approaching, suddenly veered dramatically away from Earth. Although it continued to approach at a velocity of 20,000 kilometers per second, the distance transformed as if it had been teleported. Just moments ago, Proxima Centauri was a mere 4.22 light-years away. Now, it had exceeded 20 light-years. This astonishing discovery led her to suspect a malfunction in her observational equipment. After rigorous verification, she relayed her findings to the supervising officer. The supervising officer, a dashing foreigner in his 30s named Jerry, or Wei Jie in Chinese, initially thought Yang Yuhuan was jesting. Upon her solemn confirmation, Jerry dashed to the observation station to conduct his own verification. After confirming the results, he eagerly initiated a video call, joining forces with Yang Yuhuan to report their findings to the Astronomical Society in Kyoto. The esteemed figures in Kyoto were astounded by this revelation, deeming it too extraordinary to align with the laws of nature and fearing a collective ridicule from the world. They recorded the incident but requested that it not be disclosed publicly to avoid backlash. An hour later, the internet erupted with discussions as Americans announced the discovery. Many rose from their slumber to engage in the discourse. In truth, America had only acknowledged this phenomenon half an hour later. However, they were unconcerned with its alignment to reason. Their primary apprehension was the possibility of being outpaced by Huaxia, and they figured that, regardless of the outcome, it was of little consequence. Yet, the netizens were preoccupied with the implications of Proxima Centauri's drastic shift, speculating whether American astronomers had misrepresented the situation. With Proxima Centauri still at 4.22 light-years, now transformed into over 20 light-years away, and maintaining its velocity towards Earth, which remained at 20,000 kilometers per second, this implied that what once would take 60 years to reach Earth now required nearly 3 centuries. Such a phenomenon was nothing short of miraculous, as this alteration in distance appeared to have transpired in the blink of an eye.